In City C, the largest bar beckons. A woman clad in a professional suit navigates through the dimly lit ambience. Feeling somewhat out of place in the vibrant, intoxicating surroundings of the bar, she murmurs, "Excuse me, thank you." Holding her phone, she walks and speaks. "I've arrived. Should I turn left?" "All right." As soon as she finishes her sentence, she unexpectedly collides with a solid wall of flesh, the thick scent of cigarette smoke prompting her to instinctively frown. Yet she apologizes, "I'm sorry." The black leather shoes before her remain suspended in midair for a moment, then slowly lower, seemingly unaccepting of her apology. "I'm sorry." Upon raising her gaze, she is met with an excessively handsome face. The contours of the man sharply defined in the shadows, his prominent nose and the shadows cast by his lashes create a striking image. His dark eyes flicker with an intensity that instinctively urges one to flee. Xie Huai. A decade has passed since high school, yet a wave of panic rises within Song Nuan. Xie Huai has been the nightmare of her entire high school experience. Just as she turns to escape, the man, as if oblivious to her identity, suddenly shifts his body, his voice, slightly hoarse from the alcohol, commands go on. At that moment, her phone rings, and she hurriedly answers, "Lulu, I'm sorry. I have an urgent matter at home. I've left the keys at the front desk." Before the caller can respond, she hastens toward the exit. Once in the taxi, her rising panic begins to subside. It has been 10 years surely. Even Xie Huai would not recognize her. Even if he did, he would not react as he did in high school. They are adults now, beyond such childish antics. The bar is a 30-minute journey from a rented apartment. The apartment is conveniently close to her workplace, and she had merely agreed to bring the keys after a colleague misplaced them at the office. Midway through the journey, the driver suddenly slams the steering wheel and curses, "Drive like you're in a hurry." 30 minutes later, the taxi stops at the apartment building. After paying, Song Nuan disembarks. Her nerves, heightened by the encounter with Xie Huai, compel her to glance around before heading home. Upon entering the elevator, her colleague calls, "Nuan, I have the keys. Is everything all right at home?" "No worries, I'm sorry I couldn't help." She presses the button for the 8th floor. The elevator is empty, and within half a minute, the doors open. Instinctively, she reaches for her keys, but a strong, acrid fragrance fills the air, prompting her to cough involuntarily. When she looks up, she is rooted to the spot at the sight before her. Before her apartment door stands a man in a black suit, the collar wide open, one hand gripping a gray tie, while the other delicately holds a cigarette between two fingers. His wolf-like gaze burns into her, and he exhales a plume of smoke that dissipates into the corridor. In the next moment, he discards the cigarette, gently grinding it underfoot with a hint of restraint. The hallway is eerily silent. A smirk plays on his lips, and unlike his youthful demeanor, his voice now carries a magnetic quality. "Song Nuan, it's been a long time." Nearby, a woman in a fitted suit showcases long, slender legs clad in black high heels. As Song Nuan's gaze rises to her face, she notices the woman's fair, oval visage, her almond-shaped eyes exuding caution, and her long, dark hair neatly tied back in a low ponytail. There are no adornments. 10 years. She remains as unblemished as ever. His unassuming voice strikes her like a hammer, leaving her weak in the knees. Song Nuan forces herself to regain composure. Turning to press the elevator button, it is currently on the 30th floor. Her heart races. "I don't know you." "Don't know me?" Xie Huai scoffs softly, his polished shoes echoing on the tiled floor as he steps closer. Instinctively, Song Nuan retreats, panic rising. "Xie Huai, there are cameras here. What do you intend to do?" Ding! The elevator doors slide open. She spins around and bolts, but in an instant, her wrist is seized with a vice-like grip, drawing her into an embrace that reeks of smoke and alcohol. Calmness shatters within her as she struggles against him, but he is astonishingly strong, as if intent on crushing her spirit. Warning, "Xie Huai, they'll call the police." "Go ahead." Xie Huai's handsome face betrays no fear at her threat. With a firm grip around her waist, his gaze lingers on her face, his voice low and menacing, tinged with self-mockery. "I told you to run far away now that we've met again. There's no escape." He has restrained himself for 10 years, refraining from seeking her out, but it seems she has unwittingly stumbled back into his life. He bears no responsibility for the lack of opportunity. He has given her chances. Xie Huai, married. Song Nuan's body weakens, yet she holds her ground against him. "Then get a divorce. If you won't, I'll help you get one." With one hand, Xie Huai gently pinches her chin, his gaze fixated on her lips. He enunciates deliberately, like a predator stalking his prey. I want you. Don't speak of marriage even if you have a child. I won't let you go. As his words hang in the air, he smirks darkly, and in the next instant, he descends upon her, kissing her forcefully, leaving no room for resistance. 10 years of suppressed desire surges forth like a flood, and he can no longer contain it. In his arms, she is soft and yielding, igniting a primal urge to possess her completely. He desires her heart, and her very being. As his lips meet hers, pain shoots through Song Nuan, compelling her to bite down instinctively, refusing to yield. Soon, the metallic taste of blood fills her mouth. Time becomes a blur until he finally releases her. A streak of blood trailing from his lips, he appears unfazed, even smiling. Song Nuan, don't hide from me. No matter where you go, I will find you. With his capabilities, escape is futile. Xie Huai, you're insane. Song Nuan retreats, grabbing her phone to call the police, urgently stating, someone is harassing me. I'm at the 8th floor of South City Legion. Please hurry. Song Nuan, we have all the time in the world. With tears welling in her eyes, she implores, Xie Huai, grant me one more chance, and I promise never to appear before you again. 10 years later, Xie Huai is more terrifying than he was in high school. The fervor in his eyes is palpable. Who will give me a chance? Seeing her reluctance, Xie Huai grips her wrist, forcefully shoving the keys into her hand. I'm giving you one chance, it has already been given. Song Nuan leans weakly against the wall, gasping for breath. After a few moments, she finally takes the keys and enters her apartment. Before long, the police arrive and knock on her door. After she explains the situation, they review the surveillance footage and depart. With the assurance of the police, Song Nuan feels a slight sense of relief, locking the door behind her and sinking onto the sofa. She calls Lin Ro, her voice trembling, Ro, I encountered Xie Huai. The woman on the other end gasps, Xie Huai? That insane Xie Huai from high school? How did you run into him? Did he do anything to you? Xie Huai, the person she had evaded throughout her high school years. Oh my, Xie Huai is a lunatic. Even after 10 years, he's still like this, a complete pervert. What will you do? Maybe you should consider fleeing the country. Lin Ro continues anxiously. Xie Huai holds significant influence in a city. He will undoubtedly track you down if you remain in the country. Lin Ro seethes, that scoundrel Xie Huai, who pursues someone to this extent. Damn it, I wish I could kill him. Nuan, don't be afraid, we live in a society governed by law. He can't do anything to you. You're a lawyer, and if he harasses you again, just gather evidence and send him to prison. I truly can't fathom that you've barely interacted with him. Yet he's fixated on you, he's a lunatic. Song Nuan struggles to devise a better plan, ultimately conceding, all right. Nuan, perhaps you should hurry and go on a blind date to get married, Lin Ro suggests. Song Nuan grips her phone tightly. I told him I was married, and he demanded I get a divorce otherwise. He would assist me in doing so. Lin Ro falls silent. Xie Huai is typically quite normal, but when it comes to Song Nuan, no one can predict how unhinged he may become. Once, a boy foolishly flirted with Song Nuan, and Xie Huai nearly killed him in a fit of rage. Can we reach out to his father? Surely, they can't ignore such erratic behavior. Song Nuan has considered it, but the Xie family is not easily accessible to them unless Xie Huai provides the means. We'll give it a try. At Man City No. 1 High School, on the playground, Nuan, you've got this, don't be nervous, you are the best. Lin Ro, clad in a blue school uniform, cheers for Song Nuan as she prepares to take the stage to deliver her speech. Song Nuan beams, her smile revealing 2 charming dimples. Thank you. As the principal concludes his address, she jogs up to the podium. Adjusting the microphone, the crowd collectively gasps in excitement. Song Nuan, true to her name, is strikingly beautiful even in her school uniform. Her radiance cannot be concealed. With no bangs to obscure her features, her full, oval face is soft and inviting, her features exquisite. Her eyes sparkle with clarity, and a smile graces her lips, accentuating her lovely dimples. Even the sunlight seems to favor her, casting a warm glow upon her hair. Respected principal, esteemed leaders, fellow students, good afternoon. I am Song Nuan from class 1 of the first year, and I am honored to speak on behalf of the new students. In the back of the first-year class, several boys watch. One bespectacled student, Jean Mo, elbows his companion, who is openly playing on his phone. Hey look, I swear you've never seen such a beautiful girl. Get lost. Don't interrupt my game. The boy, handsome yet impatient, brushes him off. Look, look. Xie Huai's piercing gaze locks onto him, causing Jin Mo to shrink back. Yet he persists in his enthusiasm. She's really stunning. In the next moment, Xie Huai turns his head to glare at him. Warning mine. Jin Mo stammers, huh? Aren't you usually uninterested in girls? Lin Ro, not one to back down, snaps. That's my spot, are you out of your mind? Song Nuan turned her gaze towards him. Although the young man was handsome, he appeared rather intimidating. She grasped Lin Rao's arm, preferring to avoid unnecessary conflict. Ro, let him be. Xie Huai tossed his backpack on the table with an air of authority, declaring, I am making her leave. Jin Mo rushed over, advising Lin Ro, classmate, could you please step aside? Can't you see this young master has taken an interest in your deskmate? You all must be out of your minds, I won't budge. Lin Ro retorted defiantly. In the next moment, Xie Huai kicked her chair over, his expression suddenly cold as he warned. If you don't leave, they'll have someone escort you out. Song Nuan rose to stand protectively in front of Lin Ro, stating firmly, classmate, I do not wish to share a desk with you. Your preference is irrelevant. Xie Huai replied dismissively. Jin Mo reached out to pull Lin Ro away, gently advising, don't provoke him when he's angry. He doesn't discriminate between genders. It's just a matter of giving up a seat. Song Nuan. Don't be upset, this young master has a temper, just bear with it. At that moment, the homeroom teacher entered, reprimanding, what is the commotion? Sit down at once. Lin Ro immediately reported, teacher, he's stealing my seat. The teacher cast a glance at Xie Huai, realizing no one could contend with him. Not even the principal would dare cross him. If he wants that seat, let him have it. You, hurry and take your seat. With that, Lin Ro, feeling aggrieved, picked up her backpack and moved to the other side, while Xie Huai leisurely took his seat, turning his head to observe the annoyed Song Nuan. He introduced himself, Xie Huai. Suddenly, he snatched her pen, drawing her attention as he rested his chin on one hand, his eyes mischievous and alluring. I like you. Having been confessed to countless times throughout her life, Song Nuan maintained a stern expression, firmly rejecting him. I do not like you, keep your distance. What if I insist you like me? Xie Huai began writing his name on her notebook with her pen, his handwriting sharp and stylish, clearly indicating he was not someone to be trifled with. Song Nuan chose not to reclaim her pen, instead retrieving another. Once class ended, she headed to the teacher's office, stating, Teacher, I wish to change my seat. The teacher sighed, it's not that I don't want to help you, it's just that Xie Huai's family holds considerable influence. No one in a city dares to provoke him. Just ignore him. Focus on your studies. He is already affecting my ability to study, Song Nuan argued. In the past, the teacher would have prioritized the diligent student, but now, he said quietly, do not offend him, otherwise, you risk expulsion. Song Nuan's eyes reddened with frustration, don't push it. Counting down, 60, 59. Xie Huai raised his hand, watching the seconds tick by on his watch. A sudden alarm jolted Song Nuan awake from her slumber. She surveyed her surroundings, relieved to realize she had fallen asleep on the sofa the previous night. Gazing into the mirror, she noted the pronounced dark circles under her eyes and hastily applied foundation to appear presentable. Today, the court convened at 10 o'clock, and she arrived just before 11. Her colleague, Li Lulu, urged her, hurry inside, the hearing is about to start. Song Nuan dashed in, taking her place behind the parties involved. The first hearing concluded around 11:20, and Song Nuan rubbed her temples. Li Lulu approached, handing her a bottle of water. Lawyer Song, you don't seem to be in your best form today. She couldn't divulge that delivering keys yesterday had drained her energy. After taking a sip, she replied, I didn't sleep well. What happened yesterday? Li Lulu inquired, concerned. Nothing, it's all been handled, Song Nuan reassured her. All right, if you need assistance, just let me know. It's not easy being away from home. Her colleagues were aware she wasn't from the area and was working alone. When asked why she chose to work away from home, she had expressed her dislike for it. The receptionist called out, Lawyer Song, a client specifically requested you for a case they're waiting in the conference room. Song Nuan was renowned for her prowess in litigation, and many sought her expertise. She handed her bag to Li Lulu, indicating, please place this in the office and bring me a cup of coffee. Thank you. After that, she made her way to the conference room, only to find a man clad in all black casually seated, their eyes locking. She halted mid-step. The man wore an open black sweater over a white shirt, his tousled hair framing a nonchalant expression, yet his gaze burned with intensity. He tilted his head slightly, revealing a sharp jawline. Xie Huai. At that moment, the receptionist entered with a coffee. Lawyer Song, your coffee. She sneaked a glance at the man. As she exited, she whispered to Song Nuan, he's so handsome. Lawyer Song, you should seize the opportunity. However, Song Nuan was oblivious to her remarks, her mind blank upon seeing Xie Huai. After a brief moment of hesitation, she took a seat, sipped her coffee, and regained a semblance of composure. I want to take your case. Whether you take it or not is inconsequential. Let's have a meal together. Xie Huai's tone left no room for refusal. Before she could respond, he continued, you may refuse, as long as you are not afraid of your colleagues witnessing me harass you. Song Nuan, you know I am capable of such actions. How could he utter such words? Song Nuan clenched her coffee cup, suppressing her anger as she asked, are you out of your mind? This is sexual harassment, she exclaimed, her body trembling with rage. The one thing she loathed most was Xie Huai counting down. You can report me like yesterday or sue me, but I assure you, it will be futile. Xie Huai paused, raising his gaze momentarily before continuing, 60. I'm leaving. She addressed the receptionist. I need to step out for a meeting. Please postpone today's work until tomorrow. Understood. Lawyer Song, the receptionist nodded. Upon exiting the building, a sleek black Maybach awaited nearby. Xie Huai opened the door for her, waiting for her to enter before following suit. He caught a glimpse of her profile, her lashes fluttering slightly. Xie Huai crossed his long legs, swaying them gently, in a surprisingly good mood. What do you wish to eat? Song Nuan clasped her hands together, attempting to reason with him. Xie Huai, we are both adults, let us refrain from childish antics. Matters of the heart cannot be forced. But we could be friends. If you need my help, I will certainly assist. Xie Huai's eyes grew, increasingly cold as he responded. Would you help me in bed as well? If so, being friends is acceptable. Song Nuan tightened her grip on her fingers, barely restraining the urge to slap him. She was uncertain of the consequences of such an act, but she knew she could not bear the repercussions. You are wealthy and powerful. You can have any woman you desire. I am merely ordinary, nothing exceptional about me. It has been 10 years. I believe any affection has faded. If you are upset that I did not notice you in high school, I sincerely apologize. Xie Huai, I am sorry. The temperature inside the car plummeted, and the driver ahead dared not glance in the rearview mirror. Xie Huai's gaze remained fixed on her, unmoving. Ordinary? Damn it, I can't forget you after 10 years. How could he suppress feelings that had lingered for a decade? I told you, I want you. Everything else is non-negotiable. Xie Huai. Song Nuan raised her voice slightly, a hint of a dimple appearing on her cheek. Instead of being angered, Xie Huai seemed intrigued, letting out a light, airy "Oh, you're insane." Just then a phone rang, and moments later, Xie Huai's cold voice echoed, if you can't handle it, then get lost. In high school, Song Nuan found it hard to withstand Xie Huai now. It was even more challenging, with a touch of hostility added. From the moment she laid eyes on him, she sensed the palpable tension surrounding him. He was not someone to be trifled with. In the restaurant, the vast space was occupied solely by the two of them. Xie Huai ordered a few dishes without asking Song Nuan's preference, then pulled out a cigarette and lighter, taking a puff before exhaling. Stop wasting your efforts, he declared. You have only one choice. Marry me. Song Nuan could never accept marrying him. Xie Huai was both obsessive and erratic, capable of anything. She maintained a calm tone, stating, I cannot marry you. I have made myself clear. I do not like you, and that will not change. Then we shall linger. Xie Huai exhaled a puff of smoke, his face obscured in the haze, chillingly distant. Before she could say anything further, he extinguished the cigarette, his foot crushing it. At that moment, the waiter arrived with their dishes. Xie Huai began cutting into his steak, pushing it towards Song Nuan once he was done. Finish it. Noticing her hesitation, he tilted his chin slightly, adding, I won't come to find you for a week. Song Nuan silently began eating, while Xie Huai glanced at her, satisfied as he enjoyed his steak. Once she finished, Song Nuan stood up, eager to leave. I'm done. I hope you keep your word. Xie Huai made no attempt to detain her, sliding his phone across the table, raising an eyebrow. Store my number. It doesn't matter if you don't. I have all your information. However, I cannot guarantee I won't make random calls, perhaps to your mother or father. Song Nuan knew he was capable of such actions. She took his phone, saved her number, and then slammed the phone back onto the table. Xie Huai appeared unfazed, examining her contact with a growing smile, leisurely finishing his meal. After Xie Huai declared he wouldn't seek her out for 7 days, Song Nuan found herself adjusting to the absence of his presence. Yet, she remained on edge. On the 8th morning, as she left for work, she spotted Xie Huai waiting outside, having clearly been there for a while, evidenced by the several cigarette butts at his feet. His gaze was predatory, akin to a wolf in the night, fixated on her. Xie Huai extinguished a cigarette with one hand, his eyes lingering on her fair legs, before calmly instructing, "Go change into a pair of pants." He gave her no room for negotiation, adding, "If you don't, it'll help you." "You are unwell," Song Nuan remarked coldly. Xie Huai lowered his gaze to roll up his sleeves, glancing at his watch, 60:59. Song Nuan dared not oppose him, for he would indeed assist her. In changing, she turned and went inside to emerge wearing a pair of suit trousers. The two descended the stairs, one following the other. Just as they reached the entrance, a man in a suit standing before a Land Rover raised his hand, gently saying, "Lawyer Song, come quickly, it's on the way." As Song Nuan was about to approach, Xie Huai's unhurried, yet menacing tone cut through. "If you dare to get into his car, I will crash into it. Let's see who has the better fate." "Song Nuan, you lunatic. What is the phone number for the mental hospital?" She forced a smile. "Lawyer Xie, I have someone to give me a ride, you should go ahead." Xie glanced at the man beside her. He was relatively tall among men, even taller than him, and somewhat familiar, though he couldn't recall where he had seen him before. A sense of crisis washed over him after all. He had liked Song Nuan for 3 or 4 years. What was this? Song Nuan managed to utter, "High school classmates." Xie responded with an understanding, "Then let's have breakfast together. Lawyer Song needs to eat, or you might end up with a stomachache like last time." "No need, you go ahead." Song Nuan dared not allow Xie Huai to join them, for breakfast as madness peaked whenever a man appeared beside her. Once, when she delivered a love letter for someone, Xie Huai mistakenly believed it was written by her, and that day, he publicly warned the boy in front of the entire class. If he dared to accept her, he would make sure he regretted it. That boy transferred schools shortly thereafter. Even after all these years, thinking of high school still filled her with resistance. Rejected, Xie Yu's expression stiffened, but he maintained his gentlemanly demeanor as he left. Song Nuan sighed in relief, only to find Xie Huai looking at his watch. Indeed, the next moment he said darkly, "His luck is quite good, he's just 2 seconds short." Unable to escape or argue, Song Nuan chose silence. In the next instant, Xie Huai bent down and lifted her. Startled, she struggled for a moment, exclaiming, "What are you doing?" Xie Huai remained silent, carrying her toward the black SUV, securing her properly in her seat before settling beside her. Simultaneously, the driver closed the car door. Song Nuan tugged at her suit and took a deep breath, attempting to avoid an argument, addressing him in a businesslike manner. "I have a court hearing at 10 today, it's crucial. If there's anything, we can discuss it after work." The food before them did not resemble that of a restaurant. "Eat. I don't eat corn." Song Nuan simply wished to defy him. That was all she could do in resistance. However, Xie Huai was not as enraged as she anticipated. He poured some congee, meticulously picking out the corn kernels with a spoon, ensuring none were left before placing it in front of her. "What else don't you eat?" Song Nuan took the spoon and began to eat, while Xie Huai observed her, leaning back slowly, his weariness dissipating. Who the hell said that forced fruit is not sweet? This fruit, Song Nuan, he would bend to his will for a lifetime. To hell with it. The driver couldn't help but glance back. Having served the Xie family for 7 or 8 years, he had never seen Xie Zong show such dedication to any woman. "Xie Zong, where to?" "Which court?" Xie Huai inquired. "Zhongshan Road," Song Nuan replied. "What time will court adjourn?" "Around noon. Take the afternoon off." Instinctively, Song Nuan glanced at him. Xie Huai raised an eyebrow slightly. "Don't you want me to help you request it?" Song Nuan maintained a stern expression, silent, unsure how to resist him. As Xie Huai shot her a sidelong glance, the corners of his lips involuntarily curling up. Still the same as high school, being angry only led to silence. Upon reaching the courthouse, Xie Huai departed, and Song Nuan exhaled deeply. Her colleague, Li Lulu, spotted her arriving in a luxury car. "Who is that? So impressive, with a license plate full of 8s. Nuan, you are making me envious. Last time, you earned a few million from that lawsuit, now another one is coming. I'm counting on you to buy a big villa." "Let's hope," Song Nuan replied, not wishing to elaborate. "Let's hope she isn't driven mad by Xie Huai." At that moment, the client approached. "Lawyer Song, You must represent us well. Whether we can divide the assets depends on you. Song Nuan nodded. We have ample evidence for this case. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, it should be fine. He'll ask again, have you engaged in extramarital affairs? Or any other criminal activities? Previously, in a divorce case, they had sufficient evidence, but due to the client concealing an extramarital affair, the case had failed. If such behavior existed, her implication was that there was no point in pursuing the lawsuit. The client hurriedly shook her head. I haven't been at home taking care of the children. Song Nuan nodded. Good. Just be honest later. No need to be nervous. Leave the rest to me. Afternoon. As they walked, the client grasped Song Nuan's hand gratefully. Lawyer Song, thank you so much. Let's have a meal together. Song Nuan politely declined. I have things to attend to, perhaps next time. Once the client departed, Li Lulu rushed over. Every time I see you in court, I can't help but praise you. Nuan, how do you manage to be two different people in and out of the courtroom? The opposing lawyer barely uttered a few words. We have sufficient evidence. Song Nuan's gaze fell upon the black luxury car parked at the entrance, the window fully lowered, revealing the man's distinct profile, one hand holding a phone, speaking coldly about something. Li Lulu noticed too, exclaiming, Nuan, isn't that the car that brought you here today? Is that the client? So handsome. Nuan, introduce him to me. He's not a good person. Don't harbor any thoughts. Song Nuan advised. Rich and handsome. If he's not bad, I haven't had a challenge yet. Nuan, please introduce him. Li Lulu was the epitome of a glamorous and alluring beauty despite wearing work attire. Her figure was undeniable. A physique that no man could resist. Song Nuan warned sternly, he truly is not a good person. Li Lulu had helped her a lot, which was why she felt compelled to caution her. Chapter 3. Perhaps it's time to find a job at a factory. Li Lulu tugged her along. A mischievous smile gracing her lips. Don't worry, while I'm busy with men, they won't even know where I am. Hello, I'm Nuan's colleague. Where are you headed? Would it be convenient for you to give me a ride? It's hard to catch a taxi around here. Xie Huai's gaze settled on Song Nuan's face, and noticing the warmth of the interior, her cheeks flushed slightly. He did not spare a glance at Li Lulu, his words icy and detached. It's not convenient. Taken aback by such blatant rudeness, Li Lulu's expression stiffened as she forced a smile. All right, thank you. Song Nuan gently patted her hand, signaling her to hurry along. For Xie Huai might very well be counting down the seconds. Li Lulu, still retaining a degree of pride, strode away in her high heels. There were plenty of men to choose from. Once inside the car, Xie Huai was preoccupied with work, his fingers dancing swiftly across the keyboard. Song Nuan took a moment to breathe, tilting her head back to close her eyes, not bothering to inquire about their destination. Even if she were reluctant to go, Xie Huai had ways to compel her. After finishing his task, Xie Huai turned to regard the girl quietly packing her bag. We're going to the amusement park this weekend. Song Nuan had learned to ignore him, focusing on her own preparations until the bell rang. As soon as it sounded, she grabbed her bag and left with Lin Ro. The two of them walking briskly. It was only after they exited the school gate and failed to see Xie Huai that she allowed herself a sigh of relief. Lin Ro, visibly frustrated, vented her anger. Xie Huai is truly insufferable. Just because he comes from a wealthy family, does he have to bully others like this? Nuan, what will you do? Song Nuan felt a twinge of fear as she retorted. If I ignore him, he loses interest. Ro, don't engage with him. We can't afford to provoke him. It's really too much. Song Nuan felt helpless. She couldn't compete with Xie Huai, nor could her family. Let's not even mention him. We finally have a break, and just thinking about him dampens my spirits. Lin Ro agreed. Right, let's just forget about Xie Huai. Around 8 o'clock that evening, Song Nuan received a message from an unknown number. Tomorrow at 9? I'll be waiting for you across from your house. Her immediate thought was of Xie Huai, and she promptly blocked the number, doubting he could find her home. On Saturday, Song Nuan indulged in a bit of extra sleep. Waking up past 9 after getting dressed, she ventured out. Mom, I want to eat. But her words trailed off when she saw Xie Huai sitting upright on the sofa, his dark hair neatly styled, while her mother was offering him fruit. Wang Qiong noticed her emergence and chided. Why didn't you keep to your plans with classmates? Hurry up and get ready. Typically, Song Nuan preferred to stay home reading, which is why Wang Qiong hoped she would enjoy a day out with friends. Xie Huai met Song Nuan's gaze, tilting his head with a charming smile, radiating an aura of harmlessness. Song Nuan. Hurry up. Taken aback by Xie Huai's unexpected visit, Song Nuan opened her mouth to speak to Wang Qiong but hesitated, fearing it would only cause her more worry. Instead, she muttered softly. I overslept. All right, feel free to come by often. Wang Qiong replied, having prepared snacks for them, adding, make sure to share with your other classmates. Clearly, Wang Qiong assumed it was just the two of them. Once downstairs, Song Nuan abruptly turned to Xie Huai. Her tone sharp, do you have no manners? You can't just invade someone else's home like this. As she spoke, she felt increasingly helpless. Xie Huai shrugged, unconcerned. My mother has passed away. Song Nuan's expression faltered, her lips pressed together in embarrassment. That doesn't give you the right to come to my house uninvited. It's quite rude. I sent you a message, but you blocked me, Xie Huai replied, implying that he had already been polite and needn't continue to be so. Having never encountered such a brazen young man, Song Nuan felt a wave of distaste. What I mean is that I have refused you. I will not accept. Xie Huai pointed to a breakfast shop across the street, asking, what do you want to eat? Noticing that she was still upset, he lazily remarked, if you don't want me to visit your house again, just stand still. Fuming at his audacity, Song Nuan pretended to kick him. Incredulous at his behavior, a sudden hard break jolted her awake, her head colliding not with the seat but rather with Xie Huai's hand. The next moment, he coldly warned, if you can't drive, then don't. The driver quickly apologized, Mr. Xie, I'm sorry, another car suddenly cut in. It's fine. Song Nuan interjected. The car stopped in front of a private hospital. Song Nuan looked up, frowning. What do you intend to do? Go inside, Xie Huai replied. Unbuttoning his collar, revealing a glimpse of his neck as he spoke, his Adam's apple bobbing. Song Nuan remained rooted to the spot. Xie Huai's patience seemed to have run out as he firmly grasped her wrist. Pulling her along in her high heels, she stumbled slightly, struggling against his grip. Xie Huai, are you out of your mind? Why are we going to the hospital? They took the elevator to the second floor, where the eerie quietness of the hospital heightened her anxiety. Xie Huai pushed open the door to a doctor's office, where 7 or 8 doctors stood up, greeting him, Mr. Xie. It was only then that he released Song Nuan, blocking the doorway while his gaze scrutinized her pale face. Just to check up. What are we checking for? Song Nuan tugged at her suit, trying to compose herself. Xie Huai said nothing further, turning to the doctor for a thorough examination. The lead doctor respectfully nodded, Mr. Xie, please rest assured. If this lady could kindly accompany me to the examination room. Song Nuan stood still, her temper flaring. If you have the courage, then just kill me, Xie Huai. Leaning against the door frame, he took out a cigarette, lighting it and taking a drag, exhaling slowly. His irritation simmered as he muttered, I haven't seen you in a week. Smoking in the hospital, the doctors dared not utter a word. Happy to be away from him, Song Nuan followed the doctor, knowing that even if she refused to comply, he would find ways to make her acquiesce. After half an hour, she emerged from the examination room. Moments later, the doctor returned with the results. Mr. Xie, Miss Song has no significant issues aside from a minor stomach problem, but it's not serious. Just ensure she eats regularly. Xie Huai took the report from him. Glancing at the results. What about her heart and liver? Were they checked? Everything was examined, Mr. Xie. Aside from the stomach issue, her health is otherwise fine. What was her demeanor during the checkup? The doctor hesitated. She seemed rather displeased. But she was still quite cooperative. After leaving the hospital, Xie Huai picked up his phone and dialed a number, his tone revealing he was dealing with a tricky situation. Song Nuan is angry. How do I appease her? On the other end, the voice exclaimed in surprise. Oh, you finally couldn't resist seeking out Song Nuan. Stop the nonsense, Xie Huai snapped, lighting another cigarette, the ash falling on his polished shoes without a care. Jane Emo, seemingly in a bar, finally moved to a quieter spot before bluntly stating, Young master, when will Song Nuan stop being upset with you? Haven't you been searching for her all along? If you truly want to reconcile, why not just leave her be? But you can't seem to do that. Isn't it about time for her to be dating or married? Just as Xie Huai was about to hang up, Jean Mo's words caught his attention, and he smirked. She's neither dating nor married. Jane Mo responded with a sound of realization, pondering the luck of both Song Nuan and Xie Huai. After 10 years, they remained single. He wondered how much they had both endured. Young master, I suggest you pursue her properly. Don't frighten Song Nuan. She must be terrified of you by now. How can I pursue her properly when she completely ignores me? Jean Mo nodded in agreement, recognizing that Song Nuan had never shown any interest in either of them since the start of the school year, even going so far as to avoid them. You're right. If she's upset, shower her with flowers, bags, and jewelry. Adults are quite pragmatic. There's nothing money can't fix. Aside from your incessant chatter, you serve no purpose. You should just find a factory job, Xie Huai retorted coldly. If Song Nuan were fond of money, she would have accepted a few tons from me on the first day. She simply doesn't like you or your wealth. Janemo replied, You've been pursuing girls since high school. Just as he was about to hang up, he added, Young master, your father called me. He mentioned your depression has worsened. Remember to take your medication. You wouldn't want to scare Song Nuan, would you? Xie Huai inhaled deeply, exhaling a cloud of smoke. After a brief pause, he replied, I've taken my medication since the day I met her. Janemo sighed, unsure of how to interpret that, but he recognized that Song Nuan had some significance to him. He wanted to say something but found himself at a loss. It was clear that Song Nuan avoided Xie Huai, and he understood why. Yet, it was also evident that the two were being forced together, which felt unnatural. It was merely a matter of who would yield first. When the law firm received a business trip assignment, Song Nuan eagerly accepted, departing for half a month. The destination was by the seaside, where work was light, allowing her a brief respite. The anxiety caused by Xie Huai gradually eased. Li Lulu accompanied her on the trip, and after finishing their work in the morning, the two set out to find a place to eat. Li Lulu rubbed her stomach, complaining, It's a shame such a large hotel doesn't offer breakfast service. Having enjoyed breakfast for the past 2 or 3 days, Song Nuan replied, Is that so? The front desk delivers breakfast every morning at 8. Li Lulu, puzzled, remarked, But I asked the front desk, and they said they don't serve it. Song Nuan paused, momentarily reminded of Xie Huai, her heart sinking slightly as she absent-mindedly said, Perhaps they were unaware. The front desk staff nodded, We do provide breakfast, and you can also place orders. If you have specific breakfast items in mind, you can pre-order. Then why didn't my colleague receive it? Song Nuan inquired. The front desk staff, maintaining a polite smile, responded, May I ask which room your colleague is in? Room 308.1 moment. Let me check. Hello, ma'am. Your colleague did not contact our kitchen. If she wants breakfast, she can call the kitchen. Otherwise, we assume she does not require it. Feeling relieved after the explanation, Song Nuan thanked her. After 2 hours of work in the afternoon with little to do, she ventured out alone to buy local specialties, sending home 2 large boxes of seafood. She also took the opportunity to stroll through the nearby coconut grove. Li Lulu pointed at a rotund man across the street, exclaiming, That jerk just touched my backside. The man, with half of his face swollen, retorted angrily, You dressed so provocatively. Isn't it an invitation to be touched? Song Nuan frowned, replying, Freedom of dress is a right. Why colleague's outfit is not revealing, and even if it were, that does not justify your sexual harassment. The man clearly held some significance. As soon as the phone rang, 4 or 5 men arrived within a minute or two. You filthy wretch, how dare you strike me? Today, you shall bear the consequences. Strip her of her clothing. At that moment, Song Nuan swiftly pulled Li Lulu back, simultaneously dialing the police. Hello, there's been a case of sexual harassment and mob assault at the Lanjia Hotel. Before she could finish her words, a man rushed over, snatched her phone, and smashed it onto the ground. Call the police. I know plenty of officers. The hotel manager appeared to be acquainted with these men and didn't dare approach. Song Nuan gripped Li Lulu's hand and fled towards the elevator. Just as the doors opened, she halted. Xie Huai stood there in casual beach attire, his expression impassive, holding a phone as if engaged in a conversation. His gaze fell upon her face as he slowly stepped out, pressing the elevator button with one hand, gesturing for them to enter. Song Nuan momentarily froze, not contemplating whether Xie Huai was following her or merely coincidentally present, and pulled Li Lulu into the elevator. Xie Huai stood at the elevator's threshold, watching the doors close, then turned his attention to the approaching men, his previously cold gaze now tinged with menace. He weighed his phone in his hand, and in the next moment, hurled it at the nearest man with great force, following up with a swift kick. He then placed his foot upon the man's face without a hint of hesitation. Crushing his nose, the man let out a pained cry, clutching his nose as he rolled on the ground. Xie Huai paid him no mind, instead grabbing a vase from the corner of the lobby. Just then, the elevator doors swung open. Xie Huai? Song Nuan's face turned pale as she gazed at him. Though she despised Xie Huai, she did not wish for him to bear the weight of a life taken because of her. Xie Huai! Song Nuan's voice unexpectedly rose, and in the next instant, the man closest to him swung the vase down heavily upon Xie Huai's head. He staggered, blood trickling down his forehead, and wiped it away. Assuring, I'm fine. Before Song Nuan could react, he seized a crystal cat figurine from the front desk and swung it fiercely at the man. The man fell to the ground, utterly unresponsive. Song Nuan's complexion grew even paler, her legs trembling, yet she instinctively rushed to the front desk to dial for help. At that moment, sirens blared outside, and soon several police officers rushed in, commanding, "Everyone freeze! Raise your hands!" Chapter 4. No matter what happened, he had to ensure Song Nuan's safety. Yet, Xie Huai ignored them and strode toward Song Nuan, bending down to scoop her up before heading back to the elevator. Blood from his forehead stained his clothes, and Song Nuan's pupils dilated, momentarily forgetting to struggle. The elevator quickly reached the 3rd floor, and Xie Huai set her down at the door of his room, speaking in a tone laced with restraint. "Go inside." Seeing her motionless, he reached into her bag, retrieved the room key card, and pushed her inside, promptly closing the door behind them. His head swam as he leaned against the wall, sinking to the floor with labored breaths. Suddenly, the door swung open again, and instinctively, he looked up. The woman's pale face met his gaze, and he froze for a moment before coldly stating, "Do you want me to come in with you? If not, then just go inside." Song Nuan's voice trembled, but her actions showed no hesitation as she pressed her hand against his head to staunch the bleeding. "I don't want to get involved. But you can't suffer because of me. Otherwise, she would never escape the shadow of Xie Huai. Is anyone there? Help!" Her desperate cry brought Lulu rushing out from the room, and upon seeing the bloodied face of the man, she quickly dialed for an ambulance. In his final moments of consciousness, Xie Huai's gaze remained fixed on Song Nuan. He had once been unable to let go, and now it was even harder. Before the ambulance arrived, Xie Huai's bodyguards appeared, and soon he was being carried away by medical personnel. Lulu's face turned ashen as she exclaimed, Nuan, he won't die, will he?" "No." Lulu nodded vigorously, noticing Song Nuan pressing the elevator button. "Nuan, where are you going?" "To the hospital." Song Nuan took a cab to the nearest large hospital, where, after inquiring at the front desk, she learned that Xie Huai had been taken to the emergency room on the 3rd floor. After waiting for over an hour with no sign of him emerging, Song Nuan let out a sigh of relief. At least Xie Huai's life was not in jeopardy. It was then that her legs finally gave way, and she sank onto a bench. Just then, a man in a suit rushed over, his demeanor frantic. "How is Xie Huai?" The bodyguard replied cautiously, "He is still in surgery." Jinamo, visibly angered, demanded, "What were you doing all this time? How did he get injured?" The bodyguard explained helplessly, "Mr. Xie sent me to fetch a breakfast chef from the ancient city." Song Nuan's gaze sharpened as she began to piece things together. Jinamo intended to say more when he caught sight of Song Nuan. Her white dress stained with blood that a decade had brought significant changes. She had transformed from pure to strikingly beautiful, drawing attention effortlessly. In a wonder Xie Huai remained infatuated with her. Had she been less attractive or heavier, he likely would not have been so relentless. Jinamo pressed his lips together. "I suspected it was connected to you. He would only risk his life for someone like you. I don't intend to meddle in your affairs. But I must say, despite being a rogue, Xie Huai is not unkind to you. His methods are simply extreme. When he was 5, his mother deceived him into jumping into a river, which led to her death. He miraculously survived for 2 hours in the water due to the buoyancy of his clothes, and since then, he has suffered from depression. I'm not suggesting you forgive him, but if you acquiesce to him, life may be easier. The more you provoke him, the more dangerous he becomes." He was not concerned for Song Nuan. His worry lay with Xie Huai, fearing that one day he might push himself to the brink again. Song Nuan had long suspected Xie Huai's mental state was unstable, but she hadn't anticipated how severe it truly was. She bit her lip and retorted, "Why should I acquiesce to him? I cannot be entangled with him for a lifetime." Jinamo bore an expression of someone who had expected this outcome. The two of them were indeed a difficult match. One was infatuated to the core, while the other sought to escape. It could not be labeled as a fateful connection. It was merely Xie Huai forcibly tying the red string of fate. Linro, having seen the trending video online, recognized Song Nuan and quickly called, Nuan, are you okay?" "Just out of the shower," Song Nuan replied. "I'm fine, but Xie Huai is in trouble." Linro asked, "Did you see it? Is it serious?" Xie Huai was a paradox. He protected Song Nuan but was also the one who terrified her the most. "I don't know." Song Nuan leaned back against the sofa. Lin Ro had known her for over a decade and understood her kind nature. She sensed the complexity of her feelings and offered comfort. Don't blame yourself. No one could have anticipated this. Xie Huai is making amends for what happened in high school when he forced you to transfer schools. Song Nuan softly replied, Xie Huai truly has issues. Janemo mentioned he has depression. She paused for a moment. I noticed he has 2 long scars on his wrist. He may have attempted to end his life because of me, Ro. I don't want to be associated with him, but I'm also afraid he might die because of me. What should I do? There was silence on the other end for a minute or two. Likely due to the shock of her suicidal revelation, before Lin Ro responded, don't overthink it. Xie Huai wouldn't take his life because of you. It's his own struggles. Nuan, don't compromise. You cannot sacrifice your entire life because of him. Song Nuan had always been an exemplary student, adored by her teachers, and came from a harmonious family. If it weren't for Xie Huai, her life would have likely been smooth sailing. And she might even have a boyfriend by now. I never considered compromise. I'm just feeling a bit lost. Her voice was calm as she pondered her future. Someone like Xie Huai could not possibly linger in her life indefinitely. Even if he were not in a hurry, his family would eventually pressure him to marry and have children. Given his family background, an arranged marriage was inevitable. I'll think it over. During the days when Xie Huai was absent, Song Nuan's life and work returned to normalcy, with her adhering to a routine of timely arrivals and departures, closely following the developments of the recent lawsuit. Those men indeed had connections, continuously trending online, and gathering evidence from a distance proved challenging. One day, while reviewing the case at home, Li Lulu called with excitement, Nuan, those men have been arrested for 10 years. How did they suddenly get caught? Song Nuan had seen no progress just yesterday. Li Lulu explained, your client has quite the background. Heard from Xiang Yang that they initially intended to confront him for evidence, but saw him leave in a helicopter. It's likely his influence that led to their arrest. Nuan, once he recovers, can you arrange a meeting? I'd like to treat him to dinner as a token of gratitude. Without him, we would have been in serious trouble. Song Nuan declined. I'm not familiar with him. Oh? Li Lulu responded, skeptical. I saw the video. He carried you upstairs. You can't be that unfamiliar. Nuan, I know you're not interested in romance. But when you encounter a good man, don't let the opportunity slip. How many men would dare to do such a thing? He clearly cares about you. Song Nuan interrupted, her tone rigid. You can invite him yourself. Li Lulu detected her irritation and paused for a moment before hanging up. After 2 days of rest at home, Song Nuan decided to do a major grocery shopping trip, inspired, and prepared a meal. Just as she was eating, the doorbell rang. Assuming it was Lin Ro delivering milk tea, she opened the door without caution. Before her stood a man with a thick bandage wrapped around his head. Yet his striking features remained visible. Clad in a black short-sleeved shirt and matching casual pants, he exuded a youthful charm. Xie Huai caught a whiff of the food and glanced inside, noting the 3 dishes and a set of chopsticks laid out on the table. He took a step back, stating, you eat first. Without waiting for a response, he turned and walked toward the staircase, pulling out a cigarette and lighting it. Surrounded by swirling smoke, his face appeared somewhat obscured. After standing for several seconds, Song Nuan took the initiative, knowing he would return if she didn't address him. What is it? We can talk after I finish eating. Xie Huai held the cigarette between his fingers. Shaking it lightly, despite his lowered head, his Adam's apple remained pronounced. There's no rush. Although Song Nuan did not comprehend his behavior, she refrained from saying anything further, closed the door, and continued her meal. After finishing and washing the dishes, she reopened the door. Xie Huai was once again standing at the entrance, and at this close distance, she noticed the black mole on his earlobe. The heavy scent of smoke made her cough involuntarily. Before she could speak, he stated, I didn't mean to break my promise. Song Nuan instinctively asked, what do you mean? I didn't mean to come looking for you before 7 days had passed. Xie Huai glanced at her, then added, so, my absence for 2 weeks is meant as compensation. Song Nuan found herself at a loss when it came to analyzing Xie Huai. He possessed both virtues and flaws, embodying 2 extremes that simply could not be reconciled. After standing there for quite some time, Xie Huai finally revealed a smile. His temperament had mellowed considerably since high school. Downstairs, Jinamo observed Xie Huai as he emerged from the elevator and approached to assist him. If you were to die in front of Song Nuan, she would likely be terrified, he remarked. You should take care of your injuries. The doctors have stated that your condition is quite serious. Xie Huai, in surprisingly good spirits, responded with a nonsensical remark about having eaten. Jinimo scoffed, "Look at him. He's still the same as he was in high school. I can't be bothered to lecture you. Go ahead and exhaust yourself. Sooner or later, you'll wear yourself out completely. Just make sure your father doesn't find out about Song Nuan, or she'll be in for a rough time." As the sole heir of the Xie family, if Xie Huai encountered trouble due to a woman, his father would undoubtedly intervene. Xie Huai's expression turned icy. If he dared to lay a finger on her, "I would rather die." Jinimo continued. He knows he's a prized asset. Why pursue such pure love when he could easily pay for a woman? He could have any type of woman he desires. Song Nuan is attractive, but not to the extent that she holds the title of most beautiful in the world. If he could be enlightened, he would have been by now. You can't keep resorting to threats of violence. It's no wonder Song Nuan avoids you. The only one who could persuade him to see a psychologist is Song Nuan, and since there is still someone who can stabilize his emotions, he should seize the opportunity to seek treatment. His past emotional turmoil stemmed solely from his mother's death, and now it has expanded to include Song Nuan. Two burdens are quite sufficient for him. The changes are significant. Are you certain you still harbor feelings for her and not just the version of her from high school? After 10 years, anyone would undergo considerable transformation. Xie Huai remained silent, leaning back in his seat, eyes closed as he rested. Only when the car began to move did he speak. "I am not you. What is wrong with her? She has wealth and beauty. What is the issue with changing partners frequently?" Jinimo queried. The car fell into silence, and Jinimo turned to look at Xie Huai, who had his eyes tightly shut, his demeanor devoid of the usual detachment. He was clearly asleep. Thus, Song Nuan had become a calming presence for him. And after just one encounter, he appeared at ease. For years, Xie Huai had suffered from insomnia, often experiencing shallow sleep. His depression was severe. The Xie family had sought doctors from around the globe for this issue, but with little success, primarily due to Xie Huai's lack of cooperation. In the lawyer's office, Song Nuan sat before her computer, reviewing materials for a case that involved a financial dispute exceeding 100 million. Quite a challenging endeavor. A knock sounded at the door. Without looking up, she said, "Come in." Shortly thereafter, a file was placed before her. "This is the information I obtained from an old classmate regarding Changsheng. Please see if it's of any use." Upon recognizing Qi Yu's voice, Song Nuan lifted her gaze and politely replied, "Thank you." Qi Yu settled into a chair. "How is the preparation going?" "Still underway. Changsheng Construction Company is valued at tens of billions. Why can't they afford this amount for steel?" Song Nuan furrowed her brow, slightly. In reality, Changsheng was merely a facade of strength, its inflated valuation stemming from its association with the Xie Group in a city. Immediately, Song Nuan searched for information on the Xie Group, which spanned various industries with an unclear valuation. The construction of a light rail was already underway in Qing. It was anticipated that the value would appreciate in a few years. However, distant solutions could not extinguish immediate fires, and it would be normal for this case to fail. She should not be overly anxious. Qi Yu glanced at her and shifted the conversation. "A friend gifted me 2 tickets to a musical. I know you enjoy them, but I'll give you one, and we can go together." Song Nuan was aware of Qi Yu's intentions. However, she felt no attraction towards him. Qi Yu was a mature and composed man, quite popular among female colleagues at the firm. Logically, she shouldn't feel entirely indifferent, yet she found herself resistant to men. Linro had suggested that Xie Huai had scared her into a state of reluctance. "I've been busy with cases and haven't had time. You should give the other ticket to a colleague." "All right then," Qi Yu said, taking a step back. "You want to skip the company dinner the day after tomorrow? Will you?" Song, the busy lawyer, feeling somewhat guilty for not outright declining, Song Nuan nodded. "Okay." Song's mother, with concern, remarked, "Why are you still working at this hour? You should rest earlier." "It's nothing. Your aunt introduced a man to you. He is quite decent. A university professor. He is very interested in you and is coming to your place to study and discuss in a few days. I've given him your number, so make sure to answer. You can't refuse this time. Otherwise, I won't allow you to work out of town." Upon hearing yet another mention of a blind date, Song Nuan sighed. "Mom, I'm only 28. There is no rush." 28 and no rush? A high school classmate of yours already has 2 children. Listen to your mother. Don't buy anything for the house. Save your money for yourself, her mother insisted. Worried that Song Nuan might avoid the meeting, she issued an ultimatum. "I've already informed that man about you. If you don't go, I'll anger your aunt, and you know how she is. She won't be pleased." thinking of her aunt's personality. Song Nuan reluctantly acquiesced, fine. After finally hanging up the phone, she noticed a message from Lin Ro, who had sent a screenshot. A high school reunion is being organized, right in your area. Are you going? Having spent a decade quietly in Sea City, Song Nuan wondered why everything was converging there now. She lay back on the sofa and mused, did I unintentionally disturb some nest in Sea City? Lin Ro responded. Song Nuan continued, my mother is forcing me into a blind date, and that man will also be in Sea City. Lin Ro chimed in, is he handsome? Is Xie Huai still pursuing you? I'm not sure that he rarely does, that's good. As long as he doesn't pester you daily. Xie Huai is quite strange, wealthy and attractive, yet he fixates on you. If you call him perverse, he doesn't seem so. If you say he is not, he certainly appears to be. Just seeing Xie Huai's name stirred an inexplicable discomfort within Song Nuan. I need to rest. I'm too tired. She quickly brushed aside the matter of the blind date. However, when an unfamiliar number called 3 days later, she assumed it was Xie Huai and promptly hung up, blocking the number. Before long, her mother called, Nuan. I heard from your aunt that you blocked that man? Which man? Song Nuan replied, glancing down at her documents. The one from the blind date. I thought it was a scam call. You need to retrieve his number. He should be at your office by now. Mom, why did you give him my office address without asking? I didn't know where you were meeting. I just thought the office would be convenient. Before she could articulate her thoughts, a knock echoed from outside, and the receptionist entered, saying, Lawyer Song, someone is here to see you. Song Nuan nodded, closing her file, standing up to walk out. Upon entering the reception area, her gaze immediately fell upon Xie Huai, quietly absorbed in his phone. A few degrees less menacing than usual. Perhaps due to his injuries, his hair was cropped short, giving his features a more rugged appearance. That moment, a man's voice interrupted, Song Nuan? I'm Gu Ming. Introduced by your aunt. Simultaneously, both men turned their gazes toward each other. Xie Ming was also suited, his appearance average, standing at around 6 feet tall. At first glance, he seemed decent enough. Song Nuan hadn't anticipated Xie Huai's presence and instinctively glanced at him. Wary of any potential outburst, he, who had been quietly seated, now raised his head, his eyes scanning the two of them. Feeling a chill run down her spine, fearing he might cause a scene, she quickly suggested, let us step outside to talk. Xie Ming's gaze lingered on her, clearly intrigued, and he smiled warmly, all right. Suddenly, Xie Huai's voice cut through, laced with a hint of coldness, try going out with him. Song Nuan froze mid-step, refusing to provoke him in the office, her eyes darting to Xie Huai as he approached. Xie Ming, puzzled, asked, do you have something else to attend to? If not, let us eat together after you're done. Okay, you go ahead, Song Nuan replied just as she noticed Xie Huai's gaze fixated on his watch. Without a moment to think, she placed her hand on his wrist, taking a deep breath. Don T count. Quickly, she turned back to Gu Ming. I'm sorry, but we're not suited for each other. You should leave. I have work to do, and no matter how amicable Gu Ming was, his expression soured as he glanced between the two of them, and he stormed out, slamming the door behind him. Xie Huai irritably tugged at his collar, then lit a cigarette, taking a deep drag before exhaling slowly, I want to force you, but if you dare seek another man, I will take action. Don't make such threats within a law firm was audacious. Song Nuan felt her temper flare, and without a second thought, she slapped him hard, her voice low and fierce, Xie Huai. Do you have any respect for the law? Xie Huai tilted his head slightly, a pained look crossing his face as he muttered, there's none in your presence. Realizing what she had done, Song Nuan instinctively took a step back, yet Xie Huai made no move to retaliate as she had feared. In the next moment, she turned and reached for the door, but Xie Huai's large hand clasped over hers. The scent of smoke lingering in the air as he spoke, his deep-set eyes and long lashes enchanting even more than those of a woman. Let us eat first. You can skip it. But I will feed you. As for how he intended to feed her, Song Nuan dared not imagine. After standing there for several seconds to regain her composure, she finally walked over, sat down, and picked up her chopsticks to eat. Xie Huai retreated to a corner, not staring at her, instead fixated on his phone, the screen dark, reflecting his deep-set features. At that moment, the door swung open, and Li Lulu peeked in, spotting Song Nuan eating. She sauntered in, saying, Nuan, why didn't you call me for dinner? I even ordered takeout for you. It smells delicious. I want some. Upon noticing Xie Huai, Her expression shifted to one of playful mischief. Handsome, thank you for what you did last time. Since you're here, let us all go out for dinner tonight. Song Nuan's expression soured immediately, and she quickly interrupted. I have something to do. Lulu raised an eyebrow in curiosity. What's the matter? It wouldn't he happen to be that man who came looking for you earlier, would it? I heard him mention a blind date. As her words hung in the air. The atmosphere in the meeting room grew tense. Song Nuan, already feeling irritated, couldn't help but respond sharply. Lulu, please step outside. Lulu, taken aback, turned and exited. Song Nuan lowered her head, determined to finish her meal quickly. But with each bite, her eyes grew redder. Finally, unable to bear it any longer, she slammed her chopsticks down and declared, I'm done eating. Xie Huai stood up and glanced at the meal without uttering a word. After tidying up, he left, but paused abruptly at the door to declare, I will not come to your company again. There will be no next time for blind dates. If you are eager to marry, I shall take you to the Civil Affairs Bureau. I in the car. Xie Huai opened the lunchbox and consumed the leftovers from Song Nuan, finishing every morsel before retrieving his phone to request the number of the front desk at Yang Law Firm. Bring it over. After a brief pause, he added, and please bring a local menu as well. Understood, Mr. Xie, he Julie replied. Meanwhile, Lulu arrived to find Song Nuan. Upon entering, she awkwardly said, Nuan, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to mention your blind date. Did it cause any misunderstanding with that Xie Huai? Are you two all right? Song Nuan shook her head, assuring her, it's fine, I don't want to discuss anything right now. Let's talk after I finish my work. All right, Lulu quickly exited. Not long after, Song Ma called, Nuan. That man told your aunt that you were with someone, claiming she deceived him. Are you in a relationship without telling us? No, I haven't mentioned it. Song Nuan replied, opting for a brief respite from the turmoil. You handle your affairs. I will explain to your aunt. Later that evening, around 8, Song Nuan stepped out to fetch water and noticed the front desk still occupied. Politely, she inquired, still here? The front desk staff, appearing somewhat uneasy, responded, not yet. Song Nuan smiled. As though I weren't here, feel free to take whatever you need. What's on your mind? Speak plainly. After taking a sip of water, the front desk hesitated before saying, my grandmother is ill and needs money. How much? I can lend it to you. No, I was thinking, since you order takeout every day, why not eat my cooking instead? You can just pay me for the meals. It won't be too costly, around 20 or 30 per meal. What do you think? That works. Song Nuan nodded, then, concerned about her financial situation, added, I will lend you some for now. Focus on the medical expenses. The surgery fee is already paid. It's not urgent. After a bit more work, Song Nuan packed up and left for the day. Having only eaten a small lunch, her stomach began to ache. She found a nearby restaurant, and after a meal, felt a bit better. What's wrong? She asked, holding her handbag. The security guard whispered, there's been a case of a single woman in Building D being assaulted, and they still can't find the perpetrator. Song Nuan frowned. I see IT has been broken for a while now. I haven't heard anything. It should take a bit longer, the guard replied. Thank you, boss. It was clear he was not the maintenance worker called by the property management. But she knew Xie Huai had certainly been there, or perhaps he was still around. Not long after she entered, Xie Huai emerged from the dark staircase, leaning against the security door, smoking one cigarette after another. After a considerable time, he finally descended the stairs. The next morning, as Song Nuan entered the office, the front desk soon followed with a lunchbox. Song lawyer, your breakfast is here. Please let me know if it suits your taste. Thank you, Song Nuan replied, and the front desk waved her hand dismissively before exiting. Opening the lunchbox, she found a simple meal. Vegetable porridge, 2 small dishes, and an egg. After finishing, she washed the lunchbox and returned it. Remarking it was delicious, the front desk smiled, thank you, I'm glad you liked it. Once Song Nuan returned to her office, the front desk took a phone call outside. Speaking softly, Song lawyer has finished her meal. She said it was very tasty. A male voice on the other end responded. Did she leave anything? No, I'll have someone bring her lunch again around noon. Understood, the front desk said, feeling a bit guilty as she re-entered. At noon, Song Nuan enjoyed the meal sent by the front desk, finding it far superior to takeout. Remembering this, she transferred 3,000 for food expenses ahead of time. Let me know if that's not enough. The front desk quickly acknowledged, it's sufficient, thank you, Song lawyer. That evening, the company held a gathering, allowing everyone to leave an hour early. Xie Yu saw Song Nuan at the front desk and called, Song lawyer. Let us head out together. Assuming there were others, she felt reluctant to refuse, replying, all right. Once in the car, she realized they were alone. After a moment of silence, she asked, is it just the two of us? They left earlier. What's wrong? Are you afraid of me? Xie joked. Song Nuan shook her head. I just don't want to trouble you. It's no trouble, Xie reassured her. Suddenly, her phone vibrated, and she glanced at an unfamiliar message. As they approached their destination, the car jolted violently, causing Song Nuan to lean forward. Though she was unharmed, her face turned pale. Xie Huai is insane. Xie, regaining his composure, looked at her with concern. Are you all right? I'm fine, Song Nuan replied, gripping the seatbelt tightly. Xie exited to inspect the situation, discovering a black Porsche had collided with them, leaving the rear of their car severely dented. The driver, an older gentleman, appeared to be an employee rather than the owner. Please inquire how the owner wishes to proceed. My car is barely a month old, Xie stated. The driver quickly apologized. I'm sorry, we will cover all damages. Just as Xie was about to speak, Song Nuan approached, and he quickly turned his attention to her, saying, Song lawyer, let me call a cab for you. You should leave. However, Song Nuan's gaze fell on the rear of the black car. And in the next moment, she marched over and opened the back door to reveal Xie Huai inside. Their eyes locked, his were red, and he held a pill bottle, pouring 2 pills into his mouth and swallowing them. He glared at her coldly. Song Nuan, you are pushing me. Chapter 6. Xie Huai, you have no shame recalling Ginamoa's words. Song Nuan's gaze shifted to the pill bottle in his hand, and she hesitated to provoke him further. When Xie approached, she promptly shut the door. Xie, puzzled, asked, what's wrong? Song Nuan, devoid of color in her face yet maintaining her composure, replied, nothing. I'll be leaving now. As long as she left, Xie Huai would not trouble Xie. All right, Xie called a cab for her by the roadside. During dinner, Xie arrived as one of the shareholders, inevitably facing playful teasing from the employees. Ultimately, he suggested taking them to a bar to avoid any prolonged banter. After the meal, Song Nuan approached Xie, her face filled with apology. How was it? It's fine. The other party will cover the costs. You must have been startled today? Xie expressed concern. I'm all right. I'm just sorry about your car, Song Nuan replied. It's not your fault. You weren't the one driving. Besides, they admitted liability, so I'll get a new car out of it. What a stroke of luck. Xie laughed. Just don't drink too much later. Your stomach is to the best. Song Nuan, who generally disliked bars, preferred to avoid such gatherings and declined, saying, I still have work to finish. You all go ahead. Xie understood her aversion to such places and did not press the issue further. I'll take the bus. She politely declined, bidding farewell to her colleagues as she left. She inquired, have they caught the perpetrator? Not yet. The investigation is ongoing. Why did you leave early today? Company gathering as soon as she exited the elevator. She caught a strong whiff of smoke. A man leaned against her door, his nose prominent, lips thin yet well-defined, and he held a cigarette that was nearly burnt down. Remembering his demeanor from the afternoon, her steps faltered, a sense of foreboding creeping in. Xie Huai raised his eyelids momentarily, then shifted to lean against the opposite wall, seemingly gesturing for her to enter. After a moment of tension, Song Nuan approached, fumbling for her keys, eager to expedite the process. Just as she was about to insert the key into the lock, he suddenly pulled her into his embrace, causing her belongings to scatter, an apple rolling to rest beside his sleek black shoes. She struggled fiercely, but he pinned her against the wall, his bloodshot eyes fixated on her, brimming with restraint and intensity. In the next moment, he lowered his head and captured her lips in a fervent kiss. Claiming her with fervor, instinctively, Song Nuan fought against him, but their strength was unmatched, and the situation remained unchanged. Xie Huai disregarded her struggles, fiercely gripping her delicate waist, prompting a pained gasp from her. Seizing the moment, he deepened the kiss, biting her lower lip with a hint of frustration. Tears welled in her eyes, her nose reddening, her lashes fluttering, exuding a fragile yet defiant demeanor. Eventually, he calmed himself, softening his grip and reaching up to wipe the moisture from her lips. His voice was hoarse as he warned, do not provoke me with other men. I am capable of anything. Song Nuan refrained from exiting the car, testing his resolve. He feared nothing, thus there was nothing he would shy away from. Her eyes flared with anger as she aimed a kick at him, the pointed toe of her high heel making contact with his calf. Xie Huai did not flinch, He allowed her to strike. His intense gaze unwaveringly locked onto her face. Suddenly, he let out an inexplicable chuckle, murmuring, "Song Nuan, you resemble a cat when you're angry." Noticing her silence, he laughed again, releasing her before bending down to gather her scattered items and returning them to her. "As long as you don't seek other men, I won't force you. You can only be mine." Song Nuan raised a hand to her tender lips. "You make me feel sick." Xie Huai's eyelids flickered. Unfazed as he replied, "Just endure it." He glanced at the fried rice in her hand and added, "Put your things away and come out. If you're not afraid of me having someone break the door down, you can stay inside." Holding her phone tightly, her pale fingers tinged with red, she challenged him. "Xie Huai, is it amusing to force me to like you?" Xie Huai leaned back against the wall, his well-tailored suit accentuating his lean physique. "It feels better to hold on to you than to let you go. 10 years of letting you go. I'd rather die." He had kept his promise, but it was she who had failed to see the opportunity and collided with him. In the car, Xie Huai occupied the driver's seat, then leaned over to fasten Song Nuan's seatbelt before resuming their silence. The car drove into a villa area, finally stopping in front of an elegant European-style villa. He opened the door and stepped out, then walked around to open the passenger side for her. They entered in succession, the lavishly decorated living room significantly larger than Song Nuan's rented apartment. Exuding a chill akin to Xie Huai himself, Xie Huai gestured to the black leather sofa in the living room and took a seat before heading straight upstairs. A few minutes later, he returned wearing black loungewear, casting a sidelong glance at the woman sitting upright, reminiscent of a high school student in a literature class. His gaze softened slightly as he strode toward the kitchen. Listening to the sound of the door closing, Song Nuan loosened her grip on her phone, then promptly unlocked it and typed in 110, only to delete it almost immediately. She sent a message to Lin Ro. "Do you have Jean Mo's number?" Lin Ro replied, "What's up?" "Yes, 198. After a considerable wait, the man from the kitchen finally emerged, carrying 2 bowls of noodles, and said in a low voice, "Come here." Song Nuan stood up and walked over, her gaze landing on the noodles on the table. Her expression complex yet silent as she sat down and picked up a bowl to eat. Xie Huai observed her for a moment before taking a seat at the farthest position from her. He took a few bites, glancing furtively at her from his diagonal position. The woman remained quietly focused on her meal. Don't let him tell you that love means letting go. He simply cannot. After a few bites, Mo hurried in, relieved to see the two of them merely eating noodles. He then attempted to lighten the mood. "Why didn't you call me for the noodles?" Song Nuan instinctively glanced at Xie Huai, swallowed hard and murmured, "Thank you." "Thank you for what?" "We're classmates," Mo replied, casting a glance at the noodles before continuing. "No one made me noodles, I'm starving." Song Nuan thought of saying that he should enjoy such fortune himself, but refrained. After about 10 minutes, she set down her chopsticks and declared, "I'm done," implying she was ready to leave. Mo, having finished well ahead of her, stood up and said, "Let us go. I'll give you a ride." "Xie Huai, you come with me. I need to talk to you about something later." Knowing she wouldn't join them, Xie Huai's voice held a cool, magnetic tone. "But your kitchen looks like it was bombed. You dare to serve Song Nuan noodles on your first attempt? You really are bold. I've tasted it," Xie Huai replied, kicking the seat in front of him to signal Mo to stop rambling. "You'd rather chase after Song Nuan than focus on a multi-billion-dollar business? I wonder what you're thinking. If I had known back in high school, I wouldn't have called you to see Song Nuan." Seeing Mo fall silent, Xie Huai continued, "Crown Prince, perhaps you should just let it go. Song Nuan clearly has no interest in you." The car fell into a heavy silence, the atmosphere stifling. Mo's atoms apple-bobbed nervously, fearing the back-seat occupants might strangle him. Just as he was about to change the subject, a possessive voice from behind declared, "She is mine." Mo responded, "As a friend, I've advised him enough. The rest is up to their fate. If you wish to pursue Song Nuan, do so, but never lay a hand on her. If you dare to strike her even once, she'll spend her life avoiding you." After diverting from that topic, he added, "Has that piece of land not been settled yet? The asking price is too steep. You need to negotiate it down. At such a high price, there is hardly any profit to be made. By the way, are you going to the high school reunion here? You probably wouldn't dare to show your face, considering how you chased after Song Nuan back then." His most vivid memory was of the day Song Nuan forgot her uniform, the only one in the entire school without it. Xie Huai, in front of the disciplinary head, stripped off his uniform on the playground, declaring it ugly and that anyone who wanted to wear it could. He was utterly shocked, especially since it was September. And the weather was hot. The boys typically wore their uniforms without anything underneath. He stood there bare-chested, while the disciplinary head's eyes bulged in disbelief. Thankfully, Xie Huai had always been fit, having trained in swimming and taekwondo, with abs to show for it. Just the sight of him made others wish to disappear. Xie Huai felt his brow twitch, suppressing the urge to kick Gino. "Oh, you remember Song Nuan's best friend Linro? She's actually writing novels now. One day, feeling bored, I followed my company to check out a novelist who had sold several rights. To my surprise, it was her. Linro, true to being Song Nuan's best friend, refused to sell when she saw I was the boss, no matter the price, insisting I find somewhere cooler. I was determined to confront her. She wouldn't sell, so I had to buy it. I still feel wronged about that slap she gave me in high school." Whether she was genuinely asleep or merely pretending, Song Nuan truly wished to ignore him. The case against Chang Sheng had proven to be a challenge. After days of gathering insufficient evidence and discovering a loophole in the contract, final payments were only made upon full completion of the project. She realized that as long as Chang Sheng casually made any minor repairs, he could claim the project was not completed. Consequently, she had to advise her client against pursuing legal action. The client, however, insisted on litigation, claiming that without the payment, the company would face bankruptcy. After much contemplation, Song Nuan organized her materials and took a taxi to Chang Sheng's company. The receptionist, recognizing her as a lawyer, skillfully prevented her from entering. Nearby, another lawyer was clearly not from the same firm seeking payment. Chang Sheng's audacity to act this way indicated he was unafraid of legal repercussions. Just as she was about to leave, she spotted Xie Huai emerging from the elevator, dressed in sleek, black casuals. His long legs clad in black trousers, a middle-aged man in a suit followed closely behind, speaking courteously, "Mr. Xie, please reconsider. This land is a guaranteed profit, and a few billion is a trivial matter for you." Xie Huai's expression remained indifferent as he paused momentarily before striding out of the company. The middle-aged man straightened up, casting a glance at the receptionist, barking, "Call security for any irrelevant personnel immediately." "What kind of conduct is this?" The moment Xie Huai stepped outside, Song Nuan, wishing to avoid an encounter, made a detour to the restroom, lingering for 20 minutes before exiting. As she stood by the roadside hailing a taxi, a sleek black Porsche pulled up beside her. The window rolled down slowly, revealing Xie Huai in the driver's seat. His bare wrist adorned with a silver watch, he remained as effortlessly composed as ever. As she took a few steps forward, Xie Huai's gaze fell on the woman standing by the roadside, her fitted white-work suit accentuating her figure, her hair neatly pulled back. He gently pressed the accelerator. The car gliding forward. "If you don't want me to get out and embrace you, then you should get in." Finally, Song Nuan, her face cold, opened the back door, only to find it stuck. Xie Huai's eyes remained fixed ahead as he commanded, "Sit in the passenger seat." Once inside, Song Nuan maintained her silence, turning her head to face outside. Xie Huai stole a few glances at her, a distinct smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Upon hearing Linro's name, Song Nuan turned sharply to him, her voice laced with suspicion. "What do you plan to do with her?" Xie Huai raised an eyebrow. "I'm not interested in her. As long as she doesn't provoke me, then why mention her? Just a reminder. If she doesn't sell the rights, she'll face a lawsuit." "What do you mean?" Song Nuan furrowed her brows. But Xie Huai remained silent. Fixated on his profile, she struggled to catch her breath, frustrated at his audacity. "Why did you say Linro would face a lawsuit?" Xie Huai smirked, an air of amusement about him. "You can ask her to find out." Finally, Song Nuan dialed Linro's number. "Nuan, I've just landed. I'll come to the office soon. I'm exhausted," Linro exclaimed cheerfully. Song Nuan covered the phone, asking, "Is there something you haven't told me recently?" There was a pause before Linro complained. "My novel's rights are about to be sold. Do you know who the rights company is?" "It's GNMO. I'd rather die than sell. When the platform threatens to sue because I refuse, I'm not worried. My best friend is a top lawyer." "How do you know? Did Xie Huai tell you?" Song Nuan almost blurted out something but decided to wait until they met. After hanging up, gripping her phone, she reluctantly said, "Don't make things difficult for Linro. She's doing this because of me. If there's an issue, let it be directed at me." Xie Huai skillfully navigated the steering wheel, his gaze fixed ahead, chuckling softly. "If I were to deal with her, she's been out of the picture for years." It's not my concern. It's her matter with Jinamo. Jinamo is also making things hard for her because of you, Song Nuan stated, presenting the facts. Pausing for a moment, she lowered her tone. If you just said a word, he wouldn't pursue Lin Ro any further. Xie Huai clearly had no intention of helping, his voice cold. He's a businessman. He won't undertake a losing venture. If he wants to buy Lin Ro's novels, it's because it's a profitable deal. What's my word worth? A few billion. Even if it were, what connection do I have with Lin Ro? Unless you agree to marry me. Song Nuan fell into a silence that felt eternal, unable to restrain herself from exclaiming, Xie Huai, you have no shame. I've had no shame since high school. What makes you think I have any now? As Song Nuan maintained her stoic demeanor, nearing the company's entrance, Xie Huai finally spoke. I'll talk to Jinamo. The response was the urgent sound of a door slamming shut, drowning out further conversation. Clearly, she hadn't heard him. Xie Huai, his expression grim, smacked the steering wheel, tugging at his sleeve with one hand, cursing under his breath, damn it, why couldn't you say this sooner? Why provoke her anger? Not long after arriving at the company, Lin Ro appeared, bursting into Song Nuan's office and enveloping her in a hug. Nuan, I've missed you so much. Oh, I wanted to say you've lost weight. But it seems you haven't. Why colleagues cook well. I've put on weight, Song Nuan replied with a smile. Lin Ro settled into a chair, her expression relaxed. That's a relief. I worried you weren't eating on time. Get back to work. I'll wait here. With a few tasks still pending, Song Nuan said. All right, I've already taken leave for the afternoon. I'll take you out for a stroll. Great. I've heard the scenery here is lovely. I want to unwind a bit now that I'm done. Lin Ro stretched lazily, then sat quietly beside her, engrossed in her phone. Just as Song Nuan was finishing up, the receptionist delivered lunch. Lawyer Song, I won't be needing dinner tonight. I'm going out with a friend, Song Nuan replied. Understood, Lawyer Song, the receptionist responded before exiting the office. Handing the thermos to Lin Ro, Song Nuan said, have a bite. Lin Ro, not picky about food, opened it and exclaimed, your receptionist is amazing, pretty and can cook too. It's delicious. Nuan, you should try some. This lotus root dish is even better than what we had in high school. Thinking back to their high school days, Song Nuan chuckled. You didn't even bother to wear shoes back then. Lin Ro laughed heartily, slightly embarrassed. How embarrassing. After finishing half, she offered the rest to Song Nuan. Slumped on the couch, Lin Ro sighed. Nuan, I'm exhausted. Song Nuan, equally drained, took a moment to gather herself before pouring Lin Ro a glass of warm water and broaching the subject. So, have you sold your novel? Your odds aren't great. It's not worth it for someone like Jinamo. Lin Ro took a large sip of water, exclaiming, it's so frustrating. Xie Huai and Jinamo were annoying in high school. And they still are. How have they not been committed to a mental institution yet? Nuan, I must ask you a frank question. Has Xie Huai ever assaulted you? As the conversation progressed, she cautiously assessed Song Nuan. Xie Huai had harbored feelings for Song Nuan for so many years that rationality had long since abandoned him. A sudden encounter would undoubtedly ignite his ulterior motives. Though she despised Xie Huai, he had never committed any act that would constitute an infringement upon her. He was obsessive, yet not despicable. Song Nuan shook her head, stating, no, apart from kissing me twice, nothing else occurred. Damn, he truly is a scoundrel. You gave him your first kiss. Had I known, I would have kissed you instead, Lin Ro exclaimed indignantly. She pulled Song Nuan down to sit and asked, can we report this to the police? Yet, even she doubted the efficacy of such action. During high school, she was aware only that Xie Huai's family was affluent, but later discovered that the Xie family wielded immense power in a city. No wonder people referred to Xie Huai as the young master. Reporting it would be futile, Song Nuan lamented, feeling helpless as a lawyer who was harassed yet powerless. Lin Ro gritted her teeth. Is there no one investigating the Xie family? This is outrageous. They bully others with their authority. She continued, Nuan, what do you plan to do? Currently, Song Nuan had no concrete plans as long as she remained in the country. Xie Huai would find a way to locate her. The shadow of her transfer made her reluctant to evade further. She would take it one step at a time. Xie Huai had never forced her into an untenable situation. He merely hovered around her intermittently, akin to a vicious dog. His mother should have thrown him into the river. Lin Ro sighed softly. The high school reunion was booked at the largest five-star hotel, and although Song Nuan initially did not wish to attend, she ultimately accompanied Lin Ro, concerned that her friend would be bored alone. Song Nuan had not participated in a gathering for 10 years. And upon entering, she immediately drew the attention of others. Most of those she had not seen in a decade had changed remarkably. The girls had become increasingly sophisticated, while the boys, for the most part, had grown less appealing. Lin Ro dragged Song Nuan to sit at the side and whispered, "Look at the boy I liked in high school. Alas, he has already started to plump up before middle age." Song Nuan glanced at the man across from her, who was holding a cigarette and grinning playfully, and suddenly realized how long 10 years could be. "Yo, you still like him?" Lin Ro quickly shook her head, and the two of them burst into laughter. Suddenly, someone mentioned Xie Huai, and the class monitor, who had never seen him, inquired, "What do you think Xie Huai is like now?" "You should ask the class monitor." Another girl chimed in. Instantly, all eyes turned to Song Nuan. She responded with a gentle, "Consultation fee, 5,000 cash or bank transfer?" The entire class erupted in laughter, while Lin Ro struggled to contain her amusement. At that moment, the door to the private room swung open, and two similarly tall men entered. The man in front wore a gray hoodie paired with black casual pants, his slightly wavy hair framing his exquisitely shaped face. The man behind him sported a buzz cut, dressed in a black crewneck sweater, black casual pants, and black sneakers. His features were sharply defined, strikingly handsome without a hint of delicacy. Upon seeing Xie Huai, Lin Ro thought to herself, "What a madman! He remains as handsome as ever." From first year to the present, Xie Huai had always been voted the most attractive boy in school. The man in the gray hoodie, Jinamo, with a rather charming demeanor, introduced himself. "I am Jinamo. This behind me is the young master Xie Huai. Long time no see." As they entered, a few female classmates gasped in awe, their gazes fixated on the two. Xie Huai chose a nearby seat, while Jinmo, with a decent rapport with the girls from high school, quickly struck up conversations with them. Originally, he had no intention of attending the gathering due to work commitments. But Xie Huai, who had never attended a high school reunion before, had insisted he joined. It was evident that Xie Huai's presence was linked to Song Nuan. Xie Huai and Song Nuan were quite well-known figures from high school, and curiosity bubbled among their classmates. One brave boy asked, "Class monitor, did you and Xie Huai ever date?" Lin Ro shot him a glare, but before she could speak, Xie Huai's cold voice interjected, "What? Are you here to offer gifts?" The boy stammered, "I was just asking." Jinamo added, "Why bring up that which should remain unmentioned? The young master hasn't even touched her. What romance is there to discuss?" To his credit, Xie Huai, despite his obsessive tendencies, exhibited a certain politeness. However, Jean Mo's understanding of Xie Huai was limited to their high school days. After that, no one dared to inquire further about Xie Huai and Song Nuan. The five-star meal was indeed delightful, and Song Nuan savored the dishes she preferred. Xie Huai's peripheral vision caught her, and the next moment, he placed his hand on the glass Lazy Susan. Jinamo, observing the clear soup before him, sighed, "I must ask, young master, can you not spare a thought for me?" After a while, feeling discomfort in her stomach, Song Nuan excused herself to the restroom, only to discover her period had arrived a week early. She messaged Lin Ro about it. She coughed unexpectedly but refrained from provoking him. She still felt apprehensive around Xie Huai in her mind. She could only dare to imagine him and Jinamo meeting their demise in a novel. Upon exiting the restroom, Lin Ro pointed outside and whispered, "Wait a moment. Xie Huai is smoking at the entrance." Upon hearing this, the two lingered in the restroom for a bit longer, calculating that the time it would take him to finish a cigarette should suffice before they ventured out. As they reached the door, they paused momentarily. Xie Huai was still smoking. They took a detour, and only after some time did Xie Huai extinguish his cigarette and head toward the private room. Jinamo generously covered the meal. As they descended the stairs, he called out, "Lin Ro, let's go together." Lin Ro agreed to discuss copyright matters, and the three of them scheduled a meeting for 3 o'clock that afternoon. Lin Ro chose to ignore him, pretending she hadn't heard. Jinamo remarked, "All right, both she and Song Nuan are tough nuts to crack. However, I too am a tough UT to buy in the car." Jinamo turned to the silent Xie Huai and said, "Did you see? Lin Ro and Song Nuan remain unyielding from high school until now, impervious to both soft and hard tactics. Just wait, I'll show her who the real benefactor is." Noticing Xie Huai's silence as he stared at his phone, Jinmo leaned in to catch a glimpse, only to find the screen displaying a search for what to pay attention to during menstruation. He deadpanned, "You have a mountain of work to handle, yet you're here searching for such trivial matters." The worst part is, Song Nuan remains oblivious. You are deeply entrenched, he rubbed his aching calves. Xie Huai coldly replied, drop him off at the next intersection. This was clearly directed at the driver. Before Jinamo could respond, Xie Huai continued in a low tone, there's an urgent matter. Jinamo retorted, don't think I'm unaware of your intentions. You going to cook for Song Nuan. Over the past few days, he had witnessed Xie Huai's lingering infatuation with Song Nuan, which had seemingly transformed into thoughts of marriage. The driver dropped him off at the intersection before speeding away. Lin Roe's taxi happened to pass by, and after rolling her eyes at him, she closed the window and drove off. Jinamo remarked, when you get busy, you forget about feeling unwell. Around 3 or 4 in the afternoon, the receptionist knocked and called, Lawyer Song, may I interrupt you? Come in, Song Nuan replied, glancing up before lowering her gaze again. The receptionist, appearing a bit anxious, placed a thermos on the desk. My boyfriend made some warm soup for me. I made an extra portion for you. Please drink it while it's hot. Song Nuan lifted her gaze to the thermos. Thank you. How is your grandmother? Much better. Thank you for your concern. Lawyer Xie, the receptionist smiled, revealing 2 dimples akin to Song Nuan's. She gestured outside, adding, I'll get back to work now. Remember to drink it. All right. Song Nuan set down her documents, opened the thermos, and found goji berry and red date chicken soup. It was warm but not too hot, and after a few sips, her stomach felt considerably better. She finished it before the end of the workday, washing the thermos clean to return it to the receptionist. Praising, your boyfriend is quite the chef. The receptionist beamed, responding, thank you for the compliment. Lawyer Song. As she watched Song Nuan enter her office, she tidied up her things to leave for the day. The receptionist had no overtime to attend to, and as she descended the stairs, she rushed to the black car waiting around the corner, stating, Lawyer Song finished her soup. She said it was delicious. The man in the black car, with an indifferent expression, reached out to take the thermos. You didn't suspect anything? No, she replied hesitantly, then added, why didn't you bring it to Lawyer Song yourself? She's really nice. It was well known in the firm that Song Nuan was exceptionally gentle, garnering admiration from many male colleagues. Though only Lawyer Xie dared to pursue her openly, he received the thermos without a word, placing it down as he instructed, if she needs anything, contact me first. After Lin Ro dealt with the copyright issue and secured an income of 8 million, she set off to travel. Song Nuan found her court hearing with Changsheng to be surprisingly smooth, even resulting in a favorable judgment for the plaintiff. Upon exiting the courtroom, the client expressed immense gratitude, saying, Lawyer Song, this is all thanks to you. I've long known of your prowess in litigation. Your reputation is well deserved. Song Nuan had not anticipated winning such a significant case, as it seemed Changsheng had given up. Otherwise, the opposing lawyer would not have been so unprepared, failing to present any beneficial evidence. It was my duty, she replied modestly. Winning this major case for Changsheng led to the entire firm insisting that Song Nuan treat them to dinner. She obliged, but later could not resist inviting them to a bar. The firm was predominantly composed of young individuals who enjoyed a good time. This time, Song Nuan was the center of attention, and amidst their coaxing, she was persuaded to drink several glasses of alcohol. Before long, she found herself sitting at the side, feeling slightly dizzy. Not wanting to linger in such a state, she feared she might embarrass herself by falling asleep there. No need. I'll take a taxi home. You enjoy yourselves. I've already settled the bill. If there are any further charges, just let me know. She stood up, clutching her black handbag, and walked out. Upon reaching the door, she exhaled a sigh of relief. Feeling somewhat unwell as she crouched by the roadside to wait for a taxi. It was likely peak hours in the city, and after several minutes, no taxis appeared. The alcohol was taking its toll. So she closed her eyes for a moment, only to reopen them and find a man clad in a black shirt and black suit pants before her. In the backlight, his outline was soft, yet his eyes were strikingly deep-set. His thin lips parted slightly as he coldly remarked, not bad. You've even learned to drink, Xie Huai. Instinctively, Song Nuan's body stiffened. It had been a month since their last encounter, and she had thought he had given up. She forced herself to stand, taking a few steps forward before suddenly being lifted into a strong embrace. Put me down. Feeling unwell, her voice inadvertently softened. Xie Huai fixed his gaze on her flushed cheeks, his eyes growing colder. Now you know fear. The mere thought of several men eyeing her at the entrance darkened his expression. Such places were prone to trouble. Song Nuan struggled, her face tense. Put me down. I in the midst of speaking. She swung her bag at his face. It is anticipated that this individual may become inebriated, displaying an audacity that emboldens the desire to physically confront him. This scoundrel has caused her 13 years of distress. Xie Huai's face is painfully bruised, yet he remains unyielding, nonchalantly removing her handbag from her grasp, his expression darkening, yet he carries her bag with care. Still feeling spirited, is he? Then let that energy be reserved for the bedroom. Chapter 8. Unable to endure, let him suffer as well. The intoxicated Song Nuan suddenly regained clarity, exclaiming, "Help! I don't know him." Passers-by glanced in their direction, a few contemplating intervening, but Xie Huai lazily interjected, "My wife has had too much to drink. She's just causing a scene." Dressed impeccably and possessing striking good looks. His assertion was readily believed. Despite her dizziness from anger, Song Nuan remained composed, insisting, "We are not together. Please assist me in reporting this to the police." Yet Xie Huai disregarded her, turning away in front of the onlookers to enter a black SUV. Securing her in her seat before taking his own, the driver shut the door and restarted the engine. "Where to, Mr. Xie?" Song Nuan attempted to retrieve her phone, only to discover that Xie Huai held her back. With a taut expression, she demanded, "Let me out of the car." "Xie Huai." Her voice rose in pitch. The man remained unfazed, his eyelids barely fluttering. Regaining her composure, Song Nuan explained, "It was a colleague's gathering." No sooner had the words left her lips than he turned his head to regard her, inquiring, "Will you drink again next time?" "Not anymore," she replied, suppressing her anger. "Then let us indulge a bit more today," Xie Huai stated. He touched his cheek, feeling a sharp sting. Already aware it was peeling, as Song Nuan reached for her bag, she suddenly leaned closer, instinctively noticing the movement of his Adam's apple eye in the next instant. She sharply turned her head to gaze out the window. Securing her bag, Song Nuan promptly called the police, with Xie Huai making no attempt to stop her until the vehicle safely entered the villa. She realized that reporting the incident would be futile. Warily, she eyed Xie Huai as he exited the car, his long legs stepping down, his gaze fixed on her, his tone neither soft nor harsh. "If you don't get out of the car, I'll take matters into my own hands." Song Nuan's face flushed with a mix of embarrassment and anger. Seeing him lean inside, she pushed the door open and exited from the opposite side. She sprinted towards the front gate, but after just a few paces, her body swayed, a sharp pain shooting through her ankle, yet she pressed on. In the next moment, a hand encircled her waist from behind, colliding with a solid chest before being swept off her feet. "Let go of me, Xie Huai, you scoundrel. How shameless, however, if you wish for me to find you enticing. Then keep running. I thrive on such thrilling pursuits," he replied, the last words laced with a hint of menace. He approached a nearby cabinet, retrieving a first aid kit, then crouched before her, his large hand grasping her left foot. Removing her high heel, the ankle was visibly inflamed. His long fingers gently pinched it twice, eliciting a pained sound from her, causing her foot to recoil instinctively. Xie Huai produced iodine, scoffing, "What are you dodging for? You were quite bold when you were striking me." He held her foot firmly, applying the medicinal alcohol with little gentleness. Song Nuan's already flushed face deepened in color, her eyes brimming with unshed tears. "Such delicacy," Xie Huai remarked, his expression softening as he tidied the first aid kit before entering the kitchen. Moments later, he returned with a bowl of hot noodle soup, placing it before her. He spoke briefly before striding upstairs. Listening to his footsteps receding, Song Nuan felt a portion of her anxiety dissipate. She stared at the soup before her in silence for several seconds, then picked up her chopsticks and began to eat. After finishing his shower, Xie Huai descended in loose-fitting attire. Catching sight of her sipping the broth, he said nothing, instead turning to open the wine cabinet and pouring himself a glass. He swirled the wine in the glass and took a sip. He stood by the floor-to-ceiling window, gazing at the reflection of the woman. Once Song Nuan finished her last spoonful of soup, she stood, declaring, "I'm done." Xie Huai turned to her, "Stay for another half an hour." Upon hearing this, Song Nuan instinctively felt discomfort, a wave of nausea washing over her, prompting her to rise and rush to the restroom, expelling everything she had just consumed. The sensation was unbearable and acrid. Squatting on the floor, she took a few minutes to regain her composure before saying, Xie Huai, if I let you sleep with me, will you let me go? As she spoke, she reached to unbutton her blouse. Xie Huai's expression darkened immediately, and he swiftly grasped her hand, his eyes glowing crimson with rage. Don't you dare push me. If you dare to undress, I swear I'll take you. But I intend to keep you for life. Endure it if you can't bear it. Janemo hastened over, exclaiming, What the hell are you doing? Xie Huai, his countenance devoid of expression, delivered his chilling words, revealing his intent. Only then did Janemo turn his attention to Song Nuan, observing her disheveled appearance, her suit wrinkled, a button of her collar undone, and her hair in disarray, speculating what had transpired between them. This doesn't make sense. Xie Huai has been cooperative with the treatment this month and shouldn't he be capable of such coercion? Dr. Li, please examine her. The doctor approached Song Nuan, and upon seeing her show no resistance, began the examination. After a while, he stated, There's no significant issue. The alcohol has upset her stomach, compounded by emotional distress. You have a gastric condition, making alcohol consumption inadvisable, as it can lead to stomach pain. No medication is necessary. Just some light porridge will suffice. He then strode into the kitchen. Janemo inwardly scoffed, realizing even the young master could face consequences at times. He turned to Song Nuan. Are you all right? Having regained her sobriety, Song Nuan's mind was exceptionally clear, her grip on her phone tight, yet she showed no reaction, waiting for Xie Huai to show mercy and let her leave. Janemo touched his nose, then entered the kitchen, where Xie Huai was already following the doctor's advice and preparing porridge. He whispered, Are you sure she'll still eat this porridge? I think she is ready to bite you. What are you doing? Did you force her? What happened to your face? Did she hit you? Xie Huai's expression darkened. After a brief pause, he replied, You need to comfort her. Janemo exclaimed in disbelief, Do you think she want to despise me? I want to go. If she strikes me, I can't retaliate. What did she do to anger you? She was drinking. So what if she was drinking? Why are you angry? She has a weak stomach. Janemo glanced at him, contemplating something but ultimately remaining silent. He patted Xie Huai's shoulder. If I get hit, you'll owe me the new real estate project your company just acquired. He had never been struck by a woman aside from a single slap from Lin Ro in over 20 years. Xie Huai merely grunted in acknowledgement. I in the living room. Janemo touched his nose, attempting to speak. Class monitor. Come on, it's not a big deal. Don't be angry, I've already tried reasoning with him. He'll let you go soon. If you have a stomach ailment, you should avoid alcohol. Xie Huai's grandfather passed away due to alcohol-related complications from a gastric condition. He is just anxious. His heart is still in the right place. Song Nuan remained silent. Then he should just refrain from appearing? She retorted, her expression taut. Just soothe him. Don't provoke him, I won't be able to stop him if things escalate, he advised, falling silent afterward and opting to sit on the other side, engrossed in his phone. After nearly an hour, Xie Huai returned, placing a bowl of porridge before Song Nuan. I have to step out for a moment, he said, casting her a glance, pressing his lips together before striding out. Janemo, momentarily taken aback, immediately messaged him. You're really comfortable letting me be alone with her, young master? I'm in the car. Janemo. I must say, once Xie Huai left, Song Nuan's entire demeanor relaxed somewhat. She held the bowl, lowering her head to eat slowly. After finishing, she turned to Janemo, asking, Is it all right now? Janemo stood, brushing off his suit pants. Let us go. As they exited, they observed the ostentatious silver sports car leaving. Xie Huai emerged from the vehicle, entering the living room and immediately glancing at the bowl, his expression softening slightly. In a rush, she donned her work attire, arriving at the office just past 9. The receptionist handed her breakfast, whispering, Lawyer Song, lawyer's son faced an incident last night. Song Nuan, taking the breakfast, inquired, What happened? Lawyer's son didn't join us at the bar. We thought she left early, but she was taken away by a middle-aged man from the bar. The company is currently deliberating on how to handle the situation, and manager Jiang has requested your presence in his office. Upon hearing this, Song Nuan's heart sank, and she set the breakfast aside. She hurried in her high heels to manager Jiang's office, where several shareholders were gathered. Lawyer Sun was present, looking utterly haggard after a night apart. Manager Jiang gestured for her to sit, clasping his hands. Though this incident occurred during a meal hosted by Lawyer Song, the fault does not lie with her. I will represent a compensation of 200,000 and provide legal assistance. Lawyer Sun began to weep, and Song Nuan understood that she had been planning to marry soon, leaving her at a loss for words of comfort. Once she regained her composure, Manager Jiang inquired, "Lawyer Sun, what are your thoughts?" Lawyer Sun lowered her head, wiping her tears. "I wish to resign." The news had spread throughout the company. She could no longer remain there. Song Nuan, who had been silent, suddenly spoke. "Lawyer Sun, some events have already transpired. Your current position is the result of years of hard work. I understand it's difficult to accept in the short term, but starting over for a scoundrel is not worth it. You could take a break for a month or two. The Yangyang Law Firm is one of the premier firms in Sea City, receiving hundreds of internship applications each year, yet only accepting one intern annually. Each lawyer has exerted tenfold effort to establish themselves within the firm. Manager Jiang concurred, 2 months of paid leave. Travel expenses will be reimbursed. However, Lawyer Sun failed to grasp Song Nuan's intent. "Lawyer Song, I lack your courage." Her words hung heavily in the office, and Song Nuan lowered her gaze slightly, sitting up straight. "I'm merely making a suggestion." Xie Huai interjected gently, "Lawyer Sun, please consider it further." As they exited the office, Xie Huai quickly followed Song Nuan, softly comforting her. "Lawyer Sun is in a fragile state. Don't take it to heart." Song Nuan nodded. "I'll cover half of her compensation." She then pushed open the office door again. Xie Huai observed the closed door, refraining from entering. After an hour or so of work, Song Nuan emerged to fetch water. Before she reached the pantry, she overheard several lawyers conversing. "Lawyer Song is so unfortunate. Lawyer Sun even wants to sue her." "Who did you hear that from?" "This morning, Lawyer Sun came in and told Manager Jiang it was Lawyer Song's responsibility. Manager Jiang couldn't possibly let Lawyer Song bear the blame, hence the 200,000 hush money. Poor Lawyer Song, she merely intended to treat us to a meal and drinks. Who told she lawyer to fancy Lawyer Song? Plus, Lawyer Song didn't give Lawyer Sun a perfect score during evaluations, which has long been a source of discontent for her. The company conducts evaluations annually. Those who pass receive salary increases based on their success rate in cases throughout the year." Song Nuan, in the interest of fairness, diligently reviewed the case files of each individual, for everyone in the company aspired to a salary increase. "Manager Jiang, this matter is my responsibility. I hereby tender my resignation. Let us proceed according to the formalities," she stated. Jiang Yuan understood her implication and sighed. "This situation does not pertain to you. Even if you resign, the company will still incur expenses. Moreover, I cannot permit your departure. Your capabilities are well recognized within the firm." Song Nuan replied, "If this information were to leak, it would tarnish the company's reputation. If Lawyer Sun leaves, others will merely view the company as lacking in inclusivity." Jiang Yuan had contemplated these matters himself, yet he was willing to face the consequences rather than relinquish Song Nuan's talents. Jiang Yuan's expression shifted as he scrutinized her. "Lawyer Song, you are aware that our firm offers you a remuneration package superior to that of other establishments." "I am aware, and I sincerely appreciate the company's recognition." Song Nuan expressed her gratitude. "Have you made your decision?" Upon exiting the office, Song Nuan promptly drafted her resignation letter. Just as she finished printing it, Xie Huai arrived, his countenance rather grim. "Lawyer Song, are you truly resigning?" Xie Huai pursed his lips and after a prolonged silence remarked, "Do you harbor no fondness for me? If you do, I shall accompany you to City A." However, she was bound to disappoint him. "Lawyer Qi, you are a remarkable man, but we are simply not suited for one another. You are vivacious and charming, while I am gentle and uninteresting. You deserve someone far better." Xie Huai forced a smile that was more akin to a frown. "I understand." Accustomed to seeing Xie Huai at the entrance, she retrieved her keys from her bag. "If you possess the ability, feel free to eliminate me. Otherwise, I am not going anywhere today." In the next moment, a hand reached out, palm up, revealing 2 large white rabbit milk candies, accompanied by a deep, magnetic voice. "Here." Since childhood, Song Nuan had adored white rabbit milk candies, though she was particular about a specific brand, which had ceased production. She paused, momentarily speechless, before hearing him say, "I apologize for startling you yesterday. Having just eaten noodles and with the effects of alcohol, you might feel nauseous during the ride." Song Nuan, "I am neither attracted to you nor do I desire your body. What I truly seek is your affection." Chapter 9. Moved by a life without desire, Song Nuan tossed the candy to the ground, flung the door open, and slammed it shut with a resounding thud, cold and unfeeling. Xie Huai rubbed his chest, feeling a pang of discomfort. He bent down to retrieve the candy from the floor. pocketing it thoughtfully before pulling out his phone to send a message. As Song Nuan settled onto the sofa, she noticed a message pop up on her phone. Lin Ro. Frowning, she stood and opened the door. Her tone sharp. Xie Huai, if you are ill, seek treatment. 1 hour. They stood in silence for half a minute before Song Nuan turned back into the living room, grabbed a coat, and stepped outside ahead of him. Downstairs, the car sped along the road. Song Nuan instinctively grasped the side, and before long, they arrived at a secluded area. Xie Huai exited the vehicle and opened the passenger door. Upon stepping out, she saw the distant lights twinkling from a hillside. Her anxiety began to dissipate. Xie Huai pulled out a white rabbit candy, unwrapped it, and offered it to her. I do not wish to hold a grudge. Song Nuan turned her head away, but he chuckled. Placing it in her hand, I shall not look at as he spoke. He pressed it into her palm and then moved to stand at a distance, catching a glimpse of her as she lowered her head to savor the candy. Feeling aggrieved, Xie Huai's fingers twitched slightly, but he did nothing further. Sometimes, Song Nuan found it difficult to comprehend herself. Despite being an adult, the mere taste of her favorite candy could elevate her spirits, even if it was given by Xie Huai. After several minutes, she tucked a strand of hair blown askew by the wind behind her ear. Xie Huai, I will not run away, but could you refrain from targeting Lin Ro? Even if I have upset you. She could not allow Lin Ro to bear the brunt of her troubles. Lin Ro had been her emotional support for the past decade. Initially expecting resistance from Xie Huai, she was surprised when he nodded in agreement. I will not act against her, he added. If you provoke me, I shall remain impotent for life. Taken aback, Song Nuan's expression faltered for a mere second before she regained her composure. May we leave now? Yes. Xie Huai opened the car door for her but did not wait for her to enter before heading to the driver's seat himself. Noticing she had not fastened her seatbelt, he bent down to clip it in place. After escorting her to her doorstep, he turned and departed. That night, Song Nuan dreamt of her high school days, the summer cicadas creating an irritating din while the Chinese teacher monotonously lectured at the podium. Many students in the classroom drooped their heads, using their literature books to steal a nap. Song Nuan, ever the diligent student, endeavored to keep her eyes open, but her pen moved slowly, eventually coming to a halt as her head thudded onto the desk. A startled Xie Huai, roused from his slumber, turned to look at her. Seeing her rubbing her forehead, he smirked and whispered, Scholar, are you dozing off? Ignoring him, Song Nuan cautiously glanced at the teacher in front. Relieved to find he had not noticed her, the afternoon Chinese class was particularly drowsy. After enduring several minutes, the fatigue wrapped around her like a vice. She glanced at the time. 20 minutes remained until class ended. The teacher continued to drone on, even yawning himself. Xie Huai observed her from the corner of his eye, amused as she nodded off like a chick pecking at grains. Noticing she was about to rest her head on the desk again, he instinctively reached out. Her face fell into his palm, which felt as if it were on fire, causing his ears to heat up and his heart to race. Song Nuan, feeling a headache coming on, was jolted awake. All eyes in the class turned toward them, including the teacher's. Song Nuan's forehead flushed red as she met the teacher's gaze. The teacher inquired, Song Nuan, what is wrong? Standing up, Song Nuan replied, Teacher, I am feeling a bit drowsy. I will stand to listen. The teacher nodded in understanding and, to alleviate her embarrassment, called upon the dozing Xie Huai. Xie Huai, you too shall stand to listen. Janemo chuckled. But the next moment, the teacher pointed at him. Janemo, stand at the back and listen. Janemo protested, why can they stand at their desks while I cannot? You failed Chinese. The teacher's tone left no room for negotiation. As soon as the class ended, most students slumped over their desks. Xie Huai glanced at Song Nuan, whose forehead still bore a red mark, before rising to exit the classroom. Apply some ointment, he said. Song Nuan brushed aside the ointment he offered, displeased. Xie Huai, are you out of your mind? After saying this, she turned her back to him, clearly upset. She opened her eyes to find Xie Huai's handsome face startlingly close, causing her to recoil in fright. Xie Huai, what are you doing? As she reached for a tissue, he pressed down on her hand, teasingly saying, do you believe that if you apply it once, I will do it for you? Song Nuan vigorously wiped the desk with the tissue before tossing it onto his side. Xie Huai, unbothered, picked it up and tossed it into the nearby trash bin as he passed Janemo. Janemo scoffed, oh, the young master is now a janitor. Xie Huai kicked his chair, causing Jinamo to yelp. Feeling a twinge of pain, Song Nuan took out a mirror to examine her forehead. Now swollen with a bump, she touched it lightly, muttering in annoyance, "It's all Xie Huai's fault. He hit you." "No, he's just being ridiculous." Xie Huai entered through the back door, taking his seat while receiving an irritated glare from Lin Ro, which he dismissed, turning his gaze to Song Nuan's forehead. His heart sank. What had he done? Before he could say anything, the homeroom teacher arrived, prompting all students to sit up straight as the bell rang. Song Nuan instinctively stood, reaching up to touch her forehead, which felt perfectly normal. It took her a moment to realize she had dreamt of high school again. After finishing her morning routine, she received a call from Lin Ro. "Nuan, I have sent you a box of local specialties. Remember to pick it up after work." "How did the trial go? Are you awake? Do I have a chance to buy a bag?" Song Nuan smiled, replying, "We won. You can buy the bag. Choose a style and send it to me." "Great." After hanging up, she applied a light touch of makeup before heading to the office. The breakfast prepared by the front desk was quite generous today, and she forced herself to finish it. When the front desk staff came to collect the thermos, they asked, "Lawyer Song, are you resigning?" "Yes, I will submit my resignation letter shortly. I apologize, but I cannot assist you any longer. However, I will lend you some money for now. No rush. Repay it when you can," Song Nuan replied. The front desk staff waved their hand dismissively. "No need. Lawyer Song, it would be a pity for you to leave. It's such a good job." Word of Song Nuan's impending resignation quickly spread throughout the company, and many began to vie for her position, as her departure would leave a vacancy in the office. Several colleagues discreetly inquired if the company had asked her for recommendations, and as the day drew to a close, she received numerous dinner invitations from various co-workers. This newfound sense of alienation left Song Nuan feeling conflicted. Upon entering her office, she was greeted by Xie, who held a bouquet of flowers and gazed at her. Typically composed and steady, he appeared slightly anxious. "Though I know the odds are slim, I must formally confess my feelings. Otherwise, I fear I shall regret it for life." Xie, 30, one of the partners at Shangyang Law Firm, came from a family of lawyers that had persisted through 3 generations. He enjoyed a stable job with an annual income in the millions, alongside considerable returns from investments. He owned 7 properties and approximately 10 vehicles in the city. "Song Nuan, I have liked you for several years now. I admire your gentle nature and strong work ethic. We are quite compatible. I have already sought my family's approval for a potential move. Could you please reconsider?" Changing her handbag, Song Nuan replied calmly. "Lawyer Xie, I genuinely appreciate your affections, but I cannot accept them. I have not felt attracted to boys since high school." Taken aback, Xie stammered, "You like girls?" Song Nuan nodded affirmatively. "Yes, I apologize, Lawyer Xie. I must take my leave now." With that, she walked out, pretending not to notice him. After taking just a few steps, the man behind her solemnly said, "I will be leaving shortly. This cat was just picked up from the roadside. Would you like it?" He gestured for her to get in the car. Feeling somewhat weary, Song Nuan did not wish to oppose him and obediently climbed into the vehicle, where the frightened little kitten mewed from her bag. She took it out and placed it on her lap, where it sat still. Its fur was slightly disheveled and dirty. It was quite unexpected for Xie Huai to be the one to pick it up. If the secretary had been present, she would likely have been speechless at the sight of a $100,000 suit being used as a cushion for a cat, rather than selling him the down payment. Song Nuan, with her discerning eye, did not hesitate to cushion the situation. The little kitten seemed uncomfortable, its small paws clawing at the suit jacket, making it impossible to wear again. A peculiar sense of satisfaction washed over her. Overly compliant, Xie Huai appeared somewhat taken aback, his profound gaze unabashedly resting upon her profile, the glow of his phone illuminating her face, her eyes exquisite and clear in that fleeting moment. She recalled the investigation revealing that she had not been in a romantic relationship for a decade. In just over half a month, the palm-sized kitten had grown to the size of 2 palms, its small head bobbing as it ran. The resignation letter from the company had been approved, and once she completed her handover, she could depart. She had picked it up off the roadside. Song Nuan, clad in loungewear, busied herself packing her belongings from the past few years. It took her a moment to remember the kitten she had found in the river. How many had it given birth to? 5, likely sired by a black cat, a blend of black and white. Lin Ro pulled out her phone to show her, and inadvertently, Song Nuan caught sight of her chat interface. "Xie Huai?" Lin Ro glanced at her. mentioning that the elder sister had said Xie Huai often visited the kittens, staying for hours on end. Nuan, Xie Huai seems to be of a split mind. At times, I find him utterly repulsive, while at others, I see a certain charm in him. I was genuinely surprised when he jumped into the river in winter to rescue a cat. It's remarkable that someone like him could possess such kindness. At that time, Xie Huai had been hospitalized for a week after being submerged. Song Nuan concurred he might indeed be suffering from a split personality. If only I had medication, she sighed softly after speaking. Linro, unable to contain her laughter at the seriousness of it all, replied, indeed, with a bit of treatment, there may still be hope for Xie Huai. Look at these kittens. They are so beautiful. Which one shall I adopt? The little yellow cat is female, so I suppose I'll take a male. All right. The two of them continued tidying up until midnight, eventually succumbing to sleep. The following day, after completing her last day at work, the company offered to send her off, which Song Nuan declined. There was nothing left in that company that she was attached to, save for the front desk meals, which she felt a tinge of reluctance to part with. Before leaving, she made a point to express her appreciation once more. The drive from City C to City A took over 10 hours, but fortunately, the 7-seater vehicle was spacious and not stifling. The receptionist, upon receiving a call, rushed downstairs, only to turn a corner and spot a man clad in a black trench coat over a black turtleneck, carrying a thermos. Despite having seen him several times before, she couldn't help but be captivated by his looks. She jogged over to inform him, that lawyer Song has resigned. Didn't you know? The man instinctively frowned. When did this happen? Yesterday was her last day. Before she left, she mentioned that your cooking was excellent. And no sooner had the words left her lips than the man stepped into a nearby black car, which immediately sped off through a red light. The vehicle ran several red lights on the way, and before they reached the apartment complex, they were followed by multiple police cars, causing other vehicles to assume they were in pursuit of a fugitive and hastily make way. The driver glanced nervously in the rearview mirror, cautiously stating, Xie Zong, there are police cars behind us. Faster, Xie Huai commanded coldly. When she said she wouldn't hide, how could he believe her? She would rather avoid him. So how could she not hide? The mere thought of her seeking refuge in some unfamiliar place made him furious, and he abruptly kicked the back seat, shouting, Damn it, I told you to hurry up. If you can't drive, get out. Chapter 10. Xie Huai willing to be a backup. The driver, startled, pressed the accelerator to the floor, and moments later, they arrived downstairs. Before the vehicle had even come to a complete stop, the man flung open the door and strode out, his demeanor exuding a hint of panic. As soon as Xie Huai exited the elevator, he heard voices in the hallway. This room is clean. You don't need to clean anything. It was previously rented by a female lawyer, and she was quite beautiful. It is indeed clean. But is the price negotiable? How about 2,600 yuan? That's not possible. This room has a good view, an excellent environment, and a prime location. Relatively close to surrounding companies. It should be at least 3,000 yuan. Just as the female landlord finished speaking, she noticed a man in a trench coat striding towards them in polished black shoes, emanating an air of coldness as he entered the room. She initially assumed he was with the two others and refrained from calling out to him. The empty room held nothing, and the man's expression grew increasingly grim. His fingers curling into fists. In the next moment, he pulled out his phone and instructed, Find Song Nuan's itinerary. As Jean Mo arrived in City C, he hurried to assist Xie Huai, retrieving the driver from the police station before driving Xie Huai away. Throughout the journey, Xie Huai remained silent, his countenance as cold as the day he abruptly ceased pursuing Song Nuan. A sudden unease gripped him. Could it be that Song Nuan had fled? He dared not inquire in the car, fearing that 2 lives would be lost over a single question. In the villa, Xie Huai grabbed a bottle of pills and indiscriminately swallowed a few, his unsteady demeanor causing him considerable distress. Don't take them recklessly. Overdosing can have side effects. In your current state, Song Nuan won't be fond of you, and becoming a fool would only repel her further, Jinamo cautioned. What has Song Nuan done to you? Have you not grown accustomed to her antics since high school? Your endurance is lacking. Prince, I must speak bluntly. I genuinely fear that Song Nuan might drive you to an early grave. Why not give up on pursuing her? Tonight, I can introduce you to a couple of college girls, guaranteed to be young and vibrant. Can you kindly keep your mouth shut? Xie Huai retorted, It's not me who has angered you. Why take it out on me? If you have the energy to be furious, directed at Song Nuan instead. The truth was evident. He wouldn't dare confront her. Cowardice. After all, accepting the role of a backup was, in itself, a form of cowardice. Song Nuan was indeed a tough nut to crack. She would rather stand her ground against Xie Huai than utter a falsehood to placate him. Had she merely soothed him with a few kind words, he would have eagerly relinquished all the company's funds to her, perhaps even willingly becoming a house husband. Continue to monitor her movements. Should there be any signs of her going abroad, intercept her immediately. I can locate her anywhere within the country, but overseas is an entirely different matter, like searching for a needle in a haystack. Not to mention, she has every intention of evading him, so Song the lawyer truly did run away. Gina Mo understood the sudden shift in Xie Huai's demeanor. Upon hearing Gina Mo's words, Xie Huai's previously icy expression shifted, prompting Gina Mo to quickly amend his statement. After all these years, one must long for home. I suspect your family is urging you to settle down and have children. As soon as he said this, he regretted it, realizing he had inadvertently touched upon Xie Huai's sensitive topic. He quickly distanced himself, adding, I just remembered there's work to attend to at the company. I must leave. Don't overthink it. Song Nuan won't be able to escape. Damn it, I'll take my leave first. By the time they reached City A, it was past 3 in the morning. Concerned about disturbing her family's rest, Song Nuan decided to go to the small villa Lin Ro had bought. They moved all her belongings in, settled the kitten, and without doing anything else, they collapsed onto the bed, falling into a deep sleep. When they awoke again, it was already noon. Lin Ro hugged Song Nuan and chuckled. Nuan, we're together again. With an expression of feigned innocence, she added, Oh, it's fine. I'll hire a maid to cook. After all, I'm a little wealthy lady now. Nuan, you'll stay in the guest room. It has a study, which I don't use since I usually type in my bedroom. Because of Xie Huai, she had not dared to buy a house in those years, fearing he might show up at her door, leaving her no choice but to hastily sell. Now that Xie Huai had found her, she decided to go with the flow. At worst, she would regard him as a mad stray dog. For the next few days, she would keep the kitten here since her mother was allergic to cat food. No problem, little Dodo will stay with godmother. Song's mother was a dance teacher, and her father was a university professor. Both would be home on weekends. Hearing the door open, they initially thought someone had mistakenly entered. The next moment, the door swung open to reveal Song Nuan, dressed in a long black sweater paired with a black knitted round-neck dress. Her hair cascading naturally, her unadorned face was fair yet radiant. A smile graced her lips, revealing 2 charming dimples. Mom, Dad, Song's mother and father, typically composed, rushed over joyfully to greet her. You should go buy some groceries. The last statement was clearly directed at her father. Song Nuan wrapped her arms around her mother's, softly saying, Mom, I want to eat the noodles you cook. All right, I'll make them right away. Elated, Song's mother hurried to the kitchen. Just seconds after entering, she reappeared, reluctant to part. Are you leaving this afternoon? Song's mother seemed about to voice something, but her father nudged her. Hurry and cook. Time is of the essence. Nuan is hungry. After finishing the meal, Song Nuan broached the subject of her rental situation. Her mother, perplexed, asked, Isn't it fine to stay at home? There were 2 reasons. 1, fear of Xie Huai finding her. 2, the concern of discomfort, as sometimes she just wanted to relax after work. Song Nuan explained, It's a bit far from my workplace, so I rented a place nearby for convenience. You don't need to worry. I have money. After persuading them, she settled onto the sofa to search for houses and rentals. The options for renting exceeded those for buying, and before long, she had contacted an agent and arranged to view a property in the city center, where job opportunities were abundant. The rent was significantly higher than in City C, costing 4,000 yuan a month. The community had comprehensive surveillance, with over a dozen security personnel. Considering these factors, she signed a 6-month contract as a temporary arrangement. Lin Ro assisted in moving her things over and hired a cleaning service to ensure everything was spotless, finishing the task by 8 in the evening. Song's mother had prepared dinner at home and wanted to invite Lin Ro to join them. But Lin Ro was busy working on her manuscript and declined in the Song household. She paused and then asked, Did you break up? Initially uncertain about how to convey this to them, Song Nuan fell silent before nodding in agreement. Offering an excuse, yes, his family disapproved of dating someone from another region. Her father, fuming, exclaimed, What kind of person is that? Did he outright tell you he wanted to break up? It's for the best. He lacks assertiveness. Song's mother gently patted Song Nuan's back, reassuring her, "It's all right. I'll help you find someone else." Song Nuan felt a headache coming on. "Mom, I'm not looking to date right now." "All right, no dating," her mother consoled. A cold sweat broke out on Song Nuan's forehead, and instinctively, she halted her steps, urging, "Mom and Dad, you go ahead. I'll just go buy a few things. I'll accompany you." Her mother replied, "No need. You both head up first." Song Nuan gently pushed them into the elevator, exhaling a sigh of relief only after the doors closed. She then turned to head outside. The sound of footsteps behind her was neither too light nor too heavy. Each step felt like it was stepping on her heart, leaving her anxious about what the next moment would bring. The willow grove in the community was sparse with people, and the shadows of the willow branches swayed on the ground. As Song Nuan delicately parted the willow branches before her and took a dozen steps forward, she paused, turning her gaze back towards the looming shadow behind her. She promptly declared, "I did not run." The shadow advanced step by step, closing the distance to a mere half-step away. The man's eyes betrayed an inscrutable emotion, oscillating between icy detachment and fervent warmth. Suddenly, a large hand reached out, and in the next instant, Song Nuan found herself enveloped in a firm embrace that constricted tighter, rendering her breathless. Realizing the situation, she exclaimed, "Xie Huai, let me go." Xie Huai feigned ignorance, burying his head in the crook of her neck. The faint fragrance calming his restless spirit. In the next moment, a sharp pain shot through her neck, prompting an involuntary gasp. The man released his grip, his voice tinged with gloom. "Fortunately, you did not flee. Otherwise, I might have resorted to actions you would find intolerable. I promise not to disturb your work, and I shall keep that promise. Song Nuan, during high school, I refrained from interrupting your studies, and I shall do the same regarding your current employment. My only pursuit is you." As the pain subsided slightly, Song Nuan instinctively recoiled her neck, pushing against him with all her might, yet suppressing her emotions. She stated, "Let me go. What madness has taken hold of you? Xie Huai, is biting my lip and neck a result of me abandoning my job?" His tone was heavy, laden with unspoken sentiments. Unable to break free, in a fit of frustration, she kicked his calf. A mere nuisance given his athletic shoes, Xie Huai straightened, fixing his gaze upon her, a smirk gradually forming at the corners of his mouth. In the blink of an eye, he leaned down and pressed his lips against hers, only to swiftly withdraw. "Song Nuan, you lack the ability to deceive." Her expression cold, Song Nuan turned away, unwilling to face Xie Huai as she retorted, "If I say it's because of you, would you relinquish your pursuit?" "No. The outcome would remain unchanged. Thus, why should I learn to lie?" His heated gaze lingered on her profile, and Xie Huai suddenly chuckled softly. Song Nuan frowned but chose silence, opting not to provoke this man whose sanity seemed questionable. She merely lifted her hand to wipe her lips. Unperturbed, Xie Huai unexpectedly shed his coat, draping it over her shoulders from behind, stating nonchalantly, "If I were an emperor, you would have borne 7 or 8 children by now. I am in prime health." Song Nuan was momentarily taken aback, raising her hand to remove the garment, but he darkly added, "Toss it upstairs. Go ahead." Upon hearing his permission, she sidestepped him and departed, and only after her figure disappeared did Xie Huai proceed. Spotting his expensive coat lying alone on the ground, marked with 2 distinct paw prints, evidently the work of an irate cat, he bent to retrieve it, shaking it off before draping it over his arm and glancing up at the brightly lit building above. Determined to ignore him, Song Nuan focused entirely on her job, which posed no significant challenge. The day after submitting her resume, several law firms invited her for interviews. After careful consideration, she selected a firm that offered favorable salary and benefits. On the day of the interview, the firm's owner personally reviewed her resume, inquiring curiously, "Miss Song, you have made quite a name for yourself in City C. Why the decision to leave?" "Personal reasons," Song Nuan replied politely. The owner nodded. "With your qualifications, joining our firm is a certainty. I personally extend a warm welcome. Do you have any specific requests?" "I require an independent office," she stipulated. The owner nodded in agreement. "That is entirely feasible. Your competence naturally warrants an office. Let us finalize the contract today, without the need for a probation period. Tomorrow marks your official start." They were well aware of her reputation, and in a profession largely dominated by male attorneys, her distinction as a female lawyer was remarkable. Tio put it bluntly, It was the firm that sought her out, but one could also argue she was selective in her choices. Thus, the tables had turned. Following her onboarding process with HR, it seemed she was the first not to undergo a probationary period, immediately gaining an office on her first day. While using the restroom and fetching water from the pantry, she overheard colleagues speculating about her, doubting her merit and questioning if she had secured her position through connections or appeal. Such whispers had followed her since her first year in the workforce. But she had silenced them with her competence in a city. Her network was limited, and securing major cases would require considerable effort. That afternoon, the company convened a meeting. Ordinarily, as a new lawyer, she would not be invited to high-level discussions. But President Huang asked Secretary Jiang to summon her .8 attorneys, all esteemed within the firm, were present. President Huang placed his hands on the table, fingers interlaced, and addressed the group. The primary purpose of this meeting is to discuss a long-term legal advisory partnership with Shangming Media Company, Ltd. Secretary Jiang, please distribute the materials. As the documents were passed around, President Huang continued. Shangming Media is the largest entertainment company in a city, with agency fees starting at 10 million annually. A long-term collaboration would greatly benefit our firm's future. I have already scheduled a meeting with Shangming. Who among you feels confident to attend tomorrow? Silence enveloped the room, for Shangming Media was a prestigious name in a city, and many firms aspired to serve as their legal advisors. Superior firms had already faced rejection, making the prospect daunting. Should anyone fail to secure an agreement, the gossip would be relentless. After scrutinizing the materials, witnessing the silence, Song Nuan finally spoke up. I can go. I have handled several cases in the entertainment industry in City C, and previously, Shangming had reached out to me, but I declined due to the inconvenience of working remotely. All eyes turned to her. Disbelief etched on their faces as President Huang inquired, which cases did you handle, Lawyer Song? The contract dispute involving Menu, worth 500 million, and the script alteration case involving Liang Mo, among others I cannot disclose. Song Nuan set down the documents. She added, before coming here, I noticed our firm's cases predominantly revolve around economic disputes and divorce cases. Shangming will likely have reservations regarding this. However, we can prepare materials on economic cases, where we hold an advantage, as many entertainment-related lawsuits involve breach of contract, closely linked to economic matters. This could be a decisive factor in their selection. Additionally, our firm can offer a 6-month waiver on legal fees, effectively granting Shangming a trial period with us. Within that time, I am confident I can ensure their continued partnership. Song Nuan was unperturbed by any assumptions of her seeking attention. Her abilities warranted this opportunity. By aligning herself with Shangming, she could establish her reputation in a city, solidifying her position within the firm and the legal community. Should she find the firm unsatisfactory, she could always seek another or even establish her own practice. As Secretary Jiang began searching for information during her presentation, he soon discovered the truth, quietly astonished, and handed his phone to President Huang. The latter's furrowed brow smoothed out as he surveyed the room, ultimately nodding with approval. Then Lawyer Song will represent us. Others, please submit your economic case materials to her for preparation. Lawyer Song, feel free to voice any needs you may have. Song Nuan nodded, and as the meeting disbanded, she commenced her search for information on artists under Shangming's management. Approaching the end of the workday, she noted no one had submitted materials, leading her to rub her temples in frustration. This new company was a formidable challenge, especially given her threat to certain positions. Not seeking help, she worked diligently until 11 at night before heading home. Upon her return to her rented accommodation, she found her cat, Xiao Dodo, meowing in hunger. She promptly fed it, watching as the little creature eagerly dove into its food bowl. Just as she prepared to rise, the doorbell rang. Peering through the peephole, she was met with the sight of Xie Huai. Clad in a black trench coat, his deep-set eyes fixed on her direction. Although aware he couldn't see her, she still felt a jolt of surprise. Unsurprisingly, Xie Huai knew her address. In a city, he was indeed a true heir of privilege. Opening the door, she asked bluntly, "Where to?" Xie Huai remained silent, extending his left hand, fingers holding a takeout box. "I'll watch you eat," he stated. Song Nuan hesitated to let him in, wary of his unpredictable nature. Instead, she opened the box and stood at the threshold, eating. Xie Huai, however, turned and leaned against the far wall of the corridor, casting a dispassionate glance as she ate. After consuming most of the meal, she set the remaining food down, shutting the door before he could approach. Xie Huai retrieved the box, glancing inside before turning to descend the stairs. As the shadow in the peephole vanished, Song Nuan exhaled in relief. Complying with Xie Huai's presence seemed to pose no threat to her. The next morning, around 10 o'clock, Song Nuan was engrossed in her research on the Weilai law firm when a middle-aged man entered. Holding documents. "Lawyer Song, please hold on. I need to provide a brief report to the president upstairs." As he pushed through the glass door and strode out, Song Nuan felt a slight relief. The lack of immediate dismissal indicated a potential advantage. Dependent on the president's assessment.in the president's office, the middle-aged man presented the documents to a young man engrossed in reviewing contracts. "President Xie, here is the information on the Weilai law firm. I found that they have no distinctive advantages, but lawyer Song Nuan has quite a reputation, winning 9 out of 10 cases. Our company previously considered hiring her, but we had to exclude her since she was in City C at the time. Weilai has promised to waive our agency fees for the first 6 months, which I believe is very favorable. Even if Weilai underdelivers, we need not worry about significant losses." The man's gaze, initially fixed on the contracts, shifted to the documents as he heard Song Nuan's name, reaching for the materials. The document contained a record of her work experience, adorned with a professional photo. Her hair was neatly tied back, and her serious demeanor exuded professionalism. He tapped his fingers lightly on the desk, inquiring about her departure from her previous firm, seeking detailed explanations. In the next moment, he tore off a portion of her photo, holding it between his fingers with a burning gaze. The middle-aged man was taken aback by this behavior but dared not question it. President Xie was known for his infrequent appearances but notorious for his volatile temperament. "Not good." Song Nuan clasped her hands together and quickly composed herself, stating calmly, "The company can rest assured, as my family resides locally. The reason for my resignation is due to family matters. I am an only child and cannot remain away from home for an extended period." The middle-aged man seemed to understand, smiling as he replied, "That poses no issue at all. I will have a contract drafted today, and you can return tomorrow to sign it." A wave of joy surged within Song Nuan. Yet her expression remained unchanged as she extended her hand, saying, "I look forward to our collaboration." "No problem." Standing by the elevator with her professional bag in hand, she stepped in as the adjacent door opened, only to feel a twinge of regret upon entering. Xie Huai was behind her. His presence triggered an instinctive recollection, and she frowned slightly before speaking after a brief pause. "Is it you?" "No," Xie Huai replied. His gaze fixed on her. "I mentioned that I would not involve myself in your work. Choosing Weilai law firm is merely the most suitable option. If you wish to take shortcuts, it would suffice to utter something I would enjoy hearing. Such as your fondness for me." Song Nuan retorted coolly, "I have a penchant for stray dogs by the roadside." "What, are you a dog?" Xie Huai fell silent. That evening, Song Nuan shared the incident with Lin Ro, seeking her analysis on whether it bore Xie Huai's influence. If it did, she would refrain from signing the contract. Their connection was already tenuous. Signing a contract would only further entangle her in his web. Lin Ro, typing away, remarked, "I don't think this aligns with Xie Huai's style. If he wanted, he could directly approach your company. It seems he merely stumbled upon the fact that it was you. After all, you are the renowned lawyer Song. Who wouldn't want to collaborate with you? Didn't you mention that Shengming approached you previously? If Xie Huai had known, he would have sought you out then. A sponsorship fee in the tens of millions, he's quite affluent. Since you have no intention of avoiding Xie Huai, even a slight connection shouldn't be a cause for concern. Consider it a fee for lost youth. It's a pity you've been single for all these years." At this point, she paused and added, Nuan, it's time for you to start dating. Why not use Xie Huai as practice? By the time you're tired of him, he would likely be tired of you as well, and thus, he would no longer pursue you. Xie Huai stands over 6 feet tall, with a good physique and handsome looks. If he excels in that aspect, it would be perfect for you, and you'd have nothing to lose. Song Nuan internally thanked her for the ill-advised suggestion, smiling wryly, "I'll consider it when I feel like dying." On the other end of the line, the sound of typing echoed as Lin Ro gently inquired, "My aunt asked me today if I knew about your boyfriend and if I had any contact information. Did you tell her you were dating?" "Yes, they're pressuring me to find a boyfriend," she replied. "What about you?" "I choose to ignore them. You're quite impressive. My mom has been hounding me to date as if I were on some deadline. I'm only 28, what's the rush? Besides, how many reliable men are there nowadays? I'd rather remain single. Is it that you haven't moved on from Zhaolin?" The line fell silent. Song Nuan gently reassured, "Ro, you need to let go. He's already married." You have great qualities, and finding an excellent man shouldn't be difficult, but you must be willing to engage. I don't enjoy dating. It's just not my inclination. She confessed that it wasn't solely due to Xie Huai. She rarely felt any particular attraction towards men. Linro murmured, I just can't fathom how someone could get married a month after breaking up. The next day, Song Nuan accompanied General Manager Huang to Shengming to sign the contract. She had initially worried about Xie Huai's presence, but he did not appear even after the contract was signed. With the contract finalized, General Manager Huang, beaming with joy, patted Song Nuan on the shoulder and suggested, It's getting late. Let's have lunch together. Song Nuan was not fond of overly familiar men, instinctively stepping aside as she politely declined. No need. It's a must. Consider it a welcome feast, Huang insisted, his tone leaving no room for disagreement. They arrived at a nearby Western restaurant. Song Nuan wasn't particularly fond of Western cuisine and ordered a dish merely as a formality, while Huang selected several items, stating, If you encounter any difficulties at the company in the future, feel free to reach out to me. Let's exchange contact information for easier communication. Song Nuan handed him her work number. Labeling it as Huang, and upon looking up, she noticed Xie Huai not far away, his gaze fixed intensely on her, causing her heart to skip a beat. In the next moment, he stood up and slowly approached. Before he could say anything, Song Nuan took the initiative to introduce, This is our company's General Manager Huang. General Manager, this is General Manager Xie from Shengming. Huang was momentarily taken aback, but promptly rose to extend his hand, courteously saying, General Manager Xie. Xie Huai, however, did not even spare him a glance, his attention solely on Song Nuan. After several seconds, he finally acknowledged Huang. Is it convenient to have another person here? Convenient. No problem, Huang replied. Xie Huai crossed his long legs, sharply remarking, General Manager Huang is married, correct? Yes, with children, Huang replied, feeling an inexplicable unease. Xie Huai remained silent thereafter, and when the steak arrived, Song Nuan ate in silence. Huang quickly discerned that their relationship was unusual and, after just a few bites, hurriedly stood up, stating, Lawyer Song, I have matters to attend to. Please take care of General Manager Xie. I'll cover the bill. Once he left, Song Nuan's expression turned cold, her grip on the knife and fork turning white. Xie Huai, I detest your lack of respect for others. His appearance had undermined her efforts to present a professional image to Huang, implying an ambiguous relationship between them. Xie Huai paused mid-cut, catching sight of her evident anger, his brow furrowing slightly. Just as he was about to speak, Song Nuan rose and walked away. With a sharp clatter, Xie Huai set down his knife and fork, swiftly pursuing her. He grasped her wrist firmly and, suppressing his emotions, said, Finish your meal before leaving. After several encounters, Song Nuan knew she couldn't resist him, so she simply bit down on his hand. Even tasting blood, he refused to release her. She stared at him in silence, her eyes filled with disdain. Xie Huai's expression grew colder, but he showed no signs of anger as he tightened his grip on her wrist, stating, If you enjoy biting, feel free to continue, but you must finish your meal before leaving. How is it that he makes her detest him to such a degree simply for refusing to eat? She thought, I won't eat, Song Nuan declared, her mood unyielding. In the next moment, Xie Huai bent down and lifted her, striding purposefully back inside, placing her in her seat, and coolly declared, If you refuse to eat, I'll go to your home. What else can you do besides that? Song Nuan retorted sharply. He placed the cut steak in front of her, stating blandly, I can also go to you. How absurd. Yes, eat. With a taut expression, Song Nuan replied, I don't like steak. The sight of it makes me nauseous, and seeing you makes me feel even worse. Xie Huai scrutinized her expression for several seconds before smirking slightly. Song Nuan, why were you never this picky in high school? He knew she was deliberately resisting cooperation, yet he still indulged her, taking her bag from her hands. Fine, you're the little empress today. Let us go. In his life, he had only ever yielded to her. Chapter 12. Men are not worthy. There's no time now. Let's push this to tomorrow afternoon. Seeing that Song Nuan remained seated, Xie Huai inquired in a low tone, Do you want me to carry you out? There were many onlookers in the vicinity, and after a moment of hesitation, Song Nuan finally rose and walked toward the door, with Xie Huai trailing behind at a leisurely pace. The secretary stared in disbelief as General Manager Xie followed the woman, piecing together that she was the subject of his recent inquiries. In the elevator, Xie Huai pressed the button for the basement level. Upon arriving, As Song Nuan prepared to exit, he grasped her wrist. Noticing her wince in pain, he immediately wrapped his arm around her shoulder. Then, she felt a sharp pain on her foot, evidently due to someone stepping on it. He glanced down at the fresh footprint on his polished shoe and smirked. Your temper seems to be even worse than in high school. It appears you're not afraid of me. His tone lightened as he spoke. Song Nuan ignored him, and as Xie Huai escorted her out of the elevator, a sleek black Porsche awaited them, the driver opening the door. Song Nuan frowned, asking, "Where to?" "To eat." Half an hour later, the car pulled into a villa. This time, she didn't wait for Xie Huai to carry her. Stepping out with a cold expression, she caught his eye as he motioned for her to enter. Taking a deep breath, she relied on her professionalism as a lawyer to refrain from clashing with him. Upon entering, she noted that this villa was far cozier than the one in Sea City, evidently a place Xie Huai frequently inhabited. Xie Huai shed his suit jacket, carelessly tossing it onto the gray sofa, unfastened his cuffs, and rolled them up his arms, casually asking, "You want to eat corn? Nor beef? What else will you refuse? Nothing from cabbage, carrots, onions, garlic, cucumbers, pumpkins, cabbage, cilantro, lamb, pork, fish, or seafood," Song Nuan replied. Xie Huai rolled up his other sleeve and remarked nonchalantly, "Are you being unreasonable?" Song Nuan's face flushed crimson, angered by his words. He glanced at her, suddenly chuckling softly. "Aren't you quite eloquent when it comes to lawsuits? Why hesitate to speak now?" Seeing her silent, he rubbed his temples and explained, "Do you have any idea who General Manager Huang is? You casually dine alone with him? A regular at nightclubs, and his assistant is one of those nightclub people. He may not interfere with your work, but I assure you, he will investigate any men around you." Before she could respond, he walked into the kitchen. An hour later, he emerged with the meal, catching a glimpse of her on the phone, seemingly engaged in work, her demeanor calm and collected. Unlike the usual cold and disdainful expression she wore around him, he thought he should find a case for her to handle soon. After several minutes, Song Nuan finally hung up, and without waiting for Xie Huai to call her, she sat down to eat. Her movements swift, clearly in a rush to get back to work. Xie Huai sat across from her, eating leisurely. Once she finished, he stated in a low voice, "The driver is waiting outside to take you to the company." As soon as he finished speaking, she stood up and headed out. Upon entering the office, Secretary Zhang approached. "Lawyer Song, General Manager Huang is looking for you." As Song Nuan prepared to leave, Secretary Zhang suddenly asked, "Lawyer Song, are you married?" She disliked others prying into her private matters, especially from acquaintances. Secretary Zhang's expression shifted momentarily before returning to normal as she tossed her luxurious waves back, warning, "Don't think you can steal General Manager Huang from me. Otherwise, you can forget about staying in this company." Song Nuan met her gaze coolly. "I'm sorry, but you should ask General Manager Huang tonight whether he intends to fire me or you." With that, she walked out. Secretary Zhang, infuriated, stamped her foot, irritated by Song Nuan's arrogance, as she relied on her looks to secure her position at work in General Manager Huang's office. Upon seeing Song Nuan enter, he greeted her warmly. "Please, have a seat." "Lawyer Song, what is your relationship with General Manager Xie from Shengming?" Song Nuan candidly remarked, "High school classmates." Mr. Huang's eyes brightened, and he chuckled. "I see, Lawyer Song, you are quite the beauty. Surely, Mr. Xie must have had a fondness for you back in the day." Song Nuan furrowed her brow slightly, unsure of the answer. Mr. Huang tapped his fingers lightly on the table and continued, "From now on, you will liaise with Shengming, Lawyer Song. I have faith in you. Do not let me down." As Song Nuan exited the office, she met the inquisitive gazes of her colleagues, but maintained a calm demeanor as she entered her own space. Glancing at the documents sent by Shengming on her computer, she rubbed her temples. Shengming currently faced 2 legal cases, one involving malicious defamation by an online influencer, and the other concerning a breach of contract in the entertainment industry. The former was relatively straightforward to prosecute, while the latter posed significant challenges, requiring efforts to minimize the compensation for the breach. For the next 2 days, Xie Huai kindly refrained from disrupting her routine, allowing Song Nuan to enjoy a sense of peace while adhering to her work schedule. Mr. Huang remarked, "It wouldn't be right for Lawyer Song to miss our first group dinner. Today, staff from Shengming Company would also join, making it essential for future collaborations." With work intertwined, Song Nuan found it difficult to decline the invitation. Indeed, it was necessary to have a meal with Shengming's personnel for smoother interactions henceforth. All right, she agreed. Before long, Secretary Jiang sent the dinner location. Lanjia Private Kitchen, renowned locally and notoriously difficult to book, often requiring a month's advance reservation. Upon hearing about the dinner, Lin Ro expressed her envy over the phone. I would love to go, but I've tried booking several times without success. Ah, Nuan, I adore you. Song Nuan chuckled. I'm not particularly eager to go. Lin Ro added, just don't drink too much. If you do, I'll come to pick you up. Okay, Song Nuan replied before stepping out. Mr. Huang and others were already prepared and turned to her simultaneously, clad in a black trench coat over a suit. With her hair neatly tied in a low ponytail, her otherwise unremarkable attire was elevated by her strikingly beautiful face, instantly captivating those around her. Are we still waiting for someone? Let us go. Song Nuan said calmly. Mr. Huang led the way, with Secretary Jiang by his side. The group of 10 split into 3 vehicles for convenience, with Song Nuan sharing a ride with Secretary Jiang. Through the rearview mirror, Secretary Jiang observed the woman in the back seat, who was gazing out the window. She initiated conversation. Lawyer Song, what do you think of Lawyer Wang from the company? He comes from a well-off background. You two would make a good match. I could put in a good word for you. Song Nuan turned to face forward and replied directly, your desires are not necessarily mine. Do not project your intentions onto me. Secretary Jiang tossed her hair back. I don't believe you and Mr. Huang have no connection. How else would you have an office upon your arrival? Song Nuan's words made Secretary Jiang's expression change. And before she could respond, Song Nuan continued, the company did not choose me. I chose this company. Our disparity lies here. If you still don't understand why I have an office, perhaps you should review my resume from start to finish. She had never been one to suffer indignities, save for the occasional run-in with Xie Huai. Secretary Jiang, focus on your work. There is no need for you to concern yourself with anything else. Though Secretary Jiang's face darkened, she was at a loss for words. Upon arriving at Lanjia Private Kitchen, she strutted in, her high heels clicking confidently on the floor. Song Nuan was the last to enter the private room and immediately spotted a man in a black turtleneck sweater. His chiseled features particularly accentuated by a sharp jawline. He lounged casually in his chair, his gaze intensely fixed on her. It was none other than Xie Huai at that moment. Mr. Huang called out, Lawyer Song. Come sit. A place has been reserved for you. The seat he indicated was right next to Xie Huai in the workplace. Song Nuan understood the implications of this arrangement. It was clearly an attempt to curry favor with Xie Huai. Her brow furrowed slightly as she regretted focusing solely on selecting a company, neglecting to consider the individuals involved. I can sit with Secretary Jiang, she politely suggested. You and Mr. Xie are high school classmates. Surely you have much to discuss. Come on, Mr. Huang insisted. Instantly, all eyes were on Song Nuan, who clenched her handbag to suppress her rising emotions and quickly walked over. As she sat down, the man beside her spoke in a low voice. I am not well acquainted with Lawyer Song. We haven't seen each other in many years. The last time was our first meeting. Taken aback, Song Nuan hadn't anticipated him to explain on her behalf. Mr. Huang chuckled. Old classmates will become familiar with each other after a few meetings. Xie Huai cast a sidelong glance at Mr. Huang, then placed the menu in front of Song Nuan, casually saying, Lawyer Song. Please order. Secretary Jiang interjected, Mr. Xie, allow me. Lawyer Song isn't adept at ordering, and I've been here a few times. Do I need you to teach me how to speak? Xie Huai replied, his tone neither harsh nor gentle. But it was enough to make Secretary Jiang pale. Mr. Huang quickly attempted to lighten the atmosphere. Whatever Mr. Xie says goes. Please order, Lawyer Song. Prior to attending, Song Nuan had briefly perused the menu, and Lin Ro had praised the food, which was undoubtedly delectable, albeit outrageously priced. She addressed the waiter, bring everything. There aren't many dishes to choose from. A hush fell over the room, while Mr. Huang mentally winced at the expense, yet he refrained from speaking. Meanwhile, Xie Huai wore a faint smile, his gaze discreetly observing the woman sitting upright, as the dishes were brought out in order. Song Nuan sampled a few, confirming their excellent taste, which slightly improved her mood. Mr. Huang reminded her, Lawyer Song, you should toast Mr. Xie with a drink. Just as Xie Huai reached to turn the lazy Susan, he shot Mr. Huang a frosty glance upon hearing this. I do not appreciate women toasting me. Assistantly, since Mr. Huang enjoys drinking, you should accompany him for a few rounds. Immediately, assistantly set down his chopsticks and poured a drink. Mr. Huang, allow me to toast you. Mr. Huang eagerly nodded and promptly downed a glass of liquor. Following Song Nuan's gaze, Xie Huai's attention fell on the lion's head dish at the center of the table. Moments later, he stood and, before everyone's gaze, picked up the last lion's head and placed it in front of himself. In a hushed tone, only audible to her, he asked, "Still want to eat? If so, order more." Song Nuan chose to ignore him, and he merely chuckled. "Fine, if you wish to ignore me, then let us just eat." Just like in high school, he had a bad temper that was difficult to placate. When the waiter came to collect the plates, he spoke up, "Bring another one of these." After a few drinks, "Mr. Huang waved his hand grandly, "Order whatever you like. It's on me." Assistantly chimed in, "Let us have a bottle of 82 Lafite, please." Those who crossed Mr. Xie would have to face the consequences. Mr. Huang lamented the exorbitant cost of the meal, which totaled a staggering 188,000, while Song Nuan took the opportunity to have several dishes packed to go. As they neared the exit, assistantly informed, "Mr. Huang, I've already reserved a private room at the bar." Mr. Huang, still reeling from the meal's bill, finally comprehended, "All right, thank you for your generosity." The group headed to a city's largest bar, and upon entering the private room, Song Nuan quickly sought a corner to minimize her presence. After a while, a dozen people entered, a mix of young men and women. One young man with curly hair attempted to sit beside Song Nuan. He was swiftly kicked to the ground. The room fell silent, all eyes turning to the enigmatic man cloaked in darkness, his expression obscured yet emanating an unmistakable chill. No explanation was given. Assistantly clarified, "Mr. Xie dislikes such antics. You all should focus on entertaining Mr. Huang. Mr. Huang, please feel free," he added. After a few rounds of drinks, the group's behavior became increasingly distasteful. After sitting for a while, Song Nuan stood and left. Exiting the restroom, she spotted Xie Huai leaning in the corridor, smoking. His shirt collar was open, and the air was thick with the scent of smoke. Nearby, a provocative woman kept glancing their way, clearly intrigued. "If you wish to stay and watch them perform in the nude, you may refuse," he said. Song Nuan paused for a moment before conceding, "The food I packed is still in the car." Xie Huai extinguished his cigarette, raising an eyebrow. "Do you enjoy eating that much? I'll have it delivered to your doorstep." "All right, I'll go fetch my bag," she replied. Just as she finished speaking, she noticed Xie Huai holding her black handbag on his wrist. She bit her lip, her tone softer than before. "Give it to me, please." "Thank you." Xie Huai raised an eyebrow, somewhat surprised. Why no harsh words this time? Song Nuan took the bag from him, her demeanor cold. "I'm not insane." She turned and walked away. Upon arriving at her doorstep, Xie Huai leisurely remarked, "Did you see clearly now?" Song Nuan, having never been in a relationship, should realize that men are not to be trusted. A married man would never dine alone with a female employee. Chapter 13. Xie Huai, I detest you. Song Nuan instinctively wanted to retort but held her tongue. Xie Huai was indeed insufferable, yet his words resonated with her. She had been solely focused on her work, neglecting to consider other aspects. She opened her door, stepped inside, and shut it firmly, saying nothing. Had it been any other time, the sound of the door slamming would have been much louder. Xie Huai smirked. "Ah, you're aware of your own guilt." At that moment, the door suddenly swung open, revealing Song Nuan's plain face, her expression indifferent as she said, "Who said I've never been in a relationship? My ex-boyfriend was quite fit and adept." As Xie Huai's expression soured, she slammed the door with a resounding thud, even locked it. Peeking through the peephole, she saw his face contorted in displeasure, which somehow brought her a measure of comfort. Anyone subjected to such thorough scrutiny would feel uncomfortable. The thought that Xie Huai had uncovered every detail of her life over the past few years made her stomach churn. When Lin Ro arrived, it was already past 10, and Xie Huai had left. A table filled with an array of dishes awaited, and Lin Ro exclaimed in astonishment, "Nuan Nuan, you're too good to me." "Are these too expensive?" Song Nuan replied truthfully. Xie Huai had them sent. With a mouthful of food, Lin Ro struggled to swallow, finally managing to say, "Nuan Nuan, you wouldn't have compromised yourself for Xie Huai, would you?" She wore a mock-serious expression. Just as Song Nuan was about to pick up her chopsticks to eat, she heard that remark, and after a moment of silence, she responded, "That would be quite lacking in ambition." Lin Ro couldn't help but chuckle, her curiosity piqued. "So how did Xie Huai send the food over?" Song Nuan recalled. "He said I've never been in a relationship and advised me to be cautious of men. I remarked that my ex-boyfriend is in good health and quite capable." Lin Ro let out a soft exclamation, turned her head to glance at the security door, and asked, "Hasn't Xie Huai sent anyone to break into your house?" "No," Song Nuan replied, still somewhat apprehensive. With a sense of resignation and reluctance, she added, "He must have thoroughly investigated my activities over the years." Lin Ro sighed, "Of course, but Xie Huai is somewhat better than I imagined. As long as he doesn't force you to be with him, you can simply ignore his presence. It's just a matter of time before he loses interest." Song Nuan, wishing to change the subject, urged, "Let us eat quickly. You still have writing to do later." The life of a working person, Lin Ro chose not to comment further. The following day, as Song Nuan stepped outside, she spotted Xie Huai, clad in a black, high-collared casual jacket, standing at her door. Her heart skipped a beat, and without hesitation, she retreated indoors and shut the door. Staring at the closed door, Xie Huai lightly tapped the cigarette in his hand. Unhurried, and a few minutes later, the door reopened. Song Nuan emerged, wearing a black coat over a white professional outfit, clutching the black bag that seemed to have saved her life. It was the same bag she had been holding since their first encounter. She pressed her lips together and stated, "It's time for me to go to work." Xie Huai's gaze fixed on her face, and in the next moment, he casually discarded his cigarette, letting it extinguish underfoot, and said coolly, "I didn't stop you from going to work." As Song Nuan closed the door behind her and hadn't yet left, the man's voice turned somber. "I do not care about how well your ex-boyfriend is doing. But do not let me find out that you still have ties with him. Song Nuan, I'm giving you space, but I will not allow opportunities for other men, whether to provoke me or out of genuine sentiment. Do not test my patience." After a brief pause, he added, "If you wish to address your physical needs, I can accommodate you. I may not know how well I perform, but I assure you, my health is excellent." Song Nuan, her expression peculiar, almost uttered the words "you are sick," took large strides to leave, unwilling to engage in this topic with him. Xie Huai followed her leisurely, entering the elevator where they stood at opposite ends as it descended from the 13th floor to the ground level. In the next moment, he pressed the button for the basement, and as the elevator descended and the doors opened, he seized her arm and led her towards the black car. The motion was anything but gentle, and Song Nuan was thrown into the seat, barely comprehending the situation before the door slammed shut with a decisive thud. Xie Huai's cold voice followed, "Get out." The driver in front quickly exited the vehicle, and Song Nuan, realizing the gravity of the situation, had no time to react before Xie Huai leaned in, pinning her against the seat. His voice was menacing. "I am not so magnanimous. Who has touched you?" He had suppressed his feelings all night, repeatedly convincing himself to remain calm, but the thought of her being intimate with another man drove him to the edge of reason. Song Nuan braced herself against his chest, attempting to keep him at bay, her breath unsteady. "Xie Huai, what madness is this?" she retorted coolly. "I am not your possession. Whom I choose to date is my prerogative, and sleeping with someone is also my choice. What gives you the right to investigate me? Have I owed you anything? Did I deceive you in matters of the heart? I have made it abundantly clear from the beginning that I do not harbor any feelings for you." She loathed how Xie Huai had consistently restricted her life from high school until now. Xie Huai's expression turned ashen and dark, his gaze fixated on her. "Try it and see what happens. If you dare to date or sleep with someone else, I will ensure you will never know freedom again." Before she could respond, he leaned down and captured her soft lips, a kiss that left her breathless. As he pressed deeper, her resistance faltered, and the kiss consumed them both until, gasping for air, he finally released her, his eyes reflecting her flushed cheeks and teary eyes. Suddenly, he regained his composure. Song Nuan lowered her gaze, adjusting her slightly askew blouse. "You are truly revolting." Xie Huai's expression shifted dramatically, his fingers trembling slightly. In the next moment, Song Nuan flung open the car door and bolted away, disappearing into the underground parking lot. At the hospital, the driver spoke softly, "Mr. Xie, he accidentally crashed into a tree." Jean Mo, however, did not believe for a moment that Xie Huai had merely had an accident. He was a licensed international racer. He waved dismissively, "You may leave." Once the driver departed, he turned to the silent man with closed eyes and incisively remarked, "What has Song Nuan done to upset you?" Xie Huai opened his deep-set eyes. His shoulders slumped. "I cannot accept that she has been in a relationship. She has dated someone? I thought she said she hadn't. She mentioned that her ex-boyfriend was in good health and quite capable. I remained calm all night but couldn't hold back. And so you decided to make her life difficult? Did she call you disgusting? Well, such matters are rather normal. After all, she is 28 years old. College relationships, cough. What do you intend to do about it? She currently despises me. How can I win her back? Gina Mo sighed. I sometimes genuinely consider awarding you the best romantic fool trophy. I thought you were concerned about her past relationships. Gina Mo felt a mix of exasperation and understanding. This was not the first time Xie Huai had behaved this way, having been this way since high school, as long as it is Song Nuan. Whether she is white, black, bad, or good, I like her regardless, he sighed deeply. Song Nuan, you know better than I do. If you frighten her, she will avoid you. Although I am unaware of your actions, they cannot be good. Xie Huai seemed not to hear this, and Gina Mo sighed, I don't even know how to advise you. Just wait. I will assist you. He pulled out his phone and dialed Song Nuan's number. Song Nuan, there's been an incident. Xie Huai was in an accident. I'm out of town and cannot go. But could you please check on him after work? Don't say that. If anything happens to him, and his father learns the reason, your entire family is finished. And no sooner had he spoken than a hand slammed down on the phone. Xie Huai's dark eyes glaring. Do not threaten her family. Gina Mo jumped back, reflexively glancing at the now black-screened phone, howling, Xie Huai, that was my new phone. You owe me. He glared at him. Fine. You will eventually fall for Song Nuan. I will just call her to apologize later. What terrible luck my brother has, getting beaten and still having to admit fault. My father has never even scolded me. Xie Huai pressed his lips together and muttered, I apologize. Gina Mo waved his hands in panic. Your demeanor frightens me even more. Take a break that I will buy a new phone, or else I won't be able to call. My father will report it. After he left, Xie Huai's phone suddenly rang. Displaying Song Nuan's name. In an instant, he answered the call. Xie Huai, I'm sorry. Is it all right? Please, do not trouble my family anymore. From now on, I will not oppose you. Song Nuan's voice was strained and angry, gradually becoming choked with emotion. Xie Huai felt a sharp pain in his heart, his fingers tightening around the phone, as if he were about to crush it. I will not. I promise I will not trouble your family. I would rather die than do so. On the other end, after a moment of silence, her voice returned to normal. Which hospital are you in? I will come by shortly. Just focus on your work. Xie Huai hung up before she could say anything further. Meanwhile, Gina Mo, having replaced his phone, immediately called Song Nuan. Song Nuan, I may have exaggerated earlier. It's not that serious. Xie Huai is his father's only son, and if anything happens, they will undoubtedly investigate. However, I didn't mention that Xie Huai would never let his father trouble you. Otherwise, after his suicide attempt, it would have been the end for you. I am not trying to scare you. The Xie family has that capability. If Xie Huai hadn't interfered all these years, his father would have learned about your existence long ago. His depression is quite severe. I will email you the details shortly, lest you think I am lying. You know how much he despises seeing other men around you, and you provoked him by mentioning your past relationships. It's remarkable that he managed to remain calm for an entire night before confronting you. I know you dislike us, but deep down, you should realize that Xie Huai has never truly harmed you. Rather, you have suffered because of him. Back in high school, when boys from other schools bothered you, they stopped coming because Xie Huai single-handedly took on 7 or 8 of them, breaking 2 of his ribs in the process. The school spread rumors about his bad temper and violence. But Song Nuan, you are the one who has the least right to despise him. He has protected you more than he has himself. On the other end of the line, Song Nuan's complexion turned pale as she leaned against the wash basin. Memories of high school flashing through her mind. It was a Friday afternoon, particularly cold for the beginning of winter. Song Nuan, be my girlfriend, a tall athlete in vocational school uniform said, looking at her with casual arrogance. Song Nuan instinctively ignored him, but the boys around him jeered, Boss, she's ignoring you. Haha. The athlete, somewhat embarrassed, blocked her path, saying, If you don't agree, I will wait for you at the school gate next Friday. Song Nuan pulled out her phone, ready to call the police, when a hand landed on her shoulder. Turning, she saw the side profile of the athletic boy. Xie Huai stood there, a basketball in hand. Pressing it against the athlete's chest, try blocking her, I dare you. Let us see who ends up being blocked. That time, Xie Huai was well known across several schools, and many recognized him. The athlete, intimidated, hesitated before leading his friends away. Song Nuan broke free from his grasp and hurried towards the bus stop, only to have someone grab her backpack the next moment. Xie Huai's strikingly handsome face was as assertive as ever. Come with me to buy some practice books. Let go, Song Nuan retorted angrily. Xie Huai smirked. Not a chance. He redirected her, catching her off guard, and she stumbled, falling to the ground, her head spinning while pain shot through her palm, causing tears to well up in her eyes. She saw blood on her palm, bit back the pain, stood up, snatched her bag from Xie Huai's grasp, and ran off in silence. Xie Huai's expression changed when he realized what had happened. And by the time he reacted, she was already on the bus, leaving him behind. Before she could utter a word, she heard her say, Xie Huai, I detest you. Get well soon. It will be beneficial for both you and him. Song Nuan handed over the prepared documents and added, Manager Huang, I need to take a leave later. Manager Huang perused the documents, nodded, and replied, All right, you may go. Lawyer Song truly was impressive, swiftly identifying the loophole. Once he left, Song Nuan tidied her desk and then headed out, taking a vehicle to District 1 Hospital. Upon arriving downstairs, she took a deep breath to calm herself before ascending to the upper floor. Knock, knock, knock. After a few raps, no one responded from inside. Hesitating for a moment, she pushed the door open, only to find Xie Huai bare-chested, changing clothes. One hand was already dressed while the other was poised to put on a shirt. Their eyes met, and instinctively, Song Nuan began to retreat from the ward. Xie Huai quickly pulled down his shirt and opened the door, finding her standing beside him, waiting. His gaze was smoldering yet deliberately restrained. Come in, he beckoned. Chapter 14. Xie Huai, may I court you? Song Nuan paused briefly before stepping inside. Xie Huai glanced at her and handed her a peeled banana from the fruit platter. Song Nuan did not take it. Maintaining a professional distance a few steps away, her tone businesslike, How are you? Xie Huai's expression darkened as he casually tossed the banana into the trash can, sitting on the hospital bed and pulling out a cigarette. After taking a long drag, he slowly exhaled. His voice was somewhat hoarse. I'm sorry. Song Nuan turned to look out the window and rationally analyzed. Xie Huai, you don't truly like me. Your obsession stems from my indifference towards you. I am willing to date you, but if you grow tired of it, you must promise not to appear before me again. Realizing Xie Huai's fixation, she understood that if she did not fulfill him, he might remain entangled in her life indefinitely. A few fleeting years seemed preferable to a lifetime of turmoil. Upon hearing the words a lifetime, Xie Huai inhaled sharply, choking on his smoke, his brows knitting together as he spoke in a low yet fierce tone. What if I'm not tired of it? Song Nuan bit her lip, summoning a daring spirit akin to if the pot is broken, let it be, and replied, then I shall spend my life with you. Accepting her fate, she felt that at least there was a 50-50 chance in her current mindset. Hearing the phrase a lifetime, Xie Huai suddenly crushed his cigarette in anger, glaring at her. Song Nuan, you dare to gamble a lifetime with me and refuse to believe I love you? You wish to wager, do you? Fine, let us go to the Civil Affairs Bureau. I shall not court you. I will marry you. I wager that if I ever change my heart, I shall release you, but until then, you are bound to me for life. His eyes bore a resolve that made Song Nuan feel as though she might flee in panic. Yet she steadied herself. All right. Xie Huai's hands tightened with frustration, his voice a growl. Get out of here. He could agree to her terms, but damn it, he could not bear the thought of her gambling with him while she did not harbor feelings for him. Song Nuan nearly faltered, casting a glance at him before hastily exiting the ward. And no sooner had she taken a few steps than a hand from behind pulled her back, and before she could see clearly, a black, casual jacket was draped over her shoulders. She had forgotten to wear a coat upon leaving the office, only now realizing the chill. Xie Huai wore a cold expression, not uttering a word, and limped back inside. Song Nuan pressed her lips together, turned back into the ward, and under his watchful gaze, pulled back the covers, gesturing for him to get into bed. Her demeanor was so proper that it seemed as though she was attending a lecture. After a moment of surprise, Xie Huai turned his head to the side, a smile gradually forming at the corners of his mouth. The room fell silent, the only sounds being their breathing, that moment. A nurse entered and upon seeing Song Nuan, instinctively said, You should go settle the payment. By the way, your boyfriend needs a bland diet these days. It would be best to make some pork rib soup. Song Nuan took the slip and clarified, He is not my boyfriend. Afterward, she left with the receipt, only to find that due to the costs of a VIP ward, the bill amounted to over 40,000. As she watched the nurse attempt to draw blood multiple times without success, She couldn't help but voice, "Are you an intern?" The nurse shook her head, blushing. "I'm sorry. I got too nervous with him looking at me." Xie Huai coldly remarked, "I wasn't looking at you. I was looking at her." The nurse's face flushed even deeper, and this time she managed to draw blood correctly. After completing the infusion, she exited. And Song Nuan glanced at the 4 bottle before leaning back on the sofa with her eyes closed, clearly not wishing for further conversation. Xie Huai then unabashedly gazed at her. A delicate face, fair skin, exquisite features, and full lips tinged with a soft pink. She was several times more beautiful than the artists under the company's banner without makeup, yet entirely unflattering. If only she would please him. He would give her everything, but she simply did not care for him at all. Janimo had thought Song Nuan would not come. After handling matters at the company, he came to care for this young master. It was not that there was no money to hire a nurse, but the young master despised strangers, particularly women. Upon opening the door, he immediately spotted Song Nuan, and they exchanged glances, momentarily at a loss whether to enter or retreat. Damn it! What was he doing here? Seeing him, Song Nuan stood and handed him the medical bill, stating flatly, "Transfer the money to my bank account." With that, she strutted away in her high heels. The door slammed shut. And Janimo dared not meet Xie Huai's gaze, clearing his throat as he examined the bill. Over 40,000 indeed, quite a bargain. The only response he received was Xie Huai's back, clearly unwilling to see him. Janimo remarked, "Look at you, prioritizing romance over friendship," he innocently explained. "I thought Song Nuan wouldn't show up." Xie Huai knew better than anyone that Song Nuan would come, for she feared he might threaten her family. Yet he did not explain this to Janimo, simply transferring the medical fees to her account. "Fine, you're hospitalized. I'll cover the expenses." Janimo wore an expression of a victimized fool. He added, "Do you want to call assistantly to take care of you? I need to fly out tomorrow. There's an issue with the amusement park project. They say there's a problem with the property rights. It frustrates me. We were halfway through, and now they bring this up. If it can't be resolved, I'll be losing billions." Xie Huai lazily replied, "If you need anything, contact assistantly." "Fine. I want to be polite with you." Suddenly, Janimo leaned closer, curious. "Did you kiss Song Nuan this morning?" Her lips looked like they had been ravaged. "It's clear you're inexperienced." Inexperienced? Xie Huai opened his eyes and stared at him. His ears tinged with a faint blush as he retorted, "Do you have nothing better to do? TSK, you're braver than I imagined. I thought you wouldn't dare." Janimo truly hadn't expected him to be capable of kissing someone. In high school, he had turned away from Song Nuan's fair legs, unable to look. Suddenly, the door swung open, and a middle-aged man in a suit strode in. The ward fell silent immediately, and Janimo rubbed his nose, standing aside and giving Xie Huai a look of self-preservation. "Uncle Xie." Xie Huai's expression turned icy. "If I want to crash, I will." Xie Mingyu frowned. "Xie Huai, have you grown wings? How dare you speak to me like that?" Xie Mingyu's countenance shifted, and Janimo was itching to leave but dared not move. Xie Mingyu seemed reluctant to argue, enduring for a moment before saying, "Someone will come to pick you up shortly." Xie Huai coldly replied, "Why? Eager to introduce your stepmother to me?" "Xie Huai," Xie Mingyu barked. Xie Mingyu was wealthy and powerful, single, and had countless women vying for his attention. This was precisely why Janimo was astonished that Xie Huai had harbored feelings for Song Nuan all these years, enduring even the physical urges of a man. Xie Huai stated, "The artist under your company." Janimo, taken aback, asked, "Son Yaya?" "Yes, damn, I've spent so much on her. If this gets out, I'll be ruined." Xie Huai nonchalantly replied, "It's not as though you can't afford the penalty. Just ask for more." Janimo found this reasoning sound, cleared his throat, and said, "Well then, we need not discuss it further." Song Ma watched television for a while before speaking up. "Your father knows a university professor. He has been working for over 2 years, polite and well-mannered. You should meet him." Song Nuan sipped water and replied, "Mom, I'm not interested in blind dates at the moment." Song Ma urged, "It's time to consider marriage. 2 people can look after each other. You can't keep relying on takeout for nutrition. Just meet him. Listen to your mother." Song Nuan delayed, "Mom, let us talk about it next year." Song Dad, fearing she might become annoyed, interjected, "Then let us discuss it next year. How's work at the company?" "Pretty good." Song Nuan nodded. Meanwhile, Xie Huai stood at the door, dressed in a thin black sweater, casual black trousers, and cotton slippers. She looked at him coldly, awaiting his explanation for his visit. Xie Huai's hair had grown a bit, tousled across his forehead, and he bore a slight smile, adding a youthful charm. I merely came to see you. Come in. Song Nuan said nothing, but as she closed the door, she heard him cough. After finishing her grooming, she recalled something and peeked through the peephole. Xie Huai remained, head bowed, not checking his phone or smoking. He appeared to be in a poor mood. Song Nuan moved back to the sofa, sat for a few minutes, then stood again, retrieving a black down jacket from her bedroom. She opened the door and handed it to Xie Huai. Frowning slightly, she said, "Can you not linger here? If something happens, I want to be able to bear it." Jian Mo's words rang true. If something were to happen to Xie Huai because of her, she and her family would likely face dire consequences. Under the light, the man raised his eyelids slightly, his gaze shimmering with fragments of light, and he suddenly declared, "Song Nuan, I want to marry you." He hoped she liked him even a little. Song Nuan was about to respond when the phone in the living room rang. She closed the door and went to answer it. "Hello, Song Nuan? This is Jian Mo. Have you seen Xie Huai?" His tone was somewhat urgent. Song Nuan pressed her lips together. "Yes," at the door. Jian Mo sighed in relief, his voice softening. "Don't provoke him. Today is the anniversary of his mother's passing. He always shuts himself in at home around this time. I tried to see him earlier, but no one was there. I forgot my phone and wallet, so I thought to ask you. North Garden, 13th floor. You should come to get him." Song Nuan replied. Jian Mo paused, then sighed. "He may only want to see you. In the past, he wouldn't see anyone around this time. Can you keep him for one night? I'll come to pick him up tomorrow." Song Nuan naturally would not agree. Just as she was about to say something, Jian Mo continued, "Though he hasn't looked into where you were all these years. He has always taken care of your parents. A few years ago, when your father underwent stomach surgery, he hired a renowned doctor to perform AT that time. Your father's condition was quite severe, and the hospital had no guarantee of performing the surgery." Song Nuan's expression shifted dramatically as she immediately hung up the phone and dialed her father, Song Ba. He had already retired for the night and spoke gently. "Nuan, what's wrong, Dad? Did you have surgery a few years ago?" Song Nuan's eyes brimmed with tears. Song Ba paused for a few seconds. "Just a minor issue, nothing serious." "Who told you this? Why didn't you mention it to me?" "You were working and it was nothing. The doctor said it was a minor procedure." "Dad, please don't hide things like this from me in the future." Song Nuan wiped her eyes and softly apologized. "I'm sorry, Dad. It's all right, just a minor issue. Don't cry. My child, I truly am fine. You had just started working not long ago, and I know you were under a lot of pressure, even if you didn't say so. Your mother and I both understood." Song Ba reassured her, "It's all fine now. Get some rest." After hanging up, Song Nuan took a sip of warm water, composed herself, and opened the door again. Xie Huai seemed momentarily stunned by her actions, his dark pupils reflecting the silhouette of the woman. "May I come in?" Song Nuan pressed her lips together and replied, "About my father's surgery a few years ago. Thank you." Xie Huai frowned, his demeanor suddenly turning cold. "I'll leave shortly." After a brief standoff, just as Song Nuan was about to shut the door, Xie Huai suddenly reached out to grasp the doorknob, retracting his earlier statement, "I'll be leaving first thing in the morning." Song Nuan turned and stepped inside, quickly retrieving a blanket from the bedroom and placing it on the sofa without a word, then turned and locked the bedroom door, securing herself from Xie Huai. He closed the door and scanned the living room, noting its simplicity. On the table, a vase held pink wax plum flowers, exuding a delicate fragrance. A wooden coffee table held a few books, and a small orange cat on the sofa watched him with wide eyes, ready to flee if he dared approach. Xie Huai suddenly chuckled, sauntering over, picking up the cat and playfully poking its nose with his finger, asserting, "This spot is mine." Xiao Dou mewed in protest, and Song Nuan emerged from the bedroom asking, "What are you doing? Let it go." Xie Huai tilted his head innocently, "Just playing with it." As Song Nuan walked over to pick up Xiao Dou. She intended to return to the bedroom when she heard Xie Huai's deep voice, "Song Nuan, I'm hungry." She turned to stare at him. "I'll order takeout." "I don't want takeout. Could you please cook me a bowl of noodles?" Xie Huai insisted. At that moment, he seemed to have shed his usual harshness and gloom, appearing as a perfectly normal and handsome man. Taking a deep breath, Song Nuan placed the cat down and entered the kitchen. Soon, steam billowed from the kitchen, and Xie Huai fixed his gaze on it, appearing somewhat dazed. After about 20 minutes, Song Nuan set a bowl of egg noodles down on the coffee table. After finishing her meal, she washed the dishes, Hearing the door close, Xie Huai finally lifted the bowl of egg noodles, catching a glimpse of Xiao Dodo inching closer. He smiled slyly and declared, "Mine." Chapter 15. Only with eyes closed do I feel human. Listening to the sounds outside gradually quiet down. Song Nuan finally closed her eyes, only to swiftly reopen them, glancing towards the door, still feeling uneasy. That night, she dreamt of fragmented scenes from high school, each featuring Xie Huai. The dream culminated in the day she cried, "Xie Huai, please let me go." When the alarm clock jolted her awake, a pang of pain throbbed at her forehead. Rubbing her brow, she was just about to head out for water when a thought struck her. She should change her clothes first. The man lay asleep on the sofa, and Xiao Dodo, seeking warmth, snuggled against his face, presenting a heartwarming sight of the two. Xie Huai only appeared human when his eyes were closed. She turned and entered the bathroom. Ding dong. The doorbell rang incessantly. Xie Huai sat up and glanced at the door, his irritation dissipating upon encountering the unfamiliar surroundings. He stood up to open the door. Revealing a middle-aged couple holding a thermos, he froze momentarily, unconsciously straightening his posture. Song Ba glanced at the door number, uncertainly stating, "Sorry, we must have the wrong address." Xie Huai straightened up and explained, "No, Song Nuan is washing up." Upon hearing this, Song Ba and Song Ma were taken aback. Song Ma, recalling something, instinctively asked, "Are you Nuan's boyfriend from out of town?" Xie Huai's brow furrowed slightly. Before he could respond, Song Nuan approached. Stunned, "Mom and Dad, what are you doing here?" "We just made you breakfast," Song Ma said, handing it to her, then added, "We didn't know you two were living together. I'll go downstairs to buy more breakfast." As she spoke, she stole another glance at Xie Huai, feeling he looked familiar but unable to place him. Song Ba said, "I'll go." After he left, noticing Song Ma examining Xie Huai, Song Nuan realized her mother must have misunderstood. Before she could clarify, she heard Song Ma ask Xie Huai, "Where are you from?" "Local," Xie Huai replied. "Oh, what do you do?" "I run a company, graduated from a university, 28 years old, and 1.89 meters tall." Hearing his credentials, Song Ma was somewhat satisfied, especially since he was handsome and capable. She casually inquired, "How long have you been dating Nuan?" "We're not dating. I'm pursuing her. Last night, I had misplaced my house key, and she kindly let me stay for the night. I apologize for the misunderstanding." Xie Huai's attitude and tone were better than Song Nuan had anticipated. He even took the initiative to clarify their relationship, which eased her worries. Song Ma smiled, "It's all right." After a while, Song Ba returned with breakfast, placing it on the dining table, urging, "Hurry and eat. You'll be late for work. No need. I'll take my leave." "Thank you, Uncle," Xie Huai said, rising to go. At least have breakfast before you leave," Song Ma called after him. Xie Huai instinctively glanced at Song Nuan, who bit her lip. "Wait for Mo to pick you up." She sat down and opened the thermos, revealing vegetable porridge and steamed dumplings. "You two can share the dumplings," Song Ba said affectionately. Not wanting them to worry, Song Nuan served a couple to Xie Huai before lowering her head to eat. After he tasted one, he looked up and praised, "Delicious. If Mo were here, he would surely be astonished." This was the most compliant Xie Huai had been since his mother was alive. Song Nuan glanced at him. Song Ma cherished compliments about her cooking, grinning, "As long as it's delicious. Next time I'll have Nuan send you some frozen dumplings. I made plenty." "Thank you," Xie Huai replied, entirely devoid of his usual cold demeanor. Instead appearing exceptionally gentle and well-behaved, akin to a mischievous student before a strict principal. Eager to get to work, Song Nuan finished her meal and led her parents downstairs, wary of leaving them alone with Xie Huai. His emotional state was unpredictable, and she feared he might act out again. As they approached the ground floor, Song Ma suddenly recalled who Xie Huai was, exclaiming, Nuan, isn't he your high school classmate? He came to our house looking for you." Upon seeing Song Nuan nod, she remarked, "This child has changed quite a bit. He was sunny and handsome before, but now he seems much more composed." "Nuan, your parents aren't old-fashioned. You don't need to hide things from us. If you think it's suitable, feel free to spend time together." Song Nuan was at a loss for how to explain, unable to clarify, so she silently accepted what her mother said. Around 9:30, as the door opened, Mo was greeted by a languid, much warmer-looking man in loungewear, cradling a cat in one arm. If he didn't know better, he might have thought he was looking at a married man, which genuinely shocked him. He adjusted his glasses and exclaimed, "Whoa, You're Xie Huai. Xie Huai, uninterested in engaging, saw him approaching and kicked lightly, saying coolly, "Wait outside." He turned to refill the cat's water and add more cat food before stepping out. Jinamo clicked his tongue, leaning against the door frame. I should be known. Song Nuan only responds to gentleness. You should have been softer with her. Xie Huai closed the door, glaring at him, clearly warning him to mind his words. Jinamo chuckled awkwardly. I am just trying to help you out. If I don't tell Song Nuan how much you've done for her, how would she know? Keep your mouth shut from now on. Xie Huai cautioned. Jinamo nodded. All right, I won't say anything. Just don't make a mess. By the way, Song Nuan is quite the legal expert. She handled a similar case for our company and we ended up losing. Do you think she'd consider collaborating with me? Xie Huai shot him a sidelong glance, his tone low. Keep personal matters separate from work. Don't disturb her. Jinmo muttered. You should take your own advice. Who besides you has disturbed Song Nuan? Just a reminder, now that she has won her lawsuit, she might face backlash from haters. Nowadays, they're quite fierce. Our company's female artist was splashed with red paint last time, nearly ruining her looks. Xie Huai frowned. Understood. In the afternoon, with little on her agenda, Song Nuan took her parents to the hospital for a comprehensive checkup, feeling relieved when everything turned out fine. After finishing her shopping at the market, Song Ma turned to her. Nuan, why don't you invite your colleagues over for a meal? Her daughter's nature wasn't one to take in just anyone. The fact that she allowed that man to stay over indicated she must harbor some feelings. Song Nuan felt a headache coming on, fully aware her mother was referring to Xie Huai. Mom, he's busy with work. You should at least ask, Song Ma insisted. Song Nuan bit her lip, recalling her father's surgery. Putting aside their grievances, it would be appropriate to invite Xie Huai over for a meal. Meanwhile, Xie Huai was at the office signing documents when his phone rang. He casually glanced at it, his gaze lingering before he answered. Hello? Are you off work? Came the light inquiry, striking Xie Huai's heart with an unexpected softness. Yes. Let us have a meal together. All right, hurry. Assistantly reminded him. Mr. Xie, you have an appointment today with General Zhu from Fenglong Group to discuss the contract. If it can be postponed, do so. If not, send someone else, Xie Huai replied, swiftly donning his suit jacket and striding out without giving assistantly a chance to respond. The Song residence, around 7. Song Nuan sat at the dining table, sorting green onions. Sensitive to the task, her eyes glistened slightly as she heard the doorbell. Rising, she opened the door to find Xie Huai's gaze locking onto hers. He instinctively thought she had only invited him out of obligation and softly murmured, You can bring the things inside. I want to come in. Just then, Song Ba emerged, cheerfully saying, You're here, come on in. Song Nuan stepped aside to let him pass. As Xie Huai was about to say something, Song Ba produced a brand new pair of slippers from the shoe cabinet, unsure of his size, saying, I just bought a random pair. Xie Huai glanced at Song Nuan, hesitating for a moment before saying, Thank you. He changed into the slippers, carrying the fruits and nutritional supplements inside. Song Ba, feeling a bit awkward, commented, You don't need to bring things. Just come over next time. I want tea. Bring anything next time. Xie Huai replied. Xie Huai observed Song Nuan as she approached the dining table to tend to the green onions. He removed his black down jacket and draped it over the sofa, clad in a black hoodie, and proceeded to wash his hands in the kitchen. Soon, he found himself seated across from Song Nuan, silently tending to the green onions. After a brief moment, he noticed the woman raising her hand to wipe her eyes. His gaze fell upon her face, his lips gradually pressing into a thin line. At that moment, Song Ma came over with a plate of crispy fried meat, declaring, That's enough. Wash your hands and eat. Song Nuan used the back of her hand to dab at her eyes and softly said, Mom, the smell of the onions is too strong. Song Ma, both amused and exasperated, replied, If you can't handle it, just leave it be. She then explained to Xie Huai, Nuan has never been able to tolerate the scents of onions, garlic, and shallots since she was a child. Xiao Xie, eat while it's hot. With that, she returned to her tasks in the kitchen. Song Ba glanced over, feeling quite pleased with Xie Huai. Wealth was inconsequential, but it was primarily the man's meticulous nature that impressed him. By the end of the meal, both Song Ba and Song Ma were thoroughly satisfied with Xie Huai, even inviting him to return next time. Song Nuan remained silent, taking her seat in the passenger side as the scenery outside flashed by. Tension radiated from her shoulders. Xie Huai, thank you, she uttered. Though she despised him, he had undeniably assisted her. After a brief silence, she continued. I'll transfer you the medical expenses. All right, Xie Huai nodded slightly. The flowers at your home need replacing. Perhaps it was the sheer normalcy of his demeanor that stirred a subtle flutter within Song Nuan, prompting her to turn her gaze to the window and respond coolly, "Is Friday acceptable?" Xie Huai instinctively inquired, "What for?" "To go to the Civil Affairs Bureau to register our marriage." Song Nuan's proposition was not a compromise, but rather the best course of action for her. The screech of brakes pierced the air as she lurched forward. In the next moment, the car roared back to life, and after a few minutes, they arrived at the community parking lot. Xie Huai felt the pang of a nicotine craving but had no cigarettes on him. Tugging at the collar of his hoodie in irritation, "Is it because I assisted your father?" he questioned darkly. Song Nuan shook her head. "No. It merely proves that your feelings for me are not of affection, but of obsession. If you truly considered it, you would realize we are incompatible. Our families do not align, nor do other aspects." Xie Huai turned to stare at her, his deep-set eyes obscuring any discernible emotion. His grip on the steering wheel tightening. "Do you understand what marriage entails? Not only will you see me every day, but you will also share a bed with me." Song Nuan had contemplated these matters. Whether dating Xie Huai or marrying him, she knew she could not resist him, nor would he willingly endure suppression. "I know," she replied. "Xie Huai, let me out." Yet he rejected her request. Song Nuan, possessing her own convictions in both study and life, disliked being in a situation devoid of choices. "What do you want?" "I suggested dating, you refused. I agreed to register our marriage, yet you still hesitate." "Xie Huai, I do not wish to waste more time entangled with you. We are both 28. You can afford to be carefree, but I do not desire that. I only seek a stable life." The warmth in the car gradually dissipated, turning frigid enough to send shivers down the spine. Xie Huai swallowed hard, his voice low and somber. "Consider it and call me on Friday." If given the option, she would undoubtedly distance herself from Xie Huai. However, she had no choice. She retrieved her phone and called Lin Ro. Once connected, she declared, "I'm going to register my marriage with Xie Huai." The line erupted into a deafening silence, followed by Lin Ro's incredulous voice. "What? You're marrying Xie Huai? Did he force you?" She continued vehemently. "That lunatic Xie Huai, what does he think he is doing? Just wait. I'll call him and give him a piece of my mind." "No. Ro, listen to me," Song Nuan interjected. Lin Ro quieted down as Song Nuan stroked a small cat with one hand while holding the phone with the other. "I don't want to be entangled with him for too long. You said he would eventually tire of me. If I keep him hanging, he will never tire." Lin Ro opened her mouth, wanting to advise her, but Song Nuan's reasoning was sound. If she did not acquiesce to Xie Huai's desires, he would undoubtedly continue to linger. Just like these past 10 years, she had managed to forget several people. Yet Xie Huai had not forgotten her, solely because he had not possessed her. "Is it impossible to date?" Song Nuan stated. "He only accepts marriage registration." Lin Ro remarked incredulously, "He is insane. But can his family allow him to marry on a whim?" "I don't know." Song Nuan sighed softly. Lin Ro echoed her sigh, lamenting the misfortune of encountering someone like Xie Huai, especially one so wealthy and influential. "He is taking advantage of you." "What will you tell your parents?" "I am not sure yet. If only I were rich, I'd decrush Xie Huai," Lin Ro stated vehemently. After ending the call, Lin Ro dialed Gina Mo, launching into a tirade. "Is Xie Huai insane? Are you both out of your minds? In ancient times, forcing a common woman would lead to a death sentence. Xie Huai is a death row convict." Gina Mo, who was in the midst of a business discussion, paused at her words and then stood up. Unimpressed. "What has happened to Xie Huai? I refuse to believe he would force Song Nuan. Doesn't he have the guts?" Gina Mo dismissed. Lin Ro shot back. "You're the crazy one." Gina Mo chuckled nonchalantly. "Is this how you treat your benefactor, Lin Ro? Do you want me to make sure you can't write your novel anymore? Are you afraid of me? I've long since had enough of this. Damn it. If you're capable, have the platform ban me. What gives you the right to act tough with me? Why don't you go and confront Xie Huai? You think I'm insane? Can't you persuade Xie Huai to let Song Nuan go? He is the one with issues, and you too. Damn it, Lin Ro. How am I supposed to persuade him, just because I don't fancy Song Nuan? Does that mean I can make Xie Huai stop liking her? Am I a savior? I'm telling you both to give up. Xie Huai will marry Song Nuan, if he can't marry her in this lifetime. He will never be at peace." Gina Mo continued irritably. "You can't blame Xie Huai for this. It's Song Nuan's own kindness. Damn it, of all people, She chose to give her affection to Xie Huai, who has been starved of love since childhood. If anyone shows him a bit of love, he will love them with his life. What are you two? Do you look down on Xie Huai? If Xie Huai hadn't taken a liking to Song Nuan, even 10 Song Nuans wouldn't be worthy of reaching for him. Chapter 16. Marriage registration. It seemed that the first lawsuit had garnered a reputation in a city, as numerous individuals began approaching Song Nuan for job discussions. She found herself so busy that she hardly had time for lunch. After a few days, her stomach began to protest, and by Thursday noon, she felt a faint pain, realizing something was amiss. Grabbing her phone, she descended the stairs. Upon reaching the ground floor, she could not help but clutch her abdomen, forcing herself to sit on a chair as she called Lin Ro. Lin Ro quickly answered, "What's wrong, Nuan Nuan? Ro, please come to the office. My stomach ailment has flared up." Song Nuan struggled to keep her voice steady. In those few seconds, cold sweat broke out on her forehead as she clutched tighter. Lin Ro, panicking, replied, "I just flew out this morning. I'll call 120 for you." After hanging up, Song Nuan buried her head to gather herself when suddenly hurried footsteps echoed, and in the next instant, she found herself lifted off the ground. Instinctively, she looked up to see Xie Huai's unmistakable jawline, his lips pressed tightly together. She wanted to plead for him to set her down, but she lacked the strength. "You can't afford to let this happen again. Otherwise, the situation could worsen." Xie Huai retrieved a cigarette from his black coat, lighting it in front of the doctor and taking a drag before stating fiercely, "Call the chief to examine her." The doctor hesitated briefly, explaining that the chief was not present in the hospital. "If he doesn't arrive within half an hour, you can close this hospital," Xie Huai threatened. The doctor quickly turned to make a phone call while Xie Huai stood at the door of the ward, peering through the glass at the pale-faced woman inside, his lips pressed tightly together. "Damn it, at 28 and still can't take care of yourself. Needs a good lesson." After a few more puffs, he extinguished the cigarette and tossed it into the trash before striding away. "You scared me? Why couldn't I reach you?" Lin Ro breathed a sigh of relief, then asked, "Where are you?" "At the hospital. Xie Huai brought me here, that's good. You really scared me. Nuan Nuan, you need to eat on time next time." "Okay, don't worry." After hanging up, Song Nuan began to handle her work with one hand on her phone. Before long, the door swung open, and a tall figure entered, exuding an icy aura in his black coat. He placed a bag on the bedside table without uttering a word, then reached to help Song Nuan sit up. After pulling up the blanket, he opened the bag to reveal seafood porridge. He scooped a spoonful and brought it to her mouth, his voice low and commanding. "If you don't want me to throw your phone away, you should eat." Song Nuan set her phone down and reached out, saying, "I can eat by myself, with a spoon, or with your mouth. You choose." Xie Huai seemed to lose his patience, his brow slightly furrowed. Song Nuan instinctively shot him a glare, and after a moment of tense silence, she opened her mouth to eat. Though his expression lacked patience, his actions were gentle. Once she had consumed a substantial portion, he began to eat as well. Meeting her gaze, he relaxed his brow and remarked casually, "What's the matter? Is my food not good enough?" Song Nuan felt a surge of frustration and turned her head away from him. After finishing the remaining porridge, Xie Huai casually set it aside and commented, "Is your strategy to starve yourself?" Song Nuan replied quietly, "I'm not as trivial as you." She then added, "I'll have my lawyer prepare a prenuptial agreement. If you agree, sign it." Xie Huai crossed his long legs. Song Nuan had not yet taken the time to thoroughly contemplate the matter, but there was not much to consider. "I have one condition," she stated. "Without my consent, you cannot visit my parents' home, nor can you cause any trouble for them, regardless of the circumstances. Anything else?" "No, that is all." Xie Huai fell silent for a moment before suddenly asking, "Is it necessary to keep this from your family?" "I can cooperate, I can handle it," Song Nuan replied. Xie Huai said nothing further, taking the trash out as he leaned against the trash can, the corners of his mouth curling upward for quite some time before he regained his composure. "So what if it's despicable? I love Song Nuan, that I want her." The chief finally arrived to check on her, confirming that everything was fine before taking his leave. Shortly afterward, the lawyer arrived, handing Song Nuan a freshly drafted prenuptial agreement. Expecting it to be a financial agreement, she was taken aback by the stipulations outlined, biting her lip as she questioned, "Did you bring the wrong document?" The lawyer explained, "No, this is Mr. Xie's request. Miss Song only needs to fulfill these two conditions." Song Nuan looked up at Xie Huai, confusion evident in her eyes. What does this mean? Xie Huai leaned back against the sofa, removing his tie and loosening a button, then replied with a hint of fatigue. I'm marrying to have another person in the family. If I don't fulfill these obligations, do you think I'm marrying just for fun? The lawyer interjected, Miss Song, if you cannot meet these obligations, you will have to compensate Mr. Xie 1 billion. Having dealt with numerous divorce cases, Song Nuan had never encountered a prenup as outrageous as this. 1 billion? It is inconceivable that she could earn 100 million in her lifetime. The lawyer stated, this agreement entails mutual obligations. If Mr. Xie fails to comply, he shall compensate you with 100 million. After several moments of contemplation, Song Nuan, with a furrowed brow, inquired, Xie Huai, what game are you playing? Xie Huai tilted his head and replied, these are my terms, implying that without agreement, there would be no marriage certificate. Unable to fathom Xie Huai's thoughts, Song Nuan recognized that, considering his status, his primary concern would likely be financial matters, rendering these obligations disadvantageous for him. In fact, this prenuptial agreement appeared to favor her, providing her the possibility of claiming assets in Xie Huai's name. At that moment, the lawyer interjected, the duration of this contract is 3 years, after which the marital relationship between Miss Song and Mr. Xie will conclude. Upon reading this clause, Song Nuan remained silent for several minutes, realizing that Xie Huai's obstinacy stemmed from his inability to obtain what he desired. Thus, she took up her pen and signed the document. The 3 years that Xie Huai sought were precisely within her capacity to endure. She handed the contract to him, noting that while Xie Huai's usual signature was a flamboyant flourish, he had opted for a standard script this time. After finishing her work, she glanced at the bottle of medication, noting that it was still quite full, and decided to close her eyes for a brief rest. Upon awakening, she discovered the 4 had been removed, and Xie Huai was nearby, engrossed in his tasks, swiftly signing multiple documents. The scene before her blurred into a memory from years prior. The classroom, the end of school day. Song Nuan, please sign this for me. The youthful Xie Huai had requested, often leaning on his hand, his eyes half squinted, exuding a lazy yet domineering demeanor. Song Nuan had tucked away the safety notice from school, retorting stiffly, I'm not your mother. He had simply placed it before her, asserting, you are my girlfriend. Embarrassed, Song Nuan shot him an indignant glare. How shameless. Indeed, I am shameless if you refuse to sign. I'll just consider you my girlfriend, he had replied with a shrug of feigned innocence. Frustrated, she had grasped the pen, her dimples visible as she fumed. What shall I write? Xie Baldi. Xie Huai. Don't bully me, she had protested. Who says my dad can't be called Xie Baldi? After writing the 3 characters, she fled the classroom, seemingly eager to escape his presence. Janemo, passing by, had quipped, aren't you afraid your dad will find out? Unfazed, Xie Huai had stuffed the notice into his drawer, dismissing, he is too busy chasing women to care. Janemo had leaned closer, where are you celebrating your birthday? I want to go to a bar, she had murmured almost inaudibly. Without hesitation, Xie Huai had retorted, no way. Why not? Song Nuan wouldn't he come? Without further discussion, he had shouldered his empty bag and left, soon catching up with her. Upon seeing him, Song Nuan had taken off running, while Xie Huai easily kept pace beside her, even teasing her. Care to race? Tomorrow's my birthday, and I'll treat you to cake I'm not eating. Then I'll just tag along. You know I'm thick-skinned. I might just end up at your house. Xie Huai had grinned, tilting his head. Song Nuan had abruptly turned and sprinted in another direction, while Xie Huai followed at a leisurely pace. Noticing her uneven breathing, he chuckled and asked, are you hoping I'll carry you later? Of course I am, she had retorted. Is that all you can say? You're incorrigible. Continue, he prompted playfully. Xie Huai, I detest you. Meet at the milk cake shop at 11 tomorrow. If you don't come, I'll bully you. Unable to resist, Xie Huai had playfully poked her dimpled cheek before dashing away. Xie Huai, you're insufferable, she had exclaimed, vigorously wiping her face. As he ran a few steps ahead, he turned back and blew her a kiss. The sunlight illuminating his handsome features. Enraged, Song Nuan had turned and sprinted off, not daring to pause for fear of being caught. The following day, Song Nuan had dawdled until 10:50, rushing out to find it was already past 11 when she arrived at the milk cake shop. Xie Huai was waiting at the entrance, his hair glinting in the sunlight. Upon hearing her approach, he looked up, his eyes brightening as he arched an eyebrow. I thought you wouldn't come. Song Nuan. Maintaining a stern expression, replied, "You forced me to." With a chuckle, Xie Huai gestured for her to enter. Expecting a crowd, Song Nuan was surprised to find the table occupied solely by the two of them. Xie Huai summoned the waiter, who soon brought over a beautifully crafted cake. Song Nuan adored the milk cake, albeit it was rather expensive, often costing several hundred yuan. Xie Huai lit the candles, declaring, "Make a wish." "But it's not my birthday," she protested. "Use my birthday wish instead." "No, then at least say happy birthday to me." He looked at her expectantly. Reluctantly, she murmured, "Happy birthday." After blowing out the candles, he pushed the entire cake toward her. Raising an eyebrow, "Choose what you like." Initially displeased, her expression softened as she sampled the cake, her eyes narrowing like a cat indulging in a treat. He discreetly snapped a photo before tucking his phone away. After having her fill, Song Nuan decided to stop eating, while Xie Huai, with a spoonful, teased, "Song Nuan, have you heard that whoever shares a cake together will stay together for life?" Dismissing him, she stood up to leave. Xie Huai sauntered behind her, and suddenly, as her hair fell loose, she turned to find him holding her new bear-shaped hair tie. "Thank you for the birthday gift. That was my dad's gift to me," she replied, reaching for it. "If you want it, you'll have to trade me for a birthday gift. See you Sunday afternoon." With that, he pocketed the hair tie and strolled away. Angered, Song Nuan kicked at him from behind. Though she missed. Standing up, she donned her heels and jacket, stepping outside only to realize it was a private hospital, not open to the public, with vehicles prohibited from entering, leaving her to walk along the road. Moments later, a sleek gray sports car halted before her, the window rolling down. The nearest bus stop is 2 kilometers away, but the last bus leaves in 5 minutes. Xie Huai regarded her with mild surprise as she held her phone firmly, stating, "Since we've reached an agreement, I will cooperate with you." Her businesslike tone caused Xie Huai's expression to darken, yet he remained silent, driving her to the company building before speeding off. As Song Nuan contemplated marriage while heading to the Song family home, she summoned her parents after dinner. "Mom and Dad, I want to get a marriage certificate with Xie Huai." Her parents exchanged astonished glances, with her mother asking, "Didn't you say you weren't together?" Song Nuan explained, "We've been classmates since high school, and I liked him back then." Her parents exchanged another look, her father adjusting his glasses. "What do his parents think?" "We only plan to get the certificate for now, and will hold the wedding in a few years." Uncomfortable with deceit, Song Nuan averted their gaze and added, "I want to work for a few more years. Please don't tell his family." After a moment of silence, her mother took her hand and said earnestly, "You've always been independent. If you both have reached this decision, we'll support you. Nuan, while I wish for your marriage, I also desire your happiness." Feeling emotional, Song Nuan leaned against her mother's shoulder, replying, "All right, on Friday at 10 in the morning, at the Civil Affairs Bureau." A tall man with slicked back hair, a few strands at the temples, thick brows, and deep-set eyes, clad in a black down jacket over a gray sweater, stood with an air of aloofness. His black shoes gleamed as he occasionally lifted his toes. Checking his minimalist black watch, he noted it was already past 11 at that moment. A female voice interrupted, "I was delayed due to work." Song Nuan, wrapped in her black down jacket, her hair cascading softly, approached. Xie Huai straightened, casting her a glance before stepping inside. As she hesitated at the signing, she ultimately signed the document. The entire process was swift, so much so that Song Nuan scarcely registered that she had obtained a marriage certificate. Xie Huai nonchalantly tucked the 2 certificates away, stating, "I'll send you the address shortly. Move in after work." Song Nuan glanced back. "Let us do it tomorrow. Today is too hectic." Pausing, she added, "Please give me one of the marriage certificates." Xie Huai appeared not to hear, responding with a simple, watching her leave in a vehicle. He glanced at his sweaty palm, muttering to himself, "What a failure." Yet a smile crept onto his face. The despicable man had finally claimed what was never truly his. Xie Huai and Song Nuan, wishing you a joyful new year, abundant wealth, and all your desires fulfilled. Chapter 17. Taking Song Nuan to indulge in flirting while Jin Mo was busy at work. He received a text from Xie Huai, casually glancing at it before returning to his documents. Soon, he turned his head again, finally picking up his phone to enlarge the image. A red background, a handsome couple, and a marriage certificate. "Damn," he exclaimed, quickly dialing Xie Huai. Upon connection, he incredulously asked, "You and Song Nuan got married?" Xie Huai, seemingly in good spirits, replied cheerfully, don't be envious. What? This is forced love. How did you coerce Song Nuan into agreeing to marry? Jinamo suddenly understood why Song Nuan's close friend, Linro, had called to scold him. If he discovered who pressured Xie Huai, he would confront them. Xie Huai did not deny it, saying, from now on, I'll leave work on time and skip the dinners. Inform them as well. His tone carried an air of pride. Jianmo mused, after 10 years of longing, it's about time he flaunted it. He suddenly asked, aren't you worried about your dad finding out? Why should I? This is my affair. He won't know for now. Xie Huai dismissed the concern, adding, come with me to shop for furniture. Huh. Don't you already have furniture? The suburbs are too far. I bought a penthouse garden apartment in the city center. Xie Huai seemed to be battling depression, having always preferred the tranquility of the suburbs, yet now choosing to move to the bustling city. How deeply he must cherish Song Nuan to confront his struggles. Over the years, Xie Huai had only shown restraint in front of Song Nuan. Hence he genuinely wished for them to be together. Jianmo, perplexed, suggested, you should tell her you moved closer for her convenience. Otherwise, she won't know. I'm not an actor. Xie Huai let out a low scoff. Song Nuan was not oblivious. She was clever, yet she chose to avert her thoughts in this direction, unwilling to accept his kindness. She resisted him. Even if he spoke, she would merely cast him a fleeting glance, devoid of any softness in her heart. Jianmo languidly remarked, all right, you are the crown prince. Your word is law and I have no time today, with several documents awaiting my attention. However, if you relinquish to me the scripts you have recently acquired, I might reluctantly accompany you for a while. Have you agreed? To accompany you in purchasing furniture for a matter worth billions. Damn, had I known, I would have done this every day as a wedding favor. Xie Huai, you truly know how to flaunt yourself, even from here. I can see your smug expression. Wedding favors worth billions are a first for me. Send me the location. I shall arrive shortly. It was not until after 10 o'clock in the evening that they completed their furniture shopping. Jinamo, exhausted, reclined on the sofa, lamenting the miseries of life. From now on, if I get married, I'll simply delegate the shopping to someone else. Xie Huai, clad in a black loungewear set that slightly revealed his collarbone, stood at the table, arranging the flowers purchased for this very purpose in a vase. He looked left and right, the corners of his mouth lifting ever so slightly. You can leave now, I'm utterly exhausted. I need to lie down. Jinamo, eyes shut, retorted, Crown Prince, do you know how? Sensing he might not understand, he added bluntly, do you know how to get in bed? Xie Huai's expression darkened instantly. Jinamo raised an eyebrow. Sitting upright and teasingly suggested, how about I send you a few videos for you to learn from? Get lost, Xie Huai replied, his tone flat. Jinamo chuckled, then stated, forget it. Those videos are my treasures. I am leaving now. I have a drinking appointment. You're a married man, so I want to take you along. Otherwise, I wouldn't see a single woman. The rules of the capital dictated that when Crown Prince Xie was drinking, no women were permitted to accompany him. If they were, there was no point in inviting him. Thus, their circle of friends had long ceased to invite Xie Huai. Song Nuan, having packed her essentials, placed them in the living room. After washing up, she noticed a message inviting her to discuss work on Monday. She clicked in and inquired, what is up? At this hour, Linro was usually still awake. I'm working on a draft. Nuan, did you and Xie Huai get your marriage certificate? Yes, we obtained it this morning. Linro offered no congratulations. There was nothing truly celebratory about this matter. Nuan, how about I take you out for some fun? You've never been to a bar. Let me show you the ropes. It's not as chaotic as it sounds. A decent bar has a good order. They agreed on the plan. After all, she didn't have work the next day, and Linro promised to pick her up. Song Nuan felt quite unsettled, longing for someone to talk to, so she nodded in agreement. At 11 o'clock. Linro arrived downstairs in her car. Upon seeing her, she handed over a bunch of white roses before driving off. Song Nuan inhaled the fragrance, remarking, it smells so good. Linro was genuinely concerned that Song Nuan might lose hope for the future. After all, being forced to marry someone she did not like was undoubtedly distressing. As she contemplated what to say, she heard Song Nuan state earnestly, I'm fine at your right. Xie Huai is wealthy and handsome. I am not at a loss. It's a free ride, and I don't have to pay. Indeed, quite favorable. Linro, touching her nose, praised, as expected of a top student. Your learning ability is top-notch. Song Nuan chuckled softly. placing the flowers by her feet and sighed. Ultimately, I have no choice. I don't want to become a murderer. 3 years. Just bear with it. Consider it preparation for the college entrance exam. Lin Ro remarked. Only you could treat a man like an exam. At the bar. Lin Ro led Song Nuan to the counter and ordered 2 cocktails. Turning her head, she pointed to a dashing man on stage, exclaiming over the loud music, Nuan Nuan, look quickly. The one in the middle is my favorite. He has impressive pecs. Song Nuan turned to scrutinize, stating objectively, I prefer the one on the side. He has a more refined appearance. Wait here, Lin Ro exclaimed, striding over to converse with the man, who soon followed her back. Song Nuan felt an ominous premonition. Sure enough, Lin Ro playfully patted the man's shoulder, saying, cheer up, my friend. You won't regret it. This was her first time engaging a male model. Previously, she had only observed. She winked at Song Nuan, adding, let us broaden our horizons. I want to let Xie Huai have all the fu and I in her eyes. Song Nuan was beautiful and capable. Had it not been for Xie Huai, she would have likely dated several times already. However, Song Nuan instinctively shied away from men. At times, Lin Ro even considered urging her to see a psychologist. Before Song Nuan could respond, the man sat beside her, playfully saying, Sister, what drink are you having? Let me have a taste. No. You can go away, Song Nuan replied, feeling uncomfortable. Sister, don't be like that. Relax, the man said. Wrapping his arm around her, Song Nuan quickly pushed him away, awkwardly insisting, no, thank you. Afterward, she glanced at Lin Ro for help. Lin Ro, aware of her friend's discomfort, waved her hand dismissively, saying, forget it. You can leave now, and I'll tip you later. The man reluctantly departed, allowing Song Nuan to breathe a sigh of relief. She took a sip of red wine and advised, Ro, remember to take precautions. Don't catch any diseases. I am not playing around. I just wanted you to see. Lin Ro signaled for her to relax. Address? The man pressed, his voice low, seemingly on the verge of a meltdown. Janimo sent the address and, after a moment's thought, decided to head downstairs to remind Song Nuan. Otherwise, it could lead to dire consequences. Upon seeing Janimo, Lin Ro instinctively frowned and protested. What are you doing? Xie Huai will be here soon. Get this pretty boy out of here, or I want to be held responsible if something happens. Janimo leaned against the bar, his gaze hazy through his gold-rimmed glasses. He and Xie Huai were cut from the same cloth, handsome yet neurotic. In the next moment, a drink was splashed across his face. Lin Ro snapped, you'll be a dog in your next life. Song Nuan instinctively shielded Lin Ro, and Janimo, removing his glasses, threw them to the ground, coldly retorting, Lin Ro, are you out of your mind? Song Nuan has already married Xie Huai. What's wrong with her coming to a place like this? Just because she's married doesn't mean she can't come to a bar. You're allowed to have multiple partners outside, while she's only permitted one at home. Lin Ro rolled her eyes. Janimo's expression darkened as he approached, grabbing her. Fine, then I'll make you one of many. Lin Ro's face shifted, and at that moment, Song Nuan shoved Janimo away, her voice icy, don't lay a hand on her. Janimo staggered slightly, and just then, several people from the second floor approached to support him. One nonchalantly asking, what's going on? Their gaze fell on Song Nuan and Lin Ro. Nothing, Janimo scoffed, then added seriously, look, Crown Prince's wife. You all better be polite. The group gaped in shock, their unblinking stares making Song Nuan uncomfortable. She pulled Lin Ro's wrist and turned to leave. Within a few steps, she collided with a man in all black striding towards her, his eyes burning with fury as he locked onto Song Nuan. Instinctively, her heart skipped a beat, and she took a step back. Lin Ro stepped protectively in front of Song Nuan, her heart racing, yet she steeled herself. I brought her here. From the moment Janimo appeared, she realized she was doomed. Xie Huai would undoubtedly show up. Xie Huai still held a semblance of patience for Song Nuan, but none for others. He kicked at Lin Ro with force in an instant. Lin Ro crashed into a nearby table. The sound of shattering glass echoed as she clutched her abdomen, grimacing but suppressing any cries of pain. Damn you, Xie Huai. Song Nuan's face paled in fright as she rushed to assist Lin Ro, her fingers trembling as she fumbled for her phone to call for help. Janimo, taken aback by Xie Huai's actions, hurried over to intervene. Xie Huai, calm down. Xie Huai's cold glare bore into Lin Ro, his eyes so frigid they could kill. Song Nuan desperately maintained her composure while calling for help, then helped Lin Ro sit on a booth. She glanced at Xie Huai, suddenly seizing a heavy bottle and hurling it at him. Xie Huai did not flinch. It struck his chest, causing him to sway slightly, yet he did not grimace. Xie Huai, inscrutable as ever, kicked aside the bottle at his feet, pulled out a cigarette from his pocket, took a drag, and exhaled, "Clear the place." The bar owner, familiar with Xie Huai, promptly instructed the security to clear the venue. Within a minute, the crowd dispersed, leaving only a few prominent figures from the capital's elite. Xie Huai silently smoked until the cigarette burned to the end, then coldly declared, "Who touched her? Come forward." A delicate-looking man trembled uncontrollably. Had he known she was the crown prince's woman, he wouldn't he have dared to lay a finger on her. "I didn't he know she was the crown prince's woman? I did nothing." Xie Huai slowly approached, seizing the man by the collar and slamming him to the ground, his voice dripping with menace. "Do you enjoy holding her?" As he spoke, he grabbed a nearby bottle and smashed it against the man's arm. The man's piercing scream sent shockwaves through Lin Ro and Song Nuan, their faces paling. Seeing Xie Huai prepare to strike the man's other arm, Song Nuan rushed forward without a second thought, positioning herself in front. Taking a deep breath, "Hit me instead." These individuals were merely collateral damage in her situation. Xie Huai clenched his lips, his gaze growing darker, obscuring his thoughts. After a moment, he tossed aside the bottle, his long fingers gripping Song Nuan's wrist, yanking her close, and leaned down to bite her lip fiercely until it bled before releasing her. His lips, stained red, glimmered ominously under the flickering lights. "Song Nuan, you are testing my patience." "Let me go." Song Nuan, disregarding her pain, struggled, kicking and pushing, but Xie Huai remained unfazed, dragging her towards the exit. Lin Ro, clutching her abdomen, attempted to follow, but Jinamo held her shoulder firmly, saying gravely, "If you don't want to get beaten, don't follow." He won't harm Song Nuan. "You have some nerve, bringing Song Nuan to flirt with a pretty boy." Xie Huai can't stand anyone touching her. "If he doesn't kick you to death, it's only because of Song Nuan." Lin Ro broke free from his grip, disgusted. Forcing someone into marriage is truly repulsive. She often worried that Song Nuan might fall into despair. Jinamo frowned. The ambulance had arrived, and he wasted no time arguing with Lin Ro. He picked her up and rushed outside as she cursed. "Let me go, you lunatic. I'd rather die than have you care." Meanwhile, Song Nuan was forcibly ushered into the house by Xie Huai, crashing onto a warm-toned vintage sofa. He stripped off his upper clothing, revealing a well-toned physique that I told you, "If you have needs, I can accommodate you." Regaining her composure, Song Nuan stood and retreated, not fearing what Xie Huai might do to her, but rather concerned for Lin Ro's well-being. "Let me take Lin Ro to the hospital. She dares to take you to a bar to flirt with men, then just endure it." Xie Huai gradually closed the distance, and Song Nuan retreated to the corner. Her cheeks flushed, clearly agitated. She softened her tone and said, "I was wrong. I'm sorry. Let me take Lin Ro to the hospital." The woman's beautiful eyes glistened with unshed tears, and Xie Huai's hand slowly formed a fist, the next moment striking the wall beside her, causing Song Nuan to pale in fear. Immediately after, he pulled out his phone and took Lin Ro to the hospital. After speaking, he hung up abruptly. Xie Huai slammed his phone down before turning to sit on the sofa, his head slightly bowed. He remained silent for a moment before hoarsely stating, "I'll let it go this time, if there's a next time." "Song Nuan, don't expect it to be easy." Song Nuan slowly crouched on the floor, hugging her knees, saying nothing. But a few minutes later, she stood up and hurriedly left the room. Xie Huai did not pursue her. Instead, retrieving some medicine from the drawer and taking a few pills, Lin Ro, upon seeing that Song Nuan was all right, sighed in relief. "Nuan, I'm sorry." Song Nuan replied, her nose slightly wrinkled, "I'm the one who should apologize." Beside her, Jinamo tilted his head and said, "I advise you both not to dance on Xie Huai's bottom line. Song Nuan, since you agreed to Xie Huai, don't act out, just follow him with peace of mind. Xie Huai will not mistreat you. He has plenty of people to help him, yet today, he chose to accompany you to buy furniture instead of handling business for the place you will live in together. I cannot say much, but Xie Huai genuinely likes you." Seeing them silent, he felt a headache coming on. These two were equally stubborn. Are all top students like this? Chapter 18. What does Xie Huai want to do? The ticking of the phone roused her from her slumber. Song Nuan, with a stiff neck, reached to answer the call, her voice drowsy. "Mom." Song Mom asked, "Are you still not awake?" "Emichim, It's the weekend. Song Nuan lay back on the sofa, poking the nearby sleeping Xiao Dodo. Xiao Dodo opened its eyes briefly before closing them again, reassured. No wonder Xie was alone. He had brought up many things earlier, saying that you two would be living together and seeking our consent. Song Mom seemed quite pleased and added, nowadays, not many young people bother to ask their elders for permission. She continued, next time, tell him not to buy so much. With all that stuff, he couldn't even get through the door. Claiming he had business to attend to, Song Mom was open-minded, no longer inquiring about Xie Huai's family or when the two would hold their wedding. She decided to let the young ones figure it out themselves. At this moment, Song Dad's voice came through the phone. Nuan, I just saw that Xie left a bank card in the nutritional supplements, with the password attached. Sigh, this kid is too honest. We will accept the things, but make sure you return the card to him when you have the chance. After hanging up, Song Nuan rubbed her forehead, then cradled Xiao Dodo on her stomach, engaging in a silent stare down with it. Just then, the doorbell rang. Song Nuan got up to open the door, revealing a stranger in a suit. He respectfully said, Miss Song, I am Mr. Xie's assistant. He has asked me to help you move. Song Nuan said nothing. Stepping aside, the things are already packed. You may take them down. She found the cat carrier to secure her cat, then quickly washed up before emerging. The man had already brought several movers inside. And in just one trip, they finished moving everything. Carrying the cat, Song Nuan glanced around the room to ensure nothing was left behind before following them downstairs. The distance was short. A 10-minute drive brought them to the tallest building in the city center. The elevator went directly to the top floor without stopping at any other levels, clearly a private elevator. Stepping out, a long corridor stretched before her, and the grand smart door was ajar, revealing an expensive potted plant at the far end, towering several meters high. Assistantly gestured, Miss Song, you may enter directly. I will have someone record your facial recognition shortly. The bedroom is at the very end on the left side. You may arrange everything in the room as you wish. After the movers finished, assistantly recorded her facial recognition and left. Song Nuan stood for a while before dragging her suitcase into the bedroom. The bed was large, approximately 3 meters wide, and fortunately, the spacious bedroom did not feel cramped. It had an ensuite bathroom. After surveying the room, she noticed the absence of a wardrobe. She took her suitcase back out, finding the closet directly opposite. Pushing the door open, she saw Xie Huai's clothes neatly arranged on the left side. There were various items, hundreds of shirts, suits, casual wear, sportswear, sweaters, some still bearing tags. The other side was conspicuously empty, clearly reserved for her. Regarding the issue of renting, her clothing was minimal. She had lost quite a bit during her last move, 7 or 8 sets of professional suits, and with a few winter coats, it barely occupied a small corner. She didn't intend to buy more. After a few years of living here, she would move again, making it unnecessary to complicate matters. The remaining items were merely books and work documents. She hadn't even ventured into the study. Finally, she let Xiao Dodo out, who seemed to have never encountered such a vast space, curiously exploring every corner. Chefs came to prepare meals at noon and in the evening, leaving once done. Song Nuan enjoyed the food, which was quite delectable. As long as Xie Huai wasn't around, she could adapt to any living situation. Upon opening the door, she found Xie Huai seated on the sofa, dressed in a gray suit vest over a shirt, his hand just about to unbutton it, looking fatigued. Their eyes met, and Song Nuan forced herself to look away, closing the door and letting Xiao Dodo out, whispering, Don't scare it. It might get stressed. Xie Huai swallowed hard, unbuttoning his shirt, his gaze intensely fixed on her. After half a minute, he stood up and walked into the bedroom. It was already time for Song Nuan to sleep. Yet she remained seated on the sofa, casually scrolling through her phone. A half hour later, he emerged in gray loungewear, glanced at his phone, and said in a low voice, It's 10 o'clock, aren't you going to sleep? The two held their ground for a few minutes before Song Nuan stood up and headed into the bedroom, fetching her clothes before entering the bathroom to shower. Looking at her reflection in the mirror, she suddenly regretted her decision. Why had she wagered herself against Xie Huai? But soon, her mind cleared. Whether she wanted to or not, she had no choice but to gamble. Why this time? Xie Huai had already lain down in bed, quietly reading a book filled with densely packed English words. He left half the bed vacant, and upon hearing her, he glanced up. Song Nuan, clad in an oversized cartoon-patterned winter nightgown, appeared petite and fair. Perhaps it was their first encounter. Xie Huai's gaze remained fixed, while Song Nuan averted her eyes, lying down on the other side, turning her back to him, listening to the sound of pages turning behind her. She began to relax. At that moment, the light went out, and the room fell silent, startling her wide awake. The next second, a strong arm wrapped around her waist, gently pulling her into a warm, solid chest. And instinctively, she resisted. The man's hoarse voice, tinged with alcohol, murmured, "If you wish for me to do something to you, feel free to move." As his words lingered, Song Nuan sensed a change in his body, her own tensing in response. Xie Huai inhaled her faint scent and chuckled softly. "Since you dared to marry me, what is there to fear now? Breakfast is at 8:30. After that, the bedroom fell into silence. Their breaths noticeably distinct, the man's heavy breaths filled with desire, the woman's nervous and guarded. Their entanglement continued until midnight, gradually calming down. Xie Huai felt her petite body relax against him, a smirk playing on his lips. In the days leading up to winter break, a light snow fell at school, and in Song Nuan's diary, she wrote, "I really want to see a thick blanket of snow to experience the cold yet warm winter." However, Xie Huai always liked to sneak a peek at her diary. As soon as winter break began, he waited downstairs at Song Nuan's home for several days until she finally appeared, bundled up like a turtle. She seemed quite afraid of the cold, wearing a thick hat, a white scarf, a long pink down jacket, and snow boots, revealing only a pair of bright black eyes. Xie Huai chuckled and strode over, tugging at her scarf, playing turtle. Initially, Song Nuan did not see him. Upon turning around and recognizing the nonchalant Xie Huai, she immediately snapped, "Let go." Xie Huai released her, but Song Nuan took off running. However, with her legs, he easily caught up, yanking her scarf again, still not giving up. Song Nuan instinctively kicked him. "Let go of me. I'm going to buy books. Reading during break? How boring. Let's go see the snow together." Xie Huai's profile exuded superiority. Song Nuan instinctively replied, "Not going out. If you don't want to go, then I'll head to your house right now." Xie Huai turned and walked towards her building. Song Nuan was startled and hurried after him. "Xie Huai, are you crazy? Are you going or not? If not, I'll just go up. Your mom likes me quite a bit, even praised me for being handsome last time." Xie Huai, "Fine, I'll go." After saying that, she kicked him again, and Xie Huai bent down, rubbing his calf, chuckling. "Song Nuan, are you learning Taekwondo? All right, I'll accompany you to practice. Tomorrow at 10, see you at the airport." Song Nuan glared at him, while Xie Huai laughed several times, suddenly leaning in and whispering, "Don't look at me like that, or I might want to kiss you." The girl was so frightened that she turned and ran, leaving her hat behind. Xie Huai bent down to pick it up, dusted it off, and chuckled. "You let me kiss you, but I wouldn't dare." He placed the hat on his head, took a selfie, and sent it to Song Nuan. Gift received. The other side remained as silent as ever. But she was surely cursing him in her heart. The next day, just before 10, Xie Huai finally saw Song Nuan, wrapped in a long black cotton coat with a pure blue scarf, which complemented her fair complexion beautifully. He triumphantly walked over to grab her suitcase, but Song Nuan resisted, pulling it into the airport. Xie Huai chuckled and leisurely followed her. "Do you know which flight you're taking?" Song Nuan stayed silent, and Xie Huai stepped forward to wrap his arm around her shoulders, leading her in another direction. Song Nuan stepped on his foot. "Let go." Xie Huai winced in pain, but didn't he release her, thinking to himself that if it were anyone else, he would have slapped them by now. "Song Nuan, you're an exception here. Go ahead, I can't endure." The snow in H City was thick, leaving footprints with every step. As Song Nuan exited the hotel, she ignored Xie Huai, stepping around in the snow. Xie Huai stood nearby, watching her twirl, his brows relaxed, arms crossed over his chest. When the time was right, he approached her, pulling her back towards the hotel. Song Nuan was particularly vexed by his behavior, akin to that of a man dragging a dog. Leaving her breathless, in her frustration, she leapt up and tugged at his hair, both of them stumbling and landing heavily in the snow, though fortunately, it did not hurt. Xie Huai, observing the irate girl beneath him, felt the acute pangs of adolescence. The sudden, jarring sensation compelled him to spring to his feet and stride into the hotel. As Song Nuan rose, brushing the snow off herself, she muttered, "Serves you right. By 7 or 8 o'clock." Song Nuan's biological clock signaled its call, and with her eyes shut, she reluctantly climbed out of bed. seizing the opportunity to steal a few more moments of sleep. The next instant, a thud echoed as she collided with the bedroom door. Only then did she open her eyes, her thoughts catching up with her. Rubbing her forehead, she instinctively glanced towards the bed. The man was propped up against the headboard, his drowsy gaze fixed on her. A smirk curling his lips. Can't walk? Without uttering a word, she turned and retreated to the bathroom. Upon emerging, she found Xie Huai already up, tousling his slightly long hair, before he exited the bedroom. Song Nuan silently lay back down, closing her eyes yet unable to sleep, reluctant to face Xie Huai in a silent standoff. It would only sour her mood. Half an hour later, the bedroom door swung open, and Xie Huai, clad in a black apron, directed his gaze at a spot beneath the covers. Time to eat this. Song Nuan sat up, and Xie Huai, with a smile, seemed in good spirits as he left the room. After tidying up, he presented a steaming bowl of beef noodles before her, not uttering a single word, merely bowing his head to eat. Once he finished, he noticed a small portion of noodles left in the bowl, seemingly too much for him to consume. He took a small bite and set it down. Dialing Linro's number, she said, "Ro, I'll come see you shortly." Linro's voice was weary as she replied, "Tell Xie Huai to get Gina Mo to leave me alone. It's infuriating." Assuming it was Xie Huai who had instigated trouble for Linro, Song Nuan hurried to the kitchen, her tone rising. "Xie Huai, you said you wouldn't meddle." Having washed the dishes and placed them on the counter, Xie Huai turned to her, a hint of amusement in his demeanor. "What do you mean I don't keep my word? Why did you send Gina Mo to trouble Linro?" Song Nuan replied coldly. Leaning against the counter, Xie Huai began to inspect something. Realizing he was merely inspecting, Song Nuan was momentarily taken aback and responded stiffly, "No need for that, don't lay a hand on her. If she doesn't provoke me, I won't retaliate." Xie Huai stated flatly, "She knows where my limits lie and chooses to cross them." Song Nuan, "I can tolerate you, but not others. If it happens again, she might as well pick a grave." Fuming, Song Nuan trembled with indignation, inhaling deeply before turning to leave. She locked herself in the bathroom and called Linro again. "Did Gina Mo bully you?" Linro replied helplessly, "No, he's unwell. He dragged me for a checkup, and I just got back." "Nuan, are you all right?" "Yes, Xie Huai hasn't touched me," Song Nuan murmured. Linro fell silent. Struggling to comprehend Xie Huai's intentions, he had gone to great lengths to win Song Nuan's affection, and they were already legally bound, yet he refrained from crossing any physical boundaries. What was he truly after? Song Nuan herself was puzzled. Initially, she had assumed Xie Huai desired a physical relationship, but after last night, she realized that was not the case. "I don't know," she admitted softly. Moments later, emerging from the bathroom, she caught sight of the black boxers and abruptly turned, her body reacting with a flush. Xie Huai glanced at her, calmly shedding his loungewear for a pair of black casual pants, preparing to head out. From the bathroom, Song Nuan declared coldly, "I'm not going." "Then wear your pajamas outside," Xie Huai replied, leaning against the bathroom door, watching her intently. "Dio, you really want to go to the mall in sleepwear?" Song Nuan glared at him, retorting coolly, "There's nothing in the agreement about that." Nodding, Xie Huai turned to leave, stating, "If you don't come out in a minute, I'll come in and carry you out." "Xie Huai." Song Nuan frowned and stepped out. Dressed, she marched outside, with Xie Huai following closely behind. In the car, Xie Huai glanced over, noticing only her delicate nose from this angle, chuckling, "Song Nuan, the more you act like this, the more I like you." Song Nuan inhaled deeply, turning her gaze out the window, muttering, "You're insane." Chapter 19. Huai, "Let's go shopping with Mom," she said, heading to the jewelry store on the 4th floor. Xie Huai addressed the approaching staff nonchalantly, "Whenever she chooses the wedding bands, you may close for the day." This statement was clearly directed at Song Nuan, who felt a surge of anger but found herself powerless against his influence. With a stony expression, she randomly pointed to a ring. "This one." The staff promptly retrieved it, and Xie Huai, with his long fingers, lifted the female ring, sliding it onto Song Nuan's hand. It fit perfectly. He then slipped the male ring onto his own ring finger and proceeded to pay. Song Nuan glanced at his finger but refrained from commenting. Once he completed the transaction, she inquired, "Can we leave now?" "Not yet." Xie Huai arched an eyebrow. He took hold of her hand, gripping it tightly. The cold ring suddenly feeling scorching in his palm, he was unwilling to let go. "Let us buy clothes," Song Nuan, feeling unaccustomed to the situation, tried to pull away but soon surrendered, stating firmly, "I'm not buying anything." Vulgar. As long as it serves a purpose. Selecting a few winter garments, Xie Huai was dissatisfied. After visiting several stores and purchasing over 100 items, clothes, shoes, bags, Song Nuan initially planned to pay for her selections, but upon seeing the exorbitant price of a black bag, she chose to feign ignorance. One bag cost hundreds of thousands. She could hardly afford it. With over 100 items, even her credit card would max out. "Just sleep when you're tired. No need to wait for me." Song Nuan's tense body relaxed slightly, ignoring him as she continued to study her notebook. Following their legal victory, a small faction online attacked her, even uncovering her phone number and cursing her family. This was her first encounter with such hostility, explaining why some law firms hesitated to take on cases from the entertainment industry. Footsteps approached, and instinctively, she looked up, only to find his warm lips descending upon hers. Xie Huai's expression after that triumph was particularly exuberant, his charming smile adding to his already handsome features. Her response was a silent acquiescence. Yet Xie Huai was undeterred. His affection for her was unwavering. Not to mention, she was not one to initiate. Once the door closed, Song Nuan raised a hand to wipe her lips and resumed her work. Song Nuan was not a tranquil sleeper, especially when deeply asleep. Her feet would often slip from beneath the covers, or she would drape a leg over Xie Huai's. At times, her face would nuzzle against his neck, her warm breath intoxicating him. Xie Huai endured it all until he finally rose cautiously, hastening to the bathroom to relieve himself. Upon his return, he found Song Nuan sprawled across the center of the bed. "Damn it, does she think I want to act?" Nevertheless, he merely lay on the edge, carefully recovering her with the blanket. When Song Nuan awoke, she was momentarily disoriented by the unfamiliar surroundings. After a few seconds, she gathered herself, washed up, and dressed for work. Xie Huai awaited her at the dining table, breakfast prepared, congee paired with a fried egg. Without waiting for him to speak, she sat down and began to eat. After finishing, she wiped her mouth, slipped on her high heels by the door, and hurriedly departed. Not long after arriving at the office, she received a call. "Hello, this is Song Nuan." "Yes, Li Jiangxiao." "All right, I'll come over once I finish my tasks." After reviewing the documents, she grabbed her black bag and stepped outside. It was a bit better than when she first arrived. Her colleagues greeted her warmly. "Lawyer Song." Song Nuan smiled gently, nodding in acknowledgement, and informed the receptionist before hailing a cab toward Li Jiangxiao. As Xie Huai prepared to leave, he casually checked the location on his phone. The red dot was moving closer to the riverside, and his expression darkened. He burst out of the door, and our Li Jiangxiao was a well-known scenic spot in City A, frequented by tourists, but at this hour, it was relatively quiet. After disembarking, Song Nuan searched for a while before spotting the man who had contacted her. He appeared particularly young, seemingly a year or two younger than her. "Li Jianxing?" The man flashed a shy smile, extending his hand. "Hello, Lawyer Song." Li Jianxing glanced at her ring and asked, seemingly out of context, "Lawyer Song, are you married?" "Yes," Song Nuan replied, covering her ring with her other hand. Li Jianxing beamed, but then uttered something shocking. "If you die, your husband would surely be heartbroken." Song Nuan's expression changed, instinctively stepping back, but was unable to escape as he suddenly seized her arm, anger surging through him. "It's all your fault. My girlfriend jumped off because of you." The raw strength he displayed caused Song Nuan to wince, yet she remained calm. "Please, calm down." "Who is your girlfriend?" Liang Ruz, who Li Jianxing forced her against the edge of the bridge, half of her body hanging precariously over the edge. Liang Ruzhu was a notorious detractor of a celebrity, responsible for spreading rumors and facing a demand for 200,000 in damages, considered lenient given her recent graduation. The celebrity had suffered significant losses in endorsements, totaling in the millions, and the impact on her life was dire. Song Nuan's expression soured as she gripped the railing. "You need to calm down. Even if it weren't me, there are other lawyers. You must have just graduated, right? What will your family think of your actions?" Li Jianxing, agitated, shouted, "It's your fault. If it weren't for you, my girlfriend wouldn't be insulted by others. You have no idea how hurtful those comments are. You'd struggle to bear it too." The sudden shift startled onlookers, prompting someone to shout, "Young man, don't do anything foolish. Let her go." Many people called the police, hesitant to intervene. Song Nuan tilted her head to glance at the drop below. It was a daunting height of several meters, clutching the railing tightly, her hands turned white, her high heels barely touching the ground. Speaking became a struggle. I'm a lawyer. Suing is merely my job. Your girlfriend's actions caused harm to the parties involved. I sincerely regret her death. She is a star. My girlfriend isn't. Li Jinxing pressed harder, pushing her closer to the edge. Song Nuan's expression shifted dramatically, and she fought to steady her emotions, suppressing a scream as onlookers shouted, "No! Let us talk this out." Xie Huai descended from the vehicle and pushed his way through the crowd, only to behold Song Nuan's body precariously suspended in midair. In an instant, his complexion turned ashen, and with a darkened expression, he bellowed, "Let her go. If you value your life, release her this instant. Should anything happen to her, I will ensure your entire family meets their demise." The sudden ferocity of his words drew the attention of all onlookers. Clad in a tailored suit, with a tall stature, sharp brows, and starry eyes, he was undeniably handsome. Yet at that moment, an air of menace surrounded him that was truly terrifying. Li Jiashang was momentarily taken aback, his gaze falling upon the ring on his finger. He then regained his composure and responded coldly, "Then jump if you leap. I want to push her. I want you to experience the anguish of seeing your husband plunge into the river." The last remark was clearly directed at Song Nuan. No. Song Nuan seemed to sense Xie Huai's impending action and strained to raise her head to look at him. Yet, Xie Huai appeared not to hear her plea. His voice low and resolute, "Very well, I will jump. You must let her go if you dare to hold on. I will ensure your death." He approached the railing, the murky waters below sending a chill through him. Memories surged within him, causing his body to sway, his legs weakening beneath him. He shut his eyes, only to reopen them anew. As Song Nuan realized he was genuinely about to leap, she cried out in panic, "Don't, Xie Huai! You mustn't jump!" Li Jiawen exerted force on her shoulders, causing her feet to dangle helplessly as she clutched the railing with all her might. "Jump now!" Xie Huai's gaze bore into him, his eyes a crimson hue, terrifying in their intensity. Just then, Song Nuan unexpectedly released her grip, her body plummeting uncontrollably downward. The crowd gasped in shock. In the next moment, the man clad in a suit unhesitatingly leaped into the water. The shock of submersion robbing him of breath. Something ensnared his hands and feet, and he began to descend, even hearing a haunting phrase that had followed him for many years, "Huai Huai." Jump with mother. Death brings liberation. As Song Nuan hit the water, she was momentarily dazed, but quickly regained her senses and began to struggle towards the shore. Her ability to float was due to Xie Huai, who had insisted she learn to swim during their high school summer. Just then, she heard a splash and caught a fleeting glimpse of a dark figure that never resurfaced. Her first instinct was to think of Xie Huai. She quickly swam in that direction, grasping his sinking form. His weight was a burden, dragging her down as well, making it impossible to stay afloat. Struggling, she attempted to rouse him. "Xie Huai! Xie Huai!" The choking water forced her to cough, the sensation of suffocation intensifying. The man sinking beneath her stirred slightly, and suddenly, she felt a tight grip around her waist, pulling her toward the shore. As they neared the bank, someone tossed a life ring, and Xie Huai's face, pale to the extreme, was seen as he helped Song Nuan onto the ring. In the next moment, he plunged back into the water, a dazed Song Nuan unable to grasp him in time. Thankfully, someone jumped in to retrieve Xie Huai, and only when she saw that he was safe did she finally lose consciousness. In the hospital room, when Song Nuan awoke, Lin Ro was by her side. With a parched throat, she inquired, "How is Xie Huai?" Lin Ro sighed with relief. "I was so scared. Xie Huai hasn't he awakened yet? Jane Mo mentioned he has aquaphobia. His condition is looking good." Song Nuan's expression shifted slightly. It was no wonder Xie Huai had appeared so deathly pale in the water. At that moment, Jane Mo entered, his face filled with urgency. "I'm glad you're awake. Hurry to Xie Huai's room. It seems he has lost the will to live again." Before she could respond, he added, "I thought he was merely obsessed with wanting you. Now I understand. He has entrusted all his love to you." A person with a fear of water and psychological trauma would not jump without a compelling reason other than love. He softened his tone. "Song Nuan, have a little pity for him. Just treat it like comforting him. Xie Huai, damn it, has truly suffered in this life." Upon entering Xie Huai's hospital room, she found him still pale, his lips devoid of color, his beauty now tinged with a sickly hue. She sat beside him, her thoughts a tangled mess, and softly murmured, "Xie Huai." After hesitating for a few seconds, she reached out to hold his hand, which felt icy and bone-chilling. "Xie Huai." Darkness seemed to engulf him as he struggled to rise. But a voice kept pulling him down. "Huai Huai, jump with mother. Death brings liberation. Make your father regret." Suddenly, he ceased to struggle, the sensation of suffocation overwhelming him. Just then, he heard a gentle voice. "Xie Huai. Xie Huai." The colorful scenes abruptly peeled away the darkness. He saw a girl with a lovely ponytail, dressed in a white dress, extending a Tinyuan note toward him. The boy's drooping eyes fell upon her. But she merely laughed and dashed to the back seat of the bus, chatting with her friends, her cheeks dimpled as she smiled. The image finally settled on their intertwined hands. He greedily tightened his grip, then closed his eyes once more, the choking sensation in his throat unbearable. "Why save me?" He could feel that as he sank. Song Nuan had held on to him without letting go. "I simply do not like you." "I never wished for your demise," Song Nuan confessed. After a moment of silence, a sudden force pulled Song Nuan, causing her to collapse onto Xie Huai, followed by his strong arms encircling her slender waist. His deep-set eyes burned with a destructive heat as he tilted his head slightly, unexpectedly kissing Song Nuan. This time, his demeanor shifted from aggressive to tender and cautious. Song Nuan should have pushed him away but felt the tremors that coursed through him. Leading her to abandon her struggle, he gazed at her, his voice hoarse, "Don't go near the river again. I cannot save you." From the moment he jumped, he had known he could not save her. Yet he did not want her to remain alone in the icy waters. "It's so cold." Song Nuan looked at him for a long moment before replying, "Xie Huai, I forgive you." The man's eyes brightened momentarily, but when they met her gaze, devoid of affection, they dimmed once more. Not long after Song Nuan left, Jinamo entered. Noticing Xie Huai had awakened, he exclaimed angrily, "You're really brave. You just jumped without a second thought. A love suicide, huh? Back in the day, when I cramped up in the swimming pool, nearly drowning, you had to pull me out with a stick. But when it comes to Song Nuan, you just jump in. Fine, I see I can't compete with her. It's just Tinyuan, right? Did I owe you less? Is it worth risking your life over?" Xie Huai shut his eyes and fell silent. "When you kissed Song Nuan, why didn't you keep quiet?" Jinamo scoffed. "You're in deep. Just on the basis of Song Nuan saving you, I'll recognize her as your sister-in-law." Xie Huai remained silent, but the slight quiver of his eyelashes betrayed him. Jinamo leaned closer and whispered, "I bet you felt great kissing Song Nuan." Xie Huai suddenly opened his eyes, his ears betraying him with a blush. Get lost. Chapter 20. Embracing the roughness, Jinamo remained seated beside him, waiting to discuss serious matters. "That person has been apprehended. What do you wish to do?" "Proceed according to the law. Your wife is a lawyer, so we're going by the law." "Prince, you truly uphold the law. I thought you would skin him alive." Meeting his warning gaze, Jinamo fell silent, soon adding, "I've suppressed this news. Otherwise, your father would have already arrived." The day after Song Nuan was hospitalized, she was discharged. While Xie Huai's condition was more serious, he should not have been discharged, yet he insisted on going home to recuperate. With no choice, Song Nuan took a couple of days off, spending her time on the sofa handling work matters while Xie Huai sat on the other side, tilting his head to watch her. Occasionally, when he grew weary, he would close his eyes to rest. During this rare moment of harmony, Song Nuan caught his gaze several times, hesitating to speak but ultimately holding back. Barefoot, she walked into the living room and spotted Xie Huai in a black turtleneck, causing her to momentarily pause. His eyes fell upon her bare feet, and he rose to walk towards the door, soon placing a pair of slippers in front of her, frowning, "Remember to wear shoes next time." The gentleness on Song Nuan's face diminished slightly as she slipped on the slippers and fed the cat a couple of treats. Little Dodo persistently nudged her, wanting more. Just as she prepared to give another, the man spoke in a low tone, "I already fed it a can." Song Nuan took her bag into the bedroom. And what had been a slightly disheveled room that morning was now immaculate. Even the dirty clothes she had changed out of had vanished. At tea times, Xie Huai's emotions were so stable that Song Nuan felt she could not keep up. After changing into comfortable loungewear, she emerged and took a sip of warm water, a tea that moment. Xie Huai rolled up his sleeves and stood up, asking, "What do you want to eat?" Without further comment, Xie Huai inquired, "What time do you finish work tomorrow?" "I don't know. I might have to work overtime," Song Nuan replied. Xie Huai acknowledged with a grunt before falling silent. After a while, the aroma of food wafted from the kitchen. As Song Nuan passed by with takeout in hand, she glanced over. By the time Xie Huai emerged, she had only taken a couple of bites. He raised his hand, took the takeout from in front of her, and tossed it into the garbage bin, stating coolly, "If you keep eating takeout, you'll end up with a rough complexion." Song Nuan wanted to retort that it had nothing to do with him, but she opened her mouth and then closed it again, instead picking up her chopsticks to eat. Xie Huai, however, did not eat, standing by the floor-to-ceiling window, leaning against it with a cigarette pinched between his fingers. His gaze fixed on the woman eating in the living room. His expression gradually softened, and he smiled faintly. Once she finished eating, he spoke up, "Leave it." Song Nuan stood to clear the dishes and take them to the kitchen. Before Xie Huai could follow her inside, he heard the sound of breaking dishes and hurriedly rushed in. It was merely a broken plate. Seeing the rare look of embarrassment on her face, he tossed aside his spent cigarette, chuckled softly, "Just go out." Feeling somewhat awkward, Song Nuan exited. She still had some cases to handle today, but the documents on the table had already disappeared. Xie Huai lit another cigarette at that moment, placing it between his lips and slowly exhaling smoke. Hearing her speak, he used his slightly damp hand to remove it in the study. "Make sure to go to the study later." Song Nuan frowned at the strong smell of smoke. "Could you not smoke casually in the room?" At her words, Xie Huai extinguished the cigarette and nodded. "All right." After she vanished through the doorway, he discarded the cigarette in the study. When Xie Huai entered, he found Song Nuan sitting upright, diligently working, maintaining the good habits she had developed while studying. He casually settled onto the black leather sofa, crossing his left leg over his right, his black cotton slippers slightly slipping off. Just then, Song Nuan suddenly glanced over, their eyes locking. Xie Huai softly reassured her, "I didn't smoke." The study fell silent for several seconds as Song Nuan handed him a letter of understanding. Xie Huai accepted it and flipped through the contents briefly. It was Li Jiasheng's letter of understanding. "Do you want me to sign?" Song Nuan murmured in acknowledgement and explained. Li Jiasheng is the only son in his family, hailing from a rural household. He graduated from university, and the tuition fees were cobbled together from the grain sales of the villagers each year. She had met Li Jiasheng once, and once the emotions faded, all that remained was regret and fear. With Xie Huai's legal team, a 10-year prison sentence was inevitable. If he were to serve a decade in prison, his life would likely be ruined. The hopes of the entire village would be shattered in an instant. She had participated in rural education during her university years, and nurturing a college student in a barren, impoverished mountain village was no small feat. Li Jiasheng was not a malevolent individual. While his actions were extreme, they were somewhat justifiable. As for Liang Ruju's incident, she never anticipated that she would leap from a building. Although the responsibility did not lie with her, she had indeed become an accomplice. Xie Huai closed the letter of understanding and coldly declared, "If you don't sign, it's not just him who will go to prison." Song Nuan felt a twinge of helplessness. Xie Huai's expression softened slightly, but there was no room for negotiation. Just then, someone kissed his profile. The man's deep voice elucidated why he wouldn't sign the letter of understanding. "You are my bottom line." Song Nuan pulled the blanket over her face, silently rejecting his kiss. Xie Huai reached out and forcibly removed it, kissing her again with an assertiveness that compelled Song Nuan to speak. "Xie Huai, if you kiss me once, I won't bother you." She pretended not to hear. Xie Huai, undeterred, planted a kiss at the corner of her mouth, and she retorted, "I have work tomorrow, I know." Xie Huai replied cheerfully, as if he had been waiting for her to kiss him. Ultimately, Song Nuan had no choice but to feign a kiss, and Xie Huai, surprisingly, became compliant, refraining from further advances. The company. The phone at the front desk rang unexpectedly during lunch. Song Nuan answered, "Lawyer Song, a man named Xie is looking for you. He claims to be your friend." Upon hearing this, Song Nuan set down her documents and stood up to exit. Qi's eyes brightened upon seeing her. Although he had not changed much, he now had a slightly more robust appearance. Previously, his delicate features were indeed refined, but now he exuded health. He extended a hand with a gentle smile. "Lawyer Song." "Long time no see." Qi's gaze lingered on her fingers, his expression momentarily stiffening, yet he maintained his composure. "Would you like to join me for a meal?" "No, Thank you. My husband will bring me lunch shortly. Song Nuan clarified, wishing to quell any lingering expectations Xie Yu might have. Xie Yu was a fine individual, both personally and in terms of his circumstances, but even without Xie Huai, she would not consider him. Xie Yu was indeed taken aback. You're married? Yes, I just got married not long ago, Song Nuan nodded. Even someone as esteemed as Xie Yu found it difficult to mask his emotions at that moment. Managing a wry smile, lawyer Song. I haven't seen you for just a few months, and you've already tied the knot. I'm not sure whether to congratulate you on your new marriage or to lament my own lack of fortune. As Song Nuan was about to respond, she spotted Xie Huai holding a thermos a few steps away, his demeanor frosty and emanating an aura that warned others to keep their distance. Fearing he might lose his temper in front of the company, she was the first to approach him, linking her arm with his, explaining to Xie Yu, my husband has arrived. Upon hearing this, the man nearby stiffened, his gaze fixated on her face, as if attempting to burn a hole through her with his stare. Xie Huai's lips curled into a slight smirk as he took her hand, casting a fleeting glance at Xie Yu before turning to descend the stairs. Once inside the car in the parking lot, he opened the thermos and placed it in front of her. His mood surprisingly buoyant. Eat. Noting his stable demeanor and not wanting to pry, Song Nuan relaxed and quietly began to eat. Observing her selective eating habits, specifically her aversion to celery, Xie Huai took her chopsticks, leaned down, and deftly removed the unwanted vegetable. After finishing, he handed the chopsticks back to her. Song Nuan glanced at him, accepted the chopsticks, and continued eating. Xie Huai tilted his head to watch her, suddenly grasping her wrist and ultimately holding her hand tightly. After about half a minute, he voluntarily released her. I'll pick you up tonight. Once she exited the vehicle, Xie Huai reclined in the seat and headed to the office. As he stepped into his office, assistantly promptly knocked and entered with a stack of documents. President Xie, these are the documents that require your signature today. Chairman Xie should be arriving shortly. Just as he finished speaking, the door swung open, and Xie Mingyu walked in, prompting assistantly to quickly retreat. Xie Huai cast a cursory glance, picking up the documents on the desk. Xie Mingyu spoke up, there are issues with that land in Jiazhong. Even at a low price, we cannot accept it. I've already declined this proposal. Why are you being so obstinate? Without lifting his gaze, Xie Huai replied, your inability does not equate to mine. Xie Mingyu retorted angrily. Fine, fine. I'll see how you manage. Don't think your current capabilities give you the right to act recklessly. If those old foxes in a city weren't considering my standing, do you think you could navigate this smoothly? Just because you can seduce women? Xie Huai, Xie Mingyu exclaimed, I am your father. How dare you speak to me like this? Don't raise your voice at me. Xie Huai replied coldly, frustrated and powerless against his son. Xie Mingyu took a deep breath. You are to meet the daughter of the Li family tonight. Xie Huai looked up, meeting his gaze directly. Their similar features instilled a sense of loathing in him. Xie Mingyu, what right do you have to dictate my actions? You handle your affairs with women. Don't meddle in mine. And next time you enter my office, please knock. This is my company. Xie Mingyu kicked over the coffee table, sending papers scattering across the floor. Don't think I'm unaware of your extramarital affairs. I can turn a blind eye. But if you refuse to heed my advice, I can't guarantee your safety or hers. Xie Huai scoffed. If I were to take on another mistress, what would you do? You think I'm some sentimental fool? We're all animals, cut from the same cloth. Do you want to play? I'll gift her to you. Xie Mingyu, incensed, turned crimson. You must meet the Li family's daughter. Try avoiding it and see whether your resolve holds or mine. Xie Huai's expression darkened as he swept the documents from the table to the floor with a fierce motion. Jianemo cautiously peeked in from outside, his neck retracting slightly as he spoke carefully. Are you all right? Should I call your wife to soothe you? He had come to check on the man who had been home resting for several days, curious about his progress with his wife, only to stumble upon a father-son confrontation. It seemed Xie Huai had not prevailed. Get lost, Xie Huai said coldly. Jianemo, undeterred, stepped inside, choosing the only clean sofa to sit on, stating, you're taking too much of a risk. That land in Jiazhong isn't worth it. Even if you wish to sever ties with your father, it can't be done so hastily. A minor misstep could cost billions. And the whole company would be at stake. It's not worth it. Xie Huai retorted dismissively, who says there's a problem? What do you mean? Jianemo, realizing a moment too late, smacked his thigh, exclaiming, damn, you really are something. You even kept this from me. I was wondering why rumors suddenly surfaced about that land having feng shui issues. Turns out it was your doing. You're impressive. But if the rumors about the feng shui problems have spread, how do you plan to resolve it? Xie Huai retrieved a document from his drawer and tossed it to him. Jinamo picked it up, his expression shifting dramatically as he read. A gymnasium? This is brilliant. Who cares about feng shui? I thought your mind was solely on Song Nuan. Had I known, I would have invested as well and made a fortune. You have no idea how Linro described me. She called me Jinamo, an excessively unattractive man standing at 1.50 meters, with eyes that squint into slits when I smile, particularly despicable. Xie Huai dialed Assistant Li's number, instructing for cleaning personnel to come in. After hanging up, he added, "This has nothing to do with me. She wrote about you too. Although she didn't T-name you. I suspect the male lead is you, being forcefully taken by the female lead and ultimately violated by a wealthy woman." Jinamo clicked his tongue. You really are a novelist at heart, daring to imagine and write such plots. I wouldn't even dare to watch that kind of scenario. Xie Huai's brow twitched, and he tugged at his tie nonchalantly. When did you become so agreeable? How have things been with Song Nuan these past few days? Any substantial progress? Xie Huai frowned, warning, don't you dare disrespect her. Whatever transpired between him and Song Nuan, he would not discuss it even with Jinamo. Jinamo laughed. I'm just asking out of concern. If you think I'm disrespecting her, fine. It seems that in your eyes, Song Nuan is a golden nugget, untouchable. Chapter 21. Song Nuan, did you ever like me? At 9 or 10 in the evening, the lights shone brightly, the transparent floor-to-ceiling windows reflecting the silhouette of a woman typing away at her keyboard. A sudden phone ring shattered the quiet of the office. Without glancing, Song Nuan casually answered, "Hello. Nuan, are you still at the office?" Her mother's voice came through the line. Stopping her work, Song Nuan picked up the phone. "I am still working, Mom." "What's up?" It wasn't until around 11:30 that she finally completed all her tasks. At this point, 2 other intern lawyers remained in the office, and since she wasn't particularly familiar with them, she chose not to greet them as she grabbed her bag and headed out. After clocking out and exiting the building, her gaze froze as she spotted a man leaning against a trash can, smoking, with wisps of smoke swirling around, obscuring his face. Dressed in a long black overcoat, likely to fend off the chill, the collar was turned up, accentuating his jawline, with a black belt cinched around his waist, giving him a tall and slender appearance. His lower half was clad in black jeans and casual black shoes. The understated black ensemble only served to enhance his strikingly cold demeanor. Song Nuan hadn't anticipated him waiting at the company entrance. Nor did she know how long he had been there without sending her a message. She pressed the elevator button, and when it arrived with no one else inside, they stepped in one after the other, their reflections visible in the mirrored doors. Exhausted from working overtime, Song Nuan didn't feel like engaging in conversation, opting for silence instead. Upon exiting, the biting cold wind hit her, prompting her to wrap her coat tighter around herself. After a few steps in her thin high heels, discomfort set in, yet she refrained from voicing her discomfort. After a few more steps, the man beside her suddenly halted, then released her hand and bent down to remove his shoes. His sock-clad feet touched the icy, dirty ground, and he put on a pair of sneakers he had purchased nearby. Instinctively, she protested, "No need." Xie Huai studied her for a few seconds before abandoning the attempt to reason with her. He squatted down, grasped her ankle, and took off her high heels, finally slipping on his sports shoes. Fearing she might find it distasteful, he pressed his lips together and reassured her, "My feet don't smell." He carried a pair of black high heels in one hand while holding her hand with the other as they walked forward. Passers-by glanced at them repeatedly, and a girl who walked by exclaimed, "Wow, this is just too wonderful." As they passed a supermarket, Xie Huai, wearing socks, stepped inside to buy a pair of slippers, emerging shortly after with 2 pairs of cotton slippers in hand. He handed the white pair to Song Nuan, placing it by her feet, while he slipped on the black ones himself. In the end, he found himself holding 1 pair of shoes, which appeared rather incongruous. No one had ever seen a handsome man carrying a pair of high heels in one hand and casual shoes in the other. The night market was bustling with activity, filled with numerous food stalls. Upon seeing this, Song Nuan's mood brightened considerably, and disregarding Xie Huai's presence, she bought a serving of stinky tofu. Just as they were about to leave, Xie Huai suddenly called out, "Song Nuan, Happy New Year." After he unexpectedly kissed her, Song Nuan instinctively shot him a glare. Unfazed, Xie Huai chuckled softly, seemingly in high spirits. The warmth of the heating at home was ample, as if it had been turned on long ago. The dishes on the table, devoid of steam, still appeared visually appealing. Xie Huai had no intention of reheating the food. Once Song Nuan arranged the snacks, he sat beside her and began to snatch bites. Greedy, she thought. Xie Huai shifted his chopsticks, a smirk perpetually gracing his lips. Suddenly, Song Nuan became aware of the intimacy in their actions and, taking a serving of fried noodles, moved to the sofa to eat. Xie Huai stood and sat beside her, tilting his head. I'll compensate you tomorrow. When she heard him mention Mom, Song Nuan was taken aback, but it wasn't until she had eaten a couple of bites of fried noodles that she realized he meant Song Ma. She pursed her lips. Do as you wish. Xie Huai was taken aback by her agreement. He placed the small chubby orange cat on his lap, gently rubbing its belly with 2 fingers, and murmured, If you're unhappy, I want to go. Then don't go, Song Nuan replied, her expression unchanging as she took another bite of fried noodles. Xie Huai felt a pang of frustration. He muttered, It's fine. After all, this isn't the first time you've been unhappy. Song Nuan nearly choked on her food, and as she picked up another bite of fried noodles, he bent down and took it from her. The cold and unappetizing taste somehow appealing to him. You just love this sort of thing. One day, I'll make you stop. Before she could respond, he felt a sharp pain in his calf. Don't eat my stuff, she said coldly. Then what should I eat? Xie Huai replied playfully. This remark seemed to strike a nerve. Song Nuan set down her fried noodles, grabbing her milk tea and retreating into the study. Xie Huai raised the small chubby cat's face with one hand and said softly, Look, I have to coax you. Your temper is no better than mine. The small cat, Dodo, licked his fingers, and Xie Huai was unsure whether he was pleased by the cat's antics or something else entirely. He stood up and opened a can worth hundreds for Dodo, who devoured it hungrily. If Song Nuan saw this, she would realize that Dodo had gained weight not from cat food. The study door swung open from the outside, revealing a man leaning lazily against the door frame. It's late. Time for tea that moment. Song Nuan had done little, but wished to find a space free of Xie Huai to enjoy her snacks. The agreement didn't specify how long one could stay awake. I'll call Mom, she stated. Xie Huai? Song Nuan hadn't expected him to call her mom with such ease. Taking a deep breath, she attempted to reason with him. I'll sleep after I finish drinking. No, you can only drink half. Your stomach can't handle it. After saying this, Xie Huai left her in the study, and by the time she entered the bedroom, he had already bathed and lay on the bed. Song Nuan, still wary, wore cartoon pajamas and, having eaten her fill, found herself unable to sleep. She picked up her phone to check today's messages. Linro had sent her a New Year red envelope, which she accepted before sending one back. Xie and even former colleagues sent her New Year wishes. After a moment's hesitation, she blocked Xie. If it's not possible, then let it be. The main concern was that Xie Huai easily grew furious over Xie, and it would not only be her misfortune but could also affect others. Scrolling through her friend circle, she noticed Xie Huai had posted a picture of a book, featuring her profile captured in a side glance while shopping. There were no accompanying words. She quickly scrolled past and kept going down, where Linro had posted an image depicting a scene from a novel. The protagonist, Rong Ting, fell into depression after being violated and ultimately took her life in a rented room. She often found it incomprehensible how Linro, a perfectly normal student, could write such a narrative. Unable to resist her curiosity, she commented, Did the female lead also die? The next moment, Linro called, and Song Nuan instinctively answered, only to regret it instantly. As Xie Huai was still beside her, Linro's cheerful voice came through. Nuan, is that crazy Xie Huai not around? Should I come and take you to the movies? Hearing the term crazy, Song Nuan felt a chill run down her spine and promptly hung up, glancing at Xie Huai, who seemed unfazed, allowing her to breathe a sigh of relief. She texted Linro back, P.S. next to me. Linro replied, Good thing you're far apart. Otherwise, you'd get kicked again. Where are you? Song Nuan replied, on the bed. After sending this, she felt it was inappropriate and added, Just getting ready to sleep. Linro misunderstood entirely. It's clear you two are living quite normally. Nuan, good luck, and take care of yourself in your first year. Song Nuan chuckled softly. At that moment, a hand reached for her phone, and the man seemed disinterested in looking at it, placing it on the bedside table. He quickly wrapped his arms around her, murmuring, I've realized you just love to take advantage. It was already 2 o'clock. Song Nuan wished to ignore him, closing her eyes to feign sleep. Xie Huai, unable to tolerate her silence, gently nipped her earlobe, prompting her to retort, "Are you a dog? You can't sleep at 2 in the morning. Didn't he hear that? Then I'll bite again." Xie Huai replied in a slow, teasing manner. Unable to contain herself, Song Nuan pinched his arm and said irritably, "I heard you." When they arrived at Song's home, Song Ma had already prepared dinner. After washing their hands, they began to eat. The Song family preferred dining in silence, creating a calm yet natural atmosphere. Throughout the meal, Song Nuan kept a watchful eye on Xie Huai, anxious that his emotions might suddenly spiral out of control. Fortunately, until they finished eating, he remained composed and even spoke politely to Song Ba and Song Ma, who visibly expressed their satisfaction with him. In the afternoon, Song Nuan wished to take Song Ma shopping to buy a few outfits and strengthen their mother-daughter bond. Song Ba loathed shopping and, upon hearing the plan, quickly surrendered, saying, "I want to go. I'll stay home and play chess with Xiao Xie." Xie Huai cooperatively replied with a hum. Song Ma laughed, "Don't bully Xiao Xie. Xiao Xie, if you're tired, go take a nap in the bedroom." Song Nuan leaned closer to Xie Huai, whispering, "If you treat my dad poorly, I want to let you off." Xie Huai showed no sign of anger, instead leaning down to kiss her, causing Song Nuan's face to flush embarrassingly in front of Song Ba and Song Ma. Shameless, she thought that if it weren't for her parents being present, Xie Huai would definitely have faced her wrath. Song Ba and Song Ma assumed the couple was getting along well, smiling and feeling reassured. The bedding in the room had been changed today. Xie Huai nodded, and after entering the bedroom, he made his way to Song Nuan's room, hesitating for a moment before pushing the door open. The bedroom was small but cozy, with a wall lined with dolls, each placed in its own compartment, and the opposite wall adorned with photos of Song Nuan from childhood to the present. He stood before it, scrutinizing each picture until he landed on one of her in high school uniform with a ponytail. He poked at the cheek in the photo and chuckled, "You're still my wife. What's for lunch? Are you sick?" The vivid memories surged back, and he smiled slightly, but suddenly his gaze froze, landing on a locked notebook in the center. He took it out, skillfully inputting the password to unlock it. He had seen much of its content before. Xie Huai is truly annoying. He has issues. Today, Xie Huai didn't go to school. I'm very happy. 3.25 I think I might like Xie Huai a little. The man's pupils constricted sharply, as if turned to stone, remaining motionless for a long time before finally closing the notebook. On the way back, Xie Huai was exceptionally quiet, so quiet that Song Nuan felt somewhat uncomfortable. Yet she lacked the energy to guess what was troubling him. Shopping had worn her out. Soon as the door closed behind them, he pushed her against the wall with force, his crimson eyes filled with an unknown heat. Teetering on the brink of explosion, Song Nuan winced from the pain in her back and frowned. "What are you going mad about now?" After saying this, she attempted to push him away. However, Xie Huai held her shoulder firmly. His voice hoarse, "You liked me in high school?" After uttering this, his voice trembled slightly, almost imperceptibly. No, Song Nuan found his question bewildering and pushed him away with force, heading towards the living room. "Your diary?" 3.25. "What are you talking about?" Xie Huai pulled out a piece of paper from his pocket, unfolded it, and handed it to her. "What's this?" Upon recognizing the words on the paper, her expression froze momentarily. That sentence was indeed something she had written, though she couldn't recall the emotions that had led her to write it. Perhaps it was a normal flutter of feelings during adolescence. But she knew she had come to dislike Xie Huai afterward, even forgetting that she had once penned those words. Without a second thought, she tore it up. Xie Huai's expression shifted dramatically, his large hand grabbing the torn pieces, his face darkening. Her denial hurt him more than anything. He closed his eyes, attempting to calm himself, but the frustration bubbled over, and in a fit of rage, he kicked over a nearby vase, shouting, "Get lost!" Song Nuan's expression changed as the sound of shattering glass startled her. After a brief pause, she turned and retreated into the bedroom, unwilling to engage in a quarrel with him. In the living room, the man ignored the chaos on the floor, stepping over the shards as he frantically rummaged through the drawers in search of something. Finding nothing, he quickly stormed out. Eventually, he entered a convenience store. His brow furrowed as he rasped transparent adhesive tape. After paying, he squatted beside the bus stop, meticulously repairing the torn paper back together. The sentence was restored to its original form. His tightly furrowed brow gradually relaxed. When Xie Huai entered the bedroom, he carried a strong scent of smoke. Song Nuan didn't open her eyes, but soon heard the sound of water running in the bathroom, allowing her anxious heart to settle. March 25th, the school's annual cleanup day. Class 1 was assigned to clean the school's storage room. There were 5 storage rooms, perfectly matching the number of groups. Lin Ro lightly tapped the clutter before her with a broom. Her voice tinged with trepidation as she ventured, Nuan, do you think there might be a mouse? I'm quite scared. Song Nuan had harbored a fear of such creatures since childhood, and upon hearing Lin Ro's words, she too felt a flutter of anxiety. After tentatively knocking a couple of times, she reassured herself, surely there is a, and no sooner had the words left her lips than a mouse, no larger than a palm, darted out, eliciting a shriek from both girls. Nearby, Xie Huai was startled, and by the time he regained his composure, he witnessed the two of them scurrying about in a frenzy. The other girls, 5 or 6 in total, were equally frightened, running in all directions. The boys, emboldened, surrounded the mouse, while Song Nuan, feeling secure in her spot, was caught off guard when the mouse dashed toward her. She froze, on the brink of crying out for help. Suddenly, someone grasped her school uniform, and the boy's teasing voice became her lifeline. Don't be afraid. If it bites, let it bite me first. Out of that moment, Song Nuan had latched onto his sleeve, on the verge of tears as she pleaded. Take me out of here. You go in front. The boy chuckled lightly. The girls, eyes shut tight, insisted, no, I'll go behind. Unable to contain his amusement, the boy tugged her along toward the exit, stopping only when they were a safe distance away. It was then that Song Nuan recognized who had rescued her. It was none other than Xie Huai, the person she despised most, and she promptly released her grip. Nevertheless, she murmured a soft, thank you. Xie Huai, unable to resist, poked her dimple playfully, and when she shot him a glare, he raised an eyebrow, retorting, then you can clean it up yourself. Maintaining a stoic expression, Song Nuan replied, I'll take out the trash. The boy chuckled again, his eyes gleaming mischievously, resembling a cunning fox. Song Nuan, you're so adorable. Do you want me to give you a kiss? Shameless, she muttered before sprinting upstairs. Although Song Nuan didn't see it, her fear remained palpable. Aren't you done cleaning up yet? I'll go take out the trash. Xie Huai said he'd help you clean. You don't need to go, Lin Ro remarked, still shaken. It seems Xie Huai is somewhat useful. Nuan, let him handle the mice from now on. Initially frightened, Song Nuan chuckled softly upon hearing this, whispering, all right. Just a minute before the evening study session ended, Xie Huai entered, draped in his school uniform, and sat beside Song Nuan, tilting his head with a flourished, don't be scared. I've dealt with it. Was it really that frightening? He teased, noting her flushed ears. Song Nuan's heart raced at his ghostly tone, and she snapped, we're in study hall now. No talking. Xie Huai pulled out his Chinese textbook, flipped to the correct page lazily, and said, all right, you're the boss. If you don't want to talk, I won tea. He nudged her elbow playfully, prompting her to swat his arm with her book. Don't disturb my reading. Instead of being offended, he chuckled a few times, brazen enough to catch the attention of their teacher, who shot them a few disapproving glances. After a few minutes of silence, Song Nuan opened her eyes to find herself locked in Xie Huai's dark, inscrutable gaze, her heart tightening. What are you doing? Without uttering a word, he turned and exited the room, closing the door behind him. The following morning, when Song Nuan awoke, Xie Huai was absent, and the shattered vase had already been cleaned up. Little Dodo, likely traumatized, refused to come out from beneath the sofa, and it only emerged when she coaxed it with a can of food. After comforting the cat for a moment, she pulled out her phone to order breakfast. Just as she completed the transaction, the door swung open, revealing Xie Huai in a long black down jacket, holding breakfast. Come over for breakfast, he said nonchalantly, as if nothing had happened the previous night. I ordered it, Song Nuan replied honestly. Xie Huai set the food on the table, arranging it meticulously. Come here. Song Nuan said nothing, rising to join him. To her surprise, the breakfast consisted of street food, quite a distance from here. The man sat beside her, not uttering a word, and lowered his head to sip on millet porridge, creating a somewhat awkward atmosphere. Song Nuan sensed that Xie Huai was in a bad mood, and after a few spoonfuls of porridge, she attempted to engage him in conversation but soon gave up. They finished their meal in silence. Song Nuan typically enjoyed lounging at home on her days off, but in this situation, she found it hard to relax. After tidying up, She grabbed her bag and wandered out, not knowing where to go, eventually settling in a nearby CAF to read. As noon approached, Mo suddenly called, the background noise indicating a lively atmosphere. Song Nuan, could you come pick up Xie Huai? He is drunk and refusing to leave. I have things to do this afternoon. It won't help if I go, she replied, taking a sip of her coffee, her gaze returning to her book. Mo continued in a hushed tone. The psychologist advised him not to drink. When he has had too much, his emotions become unstable. It's not just for me. You need to come for your own sake too, or he'll be a menace all day, and you want to be able to handle it. Ultimately, Song Nuan feared Xie Huai's emotional instability might endanger her family or Linro. Rubbing her forehead, she asked for the address. Mo provided it before stepping into a private room, eyeing the sullen figure inside and muttering, Song Nuan will be here soon to pick you up. He added, I personally think Song Nuan has had feelings for you. Otherwise, she wouldn't have torn that up, but it all amounts to the same. She doesn't like you now. Once he realized he had misspoken, he clamped his mouth shut and sat quietly. Clearing his throat, he remarked, I have a way to determine whether Song Nuan likes you. We could call over 2 women. If she shows signs of jealousy when she sees them, she definitely likes you. Shut up, Xie Huai snapped, clearly irritated. Regardless of whether Song Nuan cared, he certainly wouldn't resort to such tactics. Winning her over was already a challenge, and coaxing her was even harder. Mo understood. This guy was too timid around Song Nuan, resembling a turtle. Days had passed, and it seemed he hadn't slept a wink. He was too afraid to take any risks. When Song Nuan pushed open the door to the private room, the mingled scent of alcohol hit her, prompting her to cover her nose instinctively. Her eyes landed on the man slumped in the booth, half-closed eyes fixed on her. It was hard to tell if he was drunk or just feigning it. Mo, displaying his perceptive nature, said, Song Nuan, this is your responsibility now. I have urgent business at the company. I'll cover the bill. He leaned in closer, whispering, by the way, he likes to be coddled when he is drunk. So don't be harsh with him. Last time someone provoked him while he was drunk, they ended up in the hospital. Mo hastily exited, leaving Song Nuan with a headache. Meeting Xie Huai's gaze, she prepared to speak, only to see him close his eyes and lean back against the booth. After hesitating for a few seconds, she turned and stepped out, returning shortly with a male server. Could you please help me escort him to the door? The server, upon recognizing Xie Huai, looked a bit alarmed. Mr. Xie doesn't allow anyone to touch him. Song Nuan frowned, her patience for Xie Huai already thin. I can't just leave him here, can I? The server looked startled, sensing the urgency in her tone. Yet the man remained unmoving, seemingly deaf to her words. I truly can't, the server muttered, gripping her hand tightly, the chill of his fingers providing some comfort. Song Nuan understood he wasn't drunk. He was deliberately assigning her a task. Not wishing to waste more time, she pulled him along toward the exit. Once in the living room, she poured herself a glass of warm water and took a few sips. What do you want to eat? Song Nuan, having not rested well on her day off, felt a headache coming on. Xie Huai, I don't want to argue with you. I'm already exhausted from work and just want to rest. If it's about the high school diary, I apologize. They managed to eat in relative peace, and by the afternoon, one was in the study while the other lay on the sofa. As night fell, the glow from outside illuminated the living room. Little Dodo, feeling hungry, leaped onto the sofa and pawed at Xie Huai's hand, but he didn't acknowledge it, instead casting a glance toward the study. He then stood up and knocked on the study door, stating, the cat is hungry. After a few seconds, Song Nuan emerged from the study, her cheeks slightly flushed, looking as though she had just woken up. After feeding the cat, she sat on the sofa for a moment to collect herself. Xie Huai quietly stood beside her, his brows gradually relaxing. After all, it wasn't the first year he'd known she disliked him. She had not liked him for over a decade. A few more years wouldn't change anything. He would not let her slip away. Come with me to the annual meeting tomorrow. I don't have time tomorrow, Song Nuan replied truthfully, as she had scheduled a meeting to discuss the divorce case. Not wanting to provoke his emotions further, she nodded. All right. No sooner had the words left her lips than she felt a warm sensation at her dimple, turning to find herself nearly nose to nose with him. Xie Huai's pronounced Adam's apple bobbed smoothly, his gaze darkened and filled with fervent emotion. Just as she prepared to rise, a large hand suddenly gripped the back of her neck, and with an assertive yet slow motion, Xie Huai leaned down to kiss her. Taken aback, She instinctively pushed him away, but when her efforts proved futile, she bit him instead. After a lengthy moment, he finally released her, a satisfied smile playing on his lips as he reclined comfortably on the sofa. You must keep your promise. Song Nuan wiped her mouth with a tissue, her expression stern as she stood to head to the study. Xie Huai grasped her wrist, coaxing, just stay here. I'll go cook. He added casually, take off your outerwear, and I'll kiss you again. Hearing this, Song Nuan bit her lip, turning slightly to embrace little Dodo. From Xie Huai's angle, her profile was slightly puffed, clearly indicating her frustration. Yet she dared not voice it. She had been like this in high school, and nothing had changed. Xie Huai suddenly chuckled, his tone indulgent. Aren't you going to scold me? Shameless, Song Nuan finally snapped. Unable to hold back any longer. Having been reprimanded, Xie Huai was in high spirits as he went to the kitchen to prepare dinner. Moments later, he stood at the kitchen door, his sleeves rolled up, revealing his impeccably beautiful hands, now damp. Come here and help me tie the apron. Song Nuan winced internally. She was not fond of excessive contact with him and remained seated, pretending not to hear. Xie Huai, unperturbed, carried the black apron toward her, extending it with a smile that held an air of authority. Kiss me or tie it. You choose. He didn't rush her, merely observing his words, her lovely eyes widened. Her lips pressing together as her dimple re-emerged, clearly appearing to be in a playful mood. Yet her tone remained frosty. Xie Huai, you're rather tiresome. He responded, lifting the apron slightly as a gesture for her to hurry. Song Nuan, irritated but unable to retaliate, finally accepted the apron, and Xie Huai cooperatively lowered his head, the corners of his mouth curling up. However, Song Nuan had never been one to endure silently, and seizing the opportunity, she plotted her revenge. Tied around her waist, she tugged forcefully, tightening it with a fierce grip, leaving no room to spare, accentuating the man's robust physique. In a nonchalant tone, she remarked, all done. Xie Huai maintained his abdominal contraction, calmly turning towards the kitchen, where he silently tugged at the corners of his mouth after closing the door. His abdomen tightened, as if the waistband might snap at any moment. He untied it and retied it, a smile lingering in his eyes, which he could not conceal. Damn it, Song Nuan irritated him. Yet he still had affection for her. If Yandere were present, he would surely compliment him, saying, you're really useless. Chapter 23. Xie Huai. There are mice in the house at 10 o'clock, in a CAF at the city's heart. The young man Li Xiaoming nodded appreciatively at her and praised. Lawyer Song appears quite composed. I feel reassured in trusting this case to you. He stood up, then added, Lawyer Song, could you do me a favor? The Xie Group's annual meeting has invited me, but my secretary cannot attend at the last minute. Would you be able to accompany me as my partner? It would be a good opportunity for us to discuss matters on the way. Upon hearing the mention of the Xie Group, Song Nuan paused momentarily, her hands stilling over the documents. The annual meeting would be held at 8 o'clock in the grandiose hall. Yandere, accompanied by a shapely partner, teased the solitary Xie Huai. Oh, young master, attending the annual meeting alone. As he spoke, he clinked his wine glass with Xie Huai's. After taking a sip of red wine and placing the glass on the table, Xie Huai rolled up his sleeves to check the time. It was only 8 o'clock, and his mood remained relatively pleasant as he replied, not nearly as frequent as you. Instantly, Yandere partner grew displeased, prompting Yandere to placate, don't be upset. This year has just begun. He chuckled lightly. To him, these social gatherings were merely a charade. He would never find himself as entangled with a woman as the man beside him. The partner, now irked, pushed him away and left. Yandere, unfazed, sat beside Xie Huai and consoled. Is your lady not able to join? With narrowed eyes and an upward tilt at the corners, he replied. She'll be here to pick me up shortly. Yandere, lounging on the sofa, remarked dismissively, you look worse than in high school. He took a moment to truly appraise Xie Huai, who had always donned black suits and shirts for previous annual meetings. This year, however, he wore a deep blue suit, and even his hair was styled in the popular sideswept manner, enhancing his already flawless profile. Not only women would find it hard to look away. Yandere himself could not help but admire Xie Huai's good looks. Xie Huai was undeniably attractive. Had he indulged in the typical pursuits of others, he would have undoubtedly been quite the catch at any bar. Truth be told, he had never understood why Song Nuan was not drawn to Xie Huai. One would assume such striking looks would incite instant infatuation. He nudged him playfully, commenting, while others rely on beauty traps. You've simply employed the charm of your looks. Unfazed by the jibe, Xie Huai focused on his phone. Janemo clicked his tongue, suddenly clutching his stomach and exclaiming, "My stomach hurts. Hurry, take me to the hospital." Xie Huai shot him an incredulous glance, about to respond, when his keen eyes caught a glimpse of a figure clad in black. He halted abruptly, his expression darkening. The woman, a short distance away, wore a black long-sleeve dress that accentuated her figure. With a defined waist and a graceful silhouette, her face was a perfect oval, her features exquisite, and her makeup transformed her eyes into slightly upturned fox-like crescents. It was Song Nuan. Janemo swiftly covered Xie Huai's eyes with one hand while pulling him away with the other, urging, "Don't look. Please, don't be angry. This is your company's annual meeting. Any embarrassment will reflect on the entire company." He was not concerned about Xie Huai's potential aggression towards Song Nuan. Rather, he feared that others would discover that the young master had been reduced to a lovesick fool. In the next moment, however, Xie Huai stood tall and strode towards the figure. When Song Nuan first glimpsed him, she was taken aback by his striking presence. She had known of Xie Huai's handsomeness since high school, but this was the first time she felt the full force of his allure. Approaching her, Xie Huai remained silent, merely wrapping his arm around her waist, casting a condescending glance at the man who stood a head shorter. Li Xiaoming had assumed that the person Song Nuan was seeking was a junior executive from the Xie group, only to discover, to his astonishment, that it was the young master himself. As he processed this revelation, Xie Huai's expression grew increasingly grim. Finally, in front of Li Xiaoming, he leaned down and planted a kiss on Song Nuan. Devoid of any provocation, a complete declaration of ownership. Unaccustomed to such intimacy in public settings, Song Nuan squirmed slightly, but the grip around her waist tightened to the point where she felt as though it might snap. Frowning, she protested, "Xie Huai." From a distance, Janemo sat on the sofa, unable to bear the sight. Only Song Nuan possessed the ability to elicit such fervor from him without lifting a finger or even casting a glance. Once Li Xiaoming regained his composure, he cautiously extended a hand, saying, "So, you are the person Lawyer Song was looking for?" Upon realizing that Song Nuan had come to seek him, Xie Huai's icy demeanor melted away, and his hand relaxed around her waist, though it remained in place. He lifted his gaze, addressing Song Nuan, "You came to find me." Song Nuan noted how Xie Huai seemed to relish pushing boundaries. Maintaining a neutral expression, she nodded, admitting that she had not intended to come but thought it necessary since she would be picking him up anyway. Coupled with Jean Mo's remarks about his emotional instability, she felt compelled to cooperate. With proper engagement, depression could indeed be treated effectively. Satisfied with her response, Xie Huai's eyes softened, the corners lifting in delight. In the next instant, he unfastened his jacket, draping it over her shoulders. "Go sit over there on the sofa. I'll get you something to eat." As he walked away, Li Xiaoming could not help but ask Song Nuan, "Is President Xie your boyfriend?" Song Nuan did not deny it, simply nodding as she replied, "Thank you for your help." Noticing that many eyes were on her, she maintained her composure and settled onto the sofa. Janemo glanced at her and suddenly remarked, "Whatever you ask him for, he'll surely provide." Later, after catching a cold for a week, he genuinely wondered if Xie Huai had fallen under Song Nuan's spell. While she was indeed beautiful and academically gifted, he found it hard to believe she could be so captivated. Before Song Nuan could respond, Xie Huai appeared with an array of small cakes, stating coolly, "Choose whichever you like." She surveyed the selection, ultimately selecting a strawberry cake. Taking a bite, she found it perfectly balanced, far more delectable than what she had encountered outside, her eyes lighting up slightly. Xie Huai watched her eat, his smile broadening with each passing moment. This year's annual meeting was indeed entertaining. Janemo, unable to endure Xie Huai's demeanor, stood and went to console his partner. After a while, several senior executives approached with wine glasses to toast Xie Huai. Song Nuan instinctively recalled Jean Mo's warning about Xie Huai's inability to drink, glancing at him out of habit. He seemed indifferent to her concern. Meeting her gaze, Xie Huai smiled softly and replied, "I one tea drink." He gestured for the executives to disperse, who left after casting a glance at Song Nuan. "Today's schedule is tight." "Xie Huai is beside me," she stated. "Almost done," she added. Linro interjected, "Oh, I wanted to take you camping, Song Nuan replied. I've been busy lately. There's a lot to handle. She instinctively glanced at Xie Huai for his reaction, only to be momentarily caught in his deep-set eyes, which were perhaps focused on her. The woman in a white gown sat beside Xie Huai, inquiring, President Xie, the marketing department's performance has doubled compared to last year. What rewards might we expect? The woman's expression stiffened, and after a moment of silence, she rose and walked away. Little Dodo had grown more familiar lately, often rushing to the door to greet visitors. Upon seeing him, Song Nuan bent down to scoop him up, gently scratching his soft belly. Xie Huai, having changed into slippers, remarked in a low tone, he needs to get vaccinated. With Song Nuan's schedule being quite full lately and the pet hospital closing after work, they would have to wait until the following weekend. All right. After Song Nuan took a shower, she leaned back against her bed with a book, barely lifting her head as Xie Huai emerged from the bathroom. It was clear she felt at ease with him. Indeed, he was quite reassuring when he was in a good mood. Aside from cuddling while sleeping, he made no other advances, as he settled beside her. The scent of the shower gel became evident, and he leaned against the bed, asking, Why did you come? Song Nuan replied in a calm tone, The outcome is the same whether I come or not. Xie Huai's eyes narrowed playfully as he snatched the book from her hands, his gaze falling on her cozy yellow duck-themed pajamas, and he chuckled softly, If I wanted to do something to you, I could easily strip you of 100 outfits. Song Nuan, feeling no need to guard against him, simply enjoyed the comfort of her thick pajamas during the winter nights. I'm not as bored as you are. Xie Huai playfully tugged at the ear of her hat, letting it fall over her head, chuckling to himself, Like it? Song Nuan, uninterested in his banter, turned away after lying down. Xie Huai wrapped his arms around her from behind, resting his chin gently atop her head, saying, Song Nuan, ignoring people is a bad habit. His tone softened as he continued, clearly unfazed by her silence. For over half a month, Xie Huai's mood had stabilized, and Song Nuan had grown accustomed to living with him. One day, she finally managed to take a day off. After spending half an hour in the study, she exited with an empty water cup to refill it, only to catch a glimpse of little Dodo rummaging through something. Startled, she barely had time to react before he dashed over to her, and she finally realized what it was, a mouse. Though she was an adult and no longer screamed like she did in high school, the sight sent chills down her spine, and she dared not look further, hastily retreating into the study and closing the door. In her unease, she barricaded the door with a few books. Once she regained her composure, she called Xie Huai. He glanced at his phone mid-contract signing, promptly answering, What's the matter? The elevator downstairs required Xie Huai's authorization to access. I am not afraid, she assured. After hanging up, she hesitated for a few seconds, squatting on a stool in the study, feeling uneasy as the mouse had not yet shown itself. The moment it appeared, it felt as though it could materialize anywhere. She couldn't help but glance around nervously, terrified that another might emerge. It must have been someone's pet hamster that had wandered up. He lifted a long finger to scoop it into a cardboard box before striding purposefully to find Song Nuan. Of all the rooms, only the study door remained closed. Upon pushing it open, he immediately spotted the woman crouched atop the stool. The cherished edition of the book, utilized to seal the door gaps, would likely induce a myocardial infarction in the author upon discovery. Leaning against the door frame, he suddenly burst into laughter, his voice rich with magnetism as he remarked, It's a pet mouse. I've caught it. Little Dodo was startled. Xie Huai raised an eyebrow but refrained from exposing her. Bending down to pick up the fallen book and placing it back on the shelf. Come out and take a look. After Xie Huai called the property management, it wasn't long before a middle-aged woman arrived to retrieve the hamster. Likely bitten by little Dodo, evident from 2 tooth marks, she lamented, How could you let a cat bite her? Do you have any idea how precious she is? Xie Huai shifted his gaze from the door of the study and replied coldly, Considering it didn't die, she's lucky. The woman shot him an indignant glare, exclaiming, What poor manners, before leaving, clearly quite shaken. He turned to make another call, and after a while, a dozen professionals arrived to inspect the rooms several times. Ensuring no mice were present before allowing them to depart, he addressed Song Nuan, who was seated on the sofa, saying, There are no mice in the house. I have matters to attend to and must step out. It must be said that after someone had checked, Song Nuan felt considerably less frightened. Once he left, she called Lin Ro. Ro, I just saw a mouse, and it scared me to death," before she could finish her sentence. She spotted the man returning, his gaze locking onto hers. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, Song Nuan hesitated, not wanting to reveal this side of herself before Xie Huai, lest he seize the opportunity to tease her. Lin Ro's incredulous voice came through the phone. "What? There are mice in Xie Huai's place? Ugh, wealthy people's mice must be especially plump. Just thinking about it sends chills down my spine. Now that you mention it, I must call for a cleaning service. Nuan Nuan, is everything all right?" Song Nuan composed herself, saying, "I'm fine. I have something to do, let's talk later." After hanging up, she resumed reviewing her materials. Footsteps approached, and a pair of black cotton slippers came into view, followed by a shadow casting over her, a warm touch brushing against her cheek. The man spoke in a tone laced with amusement. "What are you afraid of?" "I'm here." Chapter 24. The countenance of the wealthy Xie Huai did not wait for Song Nuan to respond or take any action. He simply sat beside her and called his assistant to request the contracts be brought over. It was evident he wasn't leaving. Soon, assistant Li arrived, laden with a pile of documents requiring signatures. "With planning proposals beneath, Mr. Xie, I've notified that this afternoon's meeting has been changed to a video conference. Is there any other work?" Xie Huai cast a glance toward the study, murmuring, "Go to the snack street and buy some treats." It was the first time assistant Li had heard such a request. After a moment of surprise, he quickly responded, "Yes, Mr. Xie." Half an hour later, he returned with an array of snacks. After he set them down and left, Xie Huai slowly made his way to the study, pushing the door open and announcing, "Come out and eat something." He paused briefly, adding, "Your favorite snacks." Their eyes met, and for some reason, Song Nuan felt an inexplicable urge to avoid his gaze. Her heart fluttering as she deliberately looked away, rising to join him. The table was adorned with over a dozen snacks. Before she could take a bite, he added, "After this, you won't be able to eat for the rest of the month." Song Nuan, seated at the dining table, retorted, "I'm not a cultivator." Xie Huai chuckled at her response, but chose not to comment further, aware that any more words might provoke her displeasure. She was indeed small, but had quite a temper. He turned to retrieve the documents from the coffee table in the living room, bringing them over to sit beside her at the dining table. 18 while the other attended to work. An unexpectedly harmonious scene. Song Nuan was rather picky with her food, having a particular fondness for tofu pudding, though it contained crushed peanuts she disliked, which she meticulously picked out. Xie Huai observed her several times before finally giving in and reaching over to take some. Opting for other items first, Song Nuan instinctively declared, "No beans, please." Xie Huai patiently acknowledged her with a hums. She belatedly realized how naturally they interacted. She felt a sudden urge to distance herself, stating, "I've lost my appetite. If you don't want me to carry you, then just sit quietly," he replied with a nonchalant glance. He placed the remaining food in front of her and added, "I'm heading to the study." After he left, Song Nuan stared at the tofu pudding for a good 10 seconds, finally surrendering and resuming her meal. Xie Huai stood at the study door, glancing at her with a slight smile before entering the room. The desk was cluttered with various documents, yet he made no effort to clear them, choosing instead to sit on the sofa and attend to work. With Xie Huai home, Song Nuan felt an urge to leave. That evening, she planned to go shopping with Lin Ro and prepared herself before notifying him in the study. She knocked and opened the door, meeting Xie Huai's gaze. "I won't be home for dinner. I'm going shopping with Lin Ro." Without hesitation, he nodded, "All right." Perhaps due to his agreeable nature, Song Nuan felt somewhat unaccustomed but said nothing further. The bookstore. After meeting up with Lin Ro, the two browsed together, purchasing a few books before indulging in some gossip. Lin Ro leaned in, whispering, "So, Xie Huai really doesn't have anything going on with you?" "No." Song Nuan shook her head. Lin Ro expressed relief. "Thank goodness Xie Huai has a bit of humanity. By the way, are the mice in the wealthy district particularly plump?" "They're not mice. It's a hamster fed by the downstairs neighbors." Song Nuan awkwardly recounted the day's mix-up. Lin Ro burst into laughter, and Song Nuan joined in, quipping, "I nearly died from fright when I saw it. Little Dodo was playing with it. I bet it thought it was a new toy you bought for it." "Good." Song Nuan nodded. Spotting by Jiami Xian, Lin Ro suddenly recalled something, hesitating for a moment before saying, "Nuan Nuan, a few days ago, I had dinner with Xu Yi. She mentioned that Bai Fan has been targeted by Xie Huai. And now he doesn't even have a proper job." Bai Fan was the boy from high school who had confessed to Song Nuan. known for his excellent grades and gentle demeanor, a model student in the eyes of every teacher. Did he not perform well academically? Didn't he attend university? Song Nuan inquired. He did, but he said the school was subpar, and he couldn't even get into an undergraduate program. Now he's studying computer science, which he's quite capable in, but he just can't pass the internship periods at any company. He claims Xie Huai is targeting him. Lin Ro expressed her disappointment, adding, Bai Fan used to be in the top 10 of his grade. Who would have thought he couldn't even get into university? Song Nuan felt somewhat responsible for this situation, as it was due to her that Xie Huai had targeted him. She bit her lip and asked, Do you have his contact information? I do. I knew you'd feel guilty if you found out. Lin Ro, who typically avoided meddling in such matters, was merely connecting it to Song Nuan. I have a friend in software. I'll see if I can get Bai Fan a chance to try. Thinking Xie Huai had already gone to bed, Song Nuan was surprised to find him sitting on the sofa watching a movie. His deep-set eyes obscured in the dim light. Xie Huai spoke up, Stay with me for a while. I'm tired, Song Nuan replied, heading straight for the dressing room to fetch her sleepwear. Xie Huai entered without saying a word, scooping her up effortlessly and carrying her back to the living room. He firmly seated her on the sofa, covering her with a gray blanket before taking a seat beside her. We have work tomorrow. Song Nuan frowned. Unperturbed, Xie Huai suggested, Then just lie down and sleep. That wasn't in the agreement. Fine. I'll compensate you. I'll have finance transfer some money to your account later. Song Nuan was incensed by his wealthy demeanor, choosing to remain silent as she fixed her gaze on the large screen. Xie Huai glanced over, amused. Are you angry again? Song Nuan slightly tilted her head, clearly unwilling to engage with him. Xie Huai softened. If you don't want to watch, then don't. After he stood to turn on the lights and pressed the remote, he noticed her getting up to leave, resembling an agitated kitten. Xie Huai frowned slightly. Clearly aware that she was displeased about going out, he followed her, asking, What's wrong? Song Nuan hesitated, unable to hold back any longer. She stopped and spoke in as calm a tone as she could muster. In high school, I didn't like Bai Fan, and I still don't. Can you please stop targeting him? Xie Huai, let's not let our issues affect others. I've been quite accommodating to you already. Upon hearing Bai Fan's name, Xie Huai's brow furrowed, mentally sifting through many individuals before finally recalling this one. His expression darkened as he replied coolly, Is he contacting you? No, Song Nuan replied frostily. Xie Huai said nothing further. He had been smoking less at home these past few days. But now he retrieved a cigarette from the cabinet, lighting it while leaning against the edge of the sofa. After several puffs, he remarked coldly, Then tell me, what exactly do you think I'm targeting him for? You know very well. Song Nuan was uncertain if it was her pent-up emotions from her high school transfer that were surfacing, but her tone had grown assertive. She continued, If it weren't for you, Bai Fan wouldn't have transferred schools, and neither would I. You have any idea how significant high school can be for someone's life? Oh, you wouldn't know, and no matter how many bad things you do in high school, you can still don an expensive suit, attend the most prestigious classes, and never have to worry about money. His handsome face, shrouded in smoke, appeared increasingly frosty as he glared at the increasingly irritating Song Nuan, a deep ache gnawing at his heart. After an indeterminate amount of time, he extinguished the cigarette, declaring, I was born superior to you, and I will do as I please. Tell him, don't expect to have it easy in the future. He paused before adding with a fierce tone, Song Nuan, I do not wish to hear his name from your lips a second time. Do not let me find out that you meet him privately. You know, I have never been one for morals. Song Nuan's expression shifted, and after a moment of standoff, she whispered, Xie Huai, spare him. If you wish to take your anger out on someone, let it be me. Rarely did she lower her head to him, and now, for the sake of another man, she did so. Xie Huai's gaze darkened, and he finally rubbed his brow, saying nothing but turning to leave. Ultimately, he didn't want to unleash his anger on her. At the Golden family, in a private room, Jinamo arrived to find Xie Huai already having consumed most of a bottle of red wine alone. He touched his nose knowingly, remarking, Have you been upset again? At this rate, you might just drink yourself to death in the coming decades. Xie Huai remained clear-headed, taking a sip of wine as he arranged to meet Bai Fan. Who? Which Bai Fan? From high school. Ah, him? What about him? Does he dare to pursue Song Nuan? Jinamo expressed disdain at the mention of Bai Fan, adding, If it weren't for you, Song Nuan wouldn't have to deal with such suitors. It's quite disgusting, especially since he secretly took photos up her skirt. Xie Huai replied sullenly, Song Nuan claims I'm targeting him. Well, that's not incorrect. You're targeting him, Xie stated. Such individuals are nothing short of a malignant tumor in society. However, it is said that after transferring to high school, his academic performance declined significantly, leading him to pursue a vocational degree. At that moment, Xie Huai suddenly comprehended the reason behind Song Nuan's intense anger, and his inner resentment diminished somewhat. He invited him over. Janimo, observing his demeanor, realized that Bai Fan was doomed. He could hardly contain his eagerness for the unfolding drama. He sent the location to Bai Fan in their high school group chat, stating, Bai Fan, His Royal Highness requests your presence. Be swift, or bear the consequences yourself. If you wish to navigate a city, do not fear his arrival. Meanwhile, Lin Ro, upon seeing the message in the group, immediately called Song Nuan, exclaiming anxiously, Nuan, it's bad. Xie Huai is looking for Bai Fan. They are meeting at the Golden Family. Upon hearing this, Song Nuan's disdain for Xie Huai reached its zenith, yet she knew she had to resolve the matter. Send me the location. Nuan, I'll accompany you. No need. Xie Huai won't resort to violence against me. Bai Fan's arrival exceeded Song Nuan's departure speed, reaching the private room in merely 20 minutes. Tall and possessing a rather refined appearance, Bai Fan had always been popular among the girls since high school. Had it not been for Janimo occasionally searching for something, he might not have recognized him. With a hint of trepidation, he gazed at Xie Huai. Is there something you need? Xie Huai remained silent, while Janimo, lounging with a cocked leg, smirked maliciously. Scared? Don't be. Xie Huai is quite reasonable. Such words only heightened Bai Fan's anxiety. He dared not speak as he stared at Xie Huai. Just as he felt he could no longer endure the tension, Xie Huai suddenly broke the silence. I hear you claim I bullied you? Bai Fan instinctively wiped his forehead, feeling weak and guilty. I did not. Oh, is that so? But it's of little consequence. Xie Huai's words lacked context. At that moment, Bai Fan's phone rang. He glanced at Xie Huai, who remained silent before answering. Hello, Song Nuan? I'm already at the private room. The atmosphere in the room plummeted, and Janimo couldn't help but rub his arms, casting a wary glance at the man beside him. It was clear that today, Bai Fan had to face dire consequences. Once the call ended, the room fell into an eerie silence, as if awaiting something. After a few minutes, the door burst open, and Song Nuan rushed in, panting. Upon seeing Bai Fan unharmed, she exhaled in relief, her voice icy. Xie Huai. Instantly, Bai Fan crouched down, clutching his nose, exclaiming, Ah, what the hell did you do in high school? Xie Huai's voice was filled with fury. Not only was Song Nuan startled, but even Janimo was taken aback, quickly realizing that Song Nuan must have misunderstood Xie Huai during high school. As Xie Huai prepared to strike Bai Fan, Song Nuan, having witnessed Xie Huai's ruthlessness, knew he could genuinely cause harm. Without hesitation, she positioned herself in front of Bai Fan, facing Xie Huai's menacing gaze, her stance wavering. This only provoked the man seated on the sofa further. Rising with a wine bottle in hand, Xie Huai's demeanor turned ominous, causing the color to drain from Song Nuan's face. Yet she did not retreat. Janimo, fearing Xie Huai's wrath, quickly intervened. Xie Huai, calm down. When his pleas fell on deaf ears, he turned to Song Nuan, exclaiming, Why are you defending Bai Fan? He secretly filmed you under your skirt in high school. As soon as the words left his mouth, a sharp pain struck his cheek, causing him to stumble. What the hell? Xie Huai, I merely insulted her, and you hit me. Though he knew Xie Huai had held back, the pain was still less than Song Nuan's unyielding demeanor. Rubbing his sore cheek, Xie Huai coldly replied, I said, show her some respect. Janimo retorted, Bai Fan, that despicable creature, filmed you under your skirt and even shared it. Had he not captured anything substantial, Xie Huai would have long since locked him away in prison. Song Nuan's expression stiffened at these words, but Bai Fan had always been an upstanding student in class, consistently recognized as a model student by teachers across subjects. She turned to the cowering Bai Fan on the floor. Is that true? Bai Fan, clutching his bleeding nose, felt his fear peak. Responding timidly, yes. Song Nuan maintained her stern expression, reiterating, I will ask you once more, is it true? Yes, Bai Fan affirmed, his gaze cautiously darting towards Xie Huai. Fearful of any further actions, having never encountered such a repugnant individual as someone who secretly filmed under skirts, Song Nuan's anger surged. After enduring for so long, she raised her hand and slapped him. The sound resonating painfully, even Janimo could feel it. The thought that Xie Huai might have also been a victim of such violence made him reconsider his own discomfort. Casting a glance at Xie Huai, Song Nuan turned to leave, indifferent to any further provocations from him, asserting that these matters were by Fan's own doing. Just as she reached the door, her high heel became wedged in the gap, and after struggling unsuccessfully to free it, she abandoned the shoe entirely and walked on. Yet, after only a few steps, she found herself unexpectedly lifted off the ground, and the next moment, she was met with Xie Huai's icy visage. Ignoring the presence of others, he crouched down to assist her in putting on her shoe, murmuring, "You only have this much temper." Chapter 25. Her husband is Xie Huai of the Xie group. Song Nuan pressed her lips together in silence, preparing to leave when the door swung open from the outside. Lin Ro rushed over upon seeing Song Nuan. "Nuan, are you all right?" Song Nuan shook her head. "I am fine." Lin Ro then glanced at Bai Fan on the floor, whose face was bruised and bloodied, causing her to gasp in shock. Instinctively, she wrapped her arms around Song Nuan's waist, concerned that Xie Huai might strike her. Song Nuan did not wish for Lin Ro to involve herself in this matter, so she pulled Lin Ro outside and explained how Bai Fan had filmed her under her skirt, which had led to his expulsion from school. In Lin Ro's and the school's perception, Bai Fan was expelled due to Xie Huai's influence. Overcome with shock, she abandoned her fear of Xie Huai, shouting, "Damn it!" before turning back to the room. In the private room, Janemo was about to inquire how Xie Huai intended to handle the situation when the door swung open again, and before he could catch a glimpse of the intruder, he heard the sound of a slap. Immediately following was Lin Ro's voice. "We were even willing to help you, but you, scum, should just jump into the river and drown." With that, she launched into a flurry of kicks at Bai Fan. Janemo watched in disbelief, his eyes twitching. Janemo offered to take her home, but Song Nuan was clearly uneasy, struggling to break free. "Let go. Are you trying to provoke me further?" Xie Huai, maintaining his composure, replied. "Song Nuan, please." After a brief silence, Song Nuan softly said, "I'll just have a word with her." Upon seeing him nod, she re-entered to speak with Lin Ro, who knew Xie Huai's temperament well enough not to insist on keeping her. Once in the car, Song Nuan reclined in her seat, closing her eyes. Shortly after, a jacket draped over her shoulders, and Xie Huai's deep voice instructed, "Delete his number." Opening her eyes, Song Nuan took out her phone and deleted Bai Fan's contact in front of him, then resumed her position with her eyes shut. "I misunderstood you. I'm sorry." Song Nuan had a strong sense of right and wrong. If she was at fault, she would admit it, regardless of her feelings towards Xie Huai. Is an apology sufficient? What need is there for the police? Xie Huai refused to accept her contrition. "You recognize your mistake now, but where was that attitude earlier?" Song Nuan remained silent, as Xie Huai's frustration lingered. He leaned in, gently biting her earlobe, murmuring, "Song Nuan, don't provoke me." The sensation of both pain and irritation coursed through her as Song Nuan suddenly opened her eyes, glaring at him. Xie Huai smirked, his mood lifting slightly. "What? You want to retaliate now?" Observing her speechless countenance, he chuckled softly before leaning in for a kiss, his lips surprisingly gentle. The rich aroma of red wine filled her senses, and Song Nuan, unable to resist the intoxicating effect, felt a wave of dizziness wash over her, her cheeks naturally flushing. Xie Huai's gaze darkened to an almost inky depth, yet he restrained himself, ultimately kissing the dimple on her cheek. His voice hoarse, "Next time you anger me, I'll claim you." Infuriated, Song Nuan kicked him, but Xie Huai paid it no mind, picking up the jacket that had slipped to the floor and shaking it slightly before draping it over her once more. As May 20th approached, the once lethargic students became lively, working together to fold origami cranes. The girls in Song Nuan's dormitory gifted her a small stack of cranes, declaring their goal to complete 999 before the date. The entire dormitory enthusiastically assisted, yet on the eve of the deadline, she still had over 20 cranes left to fold. During her first literature class, she discreetly began folding. As she folded, she glanced at the literature teacher, who smiled kindly, mistakenly believing she was confused. "Song Nuan, what don't you understand?" Embarking on such an endeavor for the first time, a blush crept onto her cheeks as she stammered, "Nothing." Meanwhile, Xie Huai, who had been dozing beside her, instinctively glanced over upon hearing her name, spotting the cranes near her drawer. Instantly, discontent brewed within him. He raised his hand. "Song Nuan is folding origami cranes." Song Nuan's cheeks reddened further, and she stood, appearing as if she had been caught misbehaving. The literature teacher, unable to shield her in front of the whole class, commanded, "Song Nuan, stand and listen." Her distress was palpable. Xie Huai handed her a piece of paper, pouting, "Who told you to fold cranes? Who are you planning to give them to?" "None of your concern," she retorted, turning to focus on her work. In an instant, Xie Huai seized the cranes from her drawer, raising an eyebrow. "For every crane you fold, I'll tear one." With that, he tore one in half. Song Nuan felt a wave of injustice wash over her, compounded by the worry of her roommates blaming her, prompting her to bury her face in her arms and quietly weep. He nudged her paper slightly, resting his head on his hand, murmuring, "You little miser, I'll make it up to you." "Teacher!" Song Nuan exclaimed. "Xie Huai is disrupting my class." The math teacher shot Xie Huai a glare, instructing him to stand at the back of the room. Xie Huai lazily stood up, moving to the last row to lean against the wall. As the math teacher resumed the lesson, Xie Huai kicked Yandere in the last row. "Give me your phone." Yandere stealthily passed it to him, and Xie Huai brazenly hid it beneath his math book, searching for tutorials on folding origami cranes, the phone's glow flickering colors across his face. The math teacher, exasperated, chose to ignore him, provided he didn't disrupt others' learning. During evening study hours, he folded dozens of cranes and placed them on Song Nuan's desk. "Here, consider it compensation, you miser." Song Nuan, preoccupied with fulfilling her roommate's expectations, maintained a stern expression as she collected the cranes and placed them in her drawer. Xie Huai tilted his head, resting on the desk, winking at her. "You better not give them to anyone else, or I'll deal with him." Song Nuan rolled her eyes and continued to work on her problems, but Xie Huai pressed his hand down on her pin. "I'm not joking. This is my first time folding cranes for someone." Song Nuan released her pin, picked up another, and reasoned, "This is what you owe me." She then donned specialized earplugs designed to muffle Xie Huai's voice. After casting a few glances at her, Xie Huai leaned on the table and closed his eyes to sleep. Yu Rue remarked, "Old man, I envy you. Truly impressive. Did you agree to sue Judgia?" "No, I said I would think it over." "Damn, what is there to think about?" Yandere leaned over for a look, clicking his tongue. "What great fortune you have." Just as he finished speaking, Xie Huai approached, flipping through a handful of dozens of starlit paper cranes, which clearly did not match the other solid colors. It was evident that Song Nuan had given away the paper cranes he had folded. He kicked over a nearby stool, and the dormitory fell into silence, with no one daring to utter a word. The next day, Song Nuan habitually left for class a bit earlier to fetch hot water. Not walking with Lin Rou.as, she stepped out of the dormitory. There were few people around. After walking a few steps, she felt Xie Huai's hand grip the collar of her black hoodie from behind. "Xie Huai, what are you doing?" she protested. "Who told you to give away the paper cranes I folded?" Xie Huai replied irritably. "Fortunately, they were for someone else. If they were sent by you, this school wouldn't have known peace last night." Song Nuan, frustrated, explained, "You tore someone else's paper crane. I had to compensate them. Let go." Xie Huai, with an air of finality, stated, "This is the interest. I expect it by next Monday." Song Nuan, fuming, quickened her pace. Xie Huai, with his long strides, easily kept up beside her. "What do you want to eat?" "It's on me." Song Nuan began to jog, but Xie Huai, unfazed, simply matched her pace. "What do you want to eat?" "You." Song Nuan, exasperated, shot back at him. Xie Huai extended his hand towards her mouth, teasing, "Here, bite." "Shameless. You were the one who said you wanted to eat me. I'm just obliging." "How is that shameless? I haven't even taken off my clothes." "Shameless." The next day, not long after work commenced, Song Nuan received a video from Lin Rou, claiming it was shared by Jean Mo early that morning. In the video, by Fan, with a bruised nose and swollen face, confessed that he was expelled for filming under girls' skirts and that his grades fell after transferring due to an early romance. His inability to pass the probationary period at work was attributed to fabricating work experience. Lin Rou remarked, "I never imagined he was such a person. I even scolded Xie Huai for being unworthy." Song Nuan replied, "Don't forward it to others. It's illegal." She wasn't worried about Yandere and Xie Huai. Even if by Fan pursued legal action, it wouldn't affect them much. However, Lin Rou was different. If by Fan decided to sue, she would certainly face repercussions. Lin Rou responded, "I've just sent it to you. He truly only has patience for you. Yesterday, I saw by Fan's nose was broken. Yandere said it was Xie Huai who did it." Secretary Jiang, clad in a form-fitting short suit with long, fair legs, informed her, "President Huang wants you to meet with President Lan from Wenzhong at noon to discuss business." Song Nuan was aware that Wenzhong was recently embroiled in a significant economic dispute, attracting interest from various law firms. However, this case was being handled by lawyer Rong from their company, and typically, one case would not involve two lawyers. Song Nuan didn't need the money and had no intention of stealing someone else's credit. "This is not my case. Let lawyer Rong handle it," Secretary Zhang, playing with her hair flirtatiously, replied. "Lawyer Rong has other cases to manage." 18 noon. In room 1 of the Mingyue Hotel on Shilun Road. "It's up to you whether you go. I've already informed you that the company places great importance on this case." After she left, Song Nuan called lawyer Rong, but the call didn't go through. When she inquired at the front desk, she learned that lawyer Rong was out on an assignment. 18 noon. Around 11:30, Song Nuan tidied herself up and applied a light touch of makeup. Upon arriving at the hotel suite, President Lan had yet to arrive. She briefly reviewed the details of the economic dispute, which involved an amount of 20 million. Just as she set the documents down, the door swung open, revealing a portly middle-aged man with a round head. Upon seeing Song Nuan, his eyes lit up. He shut the door and inquired, "Lawyer Rong?" Song Nuan stood up politely. "I'm Song Nuan." "Lawyer Song." "Hello, President Lan." President Lan nodded, sitting beside her in a congenial manner. "Please tell me how much you understand about this matter." As he spoke, his hand casually rested on Song Nuan's thigh, prompting her to instinctively shift away. Recognizing that she had likely displeased him, she excused herself under the pretense of needing the restroom and called the company. Secretary Zhang answered President Huang's call, informing her that he wasn't available. "What does lawyer Song need? Have the male lawyers come over to discuss? I can only stall for half an hour." Given her years of experience, Song Nuan could generally gauge President Lan's character. Lin Ro asked, "What's wrong?" Song Nuan replied, "The potential partner has made inappropriate advances." Lin Ro exclaimed, "Damn, those scummy and be careful. I'll contact you later." Just as Song Nuan was about to mention her alcohol allergy, she was interrupted by Lan's words, "I can't drink much." "Fine, just indulge me a little." President Lan raised his wine glass in a toast to her. Song Nuan tightened her face and replied stiffly, "President Lan, I truly cannot drink. I apologize. Let us reschedule." She stood up, preparing to leave when President Lan suddenly grabbed her wrist, forcefully pulling her back down. His grip was far stronger than Xie Huai's usual hold. Pain shot through her wrist, causing her to wince. Before she could react, one hand pinched her mouth while the other forced wine into her. President Lan, with a leering grin, remarked, "Lawyer Song, you're not being accommodating." Caught off guard, Song Nuan choked and, reacting instinctively, pushed him away. However, the man's strength was overwhelming. He pinned her to the chair and forcibly made her drink a glass of red wine. Most of it spilled onto her clothes, soaking her chest. Song Nuan instinctively grabbed a nearby plate to throw at him, but it was intercepted by Lan's arm. His irritation flared as he demanded, "What? Has your company not informed you? What's with this high-mindedness? Have you never been with a man?" Song Nuan's expression shifted, but there was no time for her to dwell on it. "I've already called the police." "Is that so? You were the one who seduced me." President Lan lifted her effortlessly and strode towards the inner resting area, which contained a bed meant for relaxation. He tossed Song Nuan onto the bed, locked the door, and began to undress, unconcerned as she attempted to escape. Realizing something was amiss, Song Nuan felt heat radiating from her body, causing her limbs to weaken. The next moment, she found herself slumping to the floor. President Lan sneered, "Run." Then he approached, lifting her back onto the bed. His gaze filled with lust. "I've never met a lawyer with such a fine figure." Song Nuan wanted to flee, but the unusual heat in her body clouded her mind. She fought to maintain her last shred of clarity. "Don't touch me. My husband is Xie Huai." Chapter 26. Did you think I was a eunuch? President Lan would certainly recognize the name Xie Huai. The young master of the Xie family was a legitimate heir. With Song Nuan's background, how could she ever belong? Even if she was beautiful, entering the Xie family was far beyond her reach. The Xie family was not merely a business entity. They had substantial political connections. He dismissively retorted, "You, still pining for that young master? Even if you stripped bare, he wouldn't give you a second glance. What kind of woman could he possibly want?" As Song Nuan's thoughts grew muddled, the heat enveloped her limbs, making it unbearable, compelling her to loosen her buttons. The man leered. "What a tempting creature you are, if you please me. This case might just be yours." He violently tore open her suit jacket, and its buttons tumbled to the floor. With her soft hands pushing against him, she managed to suggest, "I can call Xie Huai." President Lana's hand landed on her shoulder, his gaze lingering on her flushed face, his breath growing heavier as he leaned in to kiss her. Song Nuan turned her head, and his lips grazed her disheveled hair instead. The scent of smoke and alcohol from him made her feel nauseous. One hand firmly grasped her chin, instructing her, "If I were you, I'd submit to me now. At least you might gain something." As soon as the words left his mouth, the door was suddenly flung open with a violent crash. Startling him, that a young man in a black suit, with a cold and handsome face, entered, his expression dark enough to seem as if it could spill ink. The woman on the bed had her collar loosened. Her face flushed, her body tense with defensiveness yet oddly alluring. Xie Huai's possessive nature flared, his eyes turning crimson. In an instant, he seized the man by the hair and violently yanked him off the bed. Lan's eyes widened in confusion. Before he could comprehend, he felt a sharp pain in a sensitive area. The security personnel who arrived stood frozen, no one daring to intervene. "Get out!" Xie Huai shouted coldly, causing everyone else to hastily retreat. He removed his long suit jacket and draped it over Song Nuan, completely enveloping her before scooping her into his arms and striding out. Once in the car, she began to fidget restlessly, her hands exploring him. Even through the fabric of his vest, he could feel her warmth, and Xie Huai inhaled sharply, gripping her hands tightly. "Drive faster." Song Nuan, in a daze, murmured, "It's hot. Wrap me up." Xie Huai's voice was low and unsteady, as if he were suppressing something. He grasped her other hand. "Don't move." Perhaps due to his restraint, Song Nuan felt uncomfortable and tilted her head to look at him, her bewildered eyes almost brimming with tears. "It hurts. I'm so uncomfortable." Xie Huai's abdomen tightened as he turned to gaze out the window, both of them remaining in a tense silence until they arrived home. He treated Song Nuan as if she were a hot potato, placing her on the bed before retrieving his phone to call a doctor. In just a minute or two, Song Nuan had already undone several buttons, revealing an expanse of creamy skin. For Xie Huai, who had long desired her, his pupils contracted, yet he couldn't tear his gaze away, the veins on the back of his hands betraying his turbulent emotions. He quickly approached, covering her with the blanket. Although he could take advantage of the situation, he knew that Song Nuan was exceptionally hard to please. Wrapping her tightly in the blanket, he shouted, "Don't move. It's hot." Her voice, tinged with grievance, sounded as if she had been wronged. "Endure it." Upon hearing the name Xie Huai, he stiffened, his gaze piercing and ominous as he stared at her, saying, "Do you know who I am? Yet you dare to undress? Do you think I am a eunuch?" The latter part of his statement was delivered through gritted teeth, a testament to his frustration. Damn it, he felt he had become no different from a eunuch himself. The woman made a non-committal sound, her meaning unclear, and Xie Huai's expression darkened. Yet, he found himself at an impasse with her, ultimately rising to fetch a damp cloth from the bathroom. He placed it somewhat roughly on her forehead, his agitation palpable as he held it there with one hand while dialing a number with the other. "Hurry. Even if you're stuck in traffic, get here fast. If you don't arrive in under 10 minutes, don't bother opening that wretched hospital." Song Nuan extended her hand from beneath the covers, grasping his and pressing it against her face. Although his palm was warm, it felt cool and soothing against her skin. She clung to him as if he were a lifeline, guiding his hand to her chest. If Xie Huai did not react at all, it would be utterly absurd. He was already on the brink of eruption. Painfully hard, and he warned, "If you keep touching me, I swear I'll cry." However, Song Nuan was oblivious to his threat, refusing to release his hand. When the doctor finally arrived and administered a sedative to Song Nuan, she slipped into unconsciousness. Only then did Xie Huai, his face as dark as thunder, retreat to the bathroom to relieve himself. He emerged a little over 10 minutes later, freshly dressed, and when he surveyed the chaotic scene on the bed, he furrowed his brow and walked over to neatly arrange the covers once more. After sitting for a few moments, the doorbell rang. Xie Huai stood to answer it, revealing Gina Mo and Lin Ro. He stepped aside to let them in, and Lin Ro, disregarding her fear of him, exclaimed, "How is Nuan Nuan?" "She just received a sedative and is currently sleeping," Xie Huai indicated towards the bedroom. He then took a seat on the sofa. Yandere settled beside him, scrutinizing him with a mixture of admiration and disbelief. He found it hard to fathom why Xie Huai would let such an opportunity slip away. "What do you plan to do about this?" Yandere asked, alluding to their mutual acquaintance, Lan Guangming, who had some influence on the road, albeit not enough to effect significant change but sufficient to cause annoyance. With his eyes closed, Xie Huai replied, "He enjoys taking advantage of others, so let him find someone to satisfy his desires." Yandere inquired, "Is Song Nuan all right?" Xie Huai opened his eyes and shot him a glance, and Yandere quickly realized the futility of his question. If anything had happened to Song Nuan, Xie Huai would not be so composed. "Forget it? I see now that was a pointless question." A few minutes later, Lin Ro emerged from the bedroom, her gaze towards Xie Huai filled with a complex mixture of emotions. "Thank you for everything, Xie Huai." He did not even lift his eyelids, responding coolly, "Next time, call me immediately." Today had merely been a coincidence. Lin Ro had been at the film set discussing script revisions when Yandere happened to be there and overheard Lin Ro's call. He understood better than anyone that if anything happened to Song Nuan, Xie Huai would truly lose his mind. Once they departed, Xie Huai lingered on the sofa for a while before heading into the kitchen. An hour later, Song Nuan awakened in the familiar warmth of her bedroom, her taut emotions finally relaxing. She immediately knew Xie Huai had come as soon as he arrived. However, she still sat up to examine her clothes. They were the same ones she had worn to work, the stains from red wine still visible and chilling against her chest. Yet her heart found solace in the familiarity of her surroundings. At that moment, the door swung open, and a casually dressed Xie Huai entered. Seemingly unaware that she was awake, his movements deliberate and gentle. Their eyes met, and he quipped, "You undid the buttons yourself." Song Nuan had a vague recollection of that moment, but she lowered her head in silence, covering her collar as she stood to freshen up in the bathroom. The disarray reflected in the mirror was stark, and her eyes began to redden, though she quickly suppressed her emotions. The aroma of food wafted through the living room as Xie Huai, seated at the dining table, looked up upon hearing her footsteps and beckoned, "Dinner is ready." Now dressed in her work attire, Song Nuan had even applied a light touch of makeup. Grasping her handbag, she declared, "I have matters to attend to." She refused to let today's events slide without resolution. She could endure losses but would not tolerate being treated unfairly. After a moment of silence, she looked down and said, "Thank you, Xie Huai." Xie Huai stood and approached her, observing her for a few seconds before taking her handbag from her grasp and stating coolly, "Later, I'll teach you how to handle such situations. Now, let's eat." Noticing her reluctance to move, he bent down to meet her gaze, frowning. "When will you outgrow this bad habit of ignoring meals when you're upset?" Song Nuan remained silent, quietly finishing her bowl of rice before asserting, "I'll handle it myself." With that, she left. Arriving at the office, she went straight to President Huang's office and coldly questioned, "When did I ever give you the impression that I would accept such underhanded dealings?" President Huang was taken aback by her inquiry, clearly unaware of the situation. Secretary Zhang, brushing her hair aside, added, "Lawyer Ruan is unavailable, so I sent Lawyer Song to see President Lan." Huang frowned, his tone lacking reproach. After all, Song Nuan was quite attractive and had inadvertently caught President Lan's interest. "Why did you take it upon yourself to do that?" Secretary Zhang interjected. "Oh, come now, Lawyer Song is quite capable. She will be fine. Look, she is standing here. Next time, do not act without my approval," Huang admonished sternly, and it seemed the matter was settled thus. Holding her handbag tightly, Song Nuan struggled to restrain her impulse to lash out. Her voice cold as she replied, "Your preference for underhanded tactics is your affair, but I do not share that inclination. Secretary Zhang, you should know that coercing someone into such dealings is illegal. I am not one to be trifled with. In a few days, we shall meet in court. Make sure to secure a competent lawyer, for I have never lost a case." Secretary Zhang's face paled, and President Huang, wishing to downplay the matter, remarked, "Lawyer Song, I will handle it." "How will you handle it?" "A few scoldings in bed." Song Nuan was not one to be bullied in her dealings with Xie Huai. She had no means of resistance, but these people did not represent her willingness to compromise. As Xie Huai put it, Song Nuan was like a cat. When angered, she could easily scratch a few times. At the utterance of those words, both Huang and Zhang's expressions soured. Zhang retorted, "Do you think you are any better? Aren't you in the same boat as the infamous President Xie?" Pretending to be morally superior? Song Nuan did not deny it, her voice icy as she replied. What is it? Jealous that you cannot climb the social ladder. Indeed, if you were to strip bare, he would not even glance your way. You only attract the interest of the older men. They are not discerning. Zhang's face twisted in anger, and Huang's expression darkened, yet both fear the influence of Xie Huai. Lawyer Song, how do you propose we resolve this? Before Huang could finish, the office door burst open, a tall, muscular man kicking it wide with a deafening crash. Moments later, a man clad in a black puffer jacket strode in, surveying the room with an imposing presence. His gaze landed on Song Nuan, and he commanded coldly, take them outside. Two bodyguards seized Secretary Zhang and President Huang, dragging them away. Xie Huai's gaze settled on Song Nuan's pale fingers, recalling how she had often struck and kicked him in jest. He approached her, wrapping an arm around her shoulder, and smirked. What are you angry about? It's not like you lack support. He escorted her out of the office, where all the lawyers were gathered, exchanging glances of disbelief. President Huang, being the company's CEO, was understandably furious at being treated this way. Xie, what is the meaning of this? Xie Huai replied coldly, nothing much. My wife was wronged, and I am here to seek justice. Huang's expression shifted as he softened his tone. Xie, it was a misunderstanding. Please do not be angry. Misunderstanding or not, I act according to my mood, Xie Huai retorted, turning to the bodyguards and commanding, pour them some wine. The bodyguards, having been prepared, opened 2 bottles of red wine and discreetly added a packet of something unknown into the bottles, the implications clear. Xie Huai stated, you can decide whether to drink it yourselves or have someone feed it to you. Zhang's face paled in fear, and he quickly admitted, Xie, it was a misunderstanding. I had no idea that President Lan would resort to violence against Lawyer Song. Before he could finish, Xie Huai delivered a swift kick, sending Zhang crashing to the ground, clutching his abdomen, the onlookers' faces turning white with shock. Make them drink, he ordered, casting a sidelong glance at Song Nuan, his grip on her waist tightening slightly as he whispered. If you're scared, just close your eyes. He paused to clarify. Now, this is what it means to bully someone. The 4 bodyguards forcibly made Huang and Zhang drink, leaving them no room to resist. After consuming a significant amount, their eyes grew bleary, their faces flushed with a hint of blue. Song Nuan's color drained from her face as she worried about a potential life-threatening situation, her rational side urging, Xie Huai, stop. Yet, Xie Huai remained unmoved. His only limit was Song Nuan, and these individuals had effectively signed their own death warrants. Song Nuan did not wish to bear the burden of a life lost to scoundrels, nor did she want Xie Huai to take on that weight for her. Xie Huai, please stop, I beg you. However, the man seemed deaf to her pleas, remaining still as Zhang appeared on the verge of unconsciousness. Song Nuan, disregarding all caution, pushed past the bodyguard in front of her. The bodyguard looked to Xie Huai for direction, and he raised a hand to signal them to halt. Before long, Zhang and Huang began shedding their clothing. Song Nuan turned away, offering no sympathy, and upon locking eyes with Xie Huai, she lowered her gaze as an unsettling feeling crept into her heart. In the next moment, a large hand grasped hers, turning her away from the company. Following this incident, Song Nuan was uncertain how to resolve the aftermath. She simply knew she could no longer remain at the company. Her resignation letter was swiftly accepted, a clear demonstration of Xie Huai's influence. She had no intention of seeking new employment, instead focusing on plans to establish her own law firm. Over the next few days, Xie Huai appeared unusually relaxed, spending his time at home playing with their cat. One day, as she emerged from the study, she saw Xie Huai, one hand gripping the scruff of the kitten's neck, playfully tossing it aside. The kitten, exhilarated, pounced back, seemingly enjoying the rough play. Song Nuan took a sip of water and, after a moment of contemplation, asked, "What would you like to eat?" "My treat." Xie Huai, perched on the sofa, raised an eyebrow, his gaze fixating on her. For the past few days, she had been clad in oversized cartoon pajamas, devoid of any allure. Yet somehow igniting his more mischievous thoughts, he stood up, brushing cat hair from his clothes, and declared, "Make me a bowl of egg noodles." "You cook?" she countered. Song Nuan said nothing as she rose and entered the kitchen. Xie Huai leaned against the doorframe, observing her somewhat clumsy movements, a smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Lazily, he remarked, "Song Nuan, you dropped the eggshell into the bowl, I noticed." Embarrassed, Song Nuan fished it out and awkwardly turned to shield her actions from his view. Your sleeve has gotten dirty, I know. The flower is in the cabinet. I am aware. Xie Huai, could you please step outside? Song Nuan couldn't help but shoot him a glare. The man crossed his arms and tilted his head with a playful grin. I cannot. Chapter 27. Knowing he missed her, did he still dare to return home? Xie Huai's shamelessness was not a rare occurrence. Song Nuan chose to ignore him and proceeded to close the kitchen door. With a sharp click, Xie Huai's nose nearly brushed against the door, yet he seemed unperturbed. He glanced down at his cotton slippers and chuckled softly, then addressed the closed door. I want to eat 2 eggs. At that moment, the doorbell rang. Xie Huai, in relatively good spirits, ambled over to open the door, only for his smile to vanish. What do you want? He asked coldly. Outside, Xie Mingyu let out a derisive snort. His gaze sweeping inside as he spoke sternly. The director mentioned that you've been absent from the company frequently. Xie Huai stood at the threshold, blocking his view, and replied coolly, those dogs of the board truly know how to bark. They can indulge in women, but let us not neglect the important matters. The company's affairs need swift attention. This was the first time Xie Mingyu had heard of Xie Huai being involved with a woman, and naturally, it made him uneasy. He continued in a low tone. The daughter of the Li family mentioned that you didn't meet her. I've arranged dinner for you 2 the night after tomorrow. After hearing him out, Xie Huai merely shut the door, meeting Song Nuan, who was emerging from the kitchen with a bowl of noodles. He pressed his lips together and said nonchalantly, I haven't met any other women. I am not interested. Song Nuan's expression remained indifferent, clearly not invested in his words. She placed the noodles on the table, saying, eat. No sooner had she spoken than a sharp pain shot through her earlobe. She shot him an angry glare. Are you a dog? Watching the flush creep up her ear, Xie Huai felt his mood lighten. He leisurely took a seat. Who told you not to listen to me? He paused, a mix of exasperation and amusement evident as he tapped the side of the bowl with his chopsticks. Song Nuan, can you not distinguish between sugar and salt? At his words, Song Nuan silently took a bite of the noodles, the sweetness overwhelming her, causing her to gag before she dashed to the bathroom. Upon returning, she was met with Xie Huai's smug grin. Avoiding his gaze, she calmly declared, I'll order takeout. Unbothered, Xie Huai finished the remaining noodles in a few bites, then slowly rose, not feeling enough pain. After a few minutes, he emerged with a bowl of seafood noodles, placing it in front of her. Finish your meal, then accompany me to the company for overtime. Instinctively, Song Nuan refused. I have other things to do. She regarded him in silence for a while, restraining her feelings, finally asking, Can you be reasonable? Xie Huai chuckled softly, lifting a small cat that had been curling around his feet and placing it on his lap. Stroking its fur, I haven't been reasonable since high school. Seeing Song Nuan at a loss for words, he abruptly began to reason. What's the matter? Work. Do it tomorrow. He took the small cat downstairs. Go entertain your mom. Song Nuan, playing the role of a mother, inhaled deeply, nearly choking on her noodles, coughing violently. Xie Huai instinctively stood, bringing her a glass of warm water, penny pincher. Song Nuan gave up on engaging with him. The more she did, the more he pressed. She lowered her head to continue eating. In the office in the evening. By 7 or 8, there were hardly any people left. Xie Huai switched on the office lights and gestured for the bundled-up Song Nuan to sit on the sofa. It was chilly outside, so she had worn an extra coat, layering a white down jacket over her outfit, finding it somewhat cumbersome to sit comfortably on the sofa. Xie Huai caught a glimpse of her in his peripheral vision, a smile playing on his lips. The next moment, he noticed the mountain of work piled on the desk, his brow twitching slightly. When working, Xie Huai was not quite himself, his usual obstinacy giving way to a more composed demeanor. He was exceptionally intelligent. Even while skipping classes and sleeping through high school, he still managed to land in the top 10 of his class. During the 2 days of the weekend, under Xie Huai's threat, Song Nuan found herself holed up at home folding origami cranes, a task that took considerable time for someone as clumsy as her. After finally completing them by Sunday, she realized she hadn't done any of her homework. Taking advantage of the Sunday afternoon to rush her assignments, her hands grew sore, and in a moment of carelessness, she flicked her pen, hitting a boy engrossed in a game. Xie Huai winced, looking up at her, the corners of his lips lifting as he said nonchalantly, What did the homework do to you? Why hit me? Song Nuan felt a slight sense of satisfaction, but her cowardice showed as she shrank her neck. pretending nothing had happened as she resumed writing. Xie Huai glanced at her homework. Where have you been? Not writing your assignments? Mention of the homework made Song Nuan irritable. She shot him a glare. Xie Huai laughed, putting down his phone. Have you been folding origami cranes? She snapped back. Don't touch my drawer. Teenage girls are often sensitive, and Song Nuan was no exception. Embarrassed and angry, she retorted. How shameless. How am I shameless? I asked if it hurt. You. Song Nuan buried her head on the table, ignoring him. Xie Huai was incorrigible. Before long, he noticed her discreetly pulling out a locked notebook to write in her diary. Her stealthy demeanor clearly indicating she was recording grievances against him. After a while, Lin Ro came to find her for the restroom, and Xie Huai expertly retrieved the diary from the drawer, inputting her birthday to unlock it. May 23rd. Xie Huai is sick and neurotic. Instantly, she felt the heat of embarrassment rising, nearly spitting it out. Tears welled up in her eyes as Xie Huai hurriedly fanned her with a book. That's boiling water. Upon realizing he was responsible for this mischief, Song Nuan glared at him angrily. You're insane. Xie Huai feigned innocence, leaning closer. Yes, I'm insane. Open your mouth. Did it bubble? Song Nuan was already too upset to respond. Annoyed with his pranks, and she didn't acknowledge him even during evening study sessions. I brought her hot water. She drank it. I said that a good thing. Xie Huai glared at him. She burned her mouth. You said you wanted boiling water? He kicked him as he spoke. Otherwise, how would he know that girls need hot water at that time? Mo rubbed his calf, suppressing a smirk, and coughed. I meant warm water. Just a bit hot. Who likes to drink boiling water? Even if they do, they can't drink it all. Prince, your brain doesn't seem to function well. Get lost. Song Nuan still felt the burn on her tongue. Speaking made it painful. She wanted to ignore Xie Huai, but he wouldn't let go of her backpack, bending down to stare at her. I'll treat you to something to eat. How about a game? Or flowers? No matter how he tried to coax her, Song Nuan remained unyielding, glaring at him with her beautiful eyes as if to say how annoying he was. Xie Huai feared her silence. Threatening playfully, if you don't speak, I'll kiss you. Song Nuan covered her mouth, shameless. Xie Huai tugged on her backpack, leading her to a bubble tea shop, and within minutes, he handed her a cup. Drink this and consider it your forgiveness. Song Nuan, enduring the pain in her mouth, took a large gulp before running off to the company. Around 11. Xie Huai heard the soft sound of breathing and glanced over at the sofa. The woman was perched at the edge, her fair face hidden beneath the hood of her padded coat, its white fabric accentuating her rosy complexion. The changes over 10 years were minimal. She simply appeared more mature. Her figure no longer frail, yet her temperament remained just as difficult to appease. He stood and walked over, bending down to scoop her up and carry her further inside, but she didn't stir. He removed his coat and draped it over her, his gaze lingering on her face, the affection in his eyes growing deeper. He crouched down and pressed his lips against hers, satisfied as he rose to return to work. However, Song Nuan suddenly opened her eyes, and Xie Huai still cradled her in his arms as she continued to sleep. I don't like this. Put me down, she protested. There are many mice in the office at night. As soon as he said this, the woman nestled in his arms became alert, glancing warily at the ground. He chuckled, playfully scaring her. Last time, the company caught a mouse over a kilogram. Song Nuan felt a shiver run down her spine but understood he was teasing her. She slipped from his arms and walked ahead of him as they exited the company, the bustling city unusually quiet at this hour. That day, Song's mother handed her a box of medicine. Nuan, can you ask Xiaoxia whether to take this before or after meals? Song Nuan pulled out the instruction manual but couldn't determine the timing. What kind of medicine is this? It's what Xiaoxia brought a few days ago. Said it's for strengthening the body. Song's mother spoke of Xie Huai with evident satisfaction. Unaware of this, Song Nuan pursed her lips. Does he often bring things? Often, but he never comes inside. He just delivers them to the door and leaves after a few words, her mother replied. Song Nuan called Xie Huai, and upon hearing his familiar deep voice, she softly asked, My mom wants to know if the medicine is taken before or after meals. After meals, Xie Huai replied, sounding somewhat fatigued. Just as he was about to hang up, he added in a low tone, Song Nuan, I miss you. After ending the call, Song Nuan handed the medicine to her mother, after meals. Her mother took it and asked, Tell me the truth, did you two have a fight? Mom, is it wrong for me to stay at home for a few days? Song Nuan pleaded playfully. Every half-month, someone comes to help us with checkups. Last time your dad caught a cold, he was the one running around. I see you like this, and you don't know. At her words, Song Nuan instinctively touched her cheek, nonchalantly replying, "Is there?" "Yes," your dad said. He felt relieved. After chatting for a while, Song's mother helped her pack her things and accompanied her downstairs to catch a ride. Upon waking, Song Nuan squinted against the light, instinctively rubbing her eyes, only to find herself caught in the man's intense gaze. Before she could say anything, a shadow loomed over her, and her chin was gently tilted upwards. Instantly, their lips met, a faint smoky taste lingering between them. Xie Huai's lips trailed down to her earlobe, licking his lower lip with a hint of seduction. "I'd give you my life if it came to that." In this lifetime, he wanted nothing but Song Nuan. He simply couldn't let go, not even a bit. Perhaps it was the intensity of the man's gaze that incited a primal fear, prompting Song Nuan to burrow back under the covers. Yet, the next moment, the blanket was yanked away, and the man's magnetic voice broke through. "I'm just taking a look," Xie Huai suggested, simply watching with unvarnished honesty. Though his gaze bore an air of aggression, Song Nuan, unwilling to engage in a silent stare-down, decided to close her eyes. After several minutes had passed, she finally heard footsteps retreating from the bedside. Before long, a corner of the blanket was lifted, and she felt a tightening at her waist. Song Nuan held her tongue, knowing that provoking Xie Huai's ire was unwise while in bed. However, today's Xie Huai was unusually playful. His large hand gently pinched the soft flesh at her waist, as if finding it amusing. "Xie Huai, I wish to sleep." Song Nuan managed to suppress her emotions and stated. The man's breath grew heavier, brushing against her fair neck. Song Nuan's innate sensitivity flared up before she could evade him, as warm lips lightly kissed her neck. Startled, she exclaimed, "Xie Huai." Chapter 28. Song Nuan has a boyfriend at university. Beneath the dim glow of the desk lamp, the visible mark on her neck betrayed their earlier encounter. Xie Huai's gaze darkened, and after a brief moment of contemplation, he unceremoniously remarked, "Buy me a set of sleepwear like yours," with a twinge of pain in her neck. Song Nuan stiffened, daring not to move, eyes closed and silent. Behind her, the man remained still, his heated presence the only indication of life, his breathing gradually steadying, and she felt her body relax in response. "I've changed my mind," his low voice suddenly broke the silence. "Unless you take me with you." His jaw rested lightly on her shoulder, and she felt his eyelashes occasionally brush against her cheek, igniting a ticklish sensation that made her hesitate to move, aware that Xie Huai was reacting. After enduring a few minutes of his quiet presence, she bit her lip and asked, "Could you perhaps take care of that in the bathroom?" There was a silence of several seconds before she felt a chill as the blanket was pulled back, and moments later, he strode into the bathroom. A while later, he emerged with his lower half wrapped in a towel, his upper body bare and glistening with droplets of water. Though he typically showered at night, preferring to dry his hair outside, today he brought the hairdryer over to her side and commanded, "Help me dry my hair." Song Nuan closed her eyes, and he, undeterred, spoke in a nonchalant tone, "If you don't want to dry it, we can engage in other activities." After a tense half-minute, she relented, sitting up with a stern expression to assist him. Her movements were not particularly gentle, but Xie Huai bore the brunt of her actions as her fingers tangled in his hair. A tingling sensation coursed down from her scalp, rekindling feelings in her that had long been dormant. After enduring for half a minute, he abruptly stood up and strode back to the bathroom, emerging dressed with his hair dried. He even lay down a good half-meter away from Song Nuan. She did not dwell on his motives, her mind clouded as she drifted into a deep slumber. Typically, when she awoke, Xie Huai would be absent, but today, she opened her eyes to find his handsome face looming large before her, leaving her momentarily dazed. His voice, still laced with sleep, came out lazily, "Let us sleep a bit longer. I have an appointment with the agent to view the law firm today," Song Nuan replied. Upon finishing her sentence, his arm around her waist loosened, and she rose to enter the bathroom. Just as she picked up her toothbrush, Xie Huai walked in, a couple of buttons on his shirt undone, revealing his collarbone. He grabbed a toothbrush, squeezed toothpaste onto it, and stood beside her, gazing at her reflection in the mirror, his eyes resting on the mark on her neck that bore his imprint. "Song Nuan," he called softly. When no answer came, he repeated her name, Song Nuan. After several calls, The woman in the mirror, fresh-faced and fair, shot him a glance, her expression stern. "What is it?" A smile flickered across his face as he leaned against the sink, facing her directly. Without regard for the toothpaste foam on his lips, he leaned in and kissed her. The foam smeared across her face, prompting her to nudge him with her foot, unfazed by the slight pain. He rinsed his mouth and reached for a tissue to wipe her cheek, murmuring softly, "I'll go make breakfast." "How have you been lately?" She instinctively responded. "You haven't been in touch?" "Ah, I thought you two were together." The agent remarked that he asked for your number, and I gave it to him. "Did I do something wrong?" "Not at all," Song Nuan replied, lifting her head to meet Xie Huai's gaze, instinctively turning off her phone screen. She rose to join him for breakfast. After viewing several addresses that did not meet her expectations, Song Nuan arranged another time with the agent. Passing by a mall, she decided to purchase some essentials, including the cartoon sleepwear Xie Huai had requested the night before. Habitually, she bought everything in one go, only realizing the quantity was overwhelming at the checkout. After a few minutes of deliberation, she steeled herself and hoisted several heavy bags to leave. Yet, after just a few steps, the bags overwhelmed her, spilling their contents onto the ground. Song Nuan paused in silence for several seconds, then crouched to gather the items. Standing aside, she dialed Lin Ro. "I am at the entrance of the IKEA supermarket, and I bought too much. I can't carry it." On the other end, a man responded with a nonchalant leading her to think she had dialed the wrong number, and she promptly hung up. Upon checking, she confirmed it was indeed Lin Ro's contact. However, upon clicking details, she discovered the number belonged to Xie Huai. The supermarket. Xie Huai spotted Song Nuan, wrapped in a white down jacket, standing beside a pile of items: toothpaste, toothbrushes, shower gel, everything one could imagine. An onlooker might think she was running a stall. He turned and fetched a shopping cart, bending down to pick up the scattered items. To his surprise, there were even more than he had anticipated. Picking up a package, he raised an eyebrow and inquired, "What is this?" Song Nuan glanced at the pads, selecting an adorably designed one. She swallowed her embarrassment, placing it into the cart, and finally could not resist teasing him. "Pads? Have you never used one?" Xie Huai's earlobes turned faintly red as he finished picking up the remaining items. With his hands resting on the cart, he lifted his chin slightly and walked ahead. Taking a deep breath, Song Nuan proposed, "Could you please refrain from meddling with my phone? I haven't touched yours." As soon as she finished speaking, he extended a hand, offering her a black phone. With a nonchalant demeanor, he said, "The password is your birthday." With a cold expression, Song Nuan pushed his hand away and walked ahead in silence, while Xie Huai leisurely followed. Sneaking glances her way, "You're angry again," he remarked, pursing his lips. "I only changed the name. I'm not interested in anything else." Seeing her silent, he reached out and grasped her wrist, steering her towards a nearby cake shop, clearly trying to placate her. "What do you want to eat?" He waited patiently for her to decide, while the waitress's smile began to falter. "Have you made your choice?" "Second one, thank you," Song Nuan replied politely. After Xie Huai paid, he handed her the cake and added, "Next time, don't look. But if anything comes up, call me first." Her only response was the sight of her retreating figure. A black Maybach pulled over with its hazard lights flashing. As she placed her items in the car, she noticed a young man inside, who appeared to be around Xie Huai's age. Papers were spread out on the table in front of him, clearly indicating that they were in the midst of a discussion. Seeing her hesitate, Xie Huai instructed, "Sit in the back." With a hint of impatience, he bent down and swept her into his arms. Striding into the car and taking the last row, after fastening her seatbelt, he said, "Continue." The young man adjusted his glasses, hesitating slightly, while Xie Huai crossed his long legs, his shoe tips resting against the front seat. In a calm voice, he stated, "This is my wife. I find your projects rather unremarkable." If only Song Nuan were impressed by money. At least he had something in common. The young man recoiled, his expression awkward, unable to resist stealing glances at Song Nuan. Xie Huai shot him a cold glare, warning, "Look again and you'll find yourself out." For the remainder of the ride, the young man hurriedly outlined the cooperative projects, while Song Nuan stole a glance at Xie Huai, who sat lazily with his eyes half closed, seemingly disinterested. In the past, she had always assumed Xie Huai was not a diligent student, often zoning out in class, only to later discover that he actually listened more attentively than anyone else. "Sleep," he suggested. Song Nuan attempted to rise, but worried that Xie Huai would not let her, given that there were others present. A disagreement would lead to an awkward situation for both. Thus, she closed her eyes, feigning sleep. Xie Huai straightened up, removing his jacket and draping it over her, wrapping his arm around her tightly as he resumed listening. The corners of his mouth gradually lifting into a charming smile. Amidst the monotonous chatter, Song Nuan unknowingly drifted off to sleep, only to awaken later on the sofa in Xie Huai's office. Momentarily stunned, she straightened up, adjusting her clothes, and was about to stand when Xie Huai, engrossed in work, said, "Wait for about 10 minutes." Song Nuan remained silent, glancing around as she stood to fetch water. However, this was Xie Huai's office, and there were no disposable cups. Behind her, she heard footsteps drawing near. Xie Huai approached with a black cup, filling it half with hot water and half with cold, shaking it slightly before handing it to her. When she hesitated to take it, he remarked, "We've kissed before. Is it too late to be picky now?" With a calm demeanor, Song Nuan shot him a glare, accepting the cup and taking a few sips. She had realized that if she indulged Xie Huai, he would be willingly accommodating, his temper remarkably pleasant, a discovery she had made since high school. Yet, she was reluctant to acquiesce. Suddenly, there was a knock at the door. And Xie Huai replied nonchalantly, "Enter." Assistantly entered and announced, "President Xie, the invitee for the charity event, Xiao Sheng, has arrived. All matters have been discussed. Do you wish to meet?" Xie Huai responded, "Bring him in." A minute later, assistantly ushered in the young man, clad in a long gray down jacket, casual black pants, and sneakers. His fair complexion and gentle demeanor made him appear quite amiable, though his features were not particularly striking. The young man's gaze, which should have been directed at Xie Huai, was instead fixed on Song Nuan, his eyes filled with warmth as if they were reuniting after a long separation. "Song Nuan, it has been a while," he greeted with a gentle smile. "Indeed, it has," Song Nuan replied, nodding politely before taking a seat on the sofa and lapsing into silence. The subtle tension between the two was palpable. Not lost on Xie Huai, he regarded her for a long moment before raising an eyebrow. "Do you know each other?" "We were university friends," Xiao Sheng replied, his tone as gentle as his demeanor. Quickly, he redirected the conversation. "Does President Xie have any specific requests regarding the charity event?" Xie Huai paused, his fingers drumming idly on the table, the sound resonating in Song Nuan's ears like a death knell, causing her heart to constrict slightly. "No specific requests. The significance of this charity event is paramount, and we cannot afford any issues." Xiao Sheng nodded, "Of course." Xie Huai then dismissed him. "You may leave." As Xiao Sheng stepped out, he glanced back at Song Nuan. "I'll be waiting for you downstairs. No rush." This remark caused a dark cloud to settle over Xie Huai's face, and in the next moment, Xiao Sheng exited the office. The atmosphere in the office gradually became tense. Song Nuan tightened her grip around her cup, mentally preparing herself before turning to Xie Huai, and proactively explained, "We are merely university classmates." Xie Huai's gaze bore a hint of interrogation. "Is that so? An ex-boyfriend, perhaps?" "No," Song Nuan denied without a moment's hesitation. "Then what are you so anxious about? Do you have feelings for him?" "No." "Xie Huai, can you please refrain from being unreasonable?" Xie Huai responded with a nonchalant "Oh." Fell into silence for several minutes, and suddenly stood up, striding over. His shadow loomed over her, and in the next moment, Song Nuan felt a sharp pain in her lips, her features instinctively contorting in discomfort. She pushed him away, exasperated. "What are you doing? I'm not an animal. Do you think you can just kiss me without any respect?" Xie Huai's crimson gaze fixated on her intensely, inhaling deeply before lowering his voice. "Song Nuan, I warn you, if you dare to get involved with another man, I will ensure he meets his demise. I don't care who you liked before. As of now, you damn well better hide him away. If I'm not at ease, neither will you be." The void of 10 years in Song Nuan's life was, without a doubt, an extremely sensitive matter for Xie Huai. The mere thought of someone filling in the blank slate that was her life ignited a murderous rage within him. The sudden ferocity in his demeanor made Song Nuan's complexion pale. They locked eyes for a few seconds before she turned to leave. Just as her hand grasped the doorknob, her body was lifted off the ground and, in the next moment, she found herself crashing onto the sofa. Although the sofa was soft, she still twisted her waist in the fall. A sharp intake of breath escaped her lips, but she stubbornly suppressed her pain. Feeling her eyes involuntarily redden, Xie Huai, filled with a menacing fury, tugged at his tie and spoke in a chilling tone. "What is this? Are you in such a hurry to see him?" Infuriated by his unreasonable behavior. Song Nuan maintained her composure. "Xie Huai, I've told you there is nothing between us. We are just university classmates, is that so?" Xie Huai retorted, "Do you really think I haven't done my homework? You had a boyfriend who played the piano in college. A perfect match." He threw his tie onto the table and unfastened a button, revealing a sliver of his neck. He thought he was unaffected. But the sight of her former boyfriend loomed large in his mind, the jealousy threatening to consume his every shred of reason. He closed his eyes, suppressing his emotions, and added, "Song Nuan, I know better than anyone whether you have feelings for someone." The pain in her waist forced beads of cold sweat to form on her forehead, and she lowered her head, stiffly replying, "As long as you know." The man's expression shifted, his body radiating a chilling aura. As he brushed against her slightly flushed nose, the intensity dissipated. He crouched down, his voice hoarse. "Where does it hurt?" Song Nuan, unwilling to utter a word, instinctively placed her hand on her waist. Xie Huai bent down, carefully lifting her into his arms, then strode out of the office. Chapter 29. Bullied in high school at the hospital, Xie Huai looked down at the silent woman, displaying an uncommon patience as he crouched beside her. Pressing his lips together, "Is there anywhere else that hurts?" When Song Nuan refused to speak again, Xie Huai patiently waited, holding his ground until she finally said, "No." The man, seated at the edge of the bed, stood up and quietly stepped out, returning shortly with a small bean-shaped plush toy. This was the first time the toy had entered the bedroom, and it looked around curiously before timidly hopping onto the bed. Snuggling up to Song Nuan, the soft texture jolted her awake, and her expression softened as she wrapped her arms around the little toy, subsequently closing her eyes once more. After the bedroom door clicked shut, she sensed the absence of anyone else and allowed her body to relax. Xie Huai made several trips up and down, bringing in the items Song Nuan had purchased that day, meticulously sorting them around the house. Eventually, he spotted a gray cartoon nightgown, clearly in his size. His frigid demeanor softened slightly. A few minutes later, he dialed a number, searching for Xiao Cheng. As the temperature rose, so did the stinginess of the school, with air conditioning prohibited in the morning. While attending class, Song Nuan fanned herself with a draft paper, occasionally glancing at the boy next to her, who was still able to doze off despite the heat. At the sound of the literature teacher's sudden shout, the entire class jumped, looking up in surprise. The teacher, grinning, declared, "This is to wake you up. Calmness breeds coolness. Pay attention to the lesson." Xie Huai shot an annoyed glance, resting his chin on the desk while observing the girl beside him. Her cheeks flushed a bright red, reminiscent of the imported apples his family bought. He felt an urge to take a bite. He rummaged through the drawer, producing a draft paper to fan her openly. His strong hands sent her loose strands of hair flying forward, prompting her to continually tuck them back as she finally snapped. "Stop fanning me." Xie Huai tilted his head and chuckled, reducing the intensity of his fanning, teasingly saying, "Song Nuan, I love seeing you glare at me." Song Nuan, disinterested, chose to ignore him, focusing instead on the teacher's lecture. The literature teacher glared at Xie Huai multiple times before ultimately deciding it was futile to keep looking, as even a glance caused discomfort. Once the class ended, he dashed out faster than the students. Janemo hurried over, patting Xie Huai on the shoulder. "Prince, let us buy ice cream." Xie Huai lazily stood up, showing no concern that there were only 10 minutes left for their break. As he left, a few girls with questions surrounded Song Nuan, gossiping incessantly. Eventually, the conversation landed on Xie Huai. "I heard Xie Huai is ill." "What kind of illness?" "Seems quite serious, but I don't know the details." Apparently, his mother died because of it. As Xie Huai returned to his seat, he caught wind of their conversation, and his previously relaxed demeanor turned cold. Janemo angrily scolded the girls, "It's just ugly people causing trouble. You read the ones with problems." Song Nuan pushed the ice cream away, signaling that she wasn't interested. Xie Huai picked it up, tore it open, and brought it to her lips as her lips brushed against the edge of the ice cream. He quipped, "See, you've had a taste. I don't want it anymore. Will you eat it? If not, I'll just assume you're practicing on your workbook." As he spoke, he attempted to set the ice cream down. Song Nuan quickly reached out to grab it, and after gaining the upper hand, Xie Huai leaned over the table, raising an eyebrow. "Song Nuan, don't tell me you like me too." "I don't." Song Nuan's small face reflected her irritation. Piffed, piffed, piffed. Xie Huai mimicked her earlier actions, boredom evident. I'm just learning from you. I'm not as childish as you. Song Nuan, the ice cream dripped onto your workbook? Do you like me that much? Want to share ice cream with your workbook? I don't like you. You do. Xie Huai leaned against the doorframe, lighting a cigarette after a short while, the craving returning. He inhaled deeply several times before slowly exhaling, his voice tinged with smoke. Who called? You know I don't like lies. As soon as he finished speaking, the phone rang again. Xie Huai, losing patience, walked over, grabbed the phone, and pressed the answer button. On the other end, silence lingered for several seconds before the voice finally spoke. Nuan, I'm sorry about the study abroad situation. This statement undoubtedly struck a nerve with Xie Huai, informing him that during the 10 years in which he had not participated, Song Nuan had been living side by side with someone else. The hand gripping the phone revealed prominent veins as he inhaled sharply. Speaking with a hint of menace, she is too exhausted from being with me to see you. Xie Huai. Song Nuan's voice trembled with embarrassment. He hung up, his gaze now laced with a sinister red hue. His voice low yet threatening, if you dare to meet him, I'll truly make you regret it. Song Nuan merely stared at him coldly, saying nothing. Nigh in the kitchen, the man cooked with one hand while holding a cigarette in the other, his expression indifferent. Once the dishes were ready, he tossed away the cigarette and served the food. After several minutes, he carried the meal to the bedroom. There, Song Nuan was curled up on the bed, her face covered as if trying to hide from him. Upon noticing his entrance, she instinctively shrank further into her blanket, clearly unwilling to see him. Xie Huai's lips pressed into a cold, straight line as he placed the food on the bedside table and then returned with a glass of warm water. Eat something. I want to be home tonight. He turned and exited the bedroom, grabbing his coat as he left. Initially, he did not head downstairs but leaned against the door, smoking several cigarettes before finally pulling out his phone to make a call. In the bedroom, Song Nuan remained tense for a while, the pain in her waist forcing her to lie flat. The little bean toy revealed its fluffy belly as she absent-mindedly rubbed it, feeling her internal gloom dissipate slightly. At that moment, the phone outside rang incessantly. Slowly, she stood up and went out, the living room thick with the scent of smoke. Frowning, she answered her phone. Hello? Ruruo. Nuan, are you all right? Xie Huai just called me to check on you. Did he hit you? Lin Ruo asked anxiously. No, I just accidentally twisted my waist. There's no need to come over. I'm fine, I'm already on my way. What do you want to eat? I'll bring something along. Knowing her friend was okay put Lin Ruo's mind at ease. About half an hour later, Lin Ruo arrived upstairs and immediately spotted Xie Huai at the door. He looked up and instructed, make sure she eats. Don't let her order takeout. Her stomach can't handle it. If she refuses to eat the food, let her have the porridge in the pot. Thank you. Without waiting for her response, he pressed the elevator button and left. After he departed, Lin Ruo entered the password, stepping into the living room to find Song Nuan feeding the catkin food. What is he up to now? Song Nuan moved slowly, leaning against the wall for a moment before explaining, I ran into Xiao Cheng. Upon hearing Xiao Cheng's name, Lin Ruo suddenly understood why Xie Huai had lost his composure. Xiao Cheng was undoubtedly one of his most formidable rivals. What did Xiao Cheng say? He didn't say much. Song Nuan shook her head at, oh. Lin Ruo replied, not optimistic. I used to support him, but now that he left for study abroad without a word, I don't have a good impression of him anymore. Xiao Cheng was great. It was natural for him to be appealing. Lin Ruo had met him a few times and had always thought they matched well and would end up together. However, Song Nuan had never agreed to that, and when Lin Ruo asked for her reasons, she couldn't articulate them. Later, she heard Song Nuan had agreed to be with Xiao Cheng after graduation, and at that time, she was delighted that Song Nuan was stepping out from under Xie Huai's shadow. Yet, Song Nuan seemed indifferent, stating rationally, studying abroad is a great opportunity for him. Lin Ruo, slightly puzzled, asked, Nuan, I'm starting to wonder what you're really thinking. Don't you like Xiao Cheng? Hesitating for a moment, Song Nuan firmly shook her head. Xiao Cheng was different from Xie Huai. He was attentive in ways that made it impossible for her to refuse. He was wonderful, so wonderful that she felt she should give him a chance. Lin Ruo looked at her softly. I think you're a bit intimidated by Xie Huai. The worst thing is when someone leaves without a word. Otherwise, perhaps Song Nuan would have ended up with him. Mentioning Xie Huai caused Song Nuan's expression to shift slightly. Let us not talk about him. Sensing her resistance, Lin Ru, I'll quickly change the subject. Little Bean is so chubby. What have you been feeding him? She walked over to inspect the canned food, surprised. You're feeding him such expensive cat food? This one costs several hundred yuan. Lin Ru gaped, finding it difficult to imagine the life of the affluent. After nurturing her for 3 or 4 days, Song Nuan's twisted waist had finally eased somewhat. Feeling guilty for having delayed Lin Ru for several days, she was reluctant to impose on her any further. With some time left in the afternoon, she arranged with the agent to view the company address. Yet, once more, nothing suitable was found. Having resigned, she planned to open her own law firm. Song Nuan did not conceal this. What's wrong? Is someone bullying you at the company? No, it's just that the working hours are excessively long. Well, starting your own firm will allow for a more relaxed pace. Just as Song Ma finished speaking, the doorbell rang, prompting her to rise quickly. As Song Nuan bit into an apple, she heard Song Ma's voice. Xiao Xie, coming quickly. Nuan just arrived and was about to call you for dinner. Song Nuan paused, instinctively glancing toward the sound of footsteps. A man in a black trench coat, collar turned up to mid-neck, stood there, his jawline sharply defined. His dark eyes remained fixed upon her, unwavering. Song Ma beckoned, come sit over here. I'll go cut some fruit. Xie Huai strode over and settled beside Song Nuan, swiftly grabbing a pillow to place behind her. Murmuring softly, are you feeling better? Not wanting to reveal any semblance of their relationship at home, Song Nuan nodded. I'm fine. She then stood up and said, Mom, row. Before she could finish, Xie Huai interjected. I have some matters to attend to. I'll be leaving now. Without waiting for Song Nuan or Song Ma to respond, he strode out and closed the door behind him. Song Ma blinked in surprise and turned to Song Nuan. Did you two have a quarrel? Song Nuan smiled lightly. No, he has just been busy with work lately. Mom, there's nothing for us to argue about. Please don't worry. You've always been reticent. Even back in high school, when you transferred and were bullied in the dormitory, you wouldn't say a word. Song Ma sighed. Mom, that was years ago. Song Nuan replied helplessly. After staying with the Song family until after 9 in the evening, she finally descended the stairs. Upon exiting the elevator, she spotted the man standing under the streetlight. His expression was inscrutable, the glow from his phone reflecting on his face, with a perfectly sculpted nose and thin lips pressed together. Song Nuan said nothing, walking slowly, and Xie Huai matched her pace, exuding remarkable patience as he followed her closely. After a few steps, he halted, stepping in front of Song Nuan and crouching down to lift her onto his back. Although swift, his movements were imbued with a hint of caution. He glanced at her reaction, and upon seeing no sign of pain, he turned his gaze forward, speaking softly, I'm sorry. Song Nuan chose not to respond, and Xie Huai, catching a glimpse of her, remained unfazed. Suddenly recalling something, he pulled out a large white rabbit milk candy from his pocket and offered it to her. When she didn't take it, he persisted, lowering his voice, your parents will come down for a walk soon. Xie Huai had not summoned a cleaner in several days. Typically, the home was immaculate, so upon seeing the mildly disordered state of the house, he was momentarily taken aback. Yet, this surprise faded after a few seconds, and he carefully set Song Nuan down. Finding a place to sit, she moved to pick up the sleepwear from the sofa, draping it over her arm. In the next instant, a hand reached out to take the sleepwear from her, and the man's rich, resonant voice commanded, sit down. Even with her mental preparations, seeing the bedroom still caused her to rub her temples. Xie Huai was not particularly obsessive about cleanliness. He merely had been raised in tidy surroundings, and it was his first encounter with a bed piled high with clothes. These were the garments Lin Ru had tried on today while changing outfits. Song Nuan had contemplated hiring a maid but had not tidied up. Silently, she walked past him, intending to bend down to clean up, but felt a tight grip around her waist. In the next moment, her feet left the ground, and she found herself securely positioned beside him. Xie Huai said, let us go outside. He carried the clothes from the bedroom to the closet and then replaced them with a fresh set of bedding. Half an hour later, he emerged from the bedroom, not seeing Song Nuan in the living room. Just as he was about to turn toward the study, he heard water running from the kitchen. Pushing open the kitchen door, he was met with the sight of Song Nuan, clad in a black apron, bending over to wash dishes. His expression softened as he leaned against the doorframe, and after a moment, he walked in, taking the bowl from her hands. It's snowing in L City. We have a flight in 2 days. Chapter 30. Next time. Only if you allow it. will I kiss? After Song Nuan dried her hands and stepped out, Xie Huai watched her retreating figure, his lips pressed tightly together, as if something had struck his chest, leaving him searching for an outlet for his frustration. He finished tidying the kitchen half an hour later. Standing in silence for a moment, his voice involuntarily took on a coaxing tone. I'll sleep on the sofa. With that, he picked up a nearby pillow, closed the door, and stepped outside. Xiao Dodo nestled on the sofa, stretched lazily as Xie Huai approached, and as soon as he lay down, it settled beside him, as if it were the master of the house. Xie Huai cast a glance before pulling out his phone. Moments later, a picture of a man and a woman walking along the school path appeared on the screen. The girl was smiling brightly, while the boy looked at her with adoration. Their coupling was striking. His fingers gradually tightened, a sharp pain coursing through him, and he ended up taking a screenshot, leaving only the image of the girl, magnifying her smile. Song Nuan simply disliked him for never having an L-city. The snow fell heavily, blanketing the roads, while the biting wind chilled to the bone. Passers-by along the roadside were bundled up like dumplings, with only their eyes visible, out of the corner of his eye. Xie Huai caught sight of Song Nuan, shuffling along like a penguin. A smile flickered in his eyes, and unable to resist, he bent down to plant a kiss on her exposed eyelids. Song Nuan instinctively resisted, pulling her hat down to shield her eyes, leaving only a sliver of vision. In the next instant, her hand was grasped tightly, and despite her attempts to pull away, she found herself unmoving, ultimately yielding to him. After walking a few steps, she unexpectedly bumped into something. Lifting her gaze, she met the handsome face of the man. Instinctively taking half a step back, the grip on her hand loosened, and suddenly her body was lifted off the ground as she instinctively clutched Xie Huai's neck. He held her thighs with both hands, a hint of color blooming on his otherwise fair face from the cold, his tone softening. If you keep ignoring me, I'll kiss you. The distance between them was mere inches. His warm breath brushing against her lashes. Song Nuan turned her head away, stating stiffly, "Put me down." Xie Huai pretended not to hear, freeing one hand to pull down her scarf, swiftly kissing her before quickly readjusting the scarf. Meeting her astonished glare, he obediently confessed, "I want to kiss you again. Next time. Only if you allow it. But you must acknowledge me." Seeing her remain silent, he patiently explained, "Song Nuan, I have no intention of disrespecting you. I am a normal man. Being able to refrain from touching you is already my limit. How could I treat you like an animal? If I were to treat you as such, I could simply buy you." When she continued to remain silent, he added, "If you don't speak, I'll kiss you." Song Nuan, her face taut against the scarf, reiterated, "Put me down, fine." Xie Huai complied this time, releasing her and taking her hand as they wandered over to a nearby stall without asking if she wanted anything. When Song Nuan was angry, she was as stubborn as a cat. "1. Please." The sweet potato vendor wrapped it up enthusiastically. 18. "Do you need a spoon?" Xie Huai nodded, paid, and after removing his gloves, he peeled back a portion of the sweet potato, inserted a spoon, and handed it to Song Nuan. "Don't like it?" The vendor eagerly promoted, "It's delicious. I've been selling it for decades. If it's not good, I'll refund you." Reluctantly, Song Nuan accepted it, stiffly pulling down her scarf, preparing to take a bite. Just then, Xie Huai seized her wrist, bending down to blow on it twice. "Go ahead and eat." The vendor chuckled, "Just married, huh? I was like that with my wife when we first got married." MHM. Xie Huai caught a glimpse of Song Nuan eating, and his eyes brightened, feeling relieved. Song Nuan didn't tend to sulk over food. If she was eating, it meant she was still in a good mood. She took small bites, and Xie Huai, unhurried, stood in front of her, shielding her from the wind, softly asking, "Want to eat another one?" "No need." Song Nuan instinctively refused, fearing he would buy another one, clad in gloves. Her movements were slightly cumbersome, and inadvertently, some of her hair got caught. She stared at it for a few seconds, choosing to ignore it in the face of the cold. The chill in El City was not just any cold. Exposed skin could easily suffer frostbite. Even with gloves on, her fingers felt somewhat stiff. The man chuckled softly, removing his gloves, taking some paper from the vendor, and bending down to clean her hair. His lowered brow and long eyelashes, unlike a woman's curled lashes, drooped downward, resembling precisely drawn eyeliner, deep and profound. Once he had cleaned her hair, he lifted his head to look at her, saying, "Go ahead and eat." As he spoke, He tucked her hair behind her ear. Song Nuan was momentarily stunned, then turned her head, stepping forward in her penguin-like shuffle. Xie Huai did not follow closely, knowing that if he did, she would stop eating. He lingered a step behind, mirroring her steps. After returning to the hotel, it wasn't too long before Xie Huai's phone began ringing incessantly, one call after another. At first, he simply hung up, but eventually, he turned the phone off completely. Finally, Xie Mo's call reached Song Nuan. She did not answer but handed her phone to Xie Huai, saying, Xie Mo. Xie Huai squatted on the floor, fiddling with the handmade puzzle he had bought today. He cast a casual glance, reached out, and hung up the call. Song Nuan fell silent for a moment. Xie Huai, please don't drag me into this. Xie Huai placed the puzzle piece down, raising his long neck and looking at her with a serious expression, assuring, no one will trouble you. They won't bother your family either. We want to take a shower tonight. Let us just change into our sleepwear and sleep. Tomorrow morning, we'll go watch the sunrise. After finishing, he lowered his head to continue working on the puzzle, his slender fingers with clean, rounded nails alternating between furrowing and relaxing as he pieced together the segments. He nearly exclaimed in frustration, what on earth is this? At 8 o'clock, the time when Song Nuan could hardly sleep, she picked up her phone, realizing she had to check messages all day, and found quite a few. Skipping over the messages from clients, she noticed hundreds of messages in her university dormitory group. Unable to resist, she typed, what are you all talking about? Hey, Nuan, are you two rekindling an old flame? Song Nuan replied, no, what's his number? Before long, the group leader sent her the number. After saving it, Song Nuan subconsciously glanced at the man squatting on the floor, who had completed a small portion of the puzzle. From this angle, he appeared less intimidating, and for a fleeting moment, he seemed somewhat docile. Rising to her feet, she volunteered, I'm going downstairs for some fresh air. Upon hearing this, Xie Huai intended to rise as well. But she insisted, I can go alone. Song Nuan pressed her lips together. Xie Huai studied her for a few seconds, glanced at his phone, and relented, come back in half an hour. Song Nuan nodded, grasping her phone as she descended the stairs. Xie Huai squatted for a few minutes before donning his coat and following her down. He immediately spotted Song Nuan by the roadside at the hotel entrance. Rather than approaching her, he settled into a sofa behind a pillar, from where she remained oblivious to his presence, yet he could observe her actions. After waiting for a few moments, Song Nuan glanced towards the lobby and then retrieved her phone to call Xiao Cheng. Xie Huai felt a surge of irrationality towards the man beside her. The ostentatious search for her by Xiao Cheng was bound to attract Xie Huai's attention. Given Xiao Cheng's current accomplishments, a mere word from him could render all of Xie Huai's efforts futile. She did not wish to burden anyone further. Once the call connected, she looked towards the lobby and, with unwavering directness, stated, Xiao Cheng, I am already married. On the other end, Xiao Cheng's voice was thick with nasal congestion, yet his tone remained gentle despite his weariness. Nuan, let us meet. Just once it is not appropriate, Song Nuan replied in a detached tone. After a moment of silence, Xiao Cheng rasped, are you not facing some difficulties? No, Xiao Cheng, our relationship is non-existent. Please do not concern yourself with my affairs, I regret it. I should not have gone abroad for my studies. Song Nuan interjected, in fact, had you not gone abroad, I would not have consented to you. I do not have feelings for you. A prolonged silence ensued on the other end, before the man let out a bitter laugh. It no longer matters, Nuan. I know you are in trouble, and we can face it together. I am not in any trouble. Do not meddle in my life. It is not your concern. As Song Nuan perceived his refusal to heed her warnings, her tone grew colder. Xie Huai was not a man to be trifled with. If you refuse to meet me, I shall continue to seek you out. You know I will persist. Xiao Cheng coughed. Followed by several more coughs, a dull ache settled in Song Nuan's brow as she retorted sharply, going abroad was your choice. Now feigning deep emotions is unseemly. If I were you, I would have no shame in facing me. Fearing he might persist, she added, my relationship with my husband is very good. You lie. That man does not respect you at all. You are not faring well, Nuan. Do not deceive me. Xiao Cheng's words altered Song Nuan's countenance. And before she could respond, she saw a tall figure emerge from the hotel, striding towards her. Her face turned pale, but she mustered the strength to maintain her composure, stating calmly, it has not yet been 30 minutes. As she spoke, she ended the call. Xie Huai cast a deep gaze at her phone for a long while before removing the scarf from around his neck and wrapping it around her. Once he ensured it was secure, he lowered his voice. I will not check your phone, but do not let me find out. This was his greatest concession. He took her stiff hand and tucked it into his pocket as they walked back into the hotel. Once in their room, Song Nuan remained tense, uncertain of whether Xie Huai was aware of anything or when he might lose control. Xie Huai continued to squat down, tilting his head to gaze at the balcony, his eyes resting on the shadows cast by the glass window, watching the fireworks. Minutes passed, and Song Nuan's shoulders gradually relaxed. She took her phone into the bathroom and deleted the call logs. Emerging only after completing her task, outside, the fireworks blazed magnificently. She had no desire to watch and paid no mind to what Xie Huai was doing, lying in bed and turning off the light. In the darkness, Xie Huai let out a helpless laugh, setting aside what he held and lying on the bed, illuminated by the glow of the fireworks outside. Just as he reached out, Song Nuan instinctively tensed, asking, "What do you want to do?" Xie Huai pulled her into his embrace, inhaling her fragrance as he rasped, "You are not suited to lying." Upon hearing this, the woman in his arms stiffened again, her feet icy cold, prompting him to cover her small feet with his own. Thereafter, silence enveloped them. After some time, as the atmosphere eased, he decided to endure the rest for the moment. That night, Song Nuan found little peace in her sleep. Each slight movement from Xie Huai startled her awake, leading her to nestle deeper into the blankets, refusing to budge when dawn broke around 6 or 7. Dressed in his clothes and hat, Xie Huai stood by the bed, observing the still sleeping Song Nuan, his patience wearing thin as he said, "If you do not rise soon, I shall dress you myself." Song Nuan's mind waged a brief battle. Yet it was a fleeting struggle. Exhaustion overwhelmed her, and she instinctively wrapped herself in the blankets as a silent act of defiance. The man leaned down, pulled back the covers, and grasped her waist, applying gentle pressure before scooping her into his arms in a koala-like hold. Song Nuan's eyes flew open in surprise, her frown deepening. "What are you doing?" "Time to wash up," Xie Huai replied, carrying her into the bathroom without letting her down. Handing her the prepared toothpaste, "Brush your teeth." He then turned on the hot water, dampening a disposable towel, and with one hand, helped her wash her face, inspecting her from head to toe. Whether it was out of anger or embarrassment at his childlike demeanor, Song Nuan's fair cheeks flushed crimson. "Put me down." Seemingly in high spirits, Xie Huai removed his black cotton slippers before letting her down, ensuring she was dressed before saying, "Finish brushing and come out." His white socks were planted on the floor. At the summit, the sunrise had already passed, and the crowd was beginning to disperse. She peered through the window, catching a glimpse of the sun now risen. Xie Huai, growing impatient, bent down and lifted her again, striding purposefully in a particular direction. Startled, Song Nuan instinctively clung to his neck, exclaiming, "Xie Huai." After 7 or 8 minutes, Xie Huai finally halted, breaths coming in heavy gasps. His throat hoarse from the cold wind. "Song Nuan, look at the sunrise over the mountains." Taken aback, Song Nuan paused, noticing the distant snow-capped peaks bathed in vibrant hues, an endless cascade of color, a memory surfaced of an essay she had written in high school. "In this limited life, I wish to witness the sunrise over the mountains, to feel the vitality that dawn brings to nature." Before she could fully process it, her feet touched the snowy surface, and Xie Huai stepped away, holding out his phone from several paces away. "Song Nuan, look at me." In a daze, she instinctively turned to him, his tousled black hair diminishing his air of maturity, his features sharply defined. The phone obscured his lips, revealing eyes that were deep and fervent, causing her heart to race uncontrollably. This unusual sensation made her turn away abruptly, and in the next moment, she stumbled, falling into the snow, the coldness accentuating the warmth in her cheeks. Xie Huai's expression shifted dramatically as he rushed over, squatting to help her up, his voice low and concerned. "Did you hurt yourself?" Song Nuan rigidly shook her head, brushing off the snow from her clothes. Xie Huai gently swept the snow from her cheek, his tone tinged with regret. "I was only gone for a moment. I'm sorry. I won't leave you again." The sincerity in his gaze deepened as he spoke. Chapter 31. This year, Song Nuan celebrates the new year with him after a period of tranquility. Song Nuan began to immerse herself in work, finally securing a location for the company after several days of searching. Seizing the opportunity, she invited Lin Ro out for a meal. When Lin Ro answered the phone, she was busy revising a script on set. Lamenting, Nuan, I can't make it. Just help me clean up in a few days. Song Nuan chuckled lightly, expressing concern. Are you that exhausted? I can come visit you, I'm in the mountains. Don't come, there are so many mosquitoes. And they bite hard, leaving big welts. After Lin Ro's complaints, she added quietly, I definitely don't get along with Mo. We see each other almost every day for the past 10 days, and every time I meet him, I argue with him. Just as she hung up, Mo approached, stealthily asking, Did you just call Song Nuan? Lin Ro, without uttering a word, grabbed her phone and attempted to leave. Mo reached out to grasp her hand. Bewildered by her audacity as an employee, far more assertive than him as her boss. Lin Ro, at the very least, I am your boss. You may be the boss, but you are not Guanyin, Lin Ro retorted, rolling her eyes and pulling at his hand, raising her voice, Boss, let go. Mo was momentarily taken aback, his rebellious nature surfacing as he smirked, refusing to release her. What? You think being the boss gives you the right to take advantage of me? At your age, I can't accept that. If I were to date, I'd prefer someone younger. Lin Ro had heard plenty of gossip about Mo over the past few months. His past girlfriends were all top-tier celebrities in the entertainment industry. In her days on set, she encountered more starlets than she had seen online, all vying for Mo's attention. Though she was not unattractive, she certainly did not fit the mold of someone he would take advantage of. Just as she contemplated this, her lips warmed, and her eyes widened in shock as she slapped him hard. Are you insane? Don't pass AIDS to me. Mo's cheek stung painfully, but his focus was elsewhere. Who the hell has AIDS? Lin Ro, are you addicted to slapping me? I've only been slapped twice in my life, and both times it was you. That's because you deserve it. Lin Ro vigorously wiped her mouth, her expression one of disgust, and in the next instant, she kicked him below the belt. Mo, caught off guard, winced in pain and released her hand. Lin Ro shot him a disdainful glance before bolting away, and once at a safe distance, she reported her heroic deeds to Song Nuan, the company. Mo once again failed to reach Xie Huai, opting to confront him directly. Upon arrival, he was taken aback. The man's collar was slightly open, revealing dark circles under his strikingly handsome eyes. One could easily mistake him for someone who had indulged excessively. So, how was your honeymoon? Almost the new year, and you still dare to travel. I've been swamped these past 2 weeks. Xie Huai did not lift his gaze, stating simply, not going. After a brief pause, he suddenly looked up. Are you done? Mo sensed a hint of urgency in Xie Huai's unexpected concern, but his mouth was quicker than his mind. Of course, in the next moment, Xie Huai stood, slipping into a long suit jacket, walking away as he added, if anything urgent arises, call me. Before Mo could process the situation, Xie Huai had already exited the office, leaving him exasperated. Damn it. Xie Huai, I just finished my work. Where are you going? Meanwhile, Song Nuan was on the phone with Song Ma, squatting by the floor-to-ceiling window, gently petting a cat. Have you received the health check report for Dad? Yes, make sure Dad eats on time, she replied. Suddenly, the sound of the door unlocking interrupted her thoughts, and she instinctively stood to look. Before she could fully react, the man strode in, his long legs carrying him swiftly toward her. Her brow had yet to furrow when she found herself enveloped in his sturdy embrace. He murmured, I missed you. He instinctively leaned in to kiss her but restrained himself, saying in a husky voice, I want to kiss you, as if seeking her permission. After hanging up the phone, she placed her hands on his chest, maintaining a sliver of distance, and gently pushed him away. You did not refuse, so I shall assume your acquiescence. Xie Huai's words can be described as rather shameless. Song Nuan's eyes widened in playful reproach. And immediately, a shadow descended, bringing with it a faint scent of tobacco that wafted into her nostrils. Cautiously, he ventured forth, his advances becoming forceful and overwhelming, leaving her utterly defenseless, breathless and with flushed cheeks. She seemed on the brink of asphyxiation. In her discomfort, she tilted her head back slightly, ultimately biting him. Xie Huai, reluctant to part, straightened his posture, his hand still resting on her lower back, scrutinizing her expression, and finally offered a feeble justification. I inquired, and you did not refuse. Song Nuan, choked with indignation, turned her head coldly and retorted, when I told you to let go, that was a refusal. You know my comprehension skills are lacking. Next time, If you say you disagree, I simply want to kiss you. Xie Huai's gaze locked onto her face, as ever failing to discern the affection he yearned for, yet it still filled him with a sense of fulfillment. After observing her for a minute or two, his mood lifted considerably, and he added, "Once I finish my work over the next few days, I will accompany you for the new year." The workload he had postponed for 3 days was insignificant compared to the substantial tasks he had shifted to this brief interval. This year, he would celebrate the new year with Song Nuan. Last night, the cat food had run out. She had purchased several kinds, but Xiao Dodo refused to eat any, evidently becoming quite spoiled. Who knows if she would be able to care for it in the future? All right, I'll have someone deliver it shortly. How about that? Is my cold demeanor more pleasing to you? Xie Huai kicked the chair lightly, and Jinamo slowly rose to make way. After a few minutes, he set his phone down, conceding that she wouldn't join them in their games. Suddenly recalling something, he hesitated and said, "I heard from Linro that after Song Nuan transferred to Mingzhong, the girls in her dormitory bullied her. They even cut her hair." Xie Huai's head snapped up, his eyes dark and wolf-like, brimming with anger. When did this happen? His sudden ferocity startled Jinamo, causing him to step back slightly. It was probably during the second semester of senior year, but I'm not sure it was that day she let it slip. Should I call Linro? As soon as Linro answered, her voice erupted with curses. "Are you out of your mind? Why are you calling me for no reason? I sell books, not people. Are you trying to pressure me?" Jinamo, exasperated by Linro's sharp tongue, retorted, "It's not me looking for you. It is Xie Huai." Instantly, the voice on the other end fell silent. Jinamo continued, "Damn it, afraid of Xie Huai, but not of him. Is Xie Huai sick? He is not sick, right?" Linro was reluctant to listen. Yet wary of the topic concerning Song Nuan, she asked, "What do you want?" Mentioning the incident made her unable to contain her anger. "Isn't it because of him? If it weren't for him, Nuan wouldn't have been bullied. 7 or 8 girls in the dorm isolated her, cut her hair at night, burned her practice books, and soaked her coat in freezing water." Xie Huai, sometimes feeling he deserved the scorn, reflected, if Song Nuan hadn't encountered you, she wouldn't have gone through such things. He often felt a sense of injustice for Song Nuan, who had done nothing wrong but was instead targeted for her good deeds. Initially, she didn't dislike Xie Huai. She merely found him rather troubling. But once she realized Song Nuan was bullied due to his influence, her disdain for both Xie Huai and Jinamo grew immensely. Upon hearing the conversation take a wrong turn, Jinamo hastily ended the call. Knowing the harshness of Linro's words could be unbearable, he glanced at Xie Huai, his heart pounding. While Xie Huai appeared to remain composed upon hearing that Song Nuan had been bullied, Jinamo sensed something was amiss. Xie Huai was the type to become furious at the slightest discomfort experienced by Song Nuan. It seemed like the calm before a storm. Not one of those girls would escape unscathed. "Why didn't you tell me you were being bullied in high school?" Xie Huai's eyes were bloodshot, filled with suppressed rage. Had he known, he would have ensured that everyone in that dormitory would face consequences. Song Nuan was uncertain how he had found out, but she was reluctant to discuss the past, responding calmly, "Why should I tell you?" As she started to walk towards her bedroom, Xie Huai leaped forward. Blocking her path up close, his dark eyes were unfathomable, radiating a palpable coldness. "How did they bully you?" Avoiding his gaze, she undid her low ponytail, revealing a small patch of scalp devoid of hair, marred by a scar. "They pulled my hair, the scissors jabbed into my scalp, they tossed my underwear, spilled cold water on my bed, and ripped my notebooks." Her tone was unnervingly composed as she recounted, "It was simply because I was a transfer student. After transferring in senior year, she had been assigned to the worst dormitory, where the girls were solely focused on her studies. Perhaps her aloofness had drawn their attention." Xie Huai's gaze fell upon her scalp, and he trembled with fury. Usually, if he accidentally pulled a strand of her hair, he would go to great lengths to soothe her. He raised his hand, but as it hovered over her head, Song Nuan moved away, slipping past him into her bedroom. The night was deep, the outside world cloaked in darkness. In the living room, a man sat on the sofa, a cigarette burning steadily in his hand. One after another, after a while, he extinguished the cigarette and tossed it into the trash bin. Rising, he turned on the air purifier, and only when the smoke dissipated did he head to the guest room to wash up. As he entered the bedroom, he found the woman wrapped in a blanket, nestled in the center of the bed, her delicate face illuminated by the lamp. He hesitated, his footfalls faltering, leaning against the wall. his expression obscured by shadows. You miser, I didn't bully you. Why are you crying? Was the cake that awful? If you don't want it, just throw it away. Why does your hair look like a dog chewed it? I didn't say it was ugly. Why cry? Song Nuan. You are rather delicate, aren't you? So very proper. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely before he finally climbed into bed, carefully embracing her through the blanket, and gingerly leaned closer to her hair, softly blowing a few breaths. Song Nuan was afraid of pain. Even a slight jab from a compass could make her cry for ages, at that moment. He couldn't recall how she had cried, his voice raspy as he murmured, I'm sorry, I in high school. During yet another monthly exam, the Chinese paper was exceedingly difficult, filled with answers that varied widely. The usually amiable teacher entered with the test papers, visibly agitated, drinking several gulps of water. This Chinese test was bizarrely eclectic. Come, let me show you if you are shameless, then so am I. He flipped a stack of papers over. The backs facing up and instructed, based on the love depicted in the text, express your understanding of love. Just like my dad buying me ice cream after work. This was understandable, but then there was the neighbor uncle always feeds stray cats after work. What kind of love was referenced in the text? It's a person, he analyzed. That's not quite right. And even more absurdly, he flipped through dozens of papers, exclaiming, I like Song Nuan. The entire class erupted in a chorus of teasing, and the Chinese teacher, slowly realizing what had transpired, exclaimed, I want to see which talent this is. This was his first time seeing this paper. Otherwise, he certainly wouldn't have read it aloud. Turning the paper over, he finally saw Xie Huai's name and was instantly struck mute. However, Xie Huai raised his hand nonchalantly and declared, It's me. The class fell silent, except for Jean Mo, who commented with a single word, impressive. Under the collective gaze of the class, Song Nuan felt both embarrassed and furious, wishing to bury her head in her Chinese textbook. During the afternoon self-study session, Xie Huai pushed a draft notebook towards her, which read, Why are you ignoring me again? Song Nuan puffed out her cheeks, pretending not to see it. Xie Huai, in turn, seized her pen and quietly confessed, My reading comprehension isn't great. I promise not to write on the test paper next time. Song Nuan, maintaining her stern demeanor, replied, Give it back. Xie Huai pulled a handful of candy from his pocket and placed it in her hand, then set her pen on her desk, tilting his head with a smile. Song Nuan, I like you. Chapter 32. Song Nuan, tell me, you won't go with him. The next day, as Song Nuan emerged from her bedroom, she chanced upon Xie Huai clad in a black apron, seated at the dining table, one hand holding a cigarette while the other scrolled through his phone. Upon hearing her movement, Xie Huai instinctively tossed the cigarette into the trash bin. Standing up to face her, I'm going to cook. He paused momentarily before adding, In the bathroom, there's a black medicine bottle. Just apply it to your scalp morning and night. He turned and entered the bedroom, soon emerging with the small black bottle, gesturing for Song Nuan to sit. Complying without protest, as long as it was not something intolerable, she settled quietly on the chair. Parting her hair revealed the scar clearly visible on her scalp, causing Xie Huai's expression to darken instinctively, yearning to smoke again. Taking a deep breath, he dipped a cotton swab into the medicine and gently applied it. Does it hurt? By now, Song Nuan felt no pain. But upon hearing his question, her eyelashes fluttered slightly. It doesn't hurt. Yet, Xie Huai proceeded with even greater caution. What should have been a task of mere seconds stretched into a couple of minutes as he trembled while capping the bottle. Hesitating to ask, Did you particularly hate me back then? Song Nuan remained silent, having long forgotten the emotion she held towards Xie Huai at that time. She simply did not wish to see him. When she offered no response, Xie Huai pressed his lips together, refraining from forcing her to speak, and after placing the medicine bottle down, he returned to the kitchen to prepare dinner. Song Nuan distinctly felt a coolness on her scalp, a chill that ignited warmth within her heart, and she understood the reason behind it. After dinner, as she rose to clear the dishes, Xie Huai stopped her, insisting, Go change your clothes. Accompany me to the office. He wanted her close, ensuring she was never left alone. Fearing her anger, he added, You can watch movies in the lounge, and I'll bring some snacks from home. The cat can come along too. Turning, Song Nuan headed to the cloakroom, changing into suitable attire before returning to find Xie Huai finishing up the dishes. He emerged to see her patiently sitting on the sofa, waiting for him. A smile crept onto his lips, so obedient. I don't want to lie around for a few more days. Song Nuan stood, speaking candidly. I don't wish to lie around any longer. Xie Huai's expression shifted, his lips parting slightly, but ultimately, he felt guilty and remained silent as he gathered snacks and the cat. The usually impeccably groomed and handsome CEO now carried a cat bag and 2 bags of snacks, causing the security guard downstairs to cast furtive glances as he entered. Xie Huai shot them a cold glance, stopping in his tracks to observe the woman bending down to tie her shoelaces. Only when she finished did he leisurely follow her. Assistant Li had been waiting at the office door for half an hour, and upon seeing Xie Huai, he promptly reported, Mr. Xie, the directors have been waiting in the conference room. How much longer do you need? Xie Huai nodded, and Li, understanding, replied, All right, I will notify them to extend the meeting. With that, he turned and walked away. In the office, there exists an expansive lounge adorned with floor-to-ceiling windows, offering a panoramic view of the entire city. Xie Huai set the cat down, turned on a movie, and without inquiring about what Song Nuan was watching, proceeded to play the film she had only partially seen the previous day. Before stepping outside to fetch a glass of warm water, If you need anything, call me. Anytime, he said. Song Nuan bent down to comfort the frightened little dodo in her arms, oblivious to the sound of the door opening. Instinctively, she looked up and found herself caught in Xie Huai's deep gaze. She lowered her head, affirming, I won't leave. Suddenly, Xie Huai approached, squatting down to glance at her, then tearing open a snack from the table. Eat less, he advised. After completing these tasks, he strode out again. Once Song Nuan had fed Dodo, she settled onto the sofa to watch the movie. Before long, her eyes grew heavy, and she succumbed to sleep. Upon waking, she found Xie Huai sitting beside her, resting against the sofa. The moment she stirred, he opened his eyes, saying, Eat. Song Nuan instinctively began to contemplate, filtering through her thoughts, and realized that all she could recall was his cooking. I'm full. Upon hearing her express pickiness, Song Nuan fell silent for a moment, suddenly realizing that not only was Dodo picky, but she too had become so lately. Aside from Xie Huai's meals, she scarcely ate anything else. With this thought emerging, she picked up her bowl and resumed eating. However, before she could take more than a few bites, a hand reached over to remove it and set it on the table, accompanied by a hint of patience. What do you want to eat? It was clear that he had been the one to forbid pickiness, and she was the one indulging it, as Gina Mo would say. Song Nuan had a fiery temper, all thanks to Xie Huai's pampering. Just this, she replied. Xie Huai raised an eyebrow, teasing, if you don't speak, I'll kiss you. Although his method was cliché, it was undeniably effective for Song Nuan. She shot him a glare, declaring she didn't want takeout. For Xie Huai, her willingness to eat his cooking was enough to satisfy him. Before Song Nuan could respond, he suddenly stood, striding out. After more than half an hour, he returned with a bowl of noodles he had prepared at the office, lacking in ingredients but sufficient to make do. Seeing her take small bites, a broad smile spread across Xie Huai's face. After they finished their meal, he went out again to attend to work. Having slept enough, Song Nuan found herself restless in the afternoon and decided to shop for New Year goods online. First purchasing some for her home and later selecting a few to send to Xie Huai. Following that, she shopped for New Year gifts for Linro, who had been coming to accompany her every year since the second day of the new year. While she was still browsing, Linro intuitively called her. Nuan, what are you doing? I'm shopping. Song Nuan walked over to the floor-to-ceiling windows. Yesterday, Xie Huai suddenly asked me about your being bullied in high school. I told him. Did he ask you? He did, Song Nuan replied, already suspecting it was Linro. Linro sighed, explaining, I just wanted him to know what he had done, even if he wasn't directly responsible. He is still connected to it. How could he allow such bullying? Song Nuan understood her good intentions and softly said, no need to say such things. Everything will be fine once the 3 years are over. Ro, don't go against Xie Huai. His emotions are quite unstable. Even Xie Huai struggled to control his feelings, I know, which is why I usually only scold Gina Mo, Linro admitted sheepishly. Song Nuan chuckled softly, and upon hearing the door open, instinctively turned her head, immediately suppressing her smile. Just as Xie Huai was about to enter with a plate of fruit, he retreated. After a brief interlude, he stepped back inside, placing the fruit platter down. There's still half an hour. His gaze fell upon a cat hair on her face, and he instinctively reached out. Song Nuan recoiled, but he swiftly wrapped one arm around her neck while using the other to pluck the hair away, showing it to her. "I want to kiss you." Relieved, she exhaled, but he leaned in to plant a quick kiss on her lips, quickly admitting, "I was wrong." Though he spoke those words, a triumphant glint danced in his eyes. Song Nuan's beautiful eyes widened slightly, feeling a mix of anger and helplessness. However, Xie Huai relished this expression, tilting his head with a smile that was both deep and enchanting, making one feel as if they could easily drown in his gaze. He cradled her face with both hands, reasoning, "If you're angry, just scold me. I'm not forbidding you from doing so." Song Nuan was momentarily speechless. If scolding him ever proved useful, why would she have refrained? She had known since high school that scolding often yielded no results. "You're impossible. I need to go grocery shopping." Just as he was about to finish his paperwork, assistantly barged in with a pile of documents. "President Xie, these are the files that need your signature today." Upon meeting President Xie's unamused gaze, assistantly realized he had misspoken and quickly amended, "Tomorrow's signature will do as well." Xie Huai merely grunted in response, prompting assistantly to breathe a sigh of relief as he turned to leave. The elevator. The marketing manager intercepted him, asking, "Did it get approved?" Assistantly shook his head, explaining, "Not today. President Xie has urgent matters." The marketing manager, visibly anxious, insisted, "You must tell President Xie that if it doesn't get approved today, it will affect the subsequent progress." Assistantly hesitated but reluctantly ventured back into the office. "President Xie, the marketing department needs the funds approved today." Xie Huai remained engrossed in his work, coldly stating, "Let them ask the board for it." Assistantly understood the implication and was about to exit when Xie Huai added, "If the sky isn't falling, then don't bother coming into the office." Assistantly muttered under his breath, if the sky fell, he wouldn't need to come either. After wrapping up his final bit of business, Xie Huai donned his coat and pushed open the door, only to find Song Nuan cleaning the duvet with paper. "What happened?" After a moment's hesitation, Song Nuan met his gaze and replied, "The cat peed." Xie Huai frowned, glaring at the audacious cat, feeling an urge to throw it out, but restrained himself since it was Song Nuan's pet. "It's fine. The cleaning staff will handle it later." He took the cat carrier, slinging it over one shoulder, creating a rather incongruous image alongside his formal attire. Had Jean Emo seen this, he would undoubtedly have remarked, "A creature tamed by another." Xie Huai, having been coddled throughout his life, found such tasks usually done by others. His willingness to endure these chores was undoubtedly tied to Song Nuan. Noticing he had gathered quite a bit of groceries, Song Nuan finally spoke up. "That's enough." Dressed casually in a black short down jacket over a white sweater and loose jeans, with fuzzy slippers adorning her feet, her hair cascading down naturally without makeup, she appeared almost like a college student in contrast to Xie Huai's mature attire. She briefly froze, instinctively glancing at Xie Huai, whose expression darkened ominously, reminiscent of an impending storm. Immediately, she grasped his wrist, afraid he might lash out, "I'm married." The two young men paused, then awkwardly walked away. Once the words left her lips, Xie Huai's demeanor shifted to an almost predatory intensity. "You are mine," he declared fiercely. Song Nuan remained silent, and for the rest of the way, Xie Huai held her hand tightly. Downstairs, the driver exited the vehicle to open the door for them. "President Xie, do you need me to carry anything upstairs?" "No need," he replied, carrying the cat carrier and several bags, ensuring Song Nuan didn't have to carry a thing. Song Nuan, feeling slightly guilty, insisted, "Give me a bag." Xie Huai subtly tilted his chin, indicating she should proceed ahead. Suddenly, his gaze froze, the veins on the back of his hand standing out. Following his line of sight, Song Nuan spotted Xiao Cheng in a black coat standing a short distance away. Under the lights, he appeared somewhat gaunt, yet his eyes gently rested on her. Song Nuan's expression shifted, her limbs going rigid as if frozen, and she turned to Xie Huai, momentarily at a loss for words. The fear in her pale expression pierced Xie Huai's gaze, forcing him to turn his head away, taking a deep breath before finally speaking in a low, ominous tone. "Song Nuan, I will only give you one chance to resolve this. If he dares to approach me again, I will not let him off easily." With that, he strode away, disappearing into the building moments later. Song Nuan let out a sudden breath of relief and hurried toward Xiao Cheng. "What do you want?" she confronted coldly. Xiao Cheng merely smiled gently, producing a bank card from his pocket and handing it to her. "The password is your birthday. If it's not enough, let me know and I haven't encountered any difficulties. I'm with Xie Huai because we like each other, she asserted stiffly. You're lying, Nuan. The Xie family isn't to be trifled with. You should extricate yourself while you can. I will help you, Xiaoqing urged, unable to fathom that she would be with Xie Huai for any reason other than financial assistance. Xie Huai, the heir of a city, could never genuinely care for her, and she would never truly like such a man. What authority do you have to help me? Song Nuan replied icily. Xiaoqing, don't create trouble for me. If you can choose to go abroad, you cannot withstand the consequences of Xie Huai's wrath. Xiaoqing's expression shifted subtly, his eyes dimming. I would give up everything. As long as you say you need me, I could give up everything. Years ago, he had been uncertain, but now he felt certain. I like Xie Huai. I have since high school. Xiaoqing, stop being presumptuous. With that, Song Nuan turned to leave, halting just before reaching her doorstep. She took a deep breath, mentally preparing herself before pushing the door open. In the living room, Xie Huai sat on the sofa. His tie slack around his neck, hands clenched into fists, his eyes bloodshot as if he were desperately restraining something. He fixed his gaze on Song Nuan, akin to a wolf stalking its prey. Fierce and resolute. In an instant, Song Nuan felt her strength drain away, but she quickly composed herself, deftly searching for medicine to offer him. However, Xie Huai abruptly pressed her down onto the sofa, scattering the medicine across the floor. Before she could react, Song Nuan felt a sharp pain at her neck, involuntarily gasping, Xie Huai. He released his grip, yet remained buried in her neck, frantically exclaiming, You said you wouldn't leave him. As Song Nuan regained her composure, she pushed against his chest, but Xie Huai seized her hands, pinning them to her sides with a desperate need for a singular answer. Even if it was a falsehood, he repeated, You said you wouldn't leave him. Song Nuan tilted her head, avoiding his gaze. She spoke stiffly, Do not make things difficult for Xiaoqing. I do not like him, and I am not deceiving you. He merely sought to possess her entirely, to claim her as his own. The silence lingered, and she instinctively glanced at Xie Huai, whose eyes sparkled with an intensity that seemed to stir turbulent waves beneath a calm lake, threatening to engulf her. Sensing the danger, Song Nuan instinctively struggled, but her parted lips were forcefully silenced, an overwhelming sensation of suffocation washing over her. Almost immediately, a chill crept in at her waist, as a rough hand pressed against her side. Song Nuan's eyes widened with shock as she struggled in vain, soon conceding and closing her eyes to accept Xie Huai's claim. From high school until now, she had never truly possessed the power of choice. The warmth of his breath brushed against her cheek, and Xie Huai paused, his gaze fixated on her closed eyes, glistening with unshed tears, her face adorned with delicate dimples, a blend of defiance and vulnerability. I cannot control myself, he thought. His love for Song Nuan was earnest. He merely wished to soothe her, to guide her affections, just a little, nothing extravagant. Now an adult, Song Nuan rarely displayed her emotions, yet at this moment, a cold retort escaped her lips. Xie Huai, you scoundrel. Indeed, I am a scoundrel, he replied, lowering his head to kiss the corner of her eye, his tone laced with a hint of coaxing. Do not cry. I fear your tears the most. Shall I prepare dinner? Song Nuan, in her current state, chose to ignore him. Xie Huai gently rose from her side, draping a blanket over her, and subsequently set a movie for her to watch. The cacophony of sound masked the tranquility of the living room, as if nothing had transpired. The aroma of food wafted through the space, an attempt to either placate Song Nuan or quell his own inner turmoil, as he prepared an abundant feast. Yet, Song Nuan consumed only half a bowl before losing her appetite. Xie Huai did not press her. Instead, he warmed some leftovers in the pot. Late at night, hunger gnawed at her. She could not bear the thought of enduring a night of hunger, lest she awaken with a stomach ache. Rising with the intention of preparing a simple meal, she opened the pot to find the pork rib soup warm, and the rice likewise. Just as she reached for a bowl, she heard footsteps behind her. Turning, she saw the man in a black cotton sleep shirt, hair tousled, fingers running through his locks as he casually tossed them back. Pork rib soup with rice is too hard. Your stomach cannot handle it, he remarked. Before she could respond, he stepped forward, took a bowl, scooped rice, ladled soup, and mixed it before handing it to her, concerned she might struggle to eat in his presence. Half an hour later, after finishing her meal and washing the dishes, Song Nuan opened the bedroom door to find Xie Huai still awake, leaning against the headboard. engrossed in a book she often read before sleeping. Upon noticing her entrance, he said nothing, merely closed the book and lifted the corner of the blanket, inviting her to lie down. Once settled, he naturally embraced her, enveloping her perpetually cold feet in his warmth. Perhaps her feet were too chilly, for he furrowed his brow before reaching down to touch her toes. Startled, she flinched, and he quickly withdrew his hand. The following day, a foot-soaked bucket appeared in their home. Aside from applying a certain hair growth ointment morning and night, and soaking her feet for half an hour before bed, Xie Huai remained so quiet that one could scarcely feel her presence. Not long after descending the stairs, Song Nuan received a call from Gina Mo. When she hung up, he called again, and she answered. "What is it?" "Song Nuan, what happened between you and Xie Huai?" he exclaimed. Frustration seeping into his voice. "Damn it, he's recklessly undergoing treatment. He just overdosed on his antidepressants and was sent to the hospital for gastric lavage." Jian Mo's tone was tinged with exasperation. "Forget it. Once he knows I mentioned you, he'll kick me again. Come see him at Nanju Hospital, room 301. Song Nuan's mind struggled to process the information, and it took her a moment to respond with a faint acknowledgement. At the hospital, Gina Mo chided Xie Huai. "I am truly at my wit's end with you. I told you to cooperate with the treatment, not to overdo it. Can you handle an entire bottle of medication? If you continue like this, you'll be waiting in the underworld for Song Nuan. She cried because of me. I lost control of my emotions," Xie Huai murmured, rubbing his temples. He was already doing his utmost to restrain himself. But the mere presence of any man near Song Nuan ignited a primal sense of crisis within him, one that rendered him irrational. His sole thought was that he could not let Song Nuan slip away. Having relinquished her once, he could not bear the taste of such loss. Even if she despised him, it was preferable to her absence. Gina Mo continued, "He won't listen to reason. If you tell him to let go, he certainly won't agree. The doctor mentioned that as long as you comply with the treatment and take your medication, you could be cured in a few years, but you have to cooperate. Now, you are cooperating, but only taking one bottle at a time. Young master, you have wealth and status. As long as your emotions are stable, if Song Nuan does not like you, I might as well offer my head for you to kick like a ball." Despite Xie Huai's depression, many women would pursue him, but none compared to Song Nuan, whom he deemed unworthy. Ironically, Song Nuan was not swayed by wealth. Had she been, she would have already charmed him. It was a clash of two incompatible worlds. And without a confrontation, neither would relent. Pondering this, he stated earnestly, "I believe that in high school, Song Nuan had a slight affection for you. Perhaps later on, you frightened her away." He could understand why Song Nuan avoided Xie Huai. His obsession bordered on the abnormal. Whenever a boy borrowed an eraser from Song Nuan, he would grow irate, blocking her from lending it to others. Girls are naturally timid. After a few such encounters, it was no wonder she ran from him. Catching Xie Huai's eye, Gina Mo continued, "Do you not believe me? Do you remember the last semester of your first year? During PE class, Song Nuan stood outside watching us play basketball. Why would a diligent student like her waste her time observing us? Either she liked you or, no, she definitely does not like me. I'm just using this as an example. And remember that time you were sick and didn't he come?" Song Nuan asked when you would return, mentioning that you had taken her pen. If she truly despised you, she would not have inquired. Even if she did not profess her affection, she certainly harbored some fondness. Just as Song Nuan arrived at the door, she overheard this conversation, her hand halting on the doorknob, her expression vacant. The first wave of cicada cries heralded the arrival of summer, their incessant chirping drowning out the sounds of boys playing basketball beneath the maple trees. Emerging from the convenience store, Song Nuan passed by the court, her peripheral vision catching sight of two boys clad in black and white jerseys. Gradually, her gaze fixated on the boy in the black shirt. His tall frame revealing a hint of his waist, the contours of his physique subtly discernible, exuding youthful exuberance and vitality under the sun. Standing beneath the maple tree, a vocabulary book in hand, her eyes continually strayed towards the basketball court. On the court, Gina Mo gasped for breath, exclaiming, "You're such a freak." "Oh, Song Nuan, young master, Song Nuan is watching us play basketball." Xie Huai, with a basketball underfoot, turned toward her direction. She stood there, neatly attired in her school uniform, her petite frame accentuated by the oversized fabric. He dashed out of the court, climbed the steps, and soon stood beside her, towering over her by a considerable height. Glancing at the book in her hand with a languid expression, Song Nuan, do not study so hard. It is scorching hot. Why stand here memorizing vocabulary? Song Nuan met his gaze, hastily closing her book and shooting him an indignant glare. It's none of your business. Her temper was surprisingly mild. Xie Huai pulled out a tissue from his pocket to wipe her forehead, startling her like a rabbit, and she promptly bolted. Xiao Tuzi. Don't give me a nickname. All right, I won't. Do not be angry. He placated her with a remarkable lack of annoyance. Song Nuan buried her face in her arms at the table, her ears flushed to the point that she dared not touch them. Suddenly, a finger poked at her ear, and she sprang to her feet. Xie Huai, what are you doing? He was taken aback by her reaction, losing his balance and tumbling to the floor with a thud. Jinamo rushed over, eyes wide. Whoa, how thrilling! Xie Huai immediately kicked him. Get lost. Just then, the homeroom teacher entered through the front door, and the once boisterous classroom fell silent. Xie Huai straightened up, sitting properly on his chair. Once the teacher left, he grabbed a notepad and fanned Song Nuan, whose small ears remained flushed. Song Nuan, are you feeling unwell from the heat? None of your business. Her fierce demeanor, paired with her adorable dimples, lacked any real intimidation. Do not shout. If you lack oxygen, I'll have to perform CPR. Shameless. Xie Huai continued to fan her, murmuring, Shameless? I need you. Are you truly not feeling unwell? Song Nuan kicked his chair in frustration. You here, come in. Jinamo opened the door to find Song Nuan standing at the entrance, ushering her in while whispering, just say a few words to him. He'll listen to you. Once Song Nuan entered, he closed the door behind her. She looked at Xie Huai, whose complexion appeared unnaturally pale, exuding a somewhat sickly aura. She said nothing, merely sitting beside him as he received his drip. The hospital room was silent, save for the sounds of footsteps echoing from the corridor. Jinamo pressed his face against the glass window, stealing glances at Xie Huai, who, moments ago, had been bristling with agitation, now appeared docile as a lamb. He clicked his tongue in disbelief. Outside, he was a tiger, yet before Song Nuan, he was a mere kitten. If Song Nuan were to develop feelings for Xie Huai, he would likely spend his life in gratitude. Only Song Nuan can bring him some semblance of joy. By the time the 4 was finished, it was already around 7 or 8 in the evening, and they returned home around 9. Song Nuan took the initiative to stir-fry an egg fried rice, 1 bowl for each of them. Xie Huai cast her a sidelong glance, a slight smile playing on his lips. After finishing, he handed her his bowl, asking for more with a hint of entitlement. I want more. Without a word, Song Nuan stood up and fetched another bowl from the kitchen. Thereafter, they lapsed into silence. And after they finished eating, Xie Huai voluntarily washed the dishes. Upon exiting the kitchen, he found Song Nuan squatting in front of the coffee table, meticulously arranging his medication, 2 pills at a time, placing them on small squares of paper, folding them neatly, and stowing them away in the drawer. As she lifted her gaze to meet his, she spoke. Take 2 at a time. When you run out, ask me for more. After saying this, she carried the remaining bottles to her study and locked them in her safe. I'll be with you, she added. Song Nuan raised her hand to wipe her forehead, unable to suppress an exasperated glare at him, yet the man looked at her with an expression as if he had received some delightful tidings, his gaze brimming with warmth. Indeed, Song Nuan glared at him, berating him, which was far more effective than remaining silent. If you don't let me go, I won't let you down. Song Nuan choked on her words, her face taut as she remarked, Xie Huai, are you being unreasonable? Yes, he raised an eyebrow, offering no denial whatsoever. I want to celebrate the new year with you, Xie Huai stated plainly. Song Nuan pressed her lips together, remaining silent for several minutes before softly responding. All right. Xie Huai's dark eyes sparkled, his voice hoarse as he asked, are you truly allowing me to go? If you don't let me go, then I won't go, Song Nuan retorted, exasperation lacing her voice. I don't want you to be upset, Xie Huai said, his gaze lowered, his thick lashes casting shadows. Ever since the day she met him, Song Nuan had not gone a single day without feeling irritated. Suddenly, lacking her usual temper, she sighed, put me down. Xie Huai carefully set her down on the bed, pressing her shoulders gently. I'll fetch the foot bath bucket. Don't move. She stood up and walked over, noticing her newly purchased skincare products scattered at his feet. Xie Huai pressed his lips together, watching her intently. I didn't do it on purpose. Don't be angry. Song Nuan was notoriously difficult to appease. The man's coldly handsome visage bore a hint of anxious care. And as Song Nuan fell silent, she ultimately couldn't help but correct him. I'm not that easy to anger. Apologize to me. With that, she turned and exited the bathroom. All right. Xie Huai feared her anger more than anything. This year, he simply wished to celebrate the new year with her. Chapter 34 Song Nuan. Wish me a happy new year. After a night of staying up late, Lin Ro's eyes were vacant, and after yawning, she glanced at the now round cat in surprise. How has Xiao Dodo gained weight again? Her gaze then fell upon Song Nuan's face. Nuan, you've put on a bit of weight as well. Recently, Song Nuan had been wearing loose and comfortable clothing, unaware of her own weight gain. However, both Song Ma and Lin Ro had pointed it out, so perhaps it was true. How late did you stay up last night? 4 or 5 o'clock. I stayed up with you. In a wonder, Lin Ro mused. Xiao Dodo has been staying with me. This year, you should spend more time with Auntie and the others. You deserve to enjoy the new year as well. After 10 years away from home, I can imagine you must miss it. It's tough. On New Year's Eve, you wouldn't dare to take a break, always finding work to keep busy. Song Nuan had similar thoughts. As for Xie Huai, he maintained his composure in front of her parents, so she didn't worry much. All right, I'll stay a few more days. I'll bring you dinner tonight. Why parents are coming over? Don't worry about me. I'm not alone, Lin Ro reassured her. Aware of Song Nuan's fatigue, she didn't linger, exchanging a few words before leaving in the parking lot. The man stood beside the car door, his fingers absent-mindedly twisting a candy wrapper while chewing. Upon seeing Song Nuan approach, he swallowed and said, "It's done." As Song Nuan got closer, she noticed several candy wrappers scattered on the ground, clearly a sign of his cravings. She averted her gaze, only to glance back. Don't litter. Xie Huai looked down, obediently bending to pick them up. With no trash can nearby and feeling lazy, he tossed them into the back seat of his luxury car, worth millions, treating it like a trash bin. If Gina Mo were to see this, he would surely howl in protest. If not for his inferior status compared to Xie Huai, that car would have belonged to him. Song Nuan remained silent for a few seconds, then opened the passenger door and climbed in. The next moment, the driver's door swung open, and Xie Huai lazily slid into the seat. He started the engine and pressed the accelerator. It was a short drive to the Song family home. Arriving in just over 10 minutes, as they neared the building, Xie Huai suddenly halted, turning to Song Nuan with a tentative tone. May I smoke a cigarette? His cravings were intense, when his emotions fluctuated. Smoking was the only thing that could soothe him. It was his first time celebrating New Year's Eve at Song Nuan's home, and he felt somewhat apprehensive. He wasn't particularly likable. Song Nuan was unaware of the extent of his smoking habit, but she could tell it was greater than average. Suddenly quitting would likely be quite uncomfortable for him. Seeing her nod, he took several strides away, lighting a cigarette near the trash can. Taking a few puffs, he trembled slightly, the smoke swirling around him, the woman in his line of sight appearing hazy and gentle. His cravings suddenly subsided, and he extinguished the cigarette, tossing it into the bin before standing there for several minutes, waiting for the smell to dissipate before striding back to her. That moment, Song Nuan was on the phone. I've arrived. I'm in the parking lot. Yes, he's smoking. He'll be up shortly. After hanging up, she met Xie Huai's deep gaze and was about to walk away when she heard him murmur, You can't tell anyone that I smoke. The statement seemed absurd, and Song Nuan raised her eyes to him. Xie Huai pressed his lips together. No one likes a smoker. He didn't need to be liked by others. But that was for Song Nuan's parents. Song Nuan fell silent for several seconds, wanting to say something but ultimately holding her tongue. She turned to grab a few items and stepped into the elevator, only for Xie Huai to follow closely behind with his belongings. Song Ba and Song Ma were already waiting in the elevator. Upon seeing the two with numerous bags, Song Ba remarked, Why have you bought so many things again? Xiao Xie, don't buy so much next time. Xie Huai waited for Song Nuan to exit before following her out. Speaking in a low tone, Nuan bought them. Hearing the words Nuan, Song Nuan was taken aback. Stumbling slightly, but fortunately, Song Ma caught her. Slow down, Xiao Xie. You be careful too. It had been 10 years since they had celebrated the New Year's Eve together as a family. Although there were only 4 of them, Song Ma still prepared a lavish spread. Eat more, it's been years since our home has been this lively. Noticing her subdued mood, Xie Huai bent closer to observe her. When Song Nuan cried, her nose would always turn red first. He said nothing, simply adding more food to her bowl. After dinner, Song Ma unexpectedly broached the subject of Xie Huai's family, clearly still concerned. Xiao Xie, how about our two families have dinner together tonight? It was acceptable not to dine together on regular days, but during the new year, they should at least meet, even if they didn't discuss marriage. Her parents needed to understand the Xie family's stance. Before Song Nuan could finish her sentence, Xie Huai interjected, "My mother has passed away, and my father is abroad. I've scheduled a time for dinner next year." Soon as the words left his mouth, both Song Ma and Song Ba were taken aback, quickly regaining their composure. Just as Song Ba was about to speak, Xie Huai's deep voice resonated, "I will treat Nuan well." Song Ba and Song Ma chose not to pursue the topic further. With little to do in the afternoon, Song Nuan nestled on the sofa, watching television, casually searching for a show to watch. After several episodes, she suddenly remembered Xie Huai's presence. Glancing over instinctively, the man sat beside her, his posture straight and rigid. She glanced at Song Ba and Song Ma, who were also watching television, and they seemed somewhat tense. "I'm feeling a bit sleepy," she announced. "Take a nap, dear. Xiao Xie, you should too. We will likely stay up late tonight in the bedroom." Xie Huai closed the door, relaxing his stiff shoulders as he tugged at the collar of his neatly pressed shirt as he raised his gaze. He met Song Nuan's. Leaning against the door, he explained, "It's my first time celebrating New Year's Eve. I'm not quite accustomed to it." The confined space created an overwhelming sense of intimacy, leaving her uncertain whether to lie down and sleep or sit and read old high school books. She began to regret entering. Xie Huai straightened up and walked to the photo wall, pointing at a high school picture. "This one is for me." Song Nuan had only a few high school photos, and this was the only one of her alone. Instinctively, she refused. "No." Xie Huai chuckled softly, his eyes lazily narrowing. "You're already mine. What's the harm in giving me the photo?" In response, Song Nuan climbed into bed and pulled the covers over herself. He chuckled again, reaching out to poke the person in the photograph. "See, you're just as difficult to appease now. Your name should be Song Nuan, but it might as well be Song Hard to Please." Originally, Song Nuan had no intention of sleeping, but after lying down for a bit, she drifted off. When she awoke, she found herself alone in the bedroom. Rising from her bed, she ventured into the living room, where Xie Huai sat on the sofa, clad in a black turtleneck sweater, his hands clad in pink sleeves, meticulously preparing vegetables. His slightly turned face bore a sharp profile, like a cold blade, the light casting shadows on his nose. The extreme contrast was visually striking. She should have averted her gaze in an instant, yet she found herself staring for over 10 seconds. "Where did my parents go?" "They went out to buy groceries." Just as Xie Huai finished speaking, Song Ba and Song Ma entered, carrying bags. Upon seeing Xie Huai still preparing vegetables, Song Ma called out, "Xiao Xie, that's enough. Take a break. It's fine." Xie Huai's cheeks itched slightly, and he instinctively raised a hand but held back. Suddenly, he turned to Song Nuan. "Nuan, there's something on my face. Help me wipe it off." With Song Ba and Song Ma present, Song Nuan couldn't refuse. Biting her lip, with a faint dimple on her cheek, she approached him and bent down. "Where?" "On my face." Xie Huai's deep-set gaze fixed intently on her face, his pupils resembling an abyss. Song Ba and Song Ma turned to the kitchen. And in the next moment, Xie Huai's lips found Song Nuan's, his expression one of triumph and satisfaction. "Sit beside me." Song Nuan kicked him lightly, her face stern as she headed to the kitchen. Xie Huai, as if discovering a new continent, acted unabashedly in front of Song Ba and Song Ma. While watching the Spring Festival Gala that evening, he took her hand in his, given her parents' presence. Song Nuan wouldn't shake him off, focusing her gaze on the television to diminish Xie Huai's presence. The television screen was filled with singing and dancing, yet she absorbed not a single word. Xie Huai toyed with her fingers, stretching and clenching them, eventually caressing her nails. Unable to tolerate it any longer, she seized his palm. The man's lips curled into a smile, his large hand completely enveloping hers. Song Nuan exerted a slight force but couldn't break free, stepping on his foot. Suddenly, Xie Huai called out, "Mom, Nuan is stepping on me." Instantly, all eyes in the living room turned to him, his expression a mix of grievance and amusement. Song Nuan froze, her expression one of disbelief, likely surprised that he would report her to her mother. Song Ma chuckled softly, following Xie Huai's lead, "Nuan." There was no trace of reproach in her tone. She then pressed Song Nuan's head against her shoulder, firmly stating, "Look this way." Song Nuan pinched Xie Huai's arm from her peripheral vision. signaling him not to go too far, but he felt nothing. His gaze lazily fixed on the lively television screen. In a short while, his peripheral vision caught sight of the woman next to him, striving to suppress her anger, her lips alternating between pursed and relaxed. He could only imagine the thoughts running through her head, alternating between insults, insane, sick. Shameless. As the countdown to the spring festival gala began, fireworks erupted outside, the floor-to-ceiling windows bursting with colorful reflections, which ultimately cast shadows of the people in the living room. Xie Huai tilted his head and cast a glance at the television, where the countdown had just reached 0. He turned and leaned closer to Song Nuan's ear, his magnetic voice laced with a hint of seduction. "Happy New Year, Song Nuan. Say it back to me, or I'll kiss you in front of my parents." The threatening words were delivered in a coaxing tone. Song Nuan felt her cheeks flush with embarrassment at his teasing. "Happy New Year." She suppressed her emotions and turned to her parents, gently saying, "Mom and Dad, Happy New Year." Xie Huai, with his thick skin, echoed her, "Happy New Year, Mom and Dad." Her parents handed out the prepared red envelopes, wishing them both a Happy New Year. Upon hearing the door close, Song Nuan forcefully withdrew her hand from Xie Huai's grip, her soft, fair skin now reddened and warm. Just as she was about to rise, Xie Huai reached out and grasped her wrist, his elongated eyes glimmering with mirth. In the next moment, he produced a brilliantly translucent white jade bracelet from his pocket. It fit her perfectly. Her fair skin made her wrist appear slender and smooth against the jade. "You're not allowed to take it off." He released her hand, then retrieved a string of glossy black beads, slipping them onto his left wrist without further explanation. The man stood beside the floor-to-ceiling window, slightly tilting his head as if he were witnessing fireworks for the first time, his previous aggression vanishing, replaced by an unexpectedly gentle demeanor. A few seconds later, he turned to her and asked, "Do you want me to warm your bed?" Song Nuan's brows twitched, and she turned to enter the bedroom. As soon as she lay down, Xie Huai wrapped her in his arms, kissing her earlobe, his warm breath brushing against her cheek. "Song Nuan, will you spend every new year with me from now on?" Song Nuan chose to ignore him, but he playfully nibbled on her earlobe, causing her to react like a startled cat. In a deliberately lowered voice, she retorted, "Xie Huai, talk to me." Xie Huai asserted his dominance. "I only like talking to dogs." "Then consider yourself a dog, Song Nuan. Send me a photo." "Xie Huai, are you a dog?" After being nibbled at again, Song Nuan's face flushed with anger, and she felt like kicking him, yet he held her tightly in his embrace. "Send me a photo. Send me a photo. Send me a photo." He repeated this insistently, akin to a robber holding a knife to someone's neck while politely asking, "May I rob you?" Song Nuan opened her mouth to scold him, but Xie Huai was all too familiar with her insults. So he simply admitted, "Yes, I'm shameless. Just send it." His hand squeezed her slim waist, and in the next moment, he slid his hand under her nightgown. The warm touch made Song Nuan's entire body stiffen. Before she could react, her bra loosened. With only a thin nightgown on, it became quite evident once she was without a bra. "Send me a photo." Song Nuan found herself without any room for resistance and compromised. "Fine, just be quiet." Xie Huai indeed fell silent, resting his head atop hers, his hand slipping into Song Nuan's palm, their fingers entwined, feeling an unprecedented sense of security. He accepted that if this was where his life came to a halt, he was content. The following day, Song Nuan awoke to find the high school photo on the wall missing. After a few seconds, she closed her eyes again. After staying at the Song family home for 3 days, had it not been for Song Nuan's concern about disturbing her parents' rest, Xie Huai would have likely remained silently by her side. While at the Song family home, Song Nuan pretended to like him. Even though she knew it was all an act, he was satisfied. For the first time, Xie Huai realized that having a large house was not necessarily good. Sitting on the sofa, he pulled out a photo he always carried with him, gently tracing her cheek with his finger, then glancing towards the study. The cold wooden door stood before him. In the afternoon, several workers came to replace the study's door with a glass one, allowing visibility from both inside and outside. Song Nuan was puzzled by Xie Huai's sudden whim to stay in the study, continuing to handle company matters. She was not suited to find partners and could only hire a lawyer. After selecting a few resumes she was satisfied with, she arranged to meet someone at a CAF for an interview. Just as she was about to head out, she paused and stated, "I'm going for an interview. There will be male lawyers." After a long moment, Xie Huai finally lifted his head and replied, "All right." His expression revealed no restraint, which made Song Nuan feel at ease to leave. However, during the interview with the male lawyer, she still worried that Xie Huai might show up unexpectedly, yet he did not appear at all that evening. Lin Ro invited her to dinner. The two hadn't seen each other for days, and their conversation flowed effortlessly. Losing track of time, Song Nuan said softly, "I understand," before hanging up the phone. Lin Ro guessed that it was Xie Huai who had called. "Let me drive you to no need. I can take a taxi. I'll arrive in about 10 minutes. Call me when you get home." She paused, her hidden softness struggling to surface from the depths of her heart. Xie Huai merely pointed to the chair opposite him. "Eat with me." Song Nuan pulled out a chair and sat across from him. The man contented himself with cold dishes and rice, saying nothing further. After placing her resume on the bookshelf, Xie Huai entered, bringing a cup of warm milk and setting it before her as a gesture for her to drink. "Okay," Song Nuan replied. Xie Huai remained standing, caught between asking and not asking, unable to control himself. His tone dark as he inquired, "Who did you have dinner with?" "Lin Ro." Song Nuan paused before adding, "Xie Huai, for these 3 years, I won't get entangled with any other men. You can rest assured." Xie Huai's lips curved slightly, yet he remained silent as he took the empty cup and left the room. A minute later, he stood at the study's door again. Peering through the glass, he saw her with her hair cascading down, her fair fingers tidying up the desk. Regardless of whether it was the high school Song Nuan or the current one, she still lacked the talent for organization. After a considerable effort, the desk remained as untidy as ever. He pushed open the glass door and stepped inside, saying, "You should go to bed." After taking the documents from her hand, he swiftly tidied up. Within minutes, the desk was neat and orderly. When he looked up, he noticed that Song Nuan had not left, and he relaxed his furrowed brow, saying, "You simply want to learn." Song Nuan wanted to deny it, yet she found it hard to refute. Her desk had always resembled a garbage heap. No matter how hard she tried to clean it, she bent down to pick up a book that had fallen earlier and placed it on the bookshelf. Just as she was about to step out, she heard Xie Huai say, "I'll be away on a business trip for half a month." The refrigerator was already stocked with food. The top layer of items could be heated in the microwave. He emphasized once more, "I only installed a camera in the refrigerator. There are none elsewhere." Song Nuan, remember to eat on time. His only request of her was simply to eat regularly. Song Nuan lowered her gaze, her long, curled lashes trembling. "All right." For several consecutive days, Jinamo noticed Xie Huai was staring at his phone. During a meeting one day, he took out his phone nonchalantly, placing it on the table, where the screen displayed only a corner of the refrigerator. He frowned slightly, coldly stating, "If you can't make the plan, then get lost." While speaking, his eyes remained glued to the phone screen. Jinamo, seated beside him, couldn't resist glancing at the screen. It was a surveillance feed, but he couldn't discern the location. However, his intuition told him it had to do with Song Nuan. After a few minutes, Xie Huai stood up, taking his phone and directly exiting the meeting room. He called Song Nuan, but after several attempts, there was no answer. He turned and strode away, colliding with Jinamo. Jinamo rubbed his forehead, asking, "What's wrong?" Since Jinamo couldn't take charge of this project, he quickly grabbed Xie Huai's arm. "You might as well kill me. What has happened to Song Nuan? I sent Lin Ro to check on her. She'll get there faster than you." Xie Huai, distrustful of anyone but himself, took out his phone. "Prepare the helicopter." Jinamo, unable to suppress his sarcasm, said, "A helicopter is still a bit slow. Do you want a rocket? I can borrow one." As he spoke, he ran off, knowing that if he didn't he would be in for a beating. By the time he reached downstairs, it was already past 1 up below. Several security guards looked up, and Song Nuan instinctively followed their gaze. A helicopter was circling above. As she stepped out of the elevator, she heard hurried footsteps approaching from the staircase leading to the rooftop garden on her right. Instinctively, she turned to look. The man wore a black shirt, complemented by a gray waistcoat and black trousers that showcased his long, straight legs. His meticulously styled hair, sharp features, and straight nose exuded an air of coldness. His thin lips pressed together. Their eyes met, and he relaxed his previously tense demeanor, his voice hoarse. "Why didn't you answer your phone?" "It died." Song Nuan pulled out her phone and tapped it a couple of times to show him. Xie Huai fumbled in his pocket, quickly suppressing his urge to smoke. He rubbed his aching forehead and entered, loosening his waistcoat and tossing it casually onto the sofa. Rolling up his sleeves, he headed to the kitchen. Half an hour later, he emerged with a bowl of clear soup dumplings, placing it in front of Song Nuan, then sat beside her, watching her finish her meal. "I'm leaving." Xie Huai donned his waistcoat again and made his exit. Upon hearing the door close, Song Nuan glanced over, and for a long moment, her gaze fell on the empty bowl on the dining table, the throbbing in her chest unmistakably revealed. She sighed softly. 6,000 words, I did it. Chapter 35. Song Nuan, don't jump. Otherwise, he might just have to accommodate this group of people overnight. The partners openly and covertly mocked Xie Huai, suggesting that since Mr. Xie had retired, the Xie group was declining day by day. Xie Huai remained unfazed. Then let us not discuss it. The partners' faces darkened, while Xie Huai casually crossed his legs, his expression cold. Jinamo intervened to ease the tension. Let us continue discussing the cooperation. He turned to the man who had just entered, ever mindful of the only bit of emotional history his brother had, and asked, "What's wrong with Song Nuan?" Her phone died. Xie Huai shrugged off his suit jacket and tossed it onto a chair, loosening the collar to reveal a hint of skin. Jinamo remarked, "Her phone died, and you even called in a helicopter. Well, you're fortunate to have money. Otherwise, she'd still be rushing around." As he spoke, a tinge of jealousy crept into his tone. "If I didn't contact you for a few days, you probably wouldn't even bother to ask about me." If Xie Huai deigned to reply, he wouldn't be Xie Huai. Jinamo pouted and asked, "How's your relationship with Song Nuan progressing?" Xie Huai took out his antidepressants, swallowed them dry, his Adam's apple bobbing a few times. Furrowing his brow at the question, "She's cooperating with me." "That's good," Jinamo replied, visibly relieved. Xie Huai stood by the floor-to-ceiling window, scoffing coldly, "What do you know? She merely sees it as completing a task." As he spoke, he rubbed his temples. Jinamo thought about how Song Nuan was impervious to both soft and hard approaches and began to feel a headache for him. Yet, Xie Huai was truly stubborn. He just wanted to possess her, insisting that Song Nuan must have feelings for him. If Song Nuan were a flower, she would undoubtedly be the highest, steepest bloom in the world, adorned with thorns on each petal. He lamented, "What if, 3 years from now, she no longer holds affection for you? Do you truly intend to let go?" Xie Huai remained silent as a sudden drizzle began outside, with countless droplets cascading down the floor-to-ceiling windows. Let go? He would never relinquish her in this lifetime. 3 years had never crossed his mind. It was merely to provide Song Nuan with a glimmer of hope. If she remained indifferent after 3 years, it would extend to another 3, and then another, until the very end of his life. Even in death, he wished to be buried alongside her. For the next 10 days, a significant portion of the nation was engulfed in rain, resulting in numerous flight cancellations, including those from City D to City A. Xie Huai, indifferent to the situation, insisted that his assistant procure train tickets. It was the peak season for university students returning home, and he could only secure standing tickets. Normally, as the young heir of the Xie family, he could easily buy a first-class seat, yet he refrained from disrupting the order 8 times. Jinamo found it perplexing. After all, he had not shied away from unscrupulous acts in the past. With the incessant rain, traveling by car was far slower than by train, and Xie Huai could no longer afford to wait. Jinamo, having grown weary of offering counsel, remarked, "Xie Huai, you're as obstinate as ever. It's dull to be alone. Assist me in obtaining a ticket as well. I've never traveled by train." After standing for over 10 hours on the train, Jinamo vowed never to endure such hardship again. It was a true misfortune to be without funds. He resolved never to face bankruptcy in his lifetime. Xie Huai uttered a brief command before vanishing into the black nanny van. "Investigate thoroughly and report back to me." Meanwhile, Song Nuan awoke from her afternoon nap, only to find Xiao Dodo missing at home. Despite having opened a can of cat food, it failed to lure the feline out. She stepped outside to search, and upon reaching the top floor, she heard the plaintive meows of Xiao Dodo. Its wide eyes gazed at her, meowing incessantly. Song Nuan looked down and was instantly overcome by a dizzying sensation from the height. Seeing Xiao Dodo standing precariously, alarmed, her complexion shifted as she called out, "Dodo, don't move." Xiao Dodo scratched the wall, eager to ascend. Song Nuan, crouching beside the wall to offer comfort, urged, "Be good, stay put." Her eyes brimmed with tears, her entire being weakened. He opened his mouth, but was unable to utter a sound. As Song Nuan turned to explain, she witnessed him kneeling on the ground, his eyes a vivid crimson. His throat constricting as he implored, "Don't jump, I beg you, as long as you don't leap, I will grant you anything. You can even command me to die, just come here." At that moment, Song Nuan realized the gravity of Xie Huai's depression. His thoughts were extreme, likely a result of deep-seated childhood traumas. She could have easily made demands, yet she refrained. Xiao Dodo accidentally fell by the wall. "I'm waiting for the property management to arrive. Please, come here." Xie Huai seemed to struggle to comprehend her words, trembling as he stood and approached her step by step. To assuage his anxiety, she too moved closer as they neared. Xie Huai suddenly pulled her into his embrace, holding her tightly, causing Song Nuan to gasp in discomfort. Gradually, the man's demeanor softened, the crimson hue in his eyes receding, and in a hoarse whisper he said, "Song Nuan, you are my life. Stay here, do not move." He released her and walked towards the spot where she had been standing. The plump cat was indeed there, meowing softly and pitifully upon seeing him. When had Song Nuan become so significant that he would lay bare his heart for her? Soon, the property management arrived with tools, but fearing the situation, Xiao Dodo was uncooperative and nearly frightened into jumping down. Xie Huai's expression darkened as he growled, "Stop this nonsense. This is Song Nuan's cat." Subsequently, he secured a safety rope around his waist, instructing the property staff to hold the other end. When he saw Song Nuan attempting to approach, he coldly warned, "Do not come any closer. If you do, the cat is as good as lost." The security guard hesitated. "Mr. Xie, let me go down and catch it." Xie Huai understood Song Nuan's affection for her cat. Should anything happen, she would be devastated. He refused to entrust this matter to anyone else, insisting, "Secure the rope, do not descend." Song Nuan immediately interjected, "Stop. I'm not allowing you to go down." Xie Huai glanced at her, his tone softening. "It's fine, don't approach, or else this cat will not survive." As he turned, Song Nuan instinctively grasped the end of the rope. Moments later, Xie Huai effortlessly tossed the cat to her, then climbed in after it. Xiao Dodo, terrified, scurried to hide beneath Song Nuan's feet. With a sigh of relief, she scooped the cat into her arms and thanked the property staff. Once they departed, the rooftop was left with just the two of them and the cat. Song Nuan walked ahead, holding Xiao Dodo, while Xie Huai followed closely behind as they entered the house. Soon, Song Nuan overheard Xie Huai on the phone, instructing someone to install a door at the top floor, perhaps to guard against her or the cat. Later that afternoon, she needed to visit the company, having prepared everything for the next day's work. She opened a can for Xiao Dodo, tidied up briefly, and planned to head out. Xie Huai was still in the bathroom, and she patiently awaited his return before announcing, "I have something to attend to." With damp hair clinging to his forehead and a mysterious glint in his eyes, he leaned against the sofa. His shoulders slumped in exhaustion. The weight of his emotions had not yet lifted, and he dared not contemplate what he would do if Song Nuan truly intended to leap. When Song Nuan arrived at the office, the cleaning staff had nearly finished their work. After confirming that nothing was amiss, she instructed them to lock up once they completed their tasks. It was already past 4 o'clock when she descended the stairs and encountered Xiao Cheng. Unable to suppress a sigh of exasperation, she rubbed her temples. Xiao Cheng, clad in a black trench coat, appeared gentle. "Nuan Nuan, shall we have a meal together?" setting aside the fact that Xie Huai awaited her at home. Even without that, she would decline his invitation. Song Nuan pursed her lips and replied, "Xiao Cheng, I am married." Xiao Cheng, with his pale complexion and dark circles beneath his eyes, pressed on, "Let's have a meal as friends. I have a legal matter to discuss with you. I breached a contract, and the Xie Corporation is demanding a compensation of 50 million. As he handed her the documents, he indicated that he was not lying. Upon hearing the connection to the Xie Corporation, Song Nuan felt a pang in her heart. Had it been any other company, she might have entertained the idea. "I will not take any cases related to the Xie Corporation." She had no intention of provoking Xie Huai. He was exceedingly sensitive, and she merely wished to navigate these 3 years in peace. "Your current approach is utterly irrational, Nuan Nuan. Ordinary individuals do not breach contracts, especially with a large corporation like Xie, where the penalties are exorbitant. Offending Xie Huai means you can forget about any future prospects. For the past 2 weeks, I haven't been able to secure a single performance, and some confirmed engagements fell through last minute. Nuan Nuan, I'm unaware of your troubles, but entangling yourself with Xie Huai is even less wise." Upon hearing these words, Song Nuan fell silent, ultimately responding coolly. Please do not seek me out again. As long as you refrain from contacting me, Xie Huai will not act against you. She took a few steps before pausing. Hand me the documents. I will have another lawyer review them and arrange for them to connect with you. She was well acquainted with lawyers far more competent than Xiao Cheng. Regardless, she owed Xiao Cheng a debt of gratitude for his assistance during their university days and could not simply disregard him. Xiao Cheng's eyes brightened, but before he could respond, she added, I love Xie Huai. Please do not interfere in our lives. Xiao Cheng stiffened, relinquishing the documents. I can wait. Song Nuan inhaled deeply, preparing to articulate her thoughts more firmly when a sleek, black Maybach halted in front of them. The dark window descended slowly, revealing Xie Huai's grim visage. In the next instant, the car door swung open, and he stepped out, his leather jacket flapping open to reveal a black woolen undershirt. Instinctively, Song Nuan moved towards him. But Xiao Cheng interjected, Mr. Xie. Though he remained silent, Xie Huai's demeanor exuded a fierce intensity, as if he were a predator reminded of his prey. He strode towards Xiao Cheng, delivering a swift kick filled with malice. Growling, what are you? I have let you off repeatedly, attempting to steal Song Nuan. I will ensure your demise. Just play your wretched piano in peace. Xiao Cheng stumbled back, clutching his abdomen, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead as he struggled to speak through the pain. Song Nuan, her complexion paling, rushed forward to embrace Xie Huai, pleading with him to stop. Xie Huai, please, halt. Suddenly, Xie Huai's fury dissipated, allowing her to hold him as he gazed down at her with an intensity that softened into something more tender. Commanding, kiss me. Song Nuan felt uncomfortable engaging in such public displays of affection, as if exposing herself for all to see, her body stiffening. To Xie Huai, this was a clear indication of her reluctance to kiss him before Xiao Cheng, a silent warning that she would not allow him to harm her. Suddenly, she stood on her toes and pressed her lips against his, trembling with frustration as she calmly asked, Is this acceptable? In response, he tightened his grip around her waist, lowering his head to claim her lips in a deliberate show of dominance before Xiao Cheng. Song Nuan, who valued her dignity, found this act, especially in front of a former classmate, humiliating, rendering her throat dry. Abruptly, she pushed him away, her voice tinged with anger. That's enough. Without regard for the two men behind her, she hailed a cab and hurried away. Once inside, tears welled up in her eyes as she tilted her head back. The driver inquiring, where to? Striving to maintain her composure, she responded, city center. Before the driver could reply, a black car abruptly blocked their path, causing him to lurch forward and curse, Can't you drive properly? Xie Huai emerged from his vehicle, opened the door, and lifted Song Nuan out, striding purposefully toward the black car. Inside, an oppressive silence enveloped them. Song Nuan turned her gaze to the window, watching the scenery blur and fade. Xie Huai, observing her, felt his rage douse in cold water, leaving him shaken and anxious. Finally, he reached out to gently stroke her head, murmuring, I did not follow you. It was a mere coincidence. This mere coincidence had spiraled beyond his control. After nearly half a month apart, he longed to share a meal with her without anger. Chapter 36. Until she loves him, she endeavored to maintain her composure and softly said, Mom, please send Auntie and the others off. Song Nuan murmured. She added, I won't be free tomorrow. I have to work. After hanging up the phone, silence enveloped the car once more. After more than half an hour, the vehicle entered the garage. Just as it came to a halt, Song Nuan opened the door and exited. After pressing the elevator button, she did not wait for Xie Huai, but directly pressed the close button. By the time Xie Huai approached, the elevator had already ascended. He raised his hand to rub his temples and, after a moment, took the elevator up. Not finding Song Nuan in the living room, he pushed open the bedroom door, where she was already lying on the bed. He parted his thin lips and murmured, Eat something before you sleep. The woman on the bed remained silent and motionless, seemingly already asleep. Xie Huai knew she was quite upset at that moment. He turned and headed to the kitchen, returning shortly with a bowl of food. Sitting at the edge of the bed, he gently coaxed, There's your favorite stir-fried pork with green peppers and braised spare ribs. Please eat a little. The only sound in the bedroom was his voice. Xie Huai set down the bowl and utensils, bending down to gently pull back the covers. The woman kept her eyes tightly shut. Her nose slightly reddened, clearly on the verge of tears. Finally, he said, Eat. and I'll leave. I want tea sleep in the bedroom tonight. Wait half an hour, and I'll come back to collect the dishes. He stood up and exited, closing the bedroom door behind him. After rummaging through cabinets for a while, he suddenly remembered that he had already discarded all his cigarettes. Ultimately, he tore open a big white rabbit candy and popped it into his mouth. Its sweetness tinged with bitterness. His gaze fell upon the dishes on the table, and his expression gradually dimmed. Half an hour later, he re-entered the bedroom, finding that the food had been partially consumed. A dull ache settled in his brow. If this continued, her stomach would surely suffer. He stood silently by the bed for a few minutes, adjusted his fitted trousers, and squatted at the bedside, murmuring, "I want tea trouble you. Just eat a bit more. Even if you don't want to, you must eat. If you're angry, feel free to hit me. I want tea retaliate." She continued to ignore him, and Xie Huai dreaded her silence the most. He stood up and reached out to pull her from the covers, cradling her in his arms as he sat on the bed. In the next moment, he lifted her wrist and lightly slapped it against his own cheek. Seeing that she still ignored him, he did it again. Song Nuan, who had been suppressing her emotions, bit down hard on his finger in frustration. Xie Huai allowed her to bite in silence, feeling a slight sense of relief within. After a while, when she finally released him, he did not even glance at his aching finger and urged, "Eat a little more." Xie Huai was exceedingly patient, dedicating all his attention to Song Nuan. As she calmed down, she closed her eyes and said, "I'm full. Eat a little more," he insisted, his tone leaving no room for negotiation. After a moment of silence, Xie Huai's brow furrowed with concern. "If you don't eat, I'll call Mom." "What else can you do besides threaten me?" she retorted. "I tried to coax you first. It was you who wouldn't listen." Xie Huai reached for the bowl, offering it to Song Nuan while gently saying, "Just eat a little more." Song Nuan mechanically accepted the bowl and ate a few bites, asking, "Is this enough?" It was unclear how much time had passed when the bedroom door opened again. Song Nuan's eyelids fluttered slightly, and she immediately wrapped herself tighter in the blanket, refusing any interaction with him. Without saying much, she turned and walked out, to the bar. In a private room, Yandere, having been busy for half a month, invited people to unwind. When Xie Huai arrived, a lively atmosphere fell silent at his presence. Yandere, setting down his wine glass, leaned in and said, "Didn't he get warm on the cold bench?" If it had been anyone else, the group of elite socialites would have burst into laughter, but with Xie Huai's gossip, they all held back. Xie Huai glanced at the server pouring drinks, who promptly understood and poured him a glass of red wine. He swirled it gently and downed it in one gulp. He wasn't afraid of their laughter, feeling a headache coming on. "How do you usually coax women?" The room fell silent, as there was an undeniable truth. Among their circle, only Xie Huai actively sought to please women, if they were willing. There were plenty of women who would climb into bed to amuse them. A man in a gray sweater to his left spoke up. "Gifts of houses, cars, and money." Yandere, crossing his legs, mimicked Xie Huai's tone. "Why not just find a factory to work at? This advice was given to me by the young master of the Xie family, so I'm passing it to you." He mused that the women he liked didn't care for money, even if it meant plucking a star from the sky. He suddenly slapped his thigh and turned to the man engulfed in darkness. "The news says there will be a meteor shower at Bodhi Mountain tomorrow. Song Nuan will definitely love it." Back in high school, while other girls collected paper cranes and greeting cards, only Song Nuan gathered scenic pictures from across the country. He knew this because Xie Huai had ruined all of Song Nuan's collections. The server prepared to pour more wine for Xie Huai. He placed his empty glass down, stood up, and left, his companions accustomed to his demeanor. Shortly thereafter, the chatter resumed in the morning at Yuecheng, on the 10th floor of Hengyang Law Firm. Just as she finished ordering, a piece of news popped up. Pianist Xiao Sheng was urgently sent to the hospital yesterday afternoon. Her finger hovered over the screen for a few seconds before she set the phone down, took her cup, and stepped out for water, immediately spotting the man seated in the reception area. The double-breasted black suit accentuated his already perfect waistline, his legs crossed, ending in glossy black shoes. Leaning against the chair, his eyelids closed, he emanated an aura that discouraged approach. In contrast, he held a thermos in his hand. As soon as she spoke, the man sitting quietly opened his eyes, slightly tilting his head to look at her. A few seconds later, he stood and walked over, asking, "Where are we eating?" It was evident he intended to watch her eat. Song Nuan would not provoke him in the office to embarrass herself, so she said nothing and led him into her office. Song Nuan's office was relatively spacious, furnished with a sofa. After Xie Huai placed the thermos in front of her, he dutifully sat on the sofa, waiting. His gaze occasionally fell on the woman nearby, but he dared not linger, fearing she would lose her appetite. After Song Nuan had eaten most of the meal, she set down her chopsticks, declaring she was full. Xie Huai stood up and approached her. The thermos contained little food left, which reassured him. After tightening the lid, he asked, "What time do you finish today?" 6 o'clock, I'll pick you up. Not long after he left, lawyer he entered to discuss work and inquired, "Song, was that your husband earlier?" Song Nuan nodded, and lawyer he complimented, "So handsome, even better looking than a model." Song Nuan was aware of Xie Huai's good looks. Even in high school, talent scouts had approached him. Had it not been for the Xie family's background, Xie Huai might well be a popular male star today. She smiled gently at a few minutes past 6. Xie Huai's exclusive business car awaited on the street. Without hesitation, she walked over, opened the door, and took a seat. Subsequently, she closed her eyes to rest. A faint sound reached her ears, followed by something covering her, causing her eyelids to flutter. Yet she did not open her eyes. When she finally did, the car's ceiling remained dark. With a sore neck, she straightened her body and turned her head, only to realize she was alone in the car. Checking her phone, she saw it was 8:23, but there was no signal. Pushing open the car door, she found the vast space only held a tent, within which shadows flickered, seemingly setting up something. "Xie Huai, what are you doing?" A few seconds later, a man clad in a black pullover and casual pants emerged from the shadows and stood before her. A large hand gently caressed her head, offering a sense of comfort as he spoke in a deep voice. "There will be a meteor shower soon. That's a lie. You just want to please me." Xie Huai's assured tone left Song Nuan momentarily speechless. Yes, she adored the grandeur of nature. Xie Huai took her wrist and led her to the side of the tent, handing her a bag of snacks before settling down beside her. Quickly setting everything up. "Eat. You can't have snacks for the rest of the month." After a few moments, Xie Huai finished preparing the tent, draped a black down jacket over the woman munching on potato chips, then took the chips, placing them aside. "Someone will bring food soon." He tilted his head back to gaze at the sky, where the dark expanse was speckled with countless stars, while the distant lights illuminated half the sky. Beautiful indeed, yet it paled in comparison to the woman beside him. His gaze lingered on her, filled with affection, as he gently took her soft hand into his palm, enclosing it tenderly, though she was right beside him. He always felt a sense of unease. Xie Huai's demeanor was exceedingly humble, as if he were on the verge of cradling Song Nuan in his hands. "Song Nuan, I have already let him go. As long as he doesn't appear before me, I will pretend I don't know." Song Nuan replied coldly, "I have already said, there's nothing between us. He has feelings for you. He wants to compete with me." Xie Huai, filled with a strong sense of possessiveness, stated, "Song Nuan, I can give you everything, money, my life, but if you leave me, I will surely lock you up at home." Having been a lawyer for several years, she knew how to wield the law in her favor, yet before Xie Huai, she felt like a paper tiger. Finding it futile, she chose not to speak. The two sat silently, locked in a stalemate, neither willing to concede, until the sky erupted with a meteor shower, blooming against the night, fleeting in its beauty in the hushed atmosphere. A low voice emerged from the man, uncertain whether he was making a wish or praying. "Song Nuan, just liking me a little is enough." Song Nuan's fingers twitched slightly as she continued to gaze at the sky, responding, "Xie Huai, I will not like you." She was not an adventurer by nature. A life filled with excitement and instability felt like torment to her. In that instant, the man's eyes reddened, veins bulging in his hand. Yet he restrained himself, saying, "Then let us endure, until you like me. Let us eat." Xie Huai stood and walked to the small table where the food had just been delivered, each dish tailored to Song Nuan's preferences. Noticing she sat still, he was about to speak when she interjected, "I need to use the restroom." Xie Huai paused for a moment, surveying the surroundings before heading to the car. Song Nuan's face flushed with embarrassment as she shyly said, "I need to go to the restroom." Xie Huai shot a glance at the food and then stood up. "There's a hotel nearby." Song Nuan had thought the location was rather remote. Upon exiting the car, she saw a multitude of tents clustered at the hotel entrance, with a bustling crowd. Xie Huai followed her to the restroom door, then stood outside, waiting for her to emerge, his gaze fixed firmly on the entrance. After finishing her bathroom visit, Song Nuan washed her hands and overheard a person next to her exclaim, "What a tight space! I truly wish to see who is wealthy enough to reserve the mountaintop for stargazing. The world of the affluent is beyond our imagination. The man at the entrance is quite handsome. You should ask for his contact information, but he bears a wedding ring, undoubtedly married. Heh, as long as the hoe is wielded well, what is there to fear? It seems there are many people here." The paper towels in the restroom have run out. Song Nuan could only flick her hands a couple of times before stepping outside, where she immediately met the gaze of Xie Huai, who had been fixated on her. Regardless of her attempts to deny it, Xie Huai's appearance always stood out in a crowd. He wore a simple black V-neck sweater paired with loose, comfortable gray wide-leg pants. The thin drawstring at his waist casually falling in his relaxed attire, his features appeared excessively refined, as if meticulously crafted. The man strode toward her, his eyes falling upon her still damp hands in the next moment. He grasped her wrist with one hand and lifted the hem of his sweater with the other, carefully drying her hands. He immediately attended to the other one as well. "Let us go." Noticing her standing still, he furrowed his brow, then bent down to meet her gaze. Stomach upset? Song Nuan seemed flustered, tilting her head to evade him and walking ahead, her heart racing uncontrollably. This inexplicable emotion felt like a descent into an abyss, where the more she struggled, the deeper she sank. She quickened her pace, eventually breaking into a light jog, weaving through the crowd, unwilling to admit that she had once again developed feelings for Xie Huai. The shadows of high school loomed, making it hard for her to breathe. Xie Huai pulled her into his embrace from behind, holding her tightly. "What's wrong? Is someone bullying you?" Chapter 37. Xie Huai has been possessed. The scent of a man mingled with a faint woody fragrance, and Song Nuan's long-standing tendency to wear her emotions on her sleeve remained unaltered over the years. Her cheeks began to flush. It was not shyness, but rather a hidden emotion being exposed, laid bare, nearly becoming public knowledge. She stiffly remarked, "The food is getting cold." After a few seconds of silence, Xie Huai chuckled softly, taking her hand and leading her in another direction. His tone indulgent, "You took a wrong turn." During the meal, the two exchanged not a single word. One was unwilling to speak, while the other feared that a single utterance would cause the other to lose her appetite. This was Song Nuan's first experience with camping. Setting aside her feelings for Xie Huai, she genuinely enjoyed the scene before her, the city appearing to shrink at the foot of the mountain, its myriad lights reflecting against the sky. She took out her phone and snapped a few pictures, while the man behind her raised his phone to capture her, his eyes solely fixed on her. The chill from the mountaintop gradually enveloped them, and Song Nuan could not suppress a cough, after which she dared not linger any longer, turning to enter the tent, perhaps a privilege of the wealthy. After a dozen minutes, Xie Huai entered, carrying a foot bath bucket from home, steam wafting from it. He placed it beside the bed, saying, "Soak your feet before you sleep," with her back turned to him. Upon hearing his words, she glanced over her shoulder, their eyes meeting for a few seconds before she sat up to soak her feet. Xie Huai sat beside her, removing his shoes to soak his feet alongside hers, their toes gently brushing against each other. When she flinched, he inched closer as she attempted to lift her foot. He lightly pressed it down with his foot. "I won't do it anymore," he admitted. Moments later, he rose and retrieved a bottle of hair growth medication from somewhere, as usual applying it to her scalp, which still bore no signs of hair regrowth. His brow furrowed, yet he meticulously rubbed it in multiple times. Only when he capped the bottle did Song Nuan finally say, "No need to apply it anymore. It won't grow back." She had consulted doctors, and the authoritative physician had confirmed that her follicles could not be restored to normalcy. Xie Huai, however, resolutely stated, "It will grow back." Meanwhile, Linro, unable to reach Song Nuan by phone, called Jinamo. "Can you call Xie Huai and ask if Nuan is home? I can't get through to her." She went up the mountain to watch the meteor shower, so don't worry, Jinamo replied lazily. The next second, the call ended, and he scowled, dialing back only to find himself blocked. "Damn it, pulling me out when there's something, but blocking me when there's not. Walking the dog? Surely, Linro and I must have been enemies in a past life." After the midterm exams in high school, the tense atmosphere of study eased somewhat, and it became popular to exchange greeting cards. At the school gate and the small shop, various exquisite greeting cards were on display. Song Nuan's eyes lit up with delight, exclaiming, "They are so beautiful." I took a long time to choose. This little panda card is the best. Lin Ro was about to say something when a boy dressed in black entered through the back door. She made a face as if she had eaten something unpleasant, winked at Song Nuan, and promptly turned to leave. Upon hearing the sound of a chair being moved nearby, Song Nuan did not turn to look, as that spot was usually avoided by most people. It was either Xie Huai or Xie Huai alone. She opened the greeting card and examined it for a while, then took out a pink box from her drawer, opening the lid to place it inside. Perhaps feeling uneasy, she bent down to ensure it was placed securely before continuing to write her homework. Xie Huai once again noticed the pink box at her side, his gaze falling upon the drawer's opening. He gently tapped the table with his fingers and then nudged her elbow. Instantly, a black line marred her paper. Song Nuan glared at him in irritation. "What are you doing?" Xie Huai rubbed his nose, looking sheepish, and offered her the paper he had not completed as an apology. Song Nuan puffed her cheeks, her thoughts running wild. She had nearly completed her assignment. The boy leaned on the table, lazily watching her, his fondness for her clearly evident. "Song Nuan, you are not allowed to accept greeting cards from boys." "That's none of your business," she retorted with displeasure. Xie Huai's tone turned serious. "If you dare to accept, I will deal with the person who gave you the card." He then shifted gears, adding, "Do you like greeting cards?" Song Nuan swatted his arm as he stretched it toward her. UVE crossed the line. "I don't like them." After saying this, she turned her back on him, her ponytail brushing his face. He remained unfazed, gently tugging at her ponytail, turning her face toward him. Song Nuan ignored him, her earlobes gradually flushing red. Xie Huai, not noticing this, couldn't help but chuckle, closing his eyes to rest, facing her direction. After a few minutes, a boy outside called, "Song Nuan, come out for a moment." Song Nuan stood up and stepped outside, where the boy handed her a scenic postcard. 5 yuan. He was her neighbor from downstairs. Last time, when his family was going on a trip, she had asked him to bring back a postcard. Song Nuan's eyes brightened as she took it, revealing a vivid blue coastline. "Thank you. I'll get it to you later." The boy scratched his head. "No problem. I took this photo and had it developed." "I am just glad you like it." Just as Song Nuan was about to say something, the postcard was snatched from her hands, and she turned to see Xie Huai's sour expression. She reached out to grab it back. "Give it back to me." Xie Huai held it high, glaring coldly at the boy. "You don't want to study anymore?" The boy froze momentarily before hurriedly turning to leave. Feeling wrong that others were helping her and then being implicated, Song Nuan kicked Xie Huai in frustration. "You're insane. Give it back." Xie Huai turned and walked back into the classroom, glancing at the postcard before tearing it in half. Looking at Song Nuan, who had just taken her seat. "Do you like him?" Song Nuan had long admired the scenery of B City, and finally, someone was going, so she had shamelessly asked him to bring something back. Now that Xie Huai had torn it, her eyes turned red with anger, and she stopped talking to him. Xie Huai, equally displeased, was upset that she had accepted something from a boy. Janimo ran over, giving him a playful shove. "Go play basketball." Xie Huai stood up, his face dark. Janimo spun the basketball, glancing at him. "What's wrong? Did Song Nuan upset you again?" Xie Huai crossed his arms. She accepted a gift from a boy. "I tore it up, and now she wants to talk to me." As he spoke, frustration seeped into his tone. Janimo rubbed his nose, analyzing, "That shouldn't be it. The boy wasn't very handsome and was short. Song Nuan probably wouldn't like him. But why would she accept something from anyone? Could it be that she likes him?" Xie Huai halted in his tracks. Forget it in the afternoon. Xie Huai skipped lunch. Staying in the classroom, stealthily retrieving the pink box that Song Nuan had secretly taken earlier. He opened it to find a panda greeting card on top, and upon seeing Lin Ro's name, he set it aside. However, when he noticed the stack of postcards beneath, his expression changed. He had seen the boy give Song Nuan a postcard that morning. This box was full of them. Song Nuan was not one to accept just anything from boys. That boy was the first one she had interacted with. Anger and frustration surged within him, ultimately transforming into a thought that left no one unscathed. He took out all the postcards and threw them into the trash bin. Song Nuan had collected those postcards for a long time. She enjoyed glancing at them when she was fatigued from studying, using them as motivation. It was the first time she had ever shouted in anger. "Xie Huai, where are my postcards?" Her reaction seemed to indicate that her little secret had been exposed, that she and that boy had liked each other for quite some time. Xie Huai, filled with ire, replied, "I threw them away." Song Nuan dashed to the back of the classroom, searching the trash bin, which was now spotless, and then ran out of the classroom, with Lin Ro hastily following. As Song Nuan ran, tears streamed down her face, though she dared not sob aloud, continuously wiping her tears. The school's garbage area had just been cleaned, leaving no trace of trash in sight. Is it so impressive to be wealthy and powerful? No wonder Nuan doesn't like you. Someone like you doesn't deserve anyone's affection. Xie Huai's rage diminished upon hearing that it was Song Nuan's cherished postcards that had been discarded. He looked at her, her eyes red but shielded behind Lin Ro. His lips parted slightly. In the next moment, he turned and sprinted out of the classroom, heading straight for the school's garbage area. By the time Xie learned of it, Xie Huai had already vaulted over the back wall. Quietly, Xie Huai approached the balcony, pulling out a stack of dirty trading cards from his pocket. The images barely discernible through the grime. He squatted there, gently wiping each one with water, but as they were paper, the images began to smear. Though the dirt was removed, the pictures resembled a pixelated mess. Upon re-entering the classroom, his gaze immediately sought a specific spot, not where Song Nuan sat, but rather where a boy occupied the space. Scanning the room, his eyes finally landed on a girl by the window. Engrossed in discussing problems with her male desk mate, fury surged within him. He strode over and shoved the boy to the ground. "You dare to take my seat?" The entire class froze in shock. And Xie hurried over to intervene. "Xie Huai, let us talk this out." Song Nuan's face turned pale with fear, yet she instinctively rushed to support her male classmate. He stood up, his expression one of trepidation as he gazed at Xie Huai. With his fists clenched tightly, Xie Huai commanded, "Song Nuan, do not assist him." Startled, Song Nuan immediately released her hold on the boy. Xie pulled Xie Huai aside, whispering, "Calm down. You've frightened Song Nuan." Taking a deep breath, Xie Huai made an effort to rein in his emotions and fixed his stare on the boy, instructing, "Move out of my way, now." The following morning, as they drove into the city from the mountains, they encountered a traffic jam. Song Nuan glanced at her watch, noting that there remained an hour until her appointment with a client. Xie Huai, having noticed, pressed the car window to assess the traffic situation ahead, then picked up his phone. After several minutes, the roar of a motorcycle approached, eventually coming to a halt beside them. The man dismounted, removed his helmet, and knocked on the car door. Xie Huai opened the door and accepted the helmet, turning to the interior and stating in a low voice, "If you don't want to be late, step out." Determined not to forsake her client, Song Nuan hurriedly exited the vehicle. Xie Huai took another helmet and placed it atop her head before donning his own. With his long legs astride the motorcycle, he turned to her, his eyes piercing beneath the helmet, and said, "Get on." After a moment's hesitation, Song Nuan clambered onto the bike with some difficulty. Xie Huai braced himself against the ground, then wrapped his arms around her waist, securing her hands in place. Feeling the pressure around her midsection, a faint smile flitted across Xie Huai's lips as he glanced at the boy who had delivered the motorcycle. Cheerfully expressing thanks, the ride was smooth and unimpeded, and they arrived at the company building in just half an hour. As Song Nuan dismounted and handed the helmet back to Xie Huai, she was about to dash away when a long arm seized her wrist. Xie Huai said in a low tone, "Your hair is a mess." As he spoke, he gently brushed a few strands aside, observing her expression closely. Noticing she was not angry, he relaxed. Prior to the client's arrival, Song Nuan took a quick trip to the mall to purchase an outfit to change into. Meanwhile, shortly after Xie Huai arrived at the office, Xie sauntered over, lounging on the sofa and glancing at the diligent man. "So, how did it go? Is Song Nuan satisfied? Lu Er mentioned you thanked her, and he nearly thought you had been possessed." Xie scoffed, "I will never go bankrupt. I can't endure a moment of hardship. IVE found the information on those girls. 2 of them are out of town. What do you want to do?" Xie Huai's expression darkened as he closed the file and replied, "Help me contact your aunt." Xie responded with uncertainty, "Are you planning to become my uncle?" Mo's aunt had harbored feelings for Xie Huai for several years, but he had never reciprocated. After being rejected, she had moved abroad. Xie Huai fixed a piercing gaze on him. "Call her in my name." Xie waved his hand dismissively, exclaiming, "You know my aunt well, don't you? She is a pampered princess. It is unlikely she will heed my words. I advised her against liking you, and now she despises me for it." "Why do you want to contact her?" Song Nuan had a patch of skin on her scalp devoid of hair. Xie Huai pressed his lips together. Xie sighed, casting a glance at him. He understood that seeking help from his aunt would come at a cost, but he did not hesitate for Song Nuan's sake. "I'll contact her shortly, though I'm unsure if she has removed me from her blacklist. Think carefully. If she hasn't given up, it could become troublesome." Xie Huai's aunt, accustomed to having everything she desired, had faced a wall with Xie Huai. He had never witnessed her cry until she was rejected by him, nearly bringing down the villa with her sobs. Chapter 38. How dare they bully Song Nuan not long after she got into bed? He lay beside her that he refrained from causing any mischief, allowing Song Nuan to drift off to sleep shortly thereafter. Xie Huai entered quietly, finding her turned away from him, making it difficult to see her face. She always stubbornly presented her back to him. He crouched by the edge of the bed, the dim light of the bedside lamp illuminating her features, revealing her delicate, fine hair. Her full lips bore a natural pink hue. As he leaned closer, his lips brushed against hers, causing him to pause instinctively, checking for any sign of her waking. She remained peacefully asleep, and he found himself unable to resist lightly kissing her. His breath gradually becoming shallow, his desire intensified, yet he couldn't bring himself to pull away. This was the only moment he could quietly admire her. Around 8 in the morning, the warmth of the blanket suddenly dissipated, prompting Song Nuan to reluctantly open her sleepy eyes. Before she could utter a word, the world darkened as her arm was manipulated. The man's morning voice carried a chill yet was laced with coaxing. "If you don't get up for work soon, you'll be late." Song Nuan had the day off, and she pushed him playfully, rolling back under the covers, signaling that he should go to work alone. After saying this, she burrowed deeper into the blanket. Moments later, she felt a weight beside her, followed by a warm embrace as he gently cradled her head. "Then I'll take the day off too." Song Nuan soon drifted back to sleep, only to awaken again around 10 o'clock. The large hand at her waist was quite prominent, and as she struggled slightly, the man opened his eyes, lazily asking, "Have you slept enough?" Rarely did they wake up together in the same bed, gazing at one another. As Song Nuan sat up, the neckline of her top exposed a patch of snow-white skin, causing the man's gaze to darken as he reached out to adjust her collar. "Don't tempt me." Realizing what she had done, Song Nuan shot him an incredulous look, and Xie Huai chuckled softly, leisurely sitting up and tilting his head at her. "If you have physical needs, you can come to me." As he finished speaking, he playfully nudged her calf, eliciting a chuckle from him once more. "Let us go out for lunch." Song Nuan, having likely slept for too long, felt her body soft and languid, leaning against the headboard, reluctant to move. She reached for a book on the bedside table, slowly rousing from her slumber. Suddenly, she felt a heaviness on her shoulder. Soft hair brushed against her neck. From this angle, she could see the man's straight nose and blinked in surprise, quickly shifting her shoulder away. "Can't you lean on me for a moment?" Xie Huai straightened his posture, feigning an expression of her being spoiled. Song Nuan glanced at the book, insisting, "I didn't intend to lean." Xie Huai chuckled softly, wrapping her in his arms, his gaze settling on the book as he quietly kept her company. Although he did nothing inappropriate, Song Nuan felt an overwhelming sense of discomfort. Within minutes, she closed the book and excused herself to the bathroom. A few seconds later, she emerged, fixing her gaze on Xie Huai. The moment he felt her stare, his heart skipped a beat as he softly inquired, "What's wrong?" Song Nuan maintained a stern expression and retorted, "Are you a dog?" Upon hearing this, Xie Huai's gaze fell upon her lips, which were slightly chapped. He averted his eyes, rising to tidy the blankets, denying, "I am not." After a few moments of scrutiny, he retrieved lip balm and applied it a few times. Since it was her day off, she had no intention of applying makeup, opting instead to pin her hair back. When she exited, Xie Huai was bare-chested. Holding a black sweater, he never shied away from her presence. Having seen this several times, Song Nuan had grown accustomed to averting her gaze as she opened the bedroom door. Xiao Dodo scampered over, and she bent down to scoop him up. "So fat. Xiao Dodo, you must eat less. Just one can of cat food every 2 days." Xie Huai emerged from behind her, adding, "The doctor said he is too overweight. He needs to lose weight." Turning her head to look at him, she instinctively asked, "Did you take him for a checkup?" "Yes." Xie Huai lifted the cat down and remarked, "He hasn't had a bath in days. He is dirty." Xiao Dodo meowed and dashed to the food dispenser, meowing again. Seeing they were unresponsive, he ran over to them. Xie Huai chuckled, stepping forward to scoop some cat food for him. Watching him devour it ravenously, he turned to Song Nuan. As long as he eats like this, I won't have to worry. Upon hearing this, Song Nuan retrieved the cat carrier. Once Xiao Dodo finished eating, she planned to take him nearby for a wash and deworming. She turned to speak but found Xie Huai right beside her. Clearly, wherever she went, he would follow, so she decided to remain silent. There was a pet hospital nearby, and Song Nuan intended to apply for a membership this time. Upon entering, the receptionist immediately recognized Xie Huai. Mr. Xie, is there an issue with Xiao Dodo? Xie Huai handed over the cat carrier, instructing, just a wash. Proceed with the other standard services. He led Song Nuan to sit on a nearby sofa, gesturing towards the glass window at the entrance where several pet cats were displayed. Do you want to buy one to keep him company? Song Nuan had considered this before, but life had been too hectic lately. She gazed at a row of cats, contemplated for a moment, then shook her head. She didn't want to raise these creatures with Xie Huai. Should they part ways, she feared she would end up sneaking out at night to reclaim a cat. Just like in those online stories, Xie Huai stood up, scrutinizing the kittens, and finally picked up a blue-eyed, white and blue kitten. He turned to Song Nuan, tilting his head with a smile. Let us buy this one. It resembles you. Song Nuan was momentarily taken aback, then quickly pointed to a nearby puppy, retorting, it looks like you. Xie Huai glanced at it, unfazed, perfectly matched. When Xie Huai was in a good mood, his words could be quite sharp. He was not one to indulge those he did not wish to please. After more than half an hour, Xiao Dodo was finally finished with his bath. Song Nuan approached the front desk to apply for a membership. The receptionist glanced at Xie Huai beside her and explained, Mr. Xie has already applied for a membership. It costs 200,000. Xie Huai made no objections. Had it been before she started her firm, 200,000 would not have posed a challenge for Song Nuan, but now it was somewhat difficult. Since the law firm was not a partnership, she needed sufficient funds. Song Nuan pretended not to hear. Turning her gaze to the window, Xie Huai cast her a sidelong glance, a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth, fully aware of her financial situation. After their outing, Song Nuan longed to recline on the sofa. However, before she could settle down, Xie Huai pulled her up, insisting they go out for a meal. I'll order takeout. I don't eat takeout. Either you cook, or we go out. Xie Huai replied lazily. Song Nuan had no desire to cook either. She rubbed her forehead, gazing at him with exasperation. Let us go out. Xie Huai chuckled. Is it that exhausting? He crouched down, tilting his head to look at her. Let us go. Song Nuan sidestepped him and stepped out, with Xie Huai closely following. Once inside the elevator, he bent down and scooped her up, raising an eyebrow. No need to act tough. Put me down. Song Nuan shot him a glare. Xie Huai simply replied with a single word. No, it wasn't tea until they reached the restaurant that he set her down. As Song Nuan accepted the gazes of onlookers. Her cheeks flushed with an unusual hue. Just as Xie Huai picked up the menu, he felt a tug on his arm. He glanced sideways to find her soft, white hand grasping his sleeve. Despite her efforts, it was no more than a playful scratch. A smile flickered across his eyes as he remained silent, continuing to peruse the menu. After ordering a few dishes and waiting for the waiter to depart, he finally spoke in a low voice. Do you need me to tear off my clothes? As soon as the words left his mouth, a sharp pain shot through his foot, prompting him to chuckle. Song Nuan, that's the extent of your temper. His tone was laced with ample affection. Song Nuan, maintaining a stern expression, retorted, I don't have a temper as good as yours. Xie Huai took her hand, placing it gently in his palm, and softly massaged it, saying, what I mean is, you can vent your anger at me. It's perfectly fine. He was unperturbed by her anger. As long as she was willing to express it, it meant she could still be soothed. Instinctively, she turned to glance at Xie Huai, only to find him looking at her phone screen. Before she could say anything, the man explained, it has nothing to do with me. Song Nuan closed her phone and proposed. Xie Huai, could you refrain from looking at my phone? Sure, he replied, diverting his gaze. Song Nuan felt momentarily speechless, and after a minute or two, she asked, why is Jinamo making things difficult for Linro? Xie Huai leaned back in his chair, crossing his legs, and took a sip of water. You'll understand if you read the novel she wrote. Recently, Song Nuan had not been keeping up with Linro's account, so she opened her novel app and searched for Linro's pen name. The first serialized book had just begun, titled The Warm Sun of Midsummer. The synopsis read, Jinamo fell in love with Nansheng at first sight and remained a devoted admirer for over a decade. However, Nansheng never even glanced in his direction. The story is a personal endeavor and will not be published. On the first page, the first line depicted Nansheng in a flowing white dress, raising her hand to slap the man before her, declaring, "Jin Mo, I will never love you in this lifetime." The man, kneeling on the ground, pleaded, "Nansheng, why am I not good enough compared to him?" "What are you doing?" Song Nuan asked. "Having a meal," Linro replied. "Thanks," Song Nuan said. "I'll take my leave now," Linro added. Xie Huai had already averted his gaze before Song Nuan looked up. Having exercised considerable restraint in not checking her phone, now that her phone lay openly before him, it would take an act of blindness for him to ignore it. He smirked at the thought of the trouble he would be in if Song Nuan heard such brazen words. The restaurant served local cuisine, which Song Nuan quite liked. She set down her chopsticks only after finishing 2 or 3 bowls of rice, while Xie Huai appeared thoroughly satisfied. Upon exiting the restaurant, the car drove in the opposite direction, and Song Nuan slightly parted her lips, realizing she had no choice in the matter. Xie Huai typically offered only 2 options. She acquiesced, albeit reluctantly. Within a mere 10 minutes, the sleek black car arrived at aberrant. As Song Nuan stepped out, her brow furrowed slightly. What is this about? The bar, devoid of any hint of alcohol during the day, saw Xie Huai tugging at his collar, his large hand resting on her waist as he soothingly said, "Song Nuan, don't be afraid. I'm here." Once inside the bar, Song Nuan understood what Xie Huai meant by not being afraid. 8 girls stood in the center, flanked by a dozen burly security guards. After a decade, Song Nuan painstakingly recognized these individuals as her former classmates from her dormitory. At 17 or 18, they had always dressed beautifully with curvaceous figures. Now, most of them bore the marks of societal hardship, their appearances having deteriorated. Janimo sauntered down from upstairs, yawning, "Good afternoon. Why are you only just arriving?" "Everyone is here, just these." After inquiring, he cast a glance at Song Nuan, his feelings somewhat complicated. Initially, he recognized Xie Huai's obsessive behavior, but it did not seem particularly detrimental to Song Nuan. In fact, it was quite the opposite. Song Nuan should not be this afraid of Xie Huai. Now he comprehended that her fear of Xie Huai had been compounded by this group of people. If it affected her studies, then Xie Huai's lifelong affection would indeed be in vain. Sensing the tension in Song Nuan's body, he moved his hand up, resting it on her shoulder before pulling her into an embrace, reassuring her, "Don't be afraid. I'm here." For Song Nuan, fear was not the issue. Rather, the memories from high school remained hard to accept. The missing Chinese textbook from morning self-study, the insect during gym class, the black hair she had maintained for over a decade now cut into a chaotic mess. Sharp scissors poking at her scalp. She shut her eyes and took a moment before reopening them, saying, "Xie Huai, I don't need your help, Tio him." Song Nuan was his everything. Anyone who dared to bully her would not escape unscathed. He surveyed the group nearby. "You all better confess what you've done. If you come clean, I might let you off the hook. But if you don't, none of you will leave here today." The women, having endured societal degradation, understood that their schoolyard antics meant little in the real world. One woman with curly hair trembled. "I only let a bug into her bed." Others chimed in. "I cut her hair, poured water on her clothes, spilled glue on her chair, and threw her exam paper into the toilet." As soon as the last words were spoken, the man lunged forward, delivering a swift kick, his expression cold and eyes aflame with rage. "How dare you bully her?" The woman who was struck fell to the floor, coughing several times before spitting out blood, causing those nearby to recoil in fear. Song Nuan, pale-faced, rushed forward, grasping Xie Huai's arm. Taking a deep breath, "Xie Huai, that's enough." Xie Huai's emotions were unstable, and he was likely to inflict serious harm. His face, usually inscrutable, was now particularly frigid as he spoke in a voice that was almost a whisper. "I wouldn't dare lay a finger on you. How can this be overlooked? None of these people will have it easy. I in high school." Song Nuan had been timid, delicate, and prone to tears. "Song Nuan, do you find me repulsive for having a condition?" Whether it was the heat of his gaze or his fierce demeanor that startled her, Song Nuan found herself momentarily dazed, yet she continued to grasp his arm tightly. He loved Song Nuan, unwaveringly and deeply for 13 years, and no matter the circumstances, he loved her. Xie Huai had already prepared what he wanted: scissors, cold water, and vividly colored snakes. Song Nuan instinctively felt a shiver at the thought of snakes. A chill crept up from her feet. Before she could react, a hand covered her eyes, and she heard his soothing voice. "Don't be afraid, I in the darkness." His voice turned colder, tinged with malice. "First, we'll cut her hair. Then pour water, and finally, release the snakes. Don't move. If anyone does, I'll add more to the list." Soon, screams echoed throughout the bar, the terrified quivering of voices resonating in the air. Song Nuan's face paled further as she clutched Xie Huai's arm. "Xie Huai, don't let it turn fatal at it1t, he assured her, but just as he finished speaking, Jinimo's voice rang out, "Song Nuan, the snake is crawling towards you." Fear gripped her, and her instinct did not react as swiftly as Xie Huai. He immediately lifted her, cradling her against his abdomen, moving slightly higher as he scanned their surroundings. Song Nuan realized all she could see was the side of his face, his features sharply defined. The emotions that had been suppressed within her surged upward, seemingly waiting for the day they would break free. Jinimo exchanged knowing glances with Xie Huai, realizing he was playing the role of a catalyst. Xie Huai shot him a warning look, gently soothing Song Nuan's back, murmuring, "It's all right." Still unconvinced, he quickly exited the bar, carrying her to the car. "Wait for me a few minutes, just stay in the car." Song Nuan's fair cheeks were devoid of color as she suppressed her emotions, saying, "Xie Huai, enough, let them go." "All right, I'll just grab something and be right back," he replied, striding inside with purpose, directly approaching the woman who had cut Song Nuan's hair. Scissors in hand, he roughly seized her disheveled locks, forcing her to look up, his voice dangerously low. "Don't move, or you'll deserve what comes next." The pain in her scalp was nothing compared to the terror she felt. Her eyes rolling uncontrollably as she cried, I'm sorry, I was wrong." Xie Huai, inherently cold, showed no sign of mercy, especially not for those who had tormented Song Nuan. The thought of her helplessness in the past ignited a fury within him that yearned to eradicate them. In the next moment, as the scissors sliced through her hair, she gasped in pain, and he released her, discarding the bloodied scissors. "You should be grateful I don't take lives," he said, for he still had people he wished to protect. Otherwise, considering their actions, he would have fought them to the bitter end. Jinimo was no stranger to Xie Huai's ruthlessness. This was nothing new to him. He recalled a time when Xie Huai had pressed a knife against his own wrist without blinking, leaving him uneasy even now. Sometimes, he felt fortunate that Xie Huai had met Song Nuan. Otherwise, he could save her once, twice, but not repeatedly. With Song Nuan by his side, Xie Huai valued his own life more than anyone else's. Jinimo gestured for the security to remove the women, leaving the vast bar empty except for himself, and Xie Huai. "I was worried you might act out in front of Song Nuan." Xie Huai had no intention of letting Song Nuan witness such events. She was too timid and would only have nightmares, he warned. "Don't scare her. She is afraid of insects." He disliked employing such methods to make Song Nuan rely on him. Jinimo rubbed his nose sheepishly. "I was just trying to create an opportunity for you." Xie Huai acknowledged him with a grunt. "You can have half of the eastern suburb project." His character, while not particularly charming in social circles, allowed him to maintain good relationships, as he was principled and never took advantage of others. Jinimo realized he was being thanked and waved it off. "I do feel bad accepting what you offer for free. If you truly want to thank me, have a child with Song Nuan next year and call me uncle." Xie Huai shot him a sidelong glance. Remaining silent, Jinimo, noticing this, understood there had been no tangible progress. "I'm beginning to suspect you're pent up." Xie Huai gave him a meaningful look, causing Jinimo's expression to contort. "Damn it. Song-san, you actually revealed my hospital visit. A few days prior, a younger brother had felt unwell and went for a checkup, but it was nothing serious. Merely an issue with the purchased underwear." Xie Huai kindly advised, "Don't play around. Don't worry. I'm in a serious relationship," Jinimo replied, clarifying that he was not one to indulge in fleeting flings. If he wished to enjoy the company of women, he had plenty of beautiful and respectable options. As for the women at the bar, they were merely for flirtation. Upon witnessing his departure, Jinimo hastily remarked, "Would you consider taking Song Nuan for a checkup? I fear she might also be suffering from depression." Xie Huai's expression shifted dramatically as he retorted sharply, "What nonsense are you spouting?" Jinimo elaborated, "Ordinary individuals, when subjected to such bullying, inevitably harbor some shadows in their hearts." As they approached the vehicle, the man paused momentarily before turning and walking in a different direction. Shortly thereafter, he stood at a corner, igniting a cigarette. After several puffs, he finally made his way to the car, opening the door to meet Song Nuan's exceptionally beautiful gaze. Understanding her unspoken concerns, he stated, "They have been released." Song Nuan exhaled a sigh of relief, while Xie Huai settled into the seat beside her. Legs positioned at a right angle, hands resting on his thighs. His lips parted slightly, yet no inquiries followed. He was too apprehensive to confront the implications of such outcomes, in the midst of their journey. The man suddenly broke the silence, saying, "Accompany me to see a psychologist." Clutching her phone, Song Nuan was about to confirm with Jinimo whether the individuals had truly been released when she turned her head to him. The tension in Xie Huai's forehead was palpable, his dark gaze revealing a tumult of emotions, his body tense as if suppressing something profound. Instinctively, she assumed his depression had resurfaced and furrowed her brow. Asking, "Where is your medication?" Without waiting for his response, she reached into his coat pocket, knowing he would likely carry his antidepressants. Suddenly, he drew her close, enveloped in a gentle, soothing aura. Xie Huai could not resist wrapping his arms around her, his large hand cradling the back of her head as he rasped, "Song Nuan, you must report any grievances to me in the future." With her hands pressed between them, she replied coolly, "I have already forgotten. You are the one who holds grudges." He tenderly ran his fingers through her hair. Feeling exposed, Song Nuan struggled to maintain her composure. Indeed, she was quite vengeful, yet Xie Huai's earlier actions had eased her heart somewhat. "Without further ado," he remarked, "I shared a bite of your ice cream, and you stuffed trash into my drawer for an entire week." Song Nuan's complexion flushed deeper. She had assumed he was oblivious to her misdeeds and retorted, "You ate my ice cream first." The man's restraint softened slightly, and then he cupped her face with both hands, his voice tender, "I will make it up to you. Let us go eat now." He sought to cheer her up, to brighten her spirits. The car halted at the roadside, and he crossed the pedestrian walkway into a mall. Song Nuan gazed through the partially open window for several seconds. "It's too cold," she murmured. Winter ice cream, much like Xie Huai's affections, felt ill-suited for her. He watched her for a few moments before lowering his head to take a taste, then leaned closer to Song Nuan. Their lips meeting, the sweet flavor of the ice cream flooding his mouth, he quickly withdrew, murmuring, "Then let us savor it." Her lips were chilled yet ignited with warmth, akin to being scorched, leaving Song Nuan feeling bewildered and slightly anxious. She turned her head to gaze out the window, her hands instinctively clasped together, thinking to herself, "Xie Huai, you are insufferable." He acknowledged her with a soft, "I am insufferable. Do not be angry, Song Nuan. I in the future. Share your unhappiness with me." Her profile was taut, clearly irritated by his kiss. At the hospital, the psychologist motioned for Xie Huai to recline on the sofa as usual. She inquired, "Have you experienced any suicidal thoughts recently?" Xie Huai's peripheral vision caught a glimpse of the surroundings. His left hand involuntarily shrank into his sleeve. "No," he replied. Subsequently, the psychologist began the process of hypnosis. Lying on the sofa, he furrowed his brow, his head tilting slightly under the trance. The psychologist handed Song Nuan a form, instructing her to fill it out as a family member. She glanced at the document, noting it was a depression assessment, and questioned, "Why must I fill this out? His condition is unique. The emotions of those around him can easily impact him. Every accompanying family member must complete this to gain a fundamental understanding of his condition." The psychologist explained, offering her a pen. "He appears to be in a worse state than last time." "What has transpired recently?" Song Nuan's immediate thought was of the earlier incident, and she recounted it in detail. The psychologist's demeanor grew serious, advising, in the future, attempt to shield him from such information. It can easily trigger his depression. Strive to maintain his emotional stability, as it aids in recovery. He lacks a sense of security, so it is best for family members to provide him with ample care and affection. Song Nuan glanced at the man on the sofa, inquiring, "How long will it take for him to recover normally?" The psychologist replied, "Based on his previous condition, 2 to 3 years should suffice. However, his current state is difficult to gauge." Song Nuan merely acknowledged this with an "oh," then focused on filling out the form. After several minutes, she handed it over, and the psychologist reviewed it quietly, placing it aside without further comment. Moments later, the man on the sofa abruptly opened his eyes, bloodshot and filled with anguish, curling up and covering his face as his body trembled uncontrollably. Overtaken by a penetrating fear, the psychologist sighed, waiting for him to regain composure before softly stating, "The situation has deteriorated again. Please step outside." This was the first time Song Nuan witnessed this side of Xie Huai. Momentarily stunned until the psychologist repeated her request, she rose to exit. Xie Huai, rigid and unwilling to meet her gaze, eventually asked, "Did she find me repulsive?" He was reluctant for Song Nuan to see him in such a wretched state. The psychologist shook her head, replying, "No." Her expression was grave as she added, "Your condition is quite severe. You require physical therapy." Xie Huai displayed little concern for his state, inquiring instead, "What about her? Is she well?" The psychologist handed him the form, stating, "Her responses are all quite normal." A sense of relief washed over him as he rubbed his temples, affirming, "Good." As he stepped outside, he found Song Nuan crouched down, conversing with a 4 or 5-year-old boy. "Your bear is lovely," she remarked. The boy's vacant expression brightened. "My daddy gave it to me." "Where are you going?" "I'll take you." As soon as she finished speaking, her peripheral vision caught sight of the man at the entrance. His demeanor had returned to its coldness, though his gaze towards her softened. The little boy dashed towards Xie Huai, throwing his arms around him. "Daddy." The usually aloof Xie Huai bent down to lift him, directing him towards Song Nuan. "Call her mom." The boy, slightly timid, nestled into Xie Huai's neck, murmuring, "Mommy." A few minutes later, a nurse rushed over, reaching out to take the little boy. "Lele, come to Annie." Lele clung tightly to Xie Huai, grasping his toy. "Daddy, I don't want to stay here. I'm scared." Xie Huai turned to Song Nuan, his voice low. "Is that all right?" She replied softly, "It's not my home." As they neared the entrance, Xie Huai unexpectedly handed Lele to Song Nuan. "Just hold him for a moment." Instinctively, she embraced the child, who whispered, "Mommy." Upon entering the house, the two cats scurried under the sofa at the sound of footsteps. Xie Huai placed Lele on the sofa, instructing, "Stay here and watch TV with Mommy. I will prepare dinner." Lele's eyes lit up with anticipation as he gazed at Song Nuan, who refrained from revealing any emotion. Aware that the child likely possessed a keen sensitivity, she responded gently, "All right." In the kitchen, Xie Huai cast a glance outside, his demeanor softening as he rolled up his sleeves to wash pots and prepare meals. Song Nuan, exasperated, remarked, "Xie Huai, he is not my child. After last year's earthquake, his entire family perished, leaving only him alive." Xie Huai paused momentarily, then continued, "He survived because his mother fed him her flesh." Song Nuan stiffened at his words, and after a moment of silence, he inquired, "Do you despise me for being ill?" In chapter 40, even a eunuch could satisfy her. The love that coursed through him manifested as he traced her features with his finger, finally pressing a kiss to her nose. The next instant, her exquisitely crafted eyes widened in astonishment, prompting him to quickly murmur, "No more." He tightened his embrace, wishing to absorb her into his very being, so that no one could leave without consequence. Song Nuan attempted to turn her back on him, but he would not allow it, holding her firmly and coaxingly. "Sleep facing me." As the words left his lips, a sudden pain pierced his chest, causing him to instinctively loosen his grip. Seizing the opportunity, Song Nuan shifted to the other side, stating coolly, "I apologize. I have a penchant for biting." Xie Huai drew closer, encircling her from behind, his lips grazing her cheek as he smiled with a charming curve, his tone both assertive and possessive. "Song Nuan, you are only permitted to bite me." Song Nuan's brow twitched in exasperation. She found herself utterly helpless against him. "If you are not going to sleep, then leave," she retorted. The man remained silent, pressing his cheek against hers as if seeking solace. The following day, when Song Nuan awoke, Xie Huai had already prepared breakfast, seated with Lele at the table, awaiting her arrival. Clad in a tailored black suit, her hair neatly tied back, she exuded an air of competence and maturity. Xie Huai's gaze followed her movements, lingering on her figure. Though she was slender, certain areas of her body retained their fullness. His eyelids lowered, a hint of desire flickering in his eyes, his throat involuntarily constricting. Despite his struggles to manage his emotions, he managed to contain his lust. He pushed a bowl of porridge towards her, remaining silent until they finished eating, at which point he offered, "I will drive you to work, no need. I have already ordered a taxi." She replied, rising to grab her black bags. As she reached the door to slip on her black heels, she exited without a backward glance. He stood quietly beside her, observing her retreat. Through his shadow, he noticed Lele cautiously rise to his feet. After a long moment, Xie Huai closed his eyes, trembling, his breath quickening as if drowning. The cold water filled his nostrils, a sensation that left him powerless. Suddenly, the door swung open, and a woman hurriedly entered, her heels clicking against the floor. Their eyes locked momentarily before she rushed into the study. A short while later, Song Nuan peeked out from the study. Breathless, Xie Huai, where did you put the documents on my desk? When he remained silent, she grew frantic. Xie Huai. The drowning Xie Huai felt as though she had pulled him from the depths, air flooding his lungs once more. Striding into the study, he retrieved the requested documents, fixing his gaze upon her. As she took them and began to review, she intended to leave, but as she lifted her head, she felt a warm touch at the tip of her nose. The man's warm lips brushed against it, and in her haste, she merely shot him a glare before sidestepping around him. Upon exiting, she caught Lele's gaze and offered a gentle smile as Xie Huai emerged from the study. He found the front door already closed, leaning against the doorframe, contemplating how he was different. He had Song Nuan. Lele's presence is barely felt. At times, Song Nuan does not intentionally seek him out, and she simply fails to notice his existence within the confines of their home. On several occasions, she has found him huddled in a corner, cradling his head. Song Nuan surmises that this is perhaps the only way he finds solace. While Xie Huai prepares dinner, she shifts from her study to sit beside him on the sofa. Each time Xie Huai observes this scene, he stands at the kitchen doorway, holding a dish, and gazes for several minutes. Occasionally, he contemplates intervening. Ultimately, he and Song Nuan are destined for a favorable conclusion. For more than half a month, perhaps owing to Lele's presence, Xie Huai's emotions have stabilized. Song Nuan strives to avoid provoking him, and with Lele around, she refrains from harsh words. Mom, what is the matter? Song Nuan sets aside her documents. Xiaoxie has been bringing the child over to visit us, and that child calls him Daddy Xiaoxie. Song Ma hesitates. Lele's situation requires prolonged treatment, and the hospital calls daily to inquire about Xie Huai's status. With a shy laugh, Song Ma adds, your father and I are still speculating whether he might be your child. Song Ma questions, does he think your father and I are fearsome? No, he is probably just shy. Song Nuan's gaze falls upon the ring on her right hand, which reflects the light. Song Ma chuckles. What is there to be shy about? He brings us gifts and checks on us from time to time. Your father and I feel a bit embarrassed. I in the living room. Xie Huai sits cross-legged on the carpet, his hands occupied with Lego, while Lele mirrors his actions, and both turn their gazes towards her. Lele, be good, he says. Wife. Xie Huai tilts his head, a hint of teasing in his voice. The sudden address causes Song Nuan to pause, her eyes uncontrollably drawn to his perfectly handsome face. He wears a loose gray sweater that hangs casually on his frame, his hair slightly long and casually draped over his brow, adding an air of youthful charm. When he raises his eyelids, a flicker of surprise shines through, and he stands slowly, following her into the dressing room. Did your mother mention me? He inquires as she rummages through her garments. I sent out your black coat for ironing. Hearing this, Song Nuan retrieves a brown coat and replies softly, you need not concern yourself with my clothes. Xie Huai is displeased by this statement. He approaches her, his hands resting on her waist, lifting her to meet his gaze. What has you upset? Song Nuan is unaccustomed to their eyes locking, his gaze so profound it seems to draw her in. She turns her head and murmurs, I am not upset. If you're not upset, then look at me and say it. Upon seeing her still averted, he raises an eyebrow and adds, if you don't look, I might just kiss you. With her pulse quickening, Song Nuan stares at him. Xie Huai, are you not bored? Put me down. I am not upset. Xie Huai studies her for several seconds before suddenly leaning in, their noses nearly touching, and in the next moment, he tilts his head and presses his lips against hers. After a prolonged period of restraint, the kiss becomes addictive. He tentatively explores, but the moment his lips encounter a sharp pain, he chuckles softly, refraining from continuing. Song Nuan, a life of moderation can lead to hormonal imbalances. Song Nuan's brow twitches, and finally unable to contain herself, she delivers a swift kick to him. You need not worry about me. Xie Huai releases her, feigning injury at the spot she kicked. That was close. You might have jeopardized your future happiness. There are plenty of men around. Though Song Nuan is not wearing heels, she carries herself with the poise of one. Just as they are about to exit the dressing room, she feels a tightening around her waist and suddenly finds herself pinned against the door, the shadow of the man enveloping her entirely. Even if I were a eunuch, I could still satisfy you. Just seek me out. Song Nuan's face flushes crimson. Xie Huai, you are insane. Xie Huai leans down to peck her lips, murmuring, if you utter another word that displeases me, I'll let you experience it for yourself. Song Nuan lowers her gaze to adjust her clothing. Fine. Just as she reaches to open the door, a large hand presses down on the back of hers. The roughness of his palm starkly contrasting. If something is bothering you, speak to me directly. I will accommodate you, he says in a deep voice. Jian Mo's words have reminded him of his fear that Song Nuan might fall into despair. In the living room, only the two of them remain. Xie Huai resumes his position on the carpet, gazing into Leilei's dark, round eyes, muttering, she is mine. It seems that this declaration brings him comfort. Reports come in that Songba had a car accident and is currently in emergency care at Southeast Hospital. Song Ma and Song Nuan hurriedly take a taxi there. Fortunately, his life is not in danger, though he has sustained a leg fracture and requires hospitalization. Dad? Song Nuan's tone is heavy but softens as she adds, I am merely doing what I should. Just as Song Nuan is about to say something, her phone rings. Upon checking, she sees it is Xie Huai. Xie Huai's voice is resolute as he walks. I'll be there shortly. No need. Song Nuan attempts to interject, but before she can finish, Xie Huai has already hung up, and when she tries to call back, there is no answer. Moments later, 5 doctors in white coats enter the room one after another. Surrounding the hospital bed, Song Ma and Song Nuan instinctively rise, and Song Nuan immediately asks, is there a problem? The nearest doctor explains, Mr. Xie has sent us here. Song Nuan is taken aback. After a while, the lead surgeon arrives, glancing at the best orthopedic specialists in the field gathered there, feeling a bit nervous. This is not a complicated case. He elaborates on the specifics of Song Ba's fracture and the recovery measures. The orthopedic specialists exchange glances, realizing that this minor surgery poses no significant issue. Is there a problem? Song Nuan, forgetting that Mr. Xie summoned them, asks worriedly, no problem. With proper rest, everything will be fine, the doctor reassures her. About 10 minutes later, a man clad in a black coat strides into the ward beneath the harsh fluorescent lights, exuding an air of chill. His gaze immediately lands on the woman across from the bed. And he speaks in a low tone, do not worry. He then turns to the group of doctors before swiftly exiting, prompting the doctors to follow suit. Song Ba feels embarrassed. Xiao Xie, I'm sorry for troubling you again. I hope I haven't delayed your affairs. Not at all. Xie Huai shakes his head. Xiao Xie, have you eaten? Song Ma asks. If not, I'll go downstairs to get some food. Nuan hasn't eaten either. Xie Huai instinctively looks at Song Nuan and says, I'll go buy some. With that, he strides out. I've sent Jian Mo to do it. Xie Huai slows his pace, presses his lips together as if to say something, but ultimately holds his tongue, removing his coat and draping it over her shoulders, fastening the buttons with his fingers. Beneath, he wears only a gray sweater, and as Song Nuan reaches to remove it, Xie Huai firmly grasps her hand, his voice low, do not take it off. Your hands are icy. The latter part of his statement is marked by a frown. Song Nuan raises her eyes to meet his for a moment. His silhouette stands tall, illuminated by the corridor lights, his hair flowing smoothly and voluminously, his stride quicker than usual. He cares for her parents. Despite his obsessive and troublesome nature, he possesses a heart of kindness. An undeniable truth. Her mind is in disarray, attempting to make sense of her feelings, yet it remains a chaotic turmoil. For now, she sets these emotions aside, intending to address them after resolving family matters. After issuing her instructions, he retrieves a hot water bottle from his bag, fills it with hot water outside, and upon entering, hands it to Song Nuan. You can come again whenever you have time. Under Song Ma's insistence, Song Nuan finishes her meal and departs with Xie Huai in the parking lot. Xie Huai reaches over to fasten her seatbelt, his gaze fixed upon her. From now on, call me immediately. He insists that matters of urgency cannot be delayed. He will not allow anything to happen to Song Nuan's parents. The air inside the car feels stifling. Song Nuan turns her head to cough lightly and murmurs, thank you. Then give me a kiss. Xie Huai replies nonchalantly, his tone casual yet prepared for her glare. Suddenly, warmth brushes against his lips, causing him to stiffen. Song Nuan, what are you doing? He stammers. Song Nuan, feeling rigid, turns her head back to gaze out the window. uncertain whether her actions stem from a momentary lapse in judgment or a desire to comply with him. I am simply accommodating you. Chapter 41. The meal prepared by a dog. Xie Huai understands Song Nuan better than anyone. If she were truly displeased, she would not acquiesce to him, for she is remarkably stubborn. She would never allow herself to be wronged. Jinamo rarely witnesses Xie Huai's outward expressions of joy, but upon their arrival, he catches sight of Xie Huai's exuberant smile, glancing at Song Nuan, clearly having received favorable treatment. TSK, 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 if this is the case. This gentleman could likely go days without sleep. Xie Huai walks him to the door, resting his hand on the doorknob, urging him to leave quickly. Jinamo clicks his tongue softly, forgetting friends for the sake of beauty. Treat me to drinks tomorrow. Sure, Xie Huai replies as he closes the door. When Song Nuan emerges from the bathroom, she finds Xie Huai waiting at the entrance. Her hand, which had been tousling her hair, halts, and she steps aside to allow him in. As he passes her, he unexpectedly bends down to kiss her cheek. Before Song Nuan can shoot him a glare, he enters the bathroom, tugging his shirt upward to remove it. His broad shoulders and narrow waist form a striking silhouette, revealing well-defined abdominal muscles. The warmth of his body contrasts with the cool air, causing goosebumps to rise on her skin. Taken by surprise, Song Nuan cannot react in time, her gaze fixated on his physique. Humans are visual creatures. For a moment, she cannot look away. Xie Huai raises an eyebrow, glancing down at his abs, and approaches Song Nuan. You can touch. Her emotions are easy to read. She avoids anything she dislikes, but the fact that she cannot tear her eyes away indicates a flicker of interest. So, you enjoy looking at abs? He muses, having assumed her only passion was for studying. Xie Huai's voice, rich with magnetism, queries, Are you satisfied? In response, Song Nuan burrows deeper beneath the covers, wrapping herself tightly, prompting a low chuckle from Xie Huai. ILL close the door. Don't suffocate. After the postcard was destroyed, Song Nuan begins to avoid Xie Huai. Though they still sit next to each other, their exchanges become painfully sparse. Typically, Xie Huai speaks while she remains silent. Even when he playfully tugs at her hair, she refuses to meet his gaze, focusing instead on her homework. If he snatches her pen, she simply retrieves another. If she loses her pen, she resorts to reading. If she runs out of reading material, she gazes out the window. In essence, she avoids looking at Xie Huai. For Xie Huai, this has rendered him devoid of any means to coax her. Each day, he rests his chin on his arms, silently observing her, counting down the days until the holiday. This approach does not disturb her studies. The homeroom teacher and various subject teachers have nearly pierced him with their stares. Yet he remains motionless, eagerly awaiting Friday's dismissal. The moment the bell rings, he intercepts Song Nuan, grabbing her backpack and bending down to meet her eyes. Would you like some milk tea? Upon seeing her demeanor, Xie Huai feels an unfamiliar sense of anxiety, and they remain locked in a stalemate until the school security arrives to close the gates. The security guard rapped on the iron gate and shouted, What are you doing? The school forbids early romance. Startled by his sudden action, Song Nuan instinctively jumped, stumbling onto the bench. Xie Huai, who had always been patient, turned around with a fierce demeanor and barked. Are you slapping your mother? There's no early romance here, so get lost. The guard, taken aback by this display, quickly recognized who was speaking, Xie Huai. The school had already given instructions to overlook minor infractions. Once the guard left, Xie Huai softened, glancing at the visibly frightened girl. He rolled up one sleeve, revealing a trendy mechanical watch. Moments later, he stepped away from his seat. Within seconds, Song Nuan grabbed her backpack and dashed out. Xie Huai trailing behind her, only running a few steps when she vanished from sight. As she reached the ground floor, Song Nuan encountered her father. Instinctively, she took his arm and breathed. Dad. A quick glance over her shoulder revealed Xie Huai standing at a distance, who then turned and walked away with his backpack from another direction. The Xie family's old residence. Xie Huai entered the living room and found a flamboyantly dressed woman lounging on the sofa his mother had purchased. His expression darkened instantly, and he hurled his black backpack at her, exclaiming, Get out! Grabbing his backpack, he stomped upstairs. Xie Mingyu scolded, Xie Huai, I am your father. What's with your attitude? Xie Huai took larger strides, opened the door with a thunderous bang, and slammed it shut, his crimson eyes taking a while to return to normal. Before long, he retrieved a pink box, placed something inside, and finally tossed in a note. Song Nuan, I am sorry. Please don't be angry. After completing this task, his earlobes flushed with warmth. Ing Mo's words. The only time the young master Xie had ever lowered his head was in front of Song Nuan. On Sunday afternoon, Xie Huai had been sitting in the classroom since a little past 1, occasionally glancing at the door. Around 2 o'clock, a girl in a blue and white school uniform entered. Carrying a pink backpack, she seemed cheerful, sprinting to Lin Ro's seat. Thank you, Ro. Lin Ro chuckled, retrieving a postcard from her drawer and handing it over. Just a small favor. Sitting at her desk, Song Nuan discreetly tucked the postcard into her backpack. Would Song Nuan give him a kiss? His cheeks flushed crimson as he stood up and strode out of the classroom. Just then, Jane Mo walked in and bumped into him. Young master, what is wrong? Are you sick? Xie Huai kicked him lightly, and Jane Mo complained. What is the deal? I'm just showing concern, and you kick me. Song Nuan shot him a glare, muttering under her breath, clearly irked by him. A powerful force yanked the corner of the blanket, and before she knew it, she was enveloped in his embrace. Xie Huai was particularly restless today, his hand resting on her waist, his lips brushing against the bare skin of her neck. Song Nuan's unusual behavior was igniting his senses, the pent-up desires of years threatening to burst forth, yet he could only suppress them fiercely. It might frighten her. With their bodies so close, Song Nuan could clearly sense his reaction. After a moment as hesitation, she felt no inclination to retreat. Xie Huai. His voice was thick with restraint as he muttered, I can hold still, but if you move, I can't guarantee anything. Song Nuan was momentarily taken aback. Wanting to kick him but ultimately holding back, they remained in that tense standoff until sleep overtook them. When she awoke, Xie Huai had no blanket covering him. Still groggy, she turned to find that Song Nuan was no longer in the bedroom. Nor was the blanket as she stepped outside. She found Lele sitting on the carpet, playing with Legos, while the blanket lay in disarray on the sofa, clearly tossed aside in frustration by a woman. The corners of the man's lips curled into a smile as he bent down to retrieve the blanket. Song Nuan finished work at 4 that day and, during the peak hour, managed to get a cab to the hospital. Arriving just after 5 in the ward, she found her parents eating. Dad, Mom, she greeted, glancing at the food. Her mother replied with concern, Your father is fine. There's no need for you to come here and delay things. At this, Song Nuan noticed the man sitting on the sofa by the door, clad in a black hoodie, the zipper pulled up to his neck, hair slicked back with pomade, a few strands falling over his brow. His arms were crossed, and the ring on his left hand's middle finger stood out against the black backdrop. Stay away, it's nothing serious, her father said affectionately. Xie Huai's voice was low. Nuan will worry. Under the watchful eyes of her parents, Song Nuan had no choice but to reach out her hand. The moment he grasped it tightly, she bit her lip and quickly added, Mom, Dad, I'll come back later. You two eat. Her mother smiled. All right, come back when you can. Xie Huai turned to her, lazily remarking, Wife, hold hands. Instantly, everyone in the elevator turned to look at them, and Song Nuan froze. Particularly as he continued, Wife, hold hands. Her face flushed with embarrassment, and as he opened his mouth to speak again, she couldn't afford to lose face, swiftly taking his hand and turning her head away. Someone in the back commented, Their relationship is really good. Once they exited the elevator, Song Nuan, in her black high heels, walked ahead, her heels clicking against the floor. After 20 steps, she composed herself and asked, Where did you park the car? Xie Huai grinned, pointing towards the back. Before she could respond, he bent down and lifted her into his arms, his eyes crinkling in a smile as he said, I thought you wouldn't ask. Today, Song Nuan wore a fitted suit, which felt tighter than last year when it was somewhat loose. Being held made it feel even more constrictive, and she dared not struggle. Lowering her head, she murmured, Put me down. Does your foot hurt? He asked, his tone heavy. Next time, wear a pair of flats and change into them after work. After placing her in the passenger seat and fastening her seatbelt, he bent down to take off her high heels and set them in the back seat. As the car left the garage, Song Nuan's phone rang. Instinctively, she glanced at the man beside her, hesitating for a few seconds before answering the call. Lawyerly, on the other end, Lawyerly informed her, I've reviewed the commission from Shao Chung. The odds aren't great. The Xie Group's legal team is one of the best in the country, and given the current lack of evidence, I can't take the case. Not wanting to put him in a difficult position, she replied. Just communicate directly with him. I appreciate your help, lawyerly. Not a bother at all. And thank you for the introduction. How is the firm? It's good. Before she could finish her sentence, the deep voice of the man beside her interrupted. Wife. Instinctively, Song Nuan looked over, noting the clear warning in Xie Huai's eyes. She lowered her voice, lawyerly. I have something else to attend to. I'll contact you later. After hanging up, she held her phone tightly, biting her lip as she said, Xie Huai, I can't avoid interacting with men. It's part of my job. Can we be reasonable about this? As she spoke, she began to feel a headache coming on. She didn't want to provoke him, but avoiding contact with men was impossible unless she chose to stay at home all day. I've been reasonable. Song Nuan, I haven't restricted your work in any way. Xie Huai not only refrained from limiting her work, but also offered no support. Song Nuan knew he wouldn't appreciate being involved in her professional life. He kept his gaze forward and added, I'm being reasonable with you. Otherwise, I wouldn't have only shouted earlier. I could let Xiao Cheng off the hook as long as he doesn't have designs on you. I consider it as if nothing happened. For Xie Huai, this was indeed a reasonable stance, and Song Nuan relaxed a fraction, agreeing to let lawyerly speak to him. Taking advantage of a red light, he glanced at her, and as the countdown reached 10 seconds, he took her hand, raising an eyebrow. Don't move. If you do, we'll crash. Song Nuan shot him a glare. Xie Huai, hey, he responded obediently. Upon returning home, noticing Lele was absent, Song Nuan instinctively asked, Where's Lele? Xie Huai emerged from the kitchen with dishes, immediately handing her a bowl of hot soup. Drink a bit before eating. Typically, Xie Huai wore a watch on his left wrist. But today, it seemed he had forgotten it, sporting only a black bracelet, revealing 2 prominent scars on his wrist. Song Nuan had only caught a glimpse of them before. Now, up close, the scars were long and nearly traversed his wrist. A stark reminder of how he had once felt he had nothing to live for. Her gaze lingered too long, prompting Xie Huai to follow her line of sight and silently pull down his sleeve. His desire to end his life was a personal struggle, unrelated to anyone else. I'll see about the scars tomorrow, he muttered, worried that she might be scared. After taking another sip of soup, she replied, It has nothing to do with me. It's my choice. Xie Huai placed some meat into her bowl, and after she ate a few bites, she paused, scanning the dishes on the table. Did you order takeout? Xie Huai hesitated, lowering his eyes. No, I ordered stir-fried shredded pork with green peppers without green onions, and I didn't specify. Xie Huai insisted, It's not that. Song Nuan regarded him coolly. It's the dog's doing. Xie Huai. Chapter 42. It seems she has fallen for Xie Huai again. The dog remained silent, calmly finishing his soup and dinner, before rolling up his sleeves to wash the dishes in the kitchen, showing no signs of guilt. After the meal, Song Nuan felt the waistband tighten around her abdomen. She entered the dressing room, removed her coat, and picked out a long blue knitted sweater. It was still chilly outside, so she let her hair down to cover her bare neck. Perhaps the blue made her appear larger. Looking in the mirror, she noticed for the first time the fullness in her cheeks. She didn't possess a sharp chin, having a typical oval face, and with a bit of weight, it appeared smaller. Generally, during work hours, she avoided wearing such casual home attire, having suffered from the consequences of her face shape, which made her look less mature. Leaning in for a closer look, she couldn't help but mutter, How did I gain so much weight? I hardly ate anything. Hearing footsteps, she straightened her back, her expression neutral as she faced the door. Within 3 seconds, Xie Huai pushed the door open, his dark eyes brightening. Aside from her cute, plump pajamas at night, he had rarely seen her in such vibrant colors during the day in high school. While others donned unflattering uniforms, Song Nuan's complexion appeared fair and innocent in hers. Ironically, she always complained to Lin Ro about how ugly the uniforms were. He complimented, You look beautiful. Halfway home, Xie Huai received a call from Jinamo. Responding with simple affirmations, Song Nuan paid little attention to their conversation. Once home, she rested. Instead of her usual thick, loose pajamas, she slipped into a black V-neck loungewear set, made of knit, and tied her hair back with a black and white scarf. This sight made his brow twitch in discomfort, and he reached for the light, saying, Song Nuan, I told you this month no snacks. His gaze fell on her, where her collarbone was exposed, igniting heat in his abdomen. This is not merely a hot day, it is sweltering. Song Nuan stated the facts. Today is the first. Xie Huai's brows twitched again as he walked over, picked up the snacks from the table. and tossed them into the trash can before her, saying in a low tone, "Is your salary dispersed on the first without fail?" Song Nuan was momentarily taken aback. He turned to the cloakroom. And after a while, he returned, draping the sky-blue sweater from yesterday over her shoulders, indicating that it was time to leave. These past few days of constant outings were somewhat torturous for the homebody Song Nuan, who remained steadfastly unmoving, reaching out to stroke the cat, and replied unenthusiastically, "I want to go out after my shower." With a sense of amusement, Xie Huai crossed his arms, unperturbed by the trouble. Offering, "I'll help you wash, I'm not going out," Song Nuan reiterated, her delicate face set in determination. Noticing the man approaching, the two cats in her arms suddenly darted away. Song Nuan frowned and insisted once more, "I want to go out." Perhaps sensing a lack of intimidation, she added, "Xie Huai, don't blame me if I bite. For the next half-month, you can stay home if you wish, and if not, you can go out with Lin Ro." He was not in a hurry, patiently waiting for her to rise on her own. Song Nuan knew there was no room for negotiation, and with a stern expression, she stood up and put on her outerwear. Just before stepping out, she deliberately stepped on Xie Huai's polished leather shoes. Xie Huai was not angered, merely picking them up and giving them a couple of pats as he followed her. The car journeyed towards the outskirts, away from the city's clamor, revealing increasingly opulent villas, each ablaze with light, flanked by willow trees lining the road. Eventually, the vehicle pulled up to the innermost villa. A servant opened the door, exclaiming, "Ah, Xie Huai has arrived. Dinner will be ready shortly." Following closely was Yandere, dressed in gray loungewear, looking somewhat more youthful without the suit. He sauntered over, remarking, "My aunt will reach the battlefield in 10 minutes. Are you ready?" Xie Huai bent down to retrieve his slippers, tossing a pair to Song Nuan. Despite typically disliking wearing other slippers, he frowned slightly as he slipped into Yanere's spare pair. Yandere could not help but comment, "I don't have athlete's foot." Song Nuan, with his many quirks, how can you tolerate him? It was not that she had never seen a wealthy person's villa, but she had never encountered one as extravagant and indulgent as this. The three-story mansion featured a diamond chandelier that spanned from the third floor to the ceiling below, a massive crystal television embedded within the walls, and the coffee table surface was a vibrant green, resembling a lake, clearly made of jade. Song Nuan's gaze lingered on the jade table for quite a while before shifting to Yandere, perhaps surprised by his refined taste. She would later share her grievances with Lin Ro. Hey, what kind of look is that? I have no thoughts about Song Nuan. After treating her, say whatever you wished. If you claim she is your girlfriend, she certainly won't accept treatment." Xie Huai slightly parted his lips and, after a moment's pause, corrected, "She's my wife," Yandere muttered. "Haven't to you too, not yet." Upon meeting Xie Huai's cold gaze, he touched his nose and conceded, "Fine, she is your wife. Just knew to be tough with him. If you've got the guts, be tough with the one inside, on the sofa." Song Nuan couldn't hold back and began to criticize. Yanere's home has a jade coffee table. Lin Ro laughed heartily, exclaiming, "Oh my, is he going to get a jade tooth when he gets old? That way, it wouldn't be a waste of his jade table." After responding, she glanced outside. Xie Huai had been observing her, their eyes meeting several times before he strode in and took a seat beside her. Caught off guard, Song Nuan dropped her phone, hurriedly picking it up and placing it in her pocket, then fixated on the jade table. Perhaps Lin Ro's words were too cutting, causing her to involuntarily chuckle. Noticing her rarely visible dimples, Xie Huai, though unaware of the reason for her laughter, smiled faintly in response. "What are you laughing about?" Song Nuan struggled to suppress her emotions, answering nonchalantly, "It's nothing." At that moment, the servant's voice chimed in. Miss Jean. The woman, adorned with cascading black waves, donned a black coat over a form-fitting knitted dress, her beautiful features possessing a fierce edge. She surveyed the living room, paused for a few seconds, and then promptly set down her bag, shedding her coat as she settled at the dining table. Exclaiming, "I'm starving." Yandere dashed over, praising, "Aunt, you look even more beautiful." Yandere scoffed, offering no courtesy in return. "This time, you actually brought binoculars to find a girlfriend." Yandere found her words unpalatable, frowning as he retorted, "Aunt, your tongue is rather sharp." "Xie Huai, Song Nuan, come eat." Yandere cast a glance at Xie Huai, questioning, "Why does she call everyone?" After which, she expressed her displeasure. Yandere gave Xie Huai a look of pity before taking a seat opposite. Song Nuan sat down with Xie Huai beside her. Jian Rui shot another look before glancing at Gina Mo. Are you confident in yourself? Gina Mo, feeling a bit deflated, stood up, clearing his throat. Song Nuan, come sit over here. He dared not sit too close to Song Nuan, lest he find the table flipped onto his face. Song Nuan stood and moved over, while Jian Rui, who had initially appeared haughty, softened slightly, saying, don't be nervous, just eat casually. Song Nuan nodded, politely responding, thank you. Gina Mo immediately interjected, Song Nuan, show my aunt that spot where your hair isn't growing. Only then did Song Nuan realize he meant to show her scalp. She tilted her head and flipped her hair slightly, and Jian Rui leaned in for a closer look, noting the severity of the issue. That scar is quite deep. What happened? As she unwittingly opened a can of worms. Gina Mo interjected, Aunt, could you refrain from asking too much? Does my inquiry affect your dating life? Who knows how Song Nuan ended up with you? Jian Rui seized the moment, not missing an opportunity to jab at him. Gina Mo, upon hearing this, glanced at Song Nuan. Xie Huai, who typically forbade her from associating with other men, appeared surprisingly composed this time, though Song Nuan furrowed her brow slightly. Xie Huai's brows knitted together, pausing for a few seconds before acknowledging with a grunt. Shooting a meaningful glance at Gina Mo understood and led Song Nuan outside, hastening to clarify, they have nothing going on. My aunt has a bit of a crush on Xie Huai, but you know how Xie Huai is fixated on you. If it weren't for treating you, he wouldn't have anything to do with my aunt. If it weren't for you, he would have stormed off earlier. He never treated my aunt kindly before. Xie Huai isn't as bad as he seems. If you pay a bit more attention, you'll realize that all his good qualities are directed at you. Noticing her silence, he decided to leave it at that, knowing Song Nuan was certainly no fool, top of her class in high school and now a reputable lawyer. If she were dim-witted, there wouldn't be so few clever people around. It was merely a matter of whether she would allow herself to contemplate it. With that thought, he recalled Lin Ro. Unable to suppress his frustration, Song Nuan, tell Lin Ro to tone it down. If she keeps writing about me, I'll have to blacklist her. Song Nuan defended, that's already a threat. It could constitute a crime. Gina Mo was momentarily speechless, and after a while, he retorted indignantly, why don't you go report Xie Huai instead? He is far worse than I am. He seemed to forget that Song Nuan was friends with Lin Ro. Calmly responding, so you're aware he is excessive. Do you think I'm afraid of being talked about? Gina Mo, fine. I can't argue with you at all. I in the living room. Jian Rui sat on the sofa, directly stating, Song Nuan is your girlfriend, right? Xie Huai did not deny it, responding affirmatively while twisting the ring on his left hand. She is my wife. Jian Rui, catching sight of it, cursed herself for her own inadequacy. Despite the statement still stinging, she eventually retorted, I told you Gina Mo doesn't have that good of taste. Treating her is one thing. You owe me those postcards you've collected. Without a second thought, Xie Huai replied. No. Jian Rui, puzzled, inquired, do postcards save your life? Xie Huai had a peculiar hobby, collecting various scenic postcards over the years, and she'd seen him cherish them like treasures on numerous occasions. Xie Huai remained silent, his expression conveying no willingness to part with them, prompting Jian Rui to express her displeasure. Fine. I won't treat you anymore. Frowning, Xie Huai countered. Everything except the postcards is fair game. I want the postcards. The postcards are my compensation to Song Nuan. Jian Rui initially assumed Song Nuan was merely one of the women he had met in recent years. But upon hearing this, she paused, realizing Gina Mo had mentioned that Xie Huai had been collecting postcards for many years. She begrudgingly asked, so you've liked her for many years? Xie Huai affirmed, declaring, I only like her. After sending off Xie Huai and Song Nuan, Gina Mo returned to find his aunt wiping her tears. He approached to comfort her. Hey, aunt, there are plenty of men out there. Go away. Jian Rui responded nasally. Gina Mo, noticing her tears, consoled, oh, it's fine. If Song Nuan doesn't like Xie Huai, doesn't that make it easier? Why doesn't she like him? Jian Rui regarded him with a scrutinizing glance. It's a long story. They simply don't get along well. Get out. Gina Mo. Later that night, just before bed, Song Nuan made a proactive statement. I don't need treatment. The man, who was about to close his eyes, opened them wide, his lips parting slightly in the darkness as he earnestly replied, by my side, you must be well in every respect. Time seemed to pause as Song Nuan's tightly shut eyes quivered slightly. Her hands clenched at her chest, filled with resentment. She calmly stated, it all stems from you. The figure behind her appeared to freeze, his breath hitching, and after a long pause, he finally regained composure. Saying, "I dare not let go." He knew his actions had been reprehensible, and while he admitted it, he was unwilling to release her. "Without you, I can't envision my life. Song Nuan, whether you curse me for my wrongdoings or wish for my demise, I could never let you go. Even if you hate me, it will be for a lifetime." Song Nuan should not have empathized with Xie Huai, yet at this moment, a twinge of discomfort surged within her, akin to wires wrapping around her heart again and again. She remained silent, grappling with emotions that felt inescapable. Not a coward, yet unwilling to concede to the reality that she had feelings for someone who had oppressed her for 13 years. As the weekend arrived, Song Nuan successfully arranged to meet Linro on Saturday. They followed their usual custom of indulging in a luxurious meal before heading out shopping. While discussing Xie Huai, Song Nuan hesitated, her expression troubled. Linro noticed and quietly asked, "Have you two slept together?" Song Nuan shook her head. She would rather it were just that, preferring if Xie Huai merely possessed a physical desire for her. Yet, he was different. He was obsessed with wanting her to genuinely like him. No, Linro sighed in relief, glad she hadn't been taken advantage of. Just as she was about to say something, Song Nuan uttered a revelation that made Linro question her life. "I seem to have fallen for Xie Huai again. Today, an early update has arrived, Lala Chapter 43, For Future Happiness. The excitement for shopping for clothes has dissipated, and I dragged her to a nearby CAF. You like her?" She corrected herself. "What does it mean to like Xie Huai again? You can't be saying you liked him in high school, right?" The thought made her unable to sip her coffee. Song Nuan stirred her drink with a spoon, falling into silence, unsure of how to articulate her feelings from back then. After a moment's consideration, she admitted there had been a prior fondness for him. Linro wanted to suggest it might be a misperception, but then she recalled how Xie Huai had been tall, handsome, affluent, and academically successful. He was practically endowed with every advantage. It was only natural to have feelings for someone like him. At the very least, under normal circumstances, it was understandable for girls to have a crush on him. She took a sip of her coffee, pondering why she liked him now. Rationality told her that Xie Huai was not her type, yet reality often stirs unexpected emotions. Song Nuan couldn't discern the underlying reasons, but she was acutely aware of her attraction to Xie Huai. She muttered quietly, "Perhaps I'm unwell." Linro, who had been in a state of shock for ages, chuckled softly. Casting a glance at her, she added, "You're quite perceptive. You must have sensed Xie Huai's kindness towards you. While I wouldn't recommend developing feelings for him, emotions are unpredictable. You always say I lack clarity, but I see you the same way. However, that's beyond our control. We must let things unfold naturally. If one could dictate whom to like or not, it would be excessively rational. If Xie Huai were to be genuinely affectionate, that would be a different matter. What worries me is that these wealthy individuals often play around, relishing new experiences before discarding them. Just like Mo, who changes girlfriends every few months, speaking sweetly during the relationship but coldly upon parting." Song Nuan understood that whether she liked Xie Huai was not a choice, nor was it a choice whether he liked her. It was a losing battle, much like before, when she truly did not like him. An instinctive urge to evade and detest him lingered. Linro disagreed, stating, "If you can repeatedly like someone, it shows they possess qualities that resonate with you. As long as those qualities remain, you could like them 1,000 times over. Nuan, I support your choice. It is fine to be bold as long as you don't regret your decision. If you choose to play it safe, that is acceptable too, as it ensures a more stable life." Song Nuan took another sip of her coffee, the initial bitterness giving way to a rich creaminess, and simply stated, "I have no choice." She could only passively await Xie Huai's decision. She might tacitly accept her feelings for him, but the outcome remained uncertain. Linro gazed at her beautiful visage, wanting to offer some comfort but found herself at a loss for words. Encountering someone like Xie Huai, with his background, one could hardly escape. They could only wait until he grew tired. Otherwise, peace would remain elusive. She hoped Xie Huai would retain a shred of humanity. That's so. "What do you plan to do?" Song Nuan, lacking any romantic experience, decided to go with the flow. The future was uncertain. Perhaps in 3 years, Xie Huai would lose interest, but if not, she would find solace in her own life. He wore a black sweater, paired with gray casual pants and black cotton slippers. His nose slightly flushed, as if he had been waiting for quite some time. He finally spoke. "Have you eaten?" "I have," replied Song Nuan, as she walked home, the man trailing behind her. The scent of food lingered as she prepared to retreat to her bedroom. Her phone charging on the bedside table. Xie Huai liked to lounge on the bed, watching her emerge from the shower. Meeting his gaze, her demeanor a mix of evasion and awkwardness, he casually picked up a book she often read, flipping through the pages while listening to the sound of running water, unable to focus on a single word. The phone on the bedside vibrated once, but he ignored it. It vibrated twice, still no response. It vibrated thrice, and he slightly turned his body, directing his attention to the device. The screen displayed a message. Nuan, I still can't believe you like Xie Huai. Just a single sentence. A handful of words was enough to leave Xie Huai's mind blank, pondering it repeatedly until his brain finally rebooted. The realization that Song Nuan liked him struck him with an indescribable emotion, akin to a shattered glass bottle slowly piecing itself back together, still cracked, yet forming a semblance of wholeness. His fingertips left an imprint on the book, and after a considerable time, he gently smoothed it out, attempting to calm the tempest within him. Each year, he visited temples to make wishes, not for peace, not for health, but solely for Song Nuan to love him. He believed he would pray until death. The racing heartbeat in his chest confirmed he was not dreaming. His fingers rested on his chest, and his eyes brimmed with unshed tears. In the bathroom, Song Nuan stared at a gray long nightgown she had casually picked. Caught in a dilemma, it was incredibly comfortable, accentuating her figure. She turned to glance at the dirty laundry, which was already damp. After a moment of struggle, she opened the door and stepped out, intending to dart to the bed, only to meet the man's intense gaze. She halted, calmly walked to the bedside, reached out to turn off the light, plunging the room into darkness. The man behind her remained still for a while. As she began to doze off, sounds emerged from behind. Footsteps, the opening of a door, and its subsequent closure on the rooftop garden. The man stood at the edge, a cigarette burning between his fingers, the smoke indistinguishable in the darkness. Yet he brought it to his lips, his handsome face appearing somewhat hazy. One cigarette after another. He lost track of how many he had smoked before retrieving his phone to dial a number. His voice barely a whisper. Swear at me. He didn't dare ask Song Nuan, fearing she would deny it like last time. Afraid of waking from a beautiful dream, at least now, he still held some hope. Sleepily, Janimo's voice echoed. Your Highness, it's 3 in the morning. What are you two still arguing about? You can still argue at 3? How idle can one be? If you have time to bicker, you might as well indulge in something else. Xie Huai chuckled lowly. Get lost. Janimo on the other end felt a chill run down his spine. Suddenly wide awake. You're not losing your mind? Are you? Xie Huai hung up, discarding the cigarette but extinguishing it with his foot, his gaze fixed on the starry city, the air seemingly saturated with the scent of Song Nuan. He had indeed lost his sanity. Driven mad by Song Nuan's affections, he was willing to embrace this madness. As long as Song Nuan liked him, it sufficed. Song Nuan was in a deep slumber when a cool body pressed against her back, jolting her awake, the faint scent of smoke permeating the air. Startled awake and irritated by the smell of smoke, she retorted, Next time you want to smoke in the middle of the night, don't come in. If you're not sleeping, I still need my rest. The man behind her tightened his embrace around her waist, inhaling the fragrance of her body wash, his lips brushing against her silky hair. All right, don't be angry. Tonight, Xie Huai seemed somewhat peculiar, yet Song Nuan couldn't pinpoint the oddity. Once she confirmed he wasn't acting out of the ordinary, she closed her eyes and drifted back to sleep. On Sunday, she slept in until she woke naturally, finding Xie Huai absent from the bedroom. Sitting up, she grabbed her phone to check the time, only to see a message from Lin Rou in the living room. Xie Huai wore casual attire, turning to look at her as he heard her footsteps, his gaze more fervent than usual. We're playing golf this afternoon. I have other matters, replied Song Nuan, sipping warm water. Xie Huai casually remarked, if you have something to do, leave it be. The company won tea collapse. His gaze lingered on her, scrutinizing her before adding, you've gained weight. If you don't exercise, it'll turn into unhealthy weight. Lazing around at home on weekends without any activity will lead to suboptimal health. He certainly wouldn't allow that. Upon hearing she had gained weight, Song Nuan swallowed her water and replied nonchalantly, does my weight concern you? With that, 2 small dimples appeared on her cheeks. For future happiness, Song Nuan took a deep breath, suppressing the urge to scold him. casting a cool glance his way. At your age, perhaps you're not cut out for that anymore. Xie Huai replied in a low voice, since it's a holiday, do you want to give it a try? Of course not. Song Nuan feigned calmness. Boring. Xie Huai rose and brought out porridge from the kitchen, placing it on the dining table. Ultimately, Song Nuan couldn't resist Xie Huai's persuasion, changing into the sportswear he had prepared and heading to the golf course. Upon entering, she spotted the group of men she had seen at the bar, each one standing out even when placed in a crowd. Wealthy individuals, no matter how they presented themselves, were hard to overlook. Xie Mo was among them, waving towards her, Your Highness, over here. These men had always held themselves in high regard, not considering her part of their circle, yet Xie Huai was excessively cautious, a him who would dare provoke his woman? If she whispered a few words at night, they might not see the light of day again. The group regarded Song Nuan with considerable curiosity, wondering what kind of woman could captivate the prince. Yet no one dared to stare openly. Several men were accompanied by female companions, but only Xie Huai had brought a legitimate one. Song Nuan had never been fond of sports, just as she intended to take a seat. Xie Huai pulled her up, a teasing smile on his lips. Song Nuan, haven't you grown any bones? Song Nuan stated matter-of-factly, I can't play. I'll embarrass myself. Unfazed, Xie Huai grasped her wrist, leading her to the teeing area. A staff member handed him a club, and in a good mood, he remarked, if you miss, you miss. Half an hour later, Song Nuan's arms and waist ached. After enduring for a while, she freed herself from Xie Huai's embrace and collapsed onto a lounge chair. Exhaling deeply, Xie Huai glanced at her, noting the sweat on her forehead. He took a tissue and wiped it away, frowning, with your stamina. This won't do. I'll get a treadmill for home. Song Nuan felt a headache coming on. Rubbing her temples, can't you refrain from scheduling my time? From Monday to Friday, I work. On weekends, I just want to rest. Then I'll carry you while running. Xie Huai crossed his long legs. Watching Xie Mo and the others play golf, Song Nuan endured her irritation, but eventually, she couldn't hold back and kicked him. Xie Huai lazily glanced at her, a smirk forming, still kicking. With that, he nudged his foot closer to her, making it easier for her to kick. After that, they fell into silence. The sunlight was languid, casting a warm glow upon them, and as Song Nuan lay back, she began to feel drowsy. It wasn't long before she drifted off to sleep. Xie Huai gently removed his outer coat and draped it over her, quietly observing her as she slept, her demeanor soft and childlike. He murmured, Are you not afraid I might sell you? The only response was the steady rhythm of Song Nuan's breathing. After a while, her phone rang, and she instinctively reached for it, her eyes still closed, yet her tone remained composed as she said, Hello, this is Song Nuan. Yes, all right, we'll discuss it further at the company tomorrow. Once she hung up, she opened her eyes to glance at the time. 3:21. Her gaze drifted past her phone to the man not far away. He wore a fitted black half-collar sports jacket, the zipper drawn all the way up, paired with loose black sweatpants. His physique was nearly perfect, broad shoulders, a narrow waist, and long, straight legs, the result of regular exercise evident in his defined abs and glutes. His slightly long hair was styled back, a few strands framing his forehead, which was full and prominent, accentuating his sharply defined nose. He squinted slightly, raising his club behind him before swiftly swinging it forward. The white golf ball arced gracefully to the flag, rolling just enough to drop into the hole. A collective gasp escaped the crowd. Xie Huai leaned on his club and said in a low tone, Transfer the funds. As he spoke, he cast a glance at Song Nuan, who instinctively shut her eyes. Moments later, footsteps approached, a shadow falling across her face. Xie Huai remarked, If you're awake, come play for a bit. The woman remained unresponsive, prompting him to add, If you don't want me to kiss you in front of all these people, you should get up and play. Song Nuan opened her eyes, sat up straight, and replied with a serious expression, I don't like playing golf. Xie Huai reached out to pull her up, guiding her toward the teeing area. He embraced her from behind, instructing her on how to play while expounding on the merits of sports. What sport do you enjoy? He inquired. Noticing her silence, he raised an eyebrow. If you can't answer, just listen to me. During gym class, she always cut corners, jogging only half the distance for the 800 meters. While others jumped far, she merely strolled, and her shot put barely reached a meter. Let go of me. I can do it myself. Song Nuan protested awkwardly. Xie Huai released her, crossing his arms as he watched her practice. After a while, Jean and Mo rushed over, panting, "We're leaving. It's time to eat at the villa." The group then transitioned to another venue, presumably a private villa, where the luxury cars parked outside showcased wealth. As Xie Huai led Song Nuan from the car. A group of young men approached and Jean and Mo frowned, muttering, "What bad luck." The two groups clearly did not mesh well. "Young Master Xie, it's been a while since you ventured out. I thought you were unwell again and wanted to bring something for you," said Xie Huai, a bespectacled man, his smile lacking warmth. Jean and Mo retorted angrily, "Damn it, Xie Huai, who the hell are you mocking?" The Xie and Xie families had always been rivals, though the Xie family held more power. The previous generation maintained a certain decorum, but the current one resorted to veiled insults. "What am I mocking? Is young Master Xie unwell?" Xie Huai's gaze fell upon Song Nuan, a grin spreading across his face. "So, young Master Xie has a taste for this kind." Just as he was about to continue, a sharp pain struck his abdomen, causing him to collapse. Xie Huai coldly stepped on his chest, applying pressure as he warned, "Show her some respect." Chapter 44. If you can't compete, destroy. The two groups typically only clashed verbally, as business dealings necessitated a degree of civility. Furthermore, they were all adults, and physical altercations would be unbecoming. Risking their reputations, the moment Song Nuan was mentioned, Jean and Mo knew Xie Huai's sharp tongue would land him in trouble. Just mention Xie Huai, he thought. Leave Song Nuan out of it. He feigned pulling Xie Huai back, saying, "Let us not escalate this." Meeting Xie Huai's icy stare, he quickly withdrew his hand. "Fine, fine. If anyone mentions Song Nuan, I'll fight." He had no idea how many lives he would wager. Having practiced taekwondo and boxing since elementary school, Xie Huai bent down, lifting Xie Huai with one hand and staring down at him as he coldly warned, "If you can't keep your mouth clean, I'll arrange a plot for you next time." With that, he discarded Xie Huai like trash. Xie Huai staggered, gasping for breath, as his companions rushed to support him, too intimidated to speak in front of Xie Huai. The latter dismissed them entirely, turning to take Song Nuan's hand and walking inside without further words. It was now time to eat. Having lost face in front of everyone, Xie Huai's complexion darkened, and he was not about to let it slide. The group began their meal, accompanied by drinks, whether it was the stuffiness of the private room or the stagnant air. It felt uncomfortable. Halfway through, Song Nuan decided to step outside for some fresh air. Xie Huai instinctively began to rise with her, but she quietly said, "Don't follow me. I just need some air." He remained seated, granting her a moment of solitude. 10 minutes, and I'll join you." Exiting the room, Song Nuan exhaled deeply. That moment, her mother called, and she stepped aside to take the call. Just as she was about to hang up, she noticed a pair of black leather shoes before her. Before she could see the person, she was suddenly forcefully shoved, her face paling as she uncontrollably fell into the pond, the suffocating sensation of water filling her lungs causing her to cough. Meanwhile, a waiter rushed into the private room, exclaiming in a panic, "Mr. Xie, one of your companions has fallen into the water." The man, who had been checking his watch, sprang to his feet and hurried outside, a sense of urgency evident in his stride. Recovering her senses, Song Nuan intended to swim towards the shore when she vaguely saw a figure approach, followed by a loud splash. The commotion around her grew louder. "Mr. Xie jumped in. Call for help. Hurry." In no time, both were pulled from the water, Song Nuan coughing as she regained her breath. Instinctively, she glanced at the man beside her, his wet hair clinging to his forehead, his eyes drooping, lips quivering slightly, momentarily lost in a daze. Jean and Mo anxiously called out, "Xie Huai! Xie Huai!" Human instinct is to fear the unknown, yet he did not hesitate for a second, knowing he could not save her. He still jumped in. Wrapped in a blanket provided by the waiter, Song Nuan suddenly reached out, her hand hesitating in the air for a moment before grasping the man's icy hand. It was unclear whose hand trembled more. He lifted his gaze, the redness in his eyes fully exposed, and in the next instant, he held her tightly in his embrace. Song Nuan remained stiff, allowing him to hold her as Jean and Mo sighed nearby. Witnessing Xie Huai jump into the water made it clear to Jean and Mo that Xie Huai's love for Song Nuan was profound, one that could drive him to risk his life. In simple terms, the only person capable of compelling Xie Huai to jump into water for rescue was Song Nuan. In the lounge, Song Nuan changed into dry clothes. Upon opening the door, she found Xie Huai, who had long since stopped smoking, leaning against the wall with a cigarette, his aura more intense than the smoke itself, He turned to her, asking, "How did you fall in?" "Someone pushed me." Song Nuan understood that the person who pushed her aimed to embarrass Xie Huai. Not her. "Xie Huai, you don't need to save me next time." "I can swim. I know," he replied, fully aware of her swimming abilities, as he had once forced her to learn, with a coach who was a national-level athlete. Approaching the door, he suddenly turned to her again, saying, "I'm sorry you had to endure this." Song Nuan realized she was the type to respond better to gentleness than harshness. In this moment, Xie Huai's demeanor evoked a flurry of emotions within her. "All right," she nodded. "I in high school. A boy from their class drowned while swimming in the river over the weekend, prompting the school to intensify safety announcements prohibiting swimming in rivers, approaching reservoirs, and fishing, especially for boys, who often recklessly stripped off their clothes to jump into rivers. Unless you're a national-level athlete, stay home and do your homework. If that's too boring, play video games instead." As the school bell rang, the classroom buzzed with excitement. The homeroom teacher waved his hand, signaling them to dismiss. Song Nuan took her time packing her bag, glancing at the boys beside her, eager to see when they would leave. Xie Huai, however, patiently waited for her to finish, lingering until they were the last two left in the classroom. When Song Nuan's phone vibrated, she turned to check it. It was a message from Linro. "Is Xie Huai still not letting you leave? Do you want me to come up and get you?" Xie Huai quietly picked up his bag and stood to let her pass. Once she stepped outside, he quickly walked alongside her, tilting his head to ask, "Song Nuan, can you swim?" Song Nuan, unwilling to engage, quickened her pace, but soon felt her bag tighten behind her. She turned angrily, "Let go." Xie Huai refused to release her, pressing on, "Can you swim?" "No," she shouted, her frustration evident. "Then go learn. I wanted. You must go. I'll send you the address tomorrow. If you don't come, I'll shout for you downstairs," Xie Huai threatened. Song Nuan's anger flared. "Don't push me," he glanced at her, his tone softening as he coaxed, "It's just swimming. I won't do anything else. Once you learn, I won't bother you anymore." After a moment of silence, her beautiful eyes locked onto his, and based on her trust in him, she replied, "Lying is a dog trait." Xie Huai shrugged. "Fine, a dog it is. I won't really turn into one." Had Song Nuan known his thoughts, she might have been infuriated. Eventually, she agreed to learn swimming. For her, swimming was a physical challenge, with a coach who was quite strict. Any mistakes would be promptly corrected. After a morning of lessons, her arms and legs ached. Exiting the changing room, she spotted a boy sitting at the entrance. Engrossed in his test, she quickly ran around him, but Xie Huai, ever observant, swiftly caught up. "Want to go for hot pot?" Song Nuan remained silent, her head down as she walked forward. Xie Huai grasped her arm, causing her to wince in pain. "Did that hurt?" he asked, alarmed. "I didn't." He squeezed hard. She cradled her arm, her eyes reddening as she protested, "Try swimming for a few hours yourself." Upon hearing this, the boy bent down to meet her gaze, gently wiping her tear-streaked eyes and softly saying, "You are being delicate." Despite his words, his hand began to rub her arm gently. Song Nuan recoiled, turning away, and snapped, "Xie Huai, you are truly insufferable." All right, I'm insufferable," he conceded. Then, after studying her for a few seconds, he squatted down and lifted her onto his back. Song Nuan was both startled and frightened, vigorously pounding on his shoulder. "Put me down." The boy, a smile playing at the corners of his mouth, tilted his head and replied, "If you're not afraid of hurting your hands, then go ahead and hit me." Song Nuan, "It's only me who indulges your little whims. After just a few hours of swimming, you in pain. What will you do when it comes to making love?" Song Nuan, blushing with embarrassment, instinctively covered his mouth with her hand, her fair face flushed crimson by his teasing. In a fit of indignation, she finally bit down on his shoulder. Xie Huai winced at the pain, his shoulder tilting slightly as he laughed and scolded, "Song Nuan, are you a dog?" On the other end of the phone, a voice came through urgently, "Xie Huai has taken dozens of bodyguards to the Su family." Oh. Janemo, with foresight, mused that if Xie Huai were to let Su Haobo off the hook, he would no longer be Xie Huai. "Aren't you going to intervene?" "I'd rather watch the spectacle. Su Haobo has brought this upon himself. He knows he shouldn't provoke, and yet insists on doing so. I dare say, even if old man Su intervenes today, it won't make a difference. So serious? This is the woman Xie Huai has pursued for 13 years. Can you imagine her worth? Didn't you see he is even wearing the family heirloom bracelet?" He actually dared to push her into the water. The consequences of pushing Xie Huai in would hardly be as severe. The voice on the phone fell silent for a moment, then with excitement said, "Are you going to watch the fun?" "Of course. I want to see how Su Boheo makes amends." When the two arrived at the Su family's old residence, they found Su Boheo floundering in his family's extravagant swimming pool. Surrounded by dozens of bodyguards who wooed and let him out, Xie Huai stood at the entrance, 2 fingers pinching a cigarette, his sharp gaze fixed on the nearly drowning figure. Su Boheo's mother was in a panic. "Xie Huai, what do you intend to do? Get him out of there." Xie Huai merely took a quiet drag from his cigarette, slowly exhaling, completely indifferent to her anxiety. Janimo observed Su Boheo thrashing about, on the verge of losing consciousness, and approached Xie Huai, whispering, "That's enough. If he drowns, it will be trouble." That moment, a strong light shone over as Xie Mingyu strode down from a luxury car. Surveying the scene before reprimanding Xie Huai, "Aren't you going to pull him out?" "Xie Huai, what are you doing?" Xie Huai coldly fixed his gaze on him, unhurriedly replying, "You try and pull him out." "This is madness," Xie Mingyu retorted angrily. Janimo leaned closer to Xie Huai, whispering, "If this escalates, Song Nuan will be in trouble." Xie Huai pressed his lips together, remaining silent for half a minute before finally saying, "Pull him up." When Su Boheo was retrieved, his stomach was bloated as if he were 6 months pregnant, clearly having swallowed a great deal of water. Several family doctors rushed in to administer aid. Fortunately, after expelling a few mouthfuls of water, he regained consciousness. Old man Su, his expression frosty, demanded an explanation from Xie Mingyu, questioning why Xie Huai had caused such a scene. Xie Mingyu, a cunning old fox, would not offend the Su family, even if they were rivals, but he also wouldn't publicly tarnish his own family's reputation. "Uncle Su, I will handle this matter and provide an explanation later." Xie Huai tossed aside his cigarette, allowing it to burn on the floor, his tone filled with bitterness. "As for courtesy, that comes later. From now on, whatever your Su family does, I will take. If I can't take it, I will destroy it." His words showed no respect for the Su family, leaving their members visibly displeased. Xie Mingyu frowned, disapprovingly stating, "Xie Huai, be quiet." Janimo, disliking Xie Mingyu's attitude, offered a clarification, "Uncle Su, it was Su Boheo who pushed Xie Huai into the water." Xie Mingyu's expression darkened as he glared at Su Boheo. "If anything happens to him, your entire Su family will not have an easy time." Xie Huai was the only bloodline of the Xie family, and Xie Mingyu could not afford to overlook this. Su Boheo coughed a few times, panic evident as he denied, "I didn't push him." "You did. We all saw it," Janimo exclaimed, fabricating the truth. This left the Su family members at a loss for words, ultimately leading old man Su to step in and demand Su Boheo apologize. However, Xie Huai simply turned his back on them. On the drive back, Xie Mingyu turned to Xie Huai, asking, "Are you all right?" Xie Huai closed his eyes in silence. Xie Mingyu pressed his lips together. This was too reckless. Although the Su family has declined in recent years, their foundation remains solid. You're not ready to take them on. Xie Huai opened his eyes, his dark pupils gleaming with cold light. "Save your breath." Xie Mingyu frowned, quickly changing the subject. "You're not a child anymore. While it's fine to have fun, you need to prioritize marriage. Like you, did your wife jump into the river with a child?" Xie Huai retorted sarcastically. That incident from years ago remained a thorn in Xie Mingyu's heart, making his expression grim as he replied sternly, "Marriage is not something you can decide. Both your Uncle Li and I are quite satisfied. If you offend the Su family and don't ally with the Li family, it will be quite troublesome for you. If that is the case, then marry." Nonsense. Upon returning home, it was already past 11. Xie Huai stood at the bedroom door, frowning deeply, his hand resting on the doorknob, hesitating to enter. Finally, he turned and sat on the sofa, removing his coat and lying down for the night. The next morning, feeling something soft against his nose, he waved his hand casually, only to hear a meow. He opened his eyes wide in surprise. A small blue and white kitten had fallen to the ground, lying on its back. Instinctively, he glanced towards the bedroom door, finding no sign of movement, and his racing heart finally settled. He picked up the kitten, confirming it was unhurt before placing it against his stomach, murmuring, "Don't tell on me. Your mother gets angry easily." As he gently rubbed the cat, it seemed frightened and accidentally extended its claws, scratching his hand. Suddenly, the bedroom door swung open, followed by footsteps. Xie Huai looked up to see a woman emerging in a black cotton nightgown, her hair cascading loosely. Their eyes met. He straightened his posture. His voice low as he said, "It scratched me. Help me disinfect it. Today's update ends here." Xie Huai is not only reckless but also a habitual tattletale. Haha. Chapter 45. Before he dies, he must live well. His gaze fell on the scratch on his hand. Song Nuan turned to fetch a first aid kit, and after a moment, returned with iodine, placing it in front of Xie Huai, clearly indicating he should apply it himself. Taking advantage of her momentary distraction, Xie Huai lazily swept his hand over the iodine, causing it to thud to the ground. "It fell," he muttered. Song Nuan turned to look at him, silent for a few seconds before walking over to pick up the iodine. Taking out a cotton swab and applying it to his scratch with less than gentle care. Xie Huai winced, yet the corner of his mouth lifted in a smiled eye in the next moment. He leaned down and kissed her smooth forehead, a warm sensation blooming in his heart, sweet enough to make him dizzy. Instinctively, Song Nuan looked up, and soon the warmth on her forehead transferred to her lips. A sensation of being ravaged coursing through her. Just as she was about to push him away, the man pulled back. Gazing at her flushed cheeks, Xie Huai, in an unusually good mood, stood up, adopting the demeanor of a devoted house husband. "Go tidy up. I'll prepare breakfast." Song Nuan adjusted her mood, tightened the iodine bottle, drank a glass of warm water, and headed to the dressing room. Realizing her suits had become tight over the past few days, she had purchased 2 new ones, no longer needing to suck in her stomach. In the living room, Xie Huai finished making sandwiches and sat down, waiting for the woman to emerge. After about 7 or 8 minutes, she stepped out just as it was time to head to work. He raised his gaze casually and was immediately captivated. Unlike her usual standard black and white suits, today, Song Nuan donned a gray fishtail skirt suit, the double-breasted design accentuating her waist beautifully. Her waist was slender, her hips rounded. The skirt fell to her calves, her legs well-proportioned and exposed just enough to reveal their fair length. Her hair was not tied back, falling freely with a stylish partition that framed her face, adorned with a pair of pearl earrings. He swallowed hard, his gaze shifting upwards. "Where are you going today?" "I have a meeting with someone for work." Song Nuan sat at the dining table, taking small bites of her sandwich. Xie Huai remained silent for several seconds before pushing a warm glass of milk towards her, his deep gaze filled with warmth. "Why aren't you wearing those life-saving outfits?" Song Nuan paused mid-bite, quickly responding, "Why aren't you smoking those life-saving cigarettes?" Xie Huai fell silent for a moment before replying softly, "It's not good for you." He took a bite of his sandwich, the corner of his mouth quirking up as he lazily nudged the 2 cats that had gathered around him. Soon after, he stood up, grabbing his coat from the sofa and heading out. A sleek black luxury car pulled up in front of Song Nuan. Without waiting for the man in the driver's seat to speak, she opened the rear door and slid inside. "Hurry up, we're going to be late. Sit in the front." The man wore a black shirt, his left hand resting on the steering wheel, showcasing a strong wrist. Song Nuan opened the door to get out, taking her place in the passenger seat. Just as she fastened her seatbelt, Xie Huai grasped her left hand, placing it on his right thigh and gently playing with her soft fingers. Having grown accustomed to this, Song Nuan gave up struggling and closed her eyes to catch a bit more sleep. Xie Huai stole a glance at her, raising an eyebrow in good spirits. They arrived steadily at the company, and as Xie Huai unbuckled his seatbelt, he noticed she had fallen asleep. Seizing the opportunity, he leaned in and kissed her. "It's 8:57. Startled awake, Song Nuan's blurry eyes quickly cleared. Without time to glare at him, she pushed open the car door and hurriedly made her way into the building in her high heels. Just in time, Song Nuan entered the company, meeting the gazes of her employees as she walked into her office with a composed demeanor. The office boasted floor-to-ceiling windows, and Song Nuan instinctively walked over to glance outside, spotting the black car still parked by the curb. That moment, her phone rang. Upon answering, Xie Huai's deep voice came through. "I'll bring you lunch at noon. Don't order takeout." Since Song Nuan had exposed him, he had taken to delivering lunch himself, though he wouldn't bring it upstairs but rather have his assistant do so. Likely fearing she would lose her appetite upon seeing him, "I have a lunch appointment with a female client," Song Nuan replied. "Okay, if you don't want to eat, just leave it. Hang up." Xie Huai listened to the sound of her hanging up before driving to the company. At noon, when Song Nuan contacted her scheduled female client, she found herself blocked after making the call. her brow furrowing slightly, though she didn't dwell on it. Just then, the receptionist walked in carrying a thermos. "President Song, lunch sent from home for you." "Great, thank you," Song Nuan replied with a warm smile, nodding. The receptionist continued, "President Song, the clients you were supposed to meet today didn't show up. You think they were poached by someone downstairs?" Upon hearing this, Song Nuan looked up and asked, "Did lawyer Sun's clients not come either?" Several appointments were scheduled for the morning, yet none of the clients arrived. The receptionist remarked. Song Nuan nodded in acknowledgement. Aware that competition in the industry is inevitable, however, snatching clients from others reflects a lack of professional ethics. In the afternoon, she instructed Lin Ro to pretend to be involved in a legal dispute and inquire about the lawyer's fees downstairs, which turned out to be 5% lower than theirs, a considerable advantage. After several days of minimal clients, Song Nuan found herself working late into the night, while someone patiently waited downstairs to accompany her home. One night, around 1 in the morning, she noticed he had not come down. The man, waiting quietly in his car, turned off the engine and ascended the building. The entire edifice was shrouded in darkness, save for the faint light in the hallway, where his polished shoes echoed against the floor. He rang the doorbell outside the company, and after a moment, a weary-looking Song Nuan appeared to open the door. Rubbing her temples, seeing him was not unexpected, she said, "I have a meeting. If you wish to wait, please do so on the sofa." Xie Huai acknowledged with a hum but followed her into the office without uttering a word. Taking a seat in a black chair, tilting his head to observe the woman as she worked, it was evident that the company was not faring well. He remained silent, and after a while, he caught a glimpse of her dozing over her desk. Rising, he carefully approached and cradled her in his arms. Just a few steps into his stride, she stirred uncomfortably, causing him to stiffen momentarily before settling down on the chair. Attempting to make her more comfortable with difficulty, he removed his outer coat and draped it over her. Outside, darkness enveloped the world, while the dim light of the office cast their intertwined shadows against the floor-to-ceiling windows. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely until the woman stirred, her eyelids fluttering. Moments later, she opened her eyes, squinting at the harsh light, instinctively turning towards the darkness. The familiar scent of the man enveloped her. She looked up to find him leaning back against the chair, eyes closed, shadows of his lashes cast across his face, with his nose half illuminated and half shrouded in darkness, accentuating its perfect contour. He appeared to be barely asleep, his lips pressed together, instinctively pulling her closer. At tea times, Song Nuan found it challenging to associate him with his more erratic moments. The composed Xie Huai was undeniably charming. As he opened his eyes, the sounds of the night were softer than those of the day. "Good," he said, still not releasing her, as he stood and gently pressed her head against his chest. Drifting back to sleep. The next day at noon, at Haicheng Law Firm, Haicheng leaned against the chair opposite a man clad in a black suit, perplexed by his intentions. His small firm hardly warranted the interest of a city's young elite. Xie Huai's captivating eyes were devoid of warmth, as he pinched a cigarette between two fingers without taking a puff, seemingly only savoring the scent of tobacco. "Fond of stealing?" Haicheng frowned slightly, struggling to grasp his meaning. They lacked the capability to compete with the Xie Group. Was Mr. Xie's intent to suggest several law firms banding together to encroach upon his wife's business? Xie Huai discarded the cigarette but onto the floor, grinding it under his polished shoe before standing to tower over him, his demeanor dripping with disdain. Haicheng suddenly comprehended that he was referring to Song Nuan from Hongyang Law Firm. A wave of panic washing over him as he wiped his forehead. Mr. Xie understood the rules of business. Those with the means reap the rewards. Xie Huai was unafraid of others refusing to reason with him. He nodded slightly, lightly uttering, "Fine. Relocate to another city will not allow you to operate in a city die in the past." He would have uttered not a single word of unnecessary dialogue. Haicheng's complexion shifted, cold sweat beading at his forehead. "Mr. Xie, let's discuss this calmly. We were unaware of your connection to the firm. Had we known, we would not have acted as we did. How about this? We still have some ongoing cases. We can transfer them to Mrs. Xie." Xie Huai regarded him with disdain, scoffing, "You have 10 days to vacate. Otherwise, I shall assist you in clearing out." He adjusted his cuff, revealing a silver watch, then lifted the thermos on the table, pausing momentarily to add, "Come up with a reason to move. If my wife discovers even the slightest detail, you won't be able to keep your law firm open." His implication was clear. He would ensure they could not operate anywhere. After delivering his ultimatum, he strode out of the law firm, heading upstairs, where he waited at the corridor entrance point. One hand grasped his phone, his fingers tapping on the screen. Moments later, a woman clad in a black professional ensemble emerged, her heels clicking against the floor. Song Nuan initially thought it was her assistant and, not wanting to impose on anyone's work, jogged over, only to halt upon seeing Xie Huai, extending her hand to signal him to give her the thermos. Xie Huai took her hand, gently pulling her into his embrace, discontented with her actions. "Are you displeased to see me?" he questioned. They stood at the company's entrance, and fearing the employees might witness their interaction. She lightly pushed him away, whispering, "Let go of me. We're at the company." Xie Huai leaned closer, observing her closely. The woman appeared embarrassed, her ears reddening at the thought of being seen by others. She inhaled deeply. Feeling elated as the pressure around her waist lessened, Song Nuan pushed him back a step, scanning her surroundings, relieved when she noticed no one was watching. Yet still irked, she stepped on his shoe, her irritation subsiding somewhat as she calmly stated, "Give it to me." Xie Huai, unfazed, found her little temperaments endearing, akin to a playful cat. He refrained from teasing her further, handing over the thermos. "Finish it and return it to me. I'll be waiting outside." Aware of her desire for discretion, he complied, as long as she appreciated his presence. Song Nuan said little more, turning to re-enter the company. Halfway through her meal, she stepped outside to fetch water, overhearing two lawyers praising Xie Huai. "The man at the entrance is striking. I wonder which company he belongs to. Could he be the newly appointed deputy general manager from the neighboring firm?" they speculated. Song Nuan peered through the automatic glass door at the man, who held his phone in one hand, his expression indifferent. The next moment, he glanced up, their eyes meeting. Song Nuan, feeling a twinge of guilt, raised her empty water cup to sip. Realizing it was empty, she set it down and filled it again, avoiding any further glances in his direction. After about 10 minutes, she returned outside, handing him the thermos. Xie Huai accepted it and walked away. They had managed to establish a semblance of peaceful coexistence. Just as she exited the company, she encountered Guo, one of the partners from Haicheng law firm downstairs. She averted her gaze and stepped into the elevator. Guo hurried in after her, his expression slightly obsequious. "Song Zong, how about a cup of coffee?" he suggested. Song Nuan, carrying her handbag, replied coolly, "There's nothing between us that warrants coffee." Naturally, she was not in the best of spirits after having clients poached. "Let us discuss how you intend to steal clients," she added. Guo's expression soured, and he replied in a low voice, "We genuinely did not know you were Mr. Xie's wife. We apologize." Upon hearing this, Song Nuan frowned, about to respond when the man beside her interjected, "Mr. Xie visited today and instructed us to vacate. Song Zong, you are aware that not all business people are honest. They simply had the misfortune of crossing paths with someone formidable. We'll compensate you for the clients we took. Please speak well of us to Mr. Xie and ask him not to be excessively harsh." Although Song Nuan disapproved of Xie Huai meddling in her work, she could not accept their reasoning. Without his influence, they would undoubtedly have acted even more egregiously. She retorted coldly, "You lack professional ethics." As the elevator doors opened, she strode out, with Guo following closely behind, awkwardly saying, "Song Zong, how do you propose we resolve this? We can negotiate among ourselves." Song Nuan had long suspected that several nearby law firms were conspiring to suppress Hongyang law firm. With a stern expression, she quickly made her way to the street to hail a cab. Her daily meal seemed to indicate he was quite idle. However, assistantly found himself in a perpetual state of turmoil. Caught between one party demanding signatures while another was unhurried, he felt like a punching bag. Glancing up, he clapped his hands and stood to head towards the kitchen, returning shortly with a bowl of bird's nest soup as a preliminary dish. Noticing her remaining still, he asked, "What's wrong, Xie Huai?" "I don't need you to interfere with my work," Song Nuan replied, maintaining a relatively calm tone, not wishing to provoke him further, though her mood was undeniably sour. The sensation of being monitored was uncomfortable for anyone, even if it was under the guise of concern for her well-being. Xie Huai's voice was low as he said, "Eat first." Hearing the sound of the chair scraping against the floor, he turned to look at her. "If you can guarantee you'll leave work by 8, I won't meddle." Song Nuan adjusted her emotions, explaining, "You know work is unpredictable. Xie Huai, I have invested all my resources into the company." After a moment of silence in the living room, the man's unique, Cool voice broke the stillness. I do not care how your work progresses or whether you face bankruptcy. I only care about your well-being. He lifted his gaze to meet hers, adding, as long as I am alive, you must live well. He had the capacity to lose much, but the only thing he feared losing was her. Chapter 46. Song Nuan. Do you have even a hint of affection for me? The living room fell into silence as Song Nuan rubbed her temples, choosing not to continue the conversation. Just as she stepped into the cloakroom, the doors swung open, and she found herself lifted into his strong embrace, akin to a chick falling into its nest. She gasped, indignant. Xie Huai, what are you doing? He remained silent, carrying her outside and sitting on the sofa. Lifting her chin with one hand, coaxing gently, if you're angry, scold me. Bottling it up is a bad habit. Even in high school, you knew how to curse. Have you forgotten how to do it now? Should I teach you? His words were laced with an excessive amount of affection, causing Song Nuan's resolve to wane. Turning her head, she replied softly, will scolding you solve anything? Xie Huai paused for a few seconds before adding, you are not allowed to be angry anymore. His domineering tone made Song Nuan laugh in exasperation, her dimples becoming pronounced. Are you the emperor? I am your husband. Xie Huai raised an eyebrow. Song Nuan, unable to hold back any longer, allowed her high school temper to resurface and playfully pinched his cheek. In her more volatile moments during high school, she often resorted to pinching Xie Huai. He was taken aback for a moment before reacting with a hiss of pain, a glimmer of amusement flickering in his eyes. She had not outgrown her habit of pinching. The pinch was more painful than during their school days and carried a wildness of its own. Song Nuan, are you not afraid I'll retaliate? He asked. With a stern expression, she replied coolly, do as you wish. Xie Huai feigned a light-hearted "oh," gradually leaning closer to gently nibble on her lips. Adding meaningfully, I'll save that for later. After taking a shower, he planned to have a meal. With utmost care, he steadied her stance, yet before she could react, a sharp pain shot through the top of his foot. He languidly leaned against the sofa, tilting his head to observe the cat that had just entered the cloakroom. Moments later, he ambled into the kitchen, locked the door behind him, and with one hand on the phone, the other scrubbing a pot, he prepared to assist Haicheng Law Firm in relocating their office. He refrained from interfering in Song Nuan's work, though his discontent was palpable. He nearly provoked another bout of displeasure from Song Nuan. Just as Assistant Lee was about to clock out, the sound of water being poured echoed from the other end of the line, mingled with a low, masculine voice. He was cooking and unavailable. Assistant Lee, I was about to ask if you needed a housekeeper, but the call was abruptly disconnected. Jianmo attempted to reach Xie Huai but failed to get through, so he decided to call Song Nuan instead. He did not inquire whether Xie Huai was home. Knowing his nature, he would undoubtedly rush home after work, almost as if he were living at Song Nuan's place. This was not the first time Song Nuan had received a call from him. She carried the phone to the kitchen door and knocked. Within seconds, the kitchen door swung open, revealing a man clad in a gray knitted cardigan and a black apron. His gaze lowered, revealing a hint of indifference as he raised his chin slightly, asking, what is it? Song Nuan extended the phone towards him. Jianmo, just as Xie Huai reached out, he hesitated, bending down slightly to say, my hands are dirty, indicating for her to place the phone by his ear. With an expressionless face, Song Nuan complied, and Xie Huai's deep-set eyes locked onto hers, his lips curling ever so slightly as his tone turned cold. What's the matter? Jianmo clicked his tongue, teasingly remarking, Xie Zong, busy cooking? Xie Huai replied nonchalantly, you have no right to envy me. Jianmo replied, what's so enviable about cooking? If it were someone else, he probably wouldn't even step into the kitchen. It's only because it's Song Nuan that he does everything willingly. Sometimes he pondered what kind of absurd behavior Xie Huai exhibited at home. He cut to the chase, saying, my aunt mentioned the results are in. Hair growth is possible, but the process is quite painful, akin to regrowing a scalp. Let us explore a less painful option. Xie Huai showed no hesitation. He wanted his hair, even if it came with discomfort. Jianmo incredulously stated, is there any treatment that doesn't hurt? Did you think surgery is painless? I asked, and my aunt said there's no painless option. Tell her to figure something out. Invest in her research project, whatever it may take. Before Jianmo could finish, Song Nuan snatched the phone back, saying, no need, thank you for your trouble. Jianmo sighed, you need your partner to speak up. If you can persuade him, do so. He only listens to you. After hanging up, Song Nuan turned to Xie Huai, stating, "It's unnecessary. It doesn't affect my normal life." Xie Huai did not argue on this subject. He had begun to allow her to have her way, albeit only verbally. He still performed all his responsibilities without fail. Perhaps accustomed to Xie Huai's ways, she did not dwell on this matter. Work gradually returned to normal, and their commuting hours stabilized. Xie Huai's dark eyes lit up as he pressed the elevator button, saying in a low tone, "Come in," as soon as Song Nuan entered. He wrapped his arm around her waist and added, "My parents had their health check today. Everything is normal. I'll take you for a checkup this weekend." "Thank you." Song Nuan nodded. Suddenly, Xie Huai leaned down, his profile close to hers, earnestly asking, "So, a kiss?" Song Nuan struggled to suppress her emotions, her cheeks flushing like climbing vines, rosy and radiant. She pushed his face away. "There are cameras." Xie Huai glanced at the camera. Smirking, "Fine, I'll break it." Song Nuan choked on her words, about to retort when the elevator door swung open, revealing Song Dad and Song Mom at the entrance. Song Mom's eyes lit up. "We were just thinking of chasing after Xiao Xie. Why are you giving money again?" "Nuan asked me to," Xie Huai replied, guiding Song Nuan out of the elevator. Song Mom, well aware that it was Xie Huai who offered the money, said, "We don't need it. You should save it for buying a house or for any future children's expenses." Upon hearing children, Xie Huai instinctively glanced at Song Nuan. If Jinamo heard this, he would likely think inwardly, "Don't worry, Auntie, this coward Xie Huai hasn't slept with your daughter yet." Song Nuan naturally noticed his gaze, but pretended not to see it. "Mom and Dad? Let us go out for a meal. There's a hot pot place nearby that's quite good." "All right, we didn't know you were coming, so we didn't buy much food," Song Dad nodded. The hot pot restaurant was rather small, somewhat narrow, yet bustling with patrons, with a long line outside. Typically disdainful of such places, Xie Huai displayed remarkable patience, saying, "You all sit aside. I'll queue." Watching him stand in line, Song Nuan felt a soft pang in her heart. She seated her parents nearby. Song Mom grasped Song Nuan's hand, glancing towards Xie Huai, whispering, "He came to see us. You didn't know?" "I didn't know." Song Nuan admitted with a nod. "That cracked tile at our entrance. The property management said someone from our family paid to have it fixed. It must have been Xiao Xie," Song Mom remarked. Song Nuan pursed her lips. Sometimes, she had to acknowledge that Xie Huai was quite attentive to her family. However, she questioned how long this level of attentiveness could last. Xie Huai's emotions were unpredictable. Even he could not control them. She could only respond to her mother's words, "It is what he ought to do." Half an hour passed. Xie Huai had been stepped on 3 or 4 times. Staring at the chaotic shoe prints on his shoes, his brows twitching as he held back any sign of discontent. Just when it was finally his turn, a man suddenly cut in. Instinctively, he grabbed the man by his collar. The man, likely relying on his stature, bumped into him. "Who the hell are you to grab my collar?" "I'm cutting in." The boss didn't say anything. "What's your problem?" "Get out." Xie Huai's brows knitted slightly, as if he were enduring something. The commotion naturally attracted Song Nuan's attention. She hurried over, positioning herself between Xie Huai and the man, frowning. "Why did you bump into him?" The man glanced at her. Perhaps being confronted by a beauty softened his demeanor, and he remained silent but continued to block the way. Just as Song Nuan was about to speak, she felt a tightening around her waist and realized she was now behind Xie Huai. He still had patience, stepping aside. The people behind were voicing their displeasure. "No cutting in. We've been waiting for a long time." The man pretended not to hear, and Xie Huai's patience reached its limit as he extended his hand. In the next moment, someone seized his wrist, and he followed the gaze to see a woman illuminated by the light, the fine hairs on her profile clearly visible. Song Nuan softly urged, "Don't resort to violence. Just let it go. We've finally gotten a chance to eat with Mom and Dad. I don't want to quarrel with such people." Xie Huai obediently murmured, "Okay," his irritation seemingly soothed. "Taking a window side seat?" Song Nuan ordered dishes her parents enjoyed, then silently placed the menu in front of Xie Huai to at that moment. A voice from the adjacent table called out, "Oh, it's you." Instantly, everyone turned to look. The middle-aged woman with fashionable voluminous waves and exquisite makeup was Song Nuan's aunt, Song Rong. Her gaze fell on Xie Huai, Nuan's husband. Song Nuan suppressed the impulse to rub her temples. "Yes," Song Rong invited. "Come eat with us." "Nuan, you didn't even tell us about your marriage." Xie Huai interjected in a low tone. It was my decision to keep it quiet. Marriage isn't something to be ashamed of. Join us. Are you looking down on your aunt? Song Rong's tone often carried a hint of sarcasm. Though her heart was not malicious, Song Nuan preferred to avoid her company. Fearing that Xie Huai might feel uncomfortable, Song Dad declined, perhaps another time. Song Rong's expression soured, and she continued, Nuan has a boyfriend. She even asked me to introduce someone, which ended up offending people. Ignored by everyone, she continued to ramble. Fearful that Xie Huai might feel uneasy, today is inconvenient. We can do it tomorrow. I don't need this food. Song Rong sulked, returning to her seat, then loudly remarked to the middle-aged woman beside her. The man I introduced back then was tall, handsome, a professor, and wealthy. Some people simply lack discernment. Song Dad's face darkened, about to retort when Xie Huai's cold voice cut in. If you like him so much, feel free to divorce and remarry. We can cover the wedding expenses. With that statement, both tables fell silent. Song Rong's face flushed with anger. What nonsense are you spouting? No manners. Xie Huai's gaze darkened, and before he could respond, the woman beside Song Rong snapped, And you, auntie, have manners? Who I marry is none of your concern. You throw around the word manners so easily. The least courteous one here is you. Song Nuan had previously ignored her, but Song Rong had incessantly claimed she lacked manners. Even her mother was occasionally dragged into the discussion. Song Dad and Song Mom, being intellectuals, preferred to avoid conflicts. Usually opting for silence, Song Rong asserted, Song Nuan, what's with your attitude? I'm your aunt. How did you waste over 20 years of education? Song Nuan pressed her lips together, responding slowly, better than you wasting decades. Since high school, Xie Huai had known about Song Nuan's sharp tongue. If she wished to make someone uncomfortable, her words would surely hit where it hurt. Xie Huai pulled her into his embrace, signaling her not to be upset, then raised his eyelids. Aunt, is it? My temper isn't great. If anyone bullies Nuan, I want to differentiate between relatives. Don't think just because you're her aunt. I'll let it slide. Even if her parents bullied her, I wouldn't spare them. After a brief pause, he added, I indeed lack manners, which is why I act without restraint. If you utter one more word, this pot of soup in front of me will be yours to deal with. The woman in his arms attempted to rise, but he gently pressed her shoulder, murmuring, Don't be angry. I've got you. Song Rong's expression shifted, and Song Dad spoke up. We typically refrain from commenting on what you say, but can't you see the occasion today? How can you say the children have no manners? In the end, it was Song Rong's husband who pulled her aside, indicating that she should keep quiet. After some time, once they had settled, it was nearly 9:30 by the time they returned to their room. Song Nuan sat on the bed with a book in hand, intending to read a few pages before sleeping, while the man beside her silently looked on. Once she set the book down, he pursed his lips and asked, Why did you defend me today? Song Nuan froze for a moment, wanting to feign ignorance and lie down, but he continued, Do you perhaps like me a little? After a lengthy pause, she lay down and covered her head, responding lightly. No. Xie Huai's gaze dimmed as he stared at the quilt, murmuring, What's the point of hiding under the covers? Song Nuan, look me in the eyes and say that. Under the covers, Song Nuan instinctively clutched the blanket, evading the question. Her thoughts tangled and unclear. You're not working. I still have to. Song Nuan, deceivers are akin to dogs. Xie Huai ceased to press further. If she refused to admit it, he would wait. 1 year, 2 years, countless years. It mattered not. Yet, one thing was certain. Song Nuan harbored feelings for him. That night, she experienced a multitude of dreams. Transforming into a little white dog, a little black dog, a little spotted dog, even a chubby dog, with no image of herself as a human. The man in her dreams repeatedly uttered, Song Nuan, deceivers are akin to dogs. Startled, she woke before the alarm could rouse her, staring at the ceiling, her heart racing uncontrollably. The faint affection from her youth crystallized into a definitive answer at that moment. Suddenly, in her sleep, she kicked out, her foot colliding with Xie Huai, causing him a sharp pain in his calf. He abruptly opened his eyes, the drowsiness fading, instinctively believing he had overslept, and quickly rose to reassure her, I'll make breakfast right away. Chapter 47. Song Nuan, Fool. The sky outside the floor-to-ceiling window was shrouded in a thick fog, enveloping city completely. The man in a gray V-neck sleep shirt gazed vacantly at the window for a moment. Before quietly entering the bedroom, he could vaguely discern a figure nestled beneath the covers. There was nothing particularly remarkable, yet he leaned against the doorway, silently watching for a while. Finally, he chuckled softly, climbed into bed, and wrapped his arms around her. Unable to resist kissing her a few times, he murmured, "Do you despise me so much? Even in your dreams, you don't forget to kick me." Despite the words, his expression in the darkness conveyed an undeniable affection. He then lightly scolded, "Song Nuan, fool, great fool." Perhaps he had become addicted to scolding, as he continued, "Fool who can't find a book in hand." "Song Nuan, I can't find it." She immediately turned to glare at the boy beside her. "Xie Huai, return my math workbook to me. Give it back." Song Nuan had a habit of finding her misplaced belongings with Xie Huai, hence her assumption that he had taken it, speaking with righteous indignation. Xie Huai suddenly sat up, running his fingers through his tousled hair. A moment later, he reached out toward her. She instinctively recoiled. "What do you want?" "Song Nuan, are you really a fool? Not knowing the book is in your hand. You are the great fool." Xie Huai regarded her, his sleepiness dissipating. "Song Nuan, I like." His cheeks flushed with a hint of embarrassment, his ears turning our EDI. The next moment, he grabbed a book and covered his face, lying down with his face against the bed. "Next time, I'll continue to scold you." Just then, Jinamo approached and patted him on the back. "Buying water?" Xie Huai lifted his head, causing Jinamo to jump in surprise. His entire face was flushed. "What's wrong with you? Allergic?" Song Nuan, glancing out of the corner of her eye, noticed the boy's complexion was indeed abnormal, and she glanced at her own hand, wondering if she had been too rough. Unable to resist another look, she thought it was his fault for scolding her. She was in the right. It seemed a bit serious. Xie Huai stood up and angrily exclaimed, "You're the one who is allergic." He was clearly just shy. After they left, Song Nuan, feeling guilty, slumped over her desk and eventually went to the school infirmary to buy an ointment. Placing it in his drawer that I remembered incorrectly, Song Nuan lowered her head to complete her homework. The boy habitually rested his head on the desk, watching her with a slight smile. "Are you messing with me?" "Quite impressive, Song Nuan. If you want to deceive me next time, just say you like me. I love being deceived." Shameless. The two soon fell into a deep sleep, only to awaken past 10 o'clock. Xie Huai woke before Song Nuan, instinctively glancing at the European-style clock across the room. The hour hand rested on 10, and the usually unflappable man froze for a moment, quickly realizing it and gently nudging the woman beside him. Song Nuan opened her eyes, just getting out of bed when she heard his deep voice, "It's past 10. Take the morning off." Upon hearing it was 10, Song Nuan looked up at the clock, and indeed it was past 10. She reached for her phone, only to find it had shut down. She quickly charged it, rushing into the bathroom. Seeing this, Xie Huai didn't bother changing his clothes, striding into the kitchen to prepare a sandwich before she emerged, handing it to her as he said, "I'll take you." While speaking, he observed her expression, feeling a pang of irritation. "Damn it, how could I oversleep?" Song Nuan accepted the sandwich, lowered her head to power on her phone. "I'll take a taxi." Having said that, she hurriedly ran out. She arrived at the company just before 11 o'clock, relieved that there were no client meetings scheduled for the morning. At noon, the receptionist brought in lunch, unable to restrain her envy. "Song Zong, your family is truly wonderful, sending meals every day." Song Nuan glanced at the thermos on the table, then at the time on her computer, just past 12, clearly indicating that Xie Huai hadn't gone to the office. Her gaze lingered momentarily on the thermos. Meanwhile, Xie Huai arrived at the company around 3 or 4 in the afternoon. Assistantly, upon seeing him, breathed a sigh of relief. "Xie Zong, the important documents are on the left. The ones on the right can wait until tomorrow." Xie Huai nodded, pushing open the office door. At a glance, he noticed the pile of documents on his desk, pursing his lips. "So many?" "Chairman Xie stopped by this morning but left when he saw you weren't here." Xie Huai nodded again, sitting down in the chair. Just as he settled in, a knock sounded at the door, followed by it swinging open. Jinamo said, "Assistantly, you can leave. I need to speak with Chairman Xie." Once assistantly exited, Jinamo approached the desk, leaning against the edge with a mischievous smile. "Chairman Xie, have you fallen for a woman? Arriving so late. Last night must have been quite intense." Xie Huai raised his head and fixed him with a piercing gaze. Jinamo quickly amended, "I know, Chairman Xie, you are exceptionally capable. It must have been more than just one morning, at least 3 days and 3 nights." After joking for a moment, he pulled out 2 concert tickets from his bag. Handing them to him, "Look how good I am to you. These tickets were given to me, and I'm giving them to you and Song Nuan." Song Nuan would surely enjoy the concert. A chance to capture her heart. Xie Huai glanced at the tickets, which featured an elegantly made-up man, his expression darkening sharply, his gaze turning sharp as it fell upon Jianamo, oblivious to the shift in atmosphere. Continued, "This pianist is quite renowned abroad. This is his first concert in the country, in City F. Shaocheng. The last charity event you hosted featured him." As soon as the words left his lips, he sensed a palpable chill in the air. Xie Huai's eyes glimmered like a tiger's, as if he might pounce at any moment. Jianamo touched his nose, muttering, "No way, your possessiveness is too strong. It's just a concert, not an intimate engagement." Xie Huai tugged at his collar coldly. "If you don't want to die, get out." Jianamo, still unaware of the boundary he had crossed, kindly reminded him as the intermediary, "Prince, be a little generous. Too much possessiveness might frighten Song Nuan. Should I take her to see her university sweetheart instead?" Xie Huai felt a craving for a cigarette. Without one, he felt like lashing out. Had anyone else uttered such words, he would have surely punched them. Jianamo, startled, took a few steps back, awkwardly coughing. That's quite a coincidence. I have something to attend to, so I'll leave first." He was fortunate to have escaped. Suggesting that Xie Huai take Song Nuan to see her university romantic interest was a dangerous proposition. He was aware of this person, but hadn't he paid much attention to who it was. He had thought Xie Huai had already dealt with it discreetly. Unexpectedly, he was quite generous, allowing a rival to hold a concert. With the combination of charm and the university filter, wouldn't he worry that Song Nuan might develop feelings? Xie Huai glared at the concert tickets on the desk, his eyes narrowing into slits, before finally tossing them into the trash. Around 3 or 4 in the afternoon, Song Nuan received a call from a client in City C, informing her of an economic dispute in City F, requesting her presence there. When Linro called, she had just finished packing. "What's up? Nuan, come to my house for dinner. My mom made a lot of delicious dishes, including your favorite vermicelli." Song Nuan, recalling that she hadn't visited during the new year, replied, "Okay, I'll be there shortly." If she were at home, the living room and study would definitely be lit. Upon opening her bedroom door, she immediately spotted her suitcase in the corner, halting her steps, her brow furrowed. After changing into her loungewear, she sat on the sofa for half an hour. He picked up the phone from the coffee table, dialing to check Song Nuan's flight. Suddenly, a loud crash echoed in the silent living room. The phone he had been using slipped from his hand and shattered on the floor. The 2 cats on the sofa, startled, darted beneath it. Moments later, he surged to his feet, opening the drawer and pouring several packets of medicine into his hand, swallowing them all at once. An ominous look clouded his features. Around 9 o'clock, the door opened from the outside, and a soft voice called out, "I'm here." Upon seeing the scene in the living room, Song Nuan paused. The man, clad in a black shirt with the collar slightly open, sat on the sofa, his gaze deep and cold, with reddened eyes. The light from the living room cast a chilly glow upon his nose. His gaze upon her was restrained yet filled with unspoken emotions. There were 4 or 5 paper packets on the coffee table. She frowned slightly, instinctively asking, "Why are you taking medicine again?" Xie Huai lowered his gaze, his voice controlled to the utmost. "Why are you packing your suitcase?" "I am going to City F for work." Song Nuan had no intention of concealing her plans. Even if she didn't say anything, he would find out. "Shaocheng is holding a concert tomorrow. And you're going on a business trip." Xie Huai replied coldly. At his words, Song Nuan frowned, responding icily, "I didn't know he was having a concert. I'm going to City F for work." "You're not allowed to go." Xie Huai's cold demeanor bore a hint of obsession. Song Nuan could not possibly refuse. If she backed out last minute, few clients would seek her services again. She suppressed her anger to avoid provoking him. "I have to go. If you don't believe me, you can come with me." After saying this, she stepped into her bedroom, the door slamming with a soft tremor. Clearly indicating her angered eye in the bathroom, the reflection in the mirror showed her slightly reddened nose. She lowered her head silently as she brushed her teeth. Moments later, she heard footsteps approaching. Continuing to brush, she washed her face and then sidestepped the shadow by the door. Xie Huai grasped her wrist, his voice hoarse, "You go. I want to go. Don't be angry. I have something to do and want to be home. Tomorrow morning I'll have someone take you." After saying this, he turned and left, not daring to linger a second longer, fearing he would lose control and end up hurting her. He longed to keep her locked at home. Forbidding her from going anywhere as Jinamo opened the door, he was greeted by a somewhat astonished Xie Huai. "How could you bear to come? Aren't you with your wife?" Xie Huai's forehead pulsed with veins, his body trembling. "Help me call a psychologist." Observing his state, Jinamo promptly grabbed his phone to call the psychologist, and after hanging up, he hurriedly inquired, "What's wrong?" "Song Nuan is going to F-City tomorrow," Xie Huai replied, and without warning, he slammed his fist against the wall, his knuckles instantly turning red and bruised. It seemed he felt no pain as he struck again, fearing he would inflict further harm upon himself. Jinamo quickly embraced him tightly. "Xie Huai, don't overthink it. Relax, you must relax, don't dwell on it." Feeling the force trying to break free, he gritted his teeth. Damn it, just the thought of Song Nuan going to F-City is enough to provoke him like this. "I can't even imagine what would happen if she ran off with someone else," he urged. "Calm down. For heaven's sake, if she is going to F-City, just follow her. What is so hard to understand?" The strength in Xie Huai's arms suddenly dissipated, his body shaking, his eyes reddening as he spoke with a nasal tone. "I fear she doesn't hold me in her heart." He cared deeply about the 10 years of Song Nuan's life that had unfolded without his presence. Xiao Cheng seemed to serve as a constant reminder to him, Song Nuan's decade without him. Jinamo had never been one to harbor deep affections, and feeling a wave of emotion, he thought. "What kind of love game is this? If I had known earlier, I would have ensured you never met Song Nuan." The psychologist arrived in a rush as Xie Huai exhibited self-destructive behavior, which was quite concerning, necessitating hospitalization. After tidying up the study, the front door was pushed open from the outside. She paused momentarily but continued organizing the desk. Song Nuan looked up towards the doorway to see Jinamo. "On a business trip," she stated stiffly. Song Nuan disliked others prying into her personal matters, as if she had no privacy at all, and she resumed her tidying. Noticing her silence, Jinamo continued, "Clearly, he could have prevented you from going to F-City. Yet he still risked the emotional turmoil and allowed you to go. He would rather put himself in a difficult position than make things hard for you. He said he fears you might not think of him." "Song Nuan, I honestly don't believe you have no thoughts of Xie Huai." After a silence of several seconds, Song Nuan looked at him with reddened eyes and calmly replied, "I have already explained to him that I am going on a business trip. He doesn't believe me. What can I do? Do I have the right to choose?" Jinamo paused before affirming, "You do. Besides matters concerning men, what has Xie Huai ever refused you? You should bring him some clean clothes." In the hospital, Jinamo pointed towards the patient room, unwilling to enter, knowing that the person inside wouldn't want to see him. "You go," he said, pressing his lips together before softly adding, "Song Nuan, I am begging you, comfort him. If this continues, neither of you will be well." His words held truth. If this persisted, Xie Huai's normalcy would diminish even further. Song Nuan tightened her grip on the bag and said nothing as she stepped forward. The moment she pushed open the door, her gaze froze. It had only been 3 days since they last met. Yet Xie Huai had lost considerable weight. His lips were pale, his eyes tightly shut. With his eyelashes fluttering, clearly awake but unwilling to acknowledge anyone, at times, Song Nuan struggled to comprehend his obsessive nature, which seemed to trap him. Did he truly desire her affection, or was he merely fixated on being loved? If it weren't for the relentless pressure, she would rather not acknowledge the emotions stirring within her. She felt a sense of unease. Closing the door behind her, she placed her belongings on the sofa. The man on the bed, sensing the footsteps were not Jinamo's, opened his eyes devoid of emotion, his gaze drifting to the right. Their eyes met. The woman in the gray sweater quietly observed him. The previously lifeless figure suddenly propped himself up, leaning against the edge of the bed, as if realizing his current disheveled appearance. He lowered his head, his messy hair obscuring his brow. "Are you hungry? I can have someone bring food." Song Nuan, momentarily taken aback, raised her eyelids, likely surprised by his concern despite his illness. His first thought was still about whether she had eaten. "Xie Huai," she called suddenly, and his already pale face turned even whiter, momentarily wishing he could deafen himself to avoid hearing any words he didn't want to hear. He didn't want to hear anything, nor confront it. Song Nuan clasped her hands together, took a deep breath, and said softly, "You asked me if I have a slight fondness for you. Shut up." Xie Huai abruptly glared at her with a fierce intensity. As if she uttered one more word, he would meet her with the same fervor. He had been trying to maintain control, but the harder he tried, the less he succeeded. Song Nuan instinctively wanted to retreat, but held her ground. Looking at him, "Yes, I have a slight fondness for you." Once she uttered those words, she gave no thought to her retreat, relinquishing all choice to Xie Huai. The concealment had grown tiresome. Her declaration struck Xie Huai's heart like a blade, causing him to gasp for breath, his expression lost in confusion as he struggled to piece together her words for what felt like an eternity. He suddenly raised his head, incredulous. "What did you say?" "I like you, I don't like Xiao Cheng, nor do I fancy any other man." Song Nuan repeated, pausing before continuing. "During my trip to F City, I did not see Xiao Cheng even once. He treated me well during university, and I considered giving him a chance, but after graduation, we never crossed paths again. Xie Huai, can you trust me this time?" The room fell into silence as Xie Huai lowered his head and asked, "Did Jinemo ask you to comfort me?" "Yes," Song Nuan replied. Xie Huai's gaze darkened, but in the next moment, she resolutely added, "I did not comfort you. You know I would never use my feelings for you as a means to placate you." If she had been willing to comfort him, perhaps she wouldn't have transferred schools in high school. Noticing his lack of response, she chose not to elaborate further, sitting on the sofa, closing her eyes to rest. Her mind a whirlwind, tangled and chaotic. Time passed, and a faint sound broke the silence. Just as she was about to open her eyes, she felt herself being lifted into a solid chest. Upon opening her eyes, she found him staring at her with a fervent intensity, and before she could react, he lowered himself to kiss her, forceful and domineering, rendering her breathless. Song Nuan instinctively tilted her neck to escape, but his large hand held her chin firmly. As her brain reached a point of oxygen deprivation, she thought she might faint, but then fresh air rushed into her nostrils, and she gasped for breath. Xie Huai's finger traced the dimple on her cheek, rubbing it lightly, dangerously, and aggressively, stating, "I want you. I want to possess you completely." For 3 days, he had obsessively yearned to claim her, to seize her body and her very essence. She carried his scent, belonging solely to him. The madness in his eyes was unmasked, and Song Nuan's expression shifted as she pressed her hands against him, her breath unsteady, fearing he might force himself upon her in the hospital. "This is a hospital." As she spoke, she instinctively kicked him away. Xie Huai stumbled slightly, the chaotic emotions fading, his expression gradually calming as he quietly watched her. He reached out to touch her face. Song Nuan, lying is for dogs. Jinemo, having heard from the hospital staff, felt a pang in his heart. He realized that a few days of his guidance in the hospital could not compare to a few words from Song Nuan. Indeed, the small space he occupied in Xie Huai's heart was solely reserved for her. Xie Huai had spent a sleepless night, holding Song Nuan close, shrouded in darkness, his thoughts unreadable. The next morning, as usual, he prepared breakfast. Hearing sounds from the dressing room, he cradled the cat, gently stroking it until the footsteps grew clear, prompting him to look up. "Time to eat." Song Nuan placed her black bag down and sat silently at the dining table. The shadow cast by the man was palpable, followed by the warmth of his profile. Noticing the woman had set down her chopsticks, Xie Huai smirked, unrepentant. "Next time, I want to kiss you while eating." He coaxed her, "Keep eating." After breakfast, Song Nuan hurriedly left. After laying bare her thoughts, she felt as if she were naked in front of Xie Huai. The man at the dining table adjusted her bowls and chopsticks, finishing the leftovers. Suddenly, he broke into laughter, as if under a spell. The lawsuit in F City had been settled. If all went well, Song Nuan would receive a substantial attorney's fee. She asked the front desk to check out nearby dining options for a group dinner on Friday night. The others were hesitant to laugh, stifling their giggles. "If I don't cover my mouth, I might burst out laughing." Imagining that scene, Song Nuan couldn't help but chuckle. "I want to appreciate it." Linro laughed. "Next time he tries to take advantage of me, I'll post it online for everyone to see his muddy backside." To be fair, Jianmo's backside was quite well defined. After chatting for a bit, Song Nuan set her phone down. Minutes later, an unknown number called, and she answered on speaker. "Hello, Hengyang Law Firm. This is Jean Rouet. Are you free for lunch today?" The voice on the other end was unfamiliar to Song Nuan. Given that she had no connection with Jean Rouet, and knowing she was Jean Mo's aunt, she instinctively resisted. There's something you need. Let us discuss it in person. Jean Rouet hung up and quickly sent her a location. With no other choice, Song Nuan went over at noon. By the time she arrived, Jean Rouet had already settled in, her makeup still radiant. She sat casually, exuding an air of privilege. After Song Nuan took her seat, Jean Rouet remarked, "The process of growth can be painful. There's no way to avoid the discomfort. You might want to encourage Xie Huai that he won't listen." Song Nuan replied honestly. Jean Rouet likely understood Xie Huai's temperament. Looking at her directly and saying, "Can you not lie?" Song Nuan grasped her implication. She wanted her to affirm that it wasn't painful. After pondering for a moment, she nodded. Jean Rouet had gathered some understanding of her from Jean Mo. Surprised by her easy acquiescence, "Aren't you curious why? I'm not doing it for you." Song Nuan was doing it for herself. The matter remained unresolved, and Xie Huai's obsession with healing persisted. Jean Rouet hadn't anticipated such a response. Realizing it, she scrutinized Song Nuan, whose flawless oval face was complemented by a simple makeup look, pure and cleaned. "Do you like collecting postcards?" The sudden, unrelated question made Song Nuan furrow her brow slightly as she looked up at her. She hadn't collected them in many years. Jean Rouet continued, "Xie Huai also collects postcards, a thick stack that I asked him to give them to me, but he said they were compensation for you." Xie Huai, being the type who could obtain as many postcards as he desired, could have easily acquired what he wanted but chose not to. "Do you think he is insane?" Song Nuan was momentarily taken aback as Jean Rouet tossed her hair aside with an air of arrogance and declared, "Although Xie Huai is blind to my merits, your lack of appreciation for him is equally short-sighted. Do you know why I am fond of him? He has attempted suicide twice, and I was the one who saved him on both occasions. Initially, I thought he was rather troubled. Why would a seemingly good person be so despondent? As time passed, I realized he possesses everything yet is devoid of all. Having attempted suicide twice, he is utterly alone. With no family by his side, not even a thought of children from his family, I believed he would not survive. But one day, he suddenly came back to life while reading a newspaper. At first, I couldn't comprehend why, but just a few days ago, I stumbled upon that newspaper again and finally understood." As she spoke, she retrieved a newspaper from her expensive bag and handed it to her, adding, "This is my cherished possession. I gift it to you in gratitude for your promise to me. In families like ours, those who are capable of long-lasting affection are almost non-existent. Xie Huai is truly a madman." Song Nuan hesitated briefly before unfolding the newspaper and scanning it from top to bottom. A small corner of the paper featured her photograph, a minor placement from when she had taken on her first case and was interviewed. Jean Rouet said nothing further, rising to leave, and shortly after entered a sleek, black sports car. The man in the driver's seat eagerly inquired, "How's your aunt?" Jean Rouet's mood soured. Who could remain cheerful when forced by their nephew to play mediator? She forced a smile and retorted, "Jean Mo, you'll get your comeuppance." Jean Mo responded, "Your aunt certainly knows how to speak. Aunt, with such ungracious words, it's no wonder Xie Huai doesn't fancy you." However, despite Song Nuan's sharp tongue, Xie Huai still holds affection for her. This only indicates that Xie Huai has no regard for you at all. Song Nuan left the office promptly at quitting time, tidied her desk, and as she passed the front desk, she kindly said, "Please send me the location once it's chosen. I'll make the reservation." The receptionist nodded and, recalling something, handed her a rose, saying, "Song Zong, this is for you. There's a promotion at the flower shop downstairs today, so I bought a few extra." Song Nuan accepted it with a grateful smile. Remembering something, she added, "Please schedule an appointment with Minion Photography Studio first thing tomorrow morning to inquire about their availability." The receptionist nodded, suddenly looking towards the entrance. Following her gaze, Song Nuan saw a man outside the glass door, dressed in a light gray double-breasted suit, with a white and gray striped tie. It was rare for him to wear such light colors. His icy demeanor seemed softened somewhat. His hair was cut shorter than usual, just slightly longer than a buzz cut, appearing neat and tidy, reminiscent of the hairstyle required at high schools, yet not juvenile. Xie Huai quietly watched her, waiting for her to finish work. After exchanging a few words with the receptionist, Song Nuan stepped outside and noticed him gazing at the rose in his hand. She pressed her lips together and explained, it was a gift from the front desk. The man reached out, took the flower from her hand, and then grasped her hand with his other, saying nothing as they descended the stairs towards the flower shop. Sensing his intentions, Song Nuan paused, thinking the flowers at home could last a few more days. Xie Huai murmured, "Shall we go to the mall? What do you wish to buy?" Song Nuan did not refuse him. His demeanor today clearly indicated a desire to linger outside. "Purchase whatever you like," she replied. Xie Huai, momentarily stunned, then brightened, bending down to meet her gaze, smiling softly as he said, "If you smile again, I'll take you for snacks." Song Nuan felt her earlobes warm with embarrassment, and after a brief silence, she turned and took a few steps away. The tall man easily caught up with her, holding her hand and asking, "Not hungry?" The nearby snack street was bustling with people, and as they passed a row of stalls, they encountered several lines. Before Song Nuan could respond, Xie Huai shrugged off his suit jacket and draped it over her shoulders. Pointing to a nearby milk tea shop, "Let us sit inside." Noticing her attempt to remove the jacket, he raised an eyebrow and said, "If you take it off, I'll kiss you." Song Nuan was momentarily stunned, gripping the jacket as she marched into the milk tea shop in her high heels. After about an hour, Xie Huai returned with an assortment of snacks, his gaze landing on the half-finished milk tea in front of her. "I want a drink." Song Nuan glanced at the drink, stood up to order, but in the next moment, a large hand pressed down on her shoulder, and the man took a big gulp from her cup. Song Nuan stared at him in shock, then burst into laughter. "That's someone else's leftover." Seeing the amusement hidden in her eyes, he leaned down to kiss her, suppressing a wave of nausea in his heart. Nearby, two young women observed them and whispered, "Look, they're kissing. The guy is so handsome, and the girl is beautiful too." Song Nuan heard every word, and though her expression remained unchanged, her flushed earlobes betrayed her. Chapter 49. Song Nuan. "I'm not a monk." Upon entering, Song Nuan immediately noticed a change in the living room. She had shifted from the cat and finally paused in front of the treadmill by the floor-to-ceiling window, which gleamed as if new. Following her gaze, Xie Huai said in a low voice, "You'll run for half an hour every night." He set down his belongings and sat beside her, adopting an uncompromising tone. "Starting today." Song Nuan pretended not to hear, selecting her favorite food instead. Xie Huai did not press the matter further, and she initially believed the issue would be dropped. After finishing her meal, she habitually lay on the couch to digest and read, while two cats lounged beside her. About half an hour later, the man sitting at the other end of the sofa stood up. Song Nuan frowned, leaning back and warning, "I want to run." "If you want to run, do it yourself." "Fine, choose between running and something else," he replied, his shadow casting over her reddened face. Taking a deep breath, she rationally stated, "I am healthy. There's no issue." Xie Huai, displaying remarkable patience, retrieved several examination reports from a cabinet and showed them to her. Detailing her health metrics, frowning, he remarked, "You're out of breath after just a few steps. How is that healthy? Choose." When she remained silent, he continued, "If you don't decide within 10 seconds, I'll go take a shower." Clearly, he preferred her to choose the former. With a dark expression, Song Nuan ran for half an hour, then washed up and lay down in bed, pulling the blanket tightly around herself. Next to her, Xie Huai was exposed to the cool air of the room, which lacked air conditioning. He was unbothered, tugging at the edge of the blanket, smoothly slipping under it and wrapping his arms around her. Softly coaxing, "Stay healthy. When we're older, you'll have the strength to beat me." Feeling her legs ache from the sudden exertion after a long period of inactivity, she snapped at him, "Can we just sleep?" Xie Huai obediently fell silent, gently stroking her hair as if soothing a cat. Spoiled as the night wore on, her discomfort intensified, and she rolled over with a pained exclamation. The man beside her immediately awoke, his voice hoarse as he asked, "What's wrong?" In the next moment, the bedroom light flicked on, revealing Xie Huai, his V-neck pajamas slightly undone, exposing a generous amount of skin. Awakening, Song Nuan felt the ache in her legs and instinctively thumped them, prompting Xie Huai to pull back the covers. "Legs hurt?" He reached out to massage her, his lips pressed together as he added, "Your constitution is too weak." Song Nuan, usually quick with words, retorted, "I'm not out running to chase after others." "Have you ever seen someone chasing after others while running a lawsuit?" He replied, continuing his massage and adding, "Song Nuan, I'm not a monk. After half an hour of this, I'll need to be on you for 2 or 3 hours. Are you planning to go to work? If you don't go to work, I won't let you run." Song Nuan's brows furrowed, and after a long moment, she managed to say, "You're shameless." The man chuckled softly, sitting on the bed and placing her legs on his thighs, teasing her. Normal needs. If Xie heard this, he would surely roll his eyes. Needs? After living like a monk for 28 years. In a few more years, that aspect might very well be obsolete. Song Nuan closed her eyes, choosing not to engage in a debate about needs. Gradually, the ache in her legs lessened, and before long, she drifted off to sleep. Xie Huai continued to massage her for a while longer before pulling the blanket over both of them and gently rubbing her slender waist, muttering, "Spoiled." After work, it was evident that Song Nuan had not treated Xie Huai well. As he bent to fasten his seatbelt and noticed her sullen expression, indicating she was still upset about his insistence on running, he gently stroked the back of her head a few times, sighed and relented. 20 minutes each day is essential to run. Lacking exercise is detrimental to your health. Just as he prepared to start the car, something nudged against his cheek, and he turned sharply to see the woman beside him. Her throat dry. Song Nuan, unlike others, truly detested exercise. She had never liked running since childhood. A kiss from Xie Huai, in comparison to running, seemed like an excellent alternative. After all, she wouldn't lose anything by kissing him. Feeling flushed, Xie Huai tugged at his suit jacket, impatiently unbuttoning it, muttering, "Song Nuan, you really have a way of making this unbearable." Turning her head to gaze out the window, the blush creeping up her neck was evident. The drive continued in silence, the atmosphere relaxed compared to previous days. As they arrived at the Jean family villa, Xie stood up to open the door. The pair outside, clad in professional attire, presented a striking image of beauty and talent. He seldom scrutinized Song Nuan closely. He only knew that she was stunning, but in a way that was different from his aunt's beauty. Her features lacked aggression yet commanded respect, demanding reverence. Today, she wore a tailored suit that accentuated her slim waist and long legs, her hair elegantly pinned at the back, exuding a polished sophistication. "Look at that, just a glance more, is it really necessary?" he mused, pondering his own sanity. Of course, otherwise I wouldn't be losing my mind so often. Xie Huai shot him a warning glance and guided Song Nuan through the door, this time not allowing her to change her shoes as they walked inside. With his aunt in front and the two of them behind, Xie was accustomed to it. After all, it wasn't his responsibility to clean. Indeed, he could not afford to be broke. Otherwise, with his temperament, he would surely perish. Jean Rouet, rarely seen without makeup, appeared less aggressive today, her hair casually tucked behind her ears as she looked at Song Nuan and said, "Come with me to my room." Just as Song Nuan was about to nod in agreement, Xie Huai interjected, "I'll go first." Instantly, the room fell silent, and Jean Rouet maintained her composure, stating, "Your situation is different from Song Nuan's. The reactions to the medication will vary. I'll go first." Xie Huai maintained his usual calm demeanor, exuding an air that brooked no refusal. Xie, feeling somewhat awkward, scratched his head, lacking the courage to meet his aunt's gaze. He knew that Xie Huai would insist on trying it himself. His aunt was skeptical and he feared she might be courting disaster at that moment. Song Nuan interjected, "Let us not waste time." "Which room?" Xie Huai cast a glance at Jean Rouet, urging her to hurry. Jean Rouet couldn't help but roll her eyes and candidly remarked, "The reaction from the potion may cause discomfort, but it won't be unbearable, within the tolerable limits of a normal person." Xie Huai's expression darkened, nearly dripping with discontent. If he didn't volunteer to try it, Song Nuan would have to endure the pain again. He glared at Jean Rouet menacingly. The atmosphere instantly stiffened, prompting Jean to alleviate the tension by suggesting, "Why don't you try first? If you can handle it, we proceed. If not, we refrain." Xie Huai narrowed his slanted eyes and replied in a deep tone, "No treatment." Jean Rouet, perplexed by his excessive worry, furrowed her brow and said, "There's no such thing as painless treatment. This is merely a slight discomfort. If you wish to avoid pain, it's impossible. Even offering billions wouldn't suffice. If Song Nuan can agree, why can't you?" Xie Huai took a moment to collect himself and replied gravely, "I cannot." Subjecting her to further pain is no different from the bullying she endured in high school. Song Nuan was particularly averse to pain. Suddenly, a hand grasped his wrist, and Song Nuan softly said, "I'll undergo the treatment. I don't want to lose my hair, no. We'll treat it later," Xie Huai stated firmly, leaving no room for negotiation. Jean seemed to grasp Xie Huai's thoughts. He had likely been haunted by the memories of Song Nuan's high school bullying. Forcing her to endure pain again would only deepen his anguish. It could be said that Xie Huai suffered the most upon recalling Song Nuan's past torment. During that time, he wished to give her everything good, yet she suffered because of him. He spoke up. Tomorrow, I'll have my father inquire with Uncle Li to see if there's a solution. Aunt cough. Don't make that face. I can hardly eat, he added. And you, Crown Prince, tone it down a bit. Song Nuan, comfort him. I still want to eat. Upon hearing the mention of food, Xie Huai's hostility dissipated somewhat. Under everyone's gaze, he removed his suit, rolled up his sleeves, took off a string of black jade beads, and handed them to Song Nuan. He then walked into the kitchen in front of them. Jinimo clicked his tongue, leaning to peer into the kitchen, where the man was already preparing ingredients. He thought to himself, never did he expect to taste a meal prepared by Xie Huai in his lifetime. He glanced at Song Nuan, thinking that with a bit more guidance, she would surely end up with a model husband. Song Nuan cast a glance toward the kitchen, wanting to say that he might not be able to eat, but she refrained from commenting further. Yandere also couldn't help but look, feeling a surge of frustration. She had pursued this man for years, yet he didn't even spare her a glance. Serves her right. This was her just desserts, the age suitable for marriage. Yandere's family was particularly concerned about her affairs, having meticulously selected Sun Wanwei for her. Sun Wanwei was a legend in the capital circle, a breath of fresh air since childhood, consistently ranking first in academics. Under his management, the Sun Group's market value had more than doubled. He was indifferent to women, dedicating his time to literary pursuits and garnering various literary awards abroad. He was more than a match for her aunt. Yet her aunt, with her disdainful disposition, found fault with decent individuals and couldn't utter a single flattering word. In his view, Xie Huai had never uttered a word she would appreciate. His only redeeming quality was his excessive handsomeness. Yandere retook her seat, arms crossed, wondering why he hadn't delved into his literary studies. Jinimo scoffed. I'm not his boyfriend. Yandere replied. Song Nuan isn't very acquainted with them. She sat on the other side, pulling out her phone to check messages. Linro had sent over a dozen messages. Nuan, my ex-boyfriend came looking for me. Ugh. P.S. blocking my door. Damn, it's so scary. She rushed to the kitchen doorway, calling out, Xie Huai, take me to Linro's house. Xie Huai glanced at her, his voice low, let us eat first. She has something urgent, Song Nuan insisted. Hearing this, Xie Huai furrowed his brow, set down what he was holding, and stood up. Jinimo interjected, there might be traffic. Let me take you another way. That moment, Song Nuan was too preoccupied to ponder how he knew an alternative route to Linro's house. Jinimo took the wheel, glancing at Yandere in the passenger seat, asking, Aunt, where are you going? To see my favorite author. Yandere was quite the novel enthusiast and, coincidentally, a devoted fan of Linro. Recently, upon seeing Linro's new book with a male lead named Jinimo, she had been daydreaming. She wondered if she could ask for a name change. Suddenly recalling something, she turned to Jinimo. Do you know Linro? Jinimo's expression soured, stiffly replying, No. So the male protagonist in Linro's story is you. I was wondering why you were so full of yourself. Yandere shot back. Jinimo retorted. Meanwhile, Song Nuan, anxious in the back seat, pressed her lips tightly together and turned to gaze out the window. Suddenly, a voice broke through, Don't hold back. If you want to laugh, just laugh. Song Nuan felt embarrassed, her forehead resting against the glass, as a hand stretched out to block her, feeling cool against her. Upon their arrival at the entrance, several men stood there, reeking of alcohol, clearly inebriated. Song Nuan fumed, Jiang Wanan, are you out of your mind? Why are you knocking on Linro's door? Jinimo curiously peered around, asking, which one? Don't tell me Linro has such poor taste? Jiang Wanan, with his handsome features, appeared rather disheveled in his drunken state. Tell Linro to open the door. I'll just take a look and leave. You're married now. What are you pretending to be so sentimental for? Besides, she has a boyfriend. Song Nuan worried that Jiang Wanan would realize Linro was single, nudging Jinimo beside her. Jinimo paused, then reacted, striding over to grab Jiang Wanan by the collar. What the hell are you doing at my girlfriend's house? Look at you, you pathetic excuse of a man. How do you dare compare yourself to me? Are you more handsome, richer, or just shameless? Just then, Linro opened the door and caught the tail end of his words. She smirked, her anger boiling over. Why don't you just drink yourself to death? From head to toe, I wouldn't give you a second glance. Just looking at you makes me want to vomit, If you miss me, you might as well miss your ancestors. Perhaps they'll bless you with wealth and a wife. Jiang Wanan's face turned crimson with rage. And after a moment of stuttering, he managed to sputter. I've had enough of you. You filthy whore. Before anyone could react, Song Nuan charged forward, delivering a sharp slap, coldly declaring, "Shut up." Jiang Wanan was taken aback, instinctively raising his hand, but before he could strike her, Xie Huai kicked him, pulling Song Nuan behind him with a fierce glare. "Try touching her." Jinamo then lunged forward, landing several blows on Jiang Wanan. "I am willing to bow down to such a scoundrel like you." He held Jiang Wanan by the neck, turning to Lin Ro and urging, "Hurry, come over and hit him a few times. I'll pay for it." Upon hearing that someone was willing to cover the costs, Lin Ro stepped forward, delivering a kick to Jiang Wanan's sensitive area, causing him to faint from the pain. In the end, Jiang Wanan's friends called the police, who arrived to take statements, not daring to utter a single harsh word against Xie Huai and Jinamo, though Lin Ro held no particular fondness for them. She remarked matter-of-factly, "Thank you." Xie Huai checked his phone for the time, then looked at Lin Ro with a calm expression. "Can I use your kitchen?" Lin Ro was taken aback, but nodded. "Sure, I'll borrow it," Xie Huai said in a low tone. Lin Ro stepped aside to let him in, while Jinamo muttered under his breath, as if he was afraid of starving his wife. Chapter 50. Nuan Nuan. Dante touched the Adam's apple. Song Nuan and Lin Ro exchanged glances, while Jinamo shrugged, saying, "What are you looking at?" "I didn't say anything wrong." Lin Ro glanced at Jean Rue but chose not to respond, gesturing for them to sit inside. She leaned closer to Song Nuan, her curiosity piqued. "Is Jinamo your boyfriend?" Song Nuan quietly explained, "He is my aunt." Lin Ro gasped in surprise, her voice barely contained. "How is that possible? You don't resemble each other." "What do you mean?" "We both share the surname Jean." Jinamo lounged on the sofa, casually observing his surroundings, then added, "Can't tell you have some taste." Lin Ro forced a smile. "Not bad, but it doesn't compare to your jade table." Jian Rue laughed unceremoniously, deriding, "Keep it as a family heirloom." Jinamo's lips twitched. "Fine, I'll give it to your son." Just then, a man in a simple shirt emerged from the kitchen. Before he could speak, Jinamo teased, "Xie Huai, how about I gift you and Song Nuan that jade table for your future child?" Xie Huai merely cast him a sidelong glance, declining, "We have no such taste in our household." Jinamo continued, "Xie Huai, help her with that. It's stuck." Song Nuan took her time, fumbling with the cuff button, which was indeed rather tight. After struggling for quite a while without success, she asked Jinamo for assistance. Xie Huai, in a surprisingly good mood, simply made a sound of acknowledgement, and without further ado, he tugged the fabric lightly, causing the button to pop off and fall to the ground. He bent to retrieve it, tossing it into the trash, and returned to the kitchen. Jinamo remarked, "Who cares to touch him? I thought he wouldn't be capable, but it seems he knows how to pursue someone after all." Jinamo feigned ignorance. "Didn't I? Just cooking for your wife?" "You're my wife?" Xie Huai lowered his sleeves. Noticing Song Nuan hadn't moved, he walked over, bending slightly to lift her and placing her on a dining chair, saying, "Eat." With so many people around, she was the only one eating. Song Nuan was momentarily stunned. Her face flushed as she found herself at the dining table. She wanted to say something but feared it would be awkward, so she picked up her chopsticks and began to eat. Xie Huai's gaze fell upon her reddening ears, a subtle smile gracing his lips as he sat beside her, quietly waiting for her to finish. The scene had a profound impact on the three witnesses, Lin Ro, Jean Rue, and Jinamo, none of whom had ever seen Xie Huai shed his hostility and reveal such a gentle demeanor. Suddenly, Lin Ro realized that Song Nuan had gained weight, likely a result of Xie Huai's influence. Xie Huai was indeed a commendable individual, albeit overly possessive and emotionally unstable. Had it not been for the transfer during high school, he and Song Nuan might have been together long ago. Ah, what a fateful entanglement. Jean Rue, unable to remain any longer, stood up to leave, with Jinamo hastily following her. As they descended the elevator, he cast a sidelong glance at her. "Aunt, you're not going to cry again, are you?" Jean Rue replied in a hushed tone, "Shut up." Jinamo let out a sigh, pondering how it was that wealthy families could exhibit such deep emotions. "How wonderful it is to be like me, free and unencumbered, without the obligation to cook for anyone." Jean Rue's smile did not reach her eyes as she remarked, "You will face retribution for that." Jinamo scoffed confidently, "Rest assured, I shall never trip over a woman in this lifetime. While he could not guarantee success in other areas, this was one matter he was certain of. On Friday evening, Song Nuan returned home to find that the treadmill by the floor-to-ceiling window had been replaced with a spinning bike, and her expression darkened. She regretted her lack of memory. Xie Huai had never walked a conventional path since high school. Hearing the sound of the door opening, she caught sight of the man emerging from the study. Still dressed in formal attire, having not yet changed, he yanked off his tie and tossed it onto the sofa, indicating they would be going out to dinner soon. However, she had no desire to leave. After a long day, Song Nuan merely wished to recline on the sofa. She changed into loungewear from the dressing room and emerged. The man leaned back on the sofa, lazily stating, "Ride for half an hour. Or we can go out. The choice is yours." Song Nuan felt a pang of frustration, inhaled deeply, and resolved not to fall for his tricks. "I choose neither." "Very well." Xie Huai raised an eyebrow, swiftly lifting her and carrying her into the bedroom. Placing her on the bed, he then cast a shadow over her, his form hovering above. Initially, he had only intended to tease her, but the proximity brought forth an intoxicating scent, his gaze darkening as his Adam's apple bobbed subtly. Understanding his intentions, Song Nuan pushed against his chest and gritted her teeth. "I'm leaving." The man remained silent for a moment, then leaned in to kiss her lips. Sensing her resistance, his large hand slipped into her waist. As she gasped in surprise, he seized the opportunity to advance, his hand moving slowly upward, distinctly feeling her tension and softness, causing his breath to quicken. Frustrated yet powerless, Song Nuan stood up and pulled down her clothing. Then, without hesitation, stepped on his foot before striding out of the bedroom. Xie Huai, accustomed to her antics, followed without a glance, retrieving a jacket from the dressing room for her. Gazing at the expansive screen showcasing a musical troupe that had been performing for over a decade, Song Nuan recalled how she could still snag tickets in previous years, but now it had become increasingly difficult. Out of the corner of her eye, she noticed the man beside her. His profile under the lights was cold and perfect. "Have you investigated all my preferences?" she retorted, resisting with pursed lips. Xie Huai's gaze settled on her. "No need for investigation. Your preferences are rather predictable. Besides academics, these are your only interests." Song Nuan was momentarily speechless. And he added leisurely, "In high school, you had a penchant for cakes, glancing at the bakery every Friday. You tend to fixate on what you like." Noticing her silence, Xie Huai wrapped his arm around her shoulder. His voice deepening, "I don't fancy anything else. I only desire you." Whatever she cherished, he would inevitably cherish as well. Xie Huai managed to secure the front-row seats that Song Nuan had longed for. A stark contrast to the usual central positions. This time, they were front and center, even receiving fruits and water from someone. Though Xie Huai had never shown much interest in such things and often found himself dozing off. He leaned back, watching Song Nuan as the musical commenced, occasionally stealing glances at her, too cautious to look too long lest she notice. Song Nuan was completely absorbed in the performance, her eyes fixed on the stage, which allowed Xie Huai to admire her, reminiscent of high school days when he would watch her intently. Her profile had hardly changed. Her smile still bore the same dimples, her lips retained their shape, and her eyes sparkled with a clarity that often scrutinized him. He sometimes worried that if she stared too intensely, she might one day grow indifferent in her old age. Xie Huai recalled the mornings in high school when Song Nuan would recite the Red Cliffs during self-study, her soft voice stirring him from sleep, compelling him to rest his head on the desk. Sometimes, he would open one eye, captivated by her cherry-like lips moving rhythmically, as if inviting a kiss if they were to date. He resolved he would kiss her every day. Blushing at the thought, he buried his face in his arms for a moment before tilting his head to watch her. When she finished reciting, he called out, "Song Nuan, sing for me." She shot him an annoyed glance, muttering, "You're insane." Xie Huai chuckled, "Unreasonable. You disturbed my sleep. Sing to lull me. It's only fair." With her cheeks puffed slightly, she clearly wished to ignore him. Just as she prepared to refocus on her literature book, she noticed the homeroom teacher quietly entering through the back door, startling her. "You haven't recited much of the Red Cliffs," the teacher's voice rang out. "Xie Huai, do you need to go out and sleep?" Although the school feared him, they still maintained some level of order, particularly since the homeroom teacher could not abide his harassment of Song Nuan. Xie Huai languidly sat up, flipping open the literature book and casually turning a page, following along as Song Nuan recited, "The Red Cliffs." When she hesitated, he lifted his chin slightly, continuing on. Song Nuan, unsure whether it was fear or embarrassment, felt her face flush as if she had been dusted with rouge. She flipped a page, exclaiming, "The free and easy wandering! The free and easy wandering!" Xie Huai echoed her words. The homeroom teacher's face contorted with anger, glaring at Xie Huai in silence, hoping he would exhibit some self-awareness. However, he was not one to conform. Song Nuan would read a line, and he would echo it back. He was essentially a human tape recorder. His furrowed brow softened as his gaze fell on her lovely face on the large screen, his lips curling into a smile. The audience quieted, and the host attempted to lighten the mood, saying, "This gentleman seems to be lost in the musical. Did we startle him? What shall we call you, sir? Did you come alone?" Song Nuan bent to pick up a plush toy from the floor. And just as she sat down, she heard the man beside her murmur, "My wife is right here." After enjoying the next musical, The Rose Garden, 2 hours passed before it concluded. The crowd surged, and Song Nuan and Xie Huai found themselves jostled in the throng. Unbeknownst to them, someone stepped on Song Nuan's foot, inadvertently tugging at her hair, forcing her into Xie Huai's embrace, enveloped by his mature scent, warm, stifling, and overwhelming. Ouch! Song Nuan winced at the pain in her foot. The man behind her leaned closer, asking, "What happened?" "Nothing," she replied, and no sooner had the words left her mouth than she was lifted off the ground by Xie Huai, who effortlessly settled her onto his broad shoulder, leaving her momentarily bewildered. "Wrap your arms around my neck," he instructed in a low voice. As she realized what was happening, she instinctively looked down, catching a glimpse of his straight nose, the movement of his body prompting her to clutch his neck. Her palm brushed against his throat, distinctly feeling it shift beneath her touch. Just as she prepared to pull away, Xie Huai's low voice cautioned, "Nuan Nuan, you can't touch my Adam's apple." Her face flushed crimson, and feigning calm, she withdrew her hand, instead clutching at his hair. Xie Huai chuckled softly, urging her, "Hold on tighter." After a struggle to break free from the crowd, Xie Huai's black trench coat bore several gray smudges. Clearly the result of Song Nuan's touch, he paid it no mind, brushing it off before glancing toward the nearby snack street. "Shall we go?" Song Nuan, subconsciously smoothing her disheveled hair, nodded. "There are traffic lights." In the next moment, he clasped her hand tightly, their fingers intertwined. Xie Huai's eyes twinkled with joy as he observed the world around them. "The traffic lights won't hold you back." As Song Nuan noticed a middle-aged man who bore resemblance to Xie Huai, she surmised he must be Xie Huai's father. Xie Mingyu's sharp gaze scrutinized Song Nuan, but within seconds, Xie Huai's form completely shielded her. Turning to push her inside while promptly closing the door behind them, he faced Xie Mingyu, his brow furrowed and tone unfriendly. "I told you not to come here." Xie Mingyu let out a cold scoff, bluntly stating, "It's over to us it because of that young one from the Su family." Having witnessed numerous situations in the business world, he was well aware that while many women were offered to him, not all were worthy of his attention. They could be trifled with, but never allowed to become emotionally entangled, especially not to the extent of entering his home. Xie Huai fell silent for a moment, his dark eyes cold and deep. Xie Mingyu's expression soured as he noted his son's reaction. "Are you truly becoming attached?" The man retrieved a white rabbit candy from his pocket, unwrapped it, and began to chew slowly, attempting to quell the anxiety and agitation rising within him. He lifted his gaze. "If you dare to lay a finger on her, I will bury the entire Xie group." He paused, then added, "Either accept her or remain at a distance. Let us not disturb one another." Xie Mingyu's expression darkened, his voice low and menacing. "Xie Huai, what nonsense are you spouting?" "I'm not speaking nonsense. If you dare to touch her or interfere with her life, I can assure you that not only will the Xie group be buried, but I will also ensure you enjoy your final years behind bars." Xie Huai's threatening gaze instilled fear. The Xie group had been established for a century, and no one in the family had clean hands. It was merely a matter of whether they could tidy up the loose ends. For the sake of a woman, threatening him was something Xie Mingyu could not tolerate. "Xie Huai, have you lost your mind? Test me, and you will see whether my foundation is solid or yours. Handle her within 3 days, or I will take care of it myself. Are you truly infatuated with one woman? There are countless women from prestigious families. What type do you desire?" The intensity with which Xie Huai regarded her startled him. While young men of noble families were often unafraid of casual affairs, they dreaded becoming ensnared by a woman's charms. Xie Huai's eyes blazed with intensity, the veins on the back of his hand standing out as he emphasized each word. I only want her. Xie Mingyu, if you threaten her, I will not hesitate to kill you. I will. And no matter who posed a threat to Song Nuan, he would never yield an inch. Chapter 51. Let Song Nuan go home. As the door swung open from the outside, the man, brimming with hostility, found his anger dissipating upon seeing the woman in the living room, cradling a cat while watching television. His tense shoulders relaxed. It's time for bed, he murmured. Song Nuan glanced at him. Setting the cat down, turning off the television, and rising to head toward the bedroom as she neared the doorway, she paused, then quickly opened it again. The bedroom was dimly lit, with only the bedside lamp casting a soft glow. Xie Huai lay down, softly uttering, Song Nuan, face me. Just this once. Song Nuan found it hard to believe his words. After a brief stalemate of several seconds, she realized she could not outmaneuver him. With a gentle turn, she faced him and closed her eyes, succumbing to sleep. Xie Huai, resembling a child who had just received a sweet treat, smiled broadly as he enveloped her entirely in his embrace, his palm resting on her lower back. Just as Song Nuan was about to drift into slumber, he suddenly murmured a low assurance. Do not be afraid. I am here, and I will not allow you or your parents to be threatened. Song Nuan's eyelashes fluttered slightly, yet she remained silent. A moment later, she felt a warm touch on her forehead but said nothing further. In the midst of several matters, Yandere was also involved and thus became aware of the situation immediately. Xie Huai's expression darkened as he leaned back in his chair, a piece of candy resting on the table. Coldly, he stated, he has ordered me to sever ties with Song Nuan. Yandere had been concerned about the relationship between Xie Huai and Song Nuan. What would happen if Xie Mingyu found out? The Xie family had a long-standing tradition of marrying into other prominent families, which allowed the Xie group to dominate a city. Even he understood that one could not just marry any woman at will. He did not urge him to break up. Without Song Nuan, Xie Huai would have no reason to live. He could afford to lose some money, but if his father was intent on making him yield, what would happen if the project at the stadium were to be halted? Xie Huai remained unfazed, pursing his lips as he replied, I am indifferent to such matters. Yandere was taken aback. Sitting on the sofa. You cannot be serious about leaving the Xie family? If you do, your father will find a way to make you submit. Now is not the time to be obstinate. He must be worried about being entranced by a woman. Your father may not take action against you, but he will show no mercy towards Song Nuan. After all the effort you both put into mending your relationship, if anything were to happen, Song Nuan would only come to resent you again. Yandere sighed, advising, wait until the stadium project is completed. Your father will then regard you with a measure of caution. Besides, Song Nuan is in a city. You can always see her if you wish. He paused, touching the bridge of his nose, and candidly added, after all, you two are not doing anything at night. As soon as he spoke, he caught the icy gaze of a certain someone and promptly fell silent. Daodu took the opportunity to nuzzle against her, while another little blue and white kitten approached to join. She lay back on the sofa, cradling both cats, her expression one of contentment. After a while, she got up to head to the bathroom. Just as she stood, she spotted a man standing at the study door, his gaze burning and profound. Though she could not tell how long he had been there, Song Nuan looked up at him, momentarily stunned, before nodding and saying, all right, I have packed everything. Xie Huai scrutinized her expression. Typically so expressive, she revealed no hint of reluctance. I will arrange for meals to be delivered to the office, he said. He tightened his embrace, causing Song Nuan's waist to ache, prompting her to whisper, it hurts. Let go. The pressure around her waist suddenly released. And in the next moment, the man bent down to meet her gaze, his eyes filled with complexity, as if he were grappling with some inner turmoil. Yet he could not afford to take risks. Xie Huai's gaze faltered for a moment before he curved his lips slightly and softly said, do not stay up late. He turned to Song Nuan's parents and added, Mom and Dad, thank you for your trouble. Song Dad replied with warmth, you can rest assured while on your business trip. Nuan will be fine at home. Take care of yourself and dress warmly. Xie Huai's gaze softened. All right. He lingered for just a few minutes before departing. Nuan, take a break. I will go prepare dinner, Song Mom said. Alone in the bedroom, Song Nuan closed the door and opened her suitcase, finding her frequently worn clothes and items neatly packed. She picked up a loungewear set, her gaze pausing on a delicate pink box inside. Lifting it, she opened it to reveal a stunning photograph of a seascape. She reached in and found a thick stack of postcards, roughly 100 in total. Since that one occasion, she had not collected any postcards, save for those brought back by Lin Ro from her travels. She had never given much thought to why she had stopped collecting them. Perhaps it was the fear of destruction that lingered, a trepidation of being hurt again, that time. Her feelings for Xie Huai had been laced with genuine disdain. One postcard after another, her hidden affection surged forth like a flood. The last page of the postcards bore a crumpled note. Song Nuan, I owe you this. Please do not be angry. The neat yet somewhat awkward calligraphy was unmistakably his. Xie Huai's handwriting typically flowed with flair. Yet in her memory, most of his writing had retained this stiff formality. It was during that time she first recognized the superiority of his features and countenance. At that moment, her phone rang. Song Nuan glanced at it, instinctively answering, awaiting the voice on the other end. Xie Huai's voice resonated from the phone. Come down. I am at the parking lot. Song Nuan's voice softened unconsciously as she replied. Okay, I am in the parking lot. The man leaned against a sleek black car, his black trench coat impeccably buttoned, even the belt neatly tied. His tousled hair appeared slightly waxed, giving him a polished look when he looked up. His jawline was sharply defined, exuding a hint of intensity. As Song Nuan approached, just as she was about to inquire, he suddenly bent down and lifted her, bringing her to eye level. Xie Huai remarked nonchalantly, Are you pleased that I am leaving? Having lived here for many years, she knew many people. Always the model child, obedient and academically proficient, she instinctively adhered to propriety whenever she stepped out. Holding her close, leaning against the car door, he observed the slight unease on her face and, with a teasing smile, said, Kiss me. Song Nuan glanced around, playfully pushing against his shoulder, annoyed. Xie Huai, kiss me, or at least say you like me. Xie Huai leisurely watched her, making no demands, patiently waiting. Regardless of her response, he relished it. Just then, voices could be heard approaching from a distance, causing Song Nuan's cheeks to redden further. Gritting her teeth, she finally confessed. I like you. Xie Huai's expression was one of triumph, yet it felt insignificant. In the next moment, he pressed his lips to hers, murmuring, Do not be angry. You won't have to see me anymore after this. He carefully set her down and helped her adjust her clothing. That moment, a few people drew near, exchanging glances. Among them, a middle-aged woman with curly hair exclaimed, Nuan Nuan. Song Nuan politely nodded. Aunt Ji. The last time I saw you, I thought I was mistaken. Is this your boyfriend? When relatives meet, they inevitably inquire about matters of age and relationship. Just as Song Nuan was about to nod, Xie Huai interjected, I am her husband, Song Nuan. Aunt Ji chuckled, so handsome, such a perfect match. Nuan Nuan has always been more manageable than Yun Yun, excelling in her studies, and now she has found such a good husband. Where do you work? Xie Group. That's impressive. Is the salary at Xie Group quite high? Yes. Aunt Ji suddenly seemed a bit embarrassed and asked, Nuan Nuan, you know Yun Yun is also a good student. Could you help recommend her for a position at Xie Group? Naturally, Song Nuan would not agree, but Xie Huai responded, Send the resume to Nuan Nuan. Aunt Ji beamed, Thank you, thank you. After chatting for a while, they finally took their leave. Song Nuan pursed her lips and said, You could have refused. Just giving her a chance, he replied. Xie Huai reached out to stroke her hair and added nonchalantly, Then I can praise you for having a capable husband. Song Nuan suppressed the urge to rub her temples and asked, What do you want? I need to go upstairs for dinner. Xie Huai opened the car door and retrieved a vase from the passenger seat. Filled with white roses, he handed it to her, saying, Someone delivers flowers every 3 days. If anything happens, call me immediately. Aside from me, do not trust what anyone else says. Song Nuan turned and walked away. Clutching the flowers as she entered the elevator, her gaze fell on the blooms, a hint of a dimple appearing on her face. Each morning, Xie Huai would send her messages reminding her to eat, and she would snap a photo of her meal to send back to him. Concerned he might not take care of the cats, she would ask him after work, and he would take that opportunity to video call her. Although their conversations were brief, they often lasted over an hour. Song Dad and Song Mom had never inquired about their relationship, and Song Nuan had grown accustomed to this dynamic. One day, upon waking up, she instinctively glanced at her phone. Not seeing any messages, She inexplicably clicked into her inbox. There were no messages there either. She took a photo of her breakfast and sent it to him before heading to work. However, throughout the day, there was no correspondence from Xie Huai, who typically sent her several messages. As she sat in a taxi, she almost said, to the city center, but instead said, Sky Garden. She hesitated for a moment, but did not correct herself. The taxi driver glanced at her and cheerfully remarked, "Oh, you live there? That's a place for the wealthy." "What do you do?" "A friend of mine," she replied, not wishing to divulge too much, especially with so many opportunists around. The journey home was delayed by over half an hour, and by the time she arrived downstairs, it was nearly 7 o'clock. The lights in her room were on, yet the silence felt chilling. As if no one were home, Song Nuan hesitated before walking toward the bedroom. The door was ajar, revealing the scene within. The man lay in black sleepwear, his complexion flushed, with 2 cats curled up beside him. Mewing as they saw her, Song Nuan rushed forward, frowning, "Xie Huai, Xie Huai." After calling out several times with no response, she reached out to check his forehead, which felt alarmingly hot. She quickly turned to fetch a fever-reducing patch. Once that was done, she called Mo. "Xie Huai has a fever. Can you come over?" Mo, who was currently out of town, replied, "I will contact a family doctor. I was worried about him not reaching out. He has been working himself to exhaustion. I knew something would happen. By the way, he needs to change clothes. Otherwise, it will worsen. Can you help him with that?" Song Nuan bit her lip and suggested. "Let his family come over." Mo, frustrated, retorted, if his family cared about him, they wouldn't have let you discover this. He was not angry with Song Nuan, but rather with Xie's family, who were oblivious to Xie Huai's physical and emotional well-being. He softened his tone. "Please help take care of him, I appreciate it." Xie Huai's body felt heavy, devoid of consciousness, and she struggled to lift his arm. She called out, "Xie Huai," but received no response. After several attempts, she bit her lip and said, "Song Nuan." The man, who had previously shown no reaction, suddenly opened his eyes, gripping her arm tightly, his voice hoarse and confused. "What happened to you?" Even before he could see her clearly, his first concern was for her. Song Nuan's heart raced, enduring the pain in her arm as she replied softly, "I am fine." "Xie Huai, you need to sit up." After falling ill, Xie Huai's reflexes were markedly sluggish. It took him a considerable while to release his grip and once again close his eyes, offering no cooperation whatsoever. Song Nuan inhaled deeply, changing into a fresh top before the doctor's arrival. Upon examination, the family doctor remarked, "Mr. Xie's condition is unsuitable for medication. We can only employ physical means to reduce the fever. Currently, the situation is stable, and there is no cause for alarm." She repeatedly wiped his body with a damp cloth. After bidding farewell to the family doctor, Song Nuan continued to tend to him with the wet cloth until the midnight hour, when his body temperature finally showed signs of normalization, allowing her to lie down beside him and drift into slumber. The following day, the man opened his eyes, his throat exceptionally hoarse. As he prepared to prop himself up, his gaze halted upon seeing the woman resting her face on his palm at the bedside. His breath caught in his throat, afraid to exhale too loudly lest he disturb this dreamlike state. He gazed at her quietly, and the intense headache he had been experiencing seemed negligible at that moment. Chapter 52. Claiming her entirely. Her eyelashes fluttered, hinting at the signs of awakening. Suddenly, Xie Huai shut his eyes again, and after a brief interval, he sensed the warmth of her hand vanish, the heat gradually dissipating. An inexplicable emptiness welled up within him. Almost immediately, he felt a gentle touch on his forehead, causing him to instinctively stiffen, unwilling to move. The hand soon left his forehead, shifting to his neck, the warmth at his earlobe undeniable. Unaware of his disquiet, Song Nuan noticed the perspiration still clinging to his skin and fetched another garment from the wardrobe. After the initial disrobing, the second was considerably easier. However, his temperature continued to climb. So she checked his forehead again. It was warm but not feverish. Once she had changed his clothes, she seated herself at the edge of the bed, breathing lightly. After a moment, she applied another fever-reducing patch and then pulled the covers over him before stepping out. As she closed the door, the man opened his dark, glimmering eyes, lowering his gaze to observe the clothes draped over him, his numb fingers resting on his heaving chest, unable to find tranquility. Only in her presence could he truly feel alive. In the kitchen, Song Nuan was capable of cooking, yet she had not done so in months, and now living in Xie Huai's residence, her time spent in the kitchen was minimal, primarily waiting for meals. It took her over 10 minutes to locate basic utensils. As she busied herself cooking, chaos ensued, a flurry of activity resulting in a mess. After a moment of silence, she began to tidy up. Just as she was about to call Xie Huai for dinner, the kitchen door swung open, revealing the man clad in a gray, round-necked nightshirt and black pajama bottoms. Likely due to his illness, his face bore a sickly pallor, and he moved with a deliberate slowness. He glanced at the pot of congee before turning his attention to the woman in an apron. Her professional attire was crumpled, hair hastily tied at the back, yet her complexion remained delicate and fair. The apron, his size, hung loosely on her petite frame, accentuating her daintiness. Xie Huai felt no disappointment. For him, Song Nuan's ability to care for him was a rare blessing. A source of his longing, he coughed twice before swiftly exiting, returning shortly after with a mask in place. Song Nuan cast a glance his way, and minutes later, she ladled out congee, while he instinctively carried 2 bowls outside. Halfway through their meal, Xie Huai seemed to recall something, rolling up his sleeve to check his watch, noting it was past 8:40. Reflexively, he cautioned, "You're going to be late for work." Song Nuan took a spoonful of congee and replied softly, "I've taken the day off." As Xie Huai swallowed his mouthful, he turned to her, lips pressing together slightly as he asked, "Is it because I'm ill?" The moment his words fell, her earlobes flushed a rosy hue. Evidently confirming his suspicion, Song Nuan unconsciously murmured an affirmative. Another affirmative followed. The corners of the man's lips curved slightly, his gaze deepening like a vortex, threatening to ensnare anyone who dared to look too long. Song Nuan paused momentarily before resuming her meal, waiting for him to finish, which he seemed to do deliberately slowly, taking over 10 minutes. After collecting the bowls, Song Nuan remarked lightly, "If you're feeling better, you should change your clothes." Xie Huai sat in silence for a few seconds, rubbing his aching temples before muttering, "I lack the strength. My limbs feel weak." Earlier, he had managed to walk into the kitchen, yet now he claimed he had no energy to change. Song Nuan pursed her lips and stated, "I'll call for a male nurse." Xie Huai chuckled softly, no longer provoking her, and stood to take the dishes. "I'll wash them." Song Nuan positioned herself in front of him, insisting, "Let me." She snatched the bowls from his hands and hastily entered the kitchen. Xie Huai lay obediently on the sofa, his gaze fixed on the kitchen, the heaviness in his head lingering, and eventually, his eyes fluttered shut. However, he abruptly opened them again, staring intently in the kitchen's direction. When Song Nuan emerged, their eyes met, and without uttering a word, she filled the cat's water and food bowls before settling down on the opposite end of the sofa with a book. After a few minutes, she noticed that he had closed his eyes again, and just as she began to rise, he opened them, focusing on her as though fearing she would leave. Without saying anything, Song Nuan bent down to retrieve a throw blanket, draping it over him before resuming her reading nearby. Xie Huai glanced at the blanket covering him, instinctively wrapping his arms around himself, and soon the weight of drowsiness enveloped him once more. In his dreams, Song Nuan's face lingered, providing a sense of security that lulled him into a sensitive slumber, where nothing else could penetrate his consciousness. During high school, as long as it was until a language class, Song Nuan could avoid drowsiness, while nearby boys stood with their books, openly sleeping. The biology teacher, an older veteran educator, stood out within the school, unyielding in his critiques regardless of Xie Huai's wealth or influence. Adhering to his principle of not bowing to power, the biology teacher hurled chalk at Xie Huai, who remained unmoving, clearly oblivious. "Xie Huai! Xie Huai! Xie Huai!" he called repeatedly, but Xie Huai remained unresponsive, momentarily startling his classmates awake. All eyes turning towards him. Just as the teacher was about to descend upon Xie Huai, Janimo suddenly interjected, "Teacher, allow me to assist you." In the next instant, he shouted, "Song Nuan!" The classroom fell silent. Even the seasoned teacher was taken aback, while Song Nuan's face flushed crimson, embarrassment flooding her as she struggled to find a place to look. The boy who had been unresponsive shot up, directing his bleary gaze towards her, asking, "What's wrong? Do you want some water?" Song Nuan wished she could vanish into the pages of her book, lowering her head slightly as Janimo burst into laughter. "Teacher, from now on, our class has 2 Song Nuans, 1 male, 1 female." The youthful energy of the afternoon faded slightly as Xie Huai ran a hand through his hair, turning to Jinamo with irritation. What the hell are you doing? Unfazed, Jinamo replied. The teacher has called for you for quite a while. I was merely helping. Xie Huai retorted. You might as well call him Song Nuan from now on since you don't seem to hear him when he calls your name. Ha ha! Xie Huai promptly hurled a book at him, silencing the laughter abruptly. The biology teacher regained his composure, chastising. What is this ruckus? Pay attention in class. Xie Huai, Jinamo, stand at the back and listen. Xie Huai lazily rose and strolled to the last row. With Jinamo standing beside him, teasing, Song Nuan. Your name sounds lovely. Song Nuan, Song Nuan, Song Nuan. Xie Huai lifted his foot and kicked Jinamo, who stumbled backward, landing on the floor. The entire class turned to look, and he scrambled to his feet, shouting, Teacher, Song Nuan kicked me. The real Song Nuan could feel her earlobes growing increasingly warm, almost as if they would bleed. She inwardly cursed Xie Huai and Jinamo. The boys in front of them cleared the way, as Xie Huai filled his cup with hot water. Song Nuan was rather particular about her preferences, insisting on drinking hot water regardless of the season. Each time Xie Huai filled his cup, he would jostle her for it. Otherwise, he wouldn't manage to fill it. Because of this, many classmates would secretly criticize him, but he paid no mind, as long as he could get hot water. They could say what they wanted. After all, he had no parents to worry about. The girls continued to ignore him, and he tugged at her ponytail, muttering, Are you going to reason with me? It's not my fault. You read the stingy one, Song Nuan, the stingy one. Song Nuan turned to glare at him, her face flushed. You're the stingy one. It was a perfect match. Xie Huai did not deny it. Song Nuan fell silent, turning her back to him as she wrote her homework. Xie Huai rested his chin on his hand, reaching out to play with her ponytail. Song Nuan, why are you so easily angered? Anger ages you. And aging makes you ugly. Although I would love you regardless of how you looked, I can tell you're not happy. Don't think I don't know you sneak a peek in the mirror during morning self-study. Song Nuan often struggled to get out of bed in the mornings, frequently arriving in class just in time, sometimes hastily tying her hair as she walked. She would seize the early self-study period to sneak a glance. Annoyed, she retorted. What is it to you? All right, it's none of my business. Don't twist your body while writing. You might hurt your back, and then I'll have to carry you to the infirmary. Xie Huai drawled lazily. Song Nuan was taken aback and ultimately sat up straight to continue her homework. Xie Huai did not disturb her, rising to kick Jean Mo's desk at the back. His tone unfriendly. Don't mess with her. She is sensitive. If I can't cheer her up, you might as well find a grave to bury yourself in. Jinamo chuckled, unafraid. I'm not messing with her. You re the one who has to deal with her, Song Nuan, Song Nuan. Ouch. Upon awakening again, it was already afternoon. Xie Huai was drenched in sweat, feeling uncomfortable, though his spirit had improved significantly, and his head was no longer throbbing. He surveyed the room, which was eerily quiet, with 2 cats sleeping at his feet, clearly indicating that no one was home. His lips pressed into a cold, straight line as he stood to look for his phone. Only to find it dead. Frustrated, he tossed it onto the cabinet. Just then, the door swung open, and Song Nuan entered, breathless. Their eyes met, and the previously irritable Xie Huai suddenly calmed, striding over to take the bags of groceries from her hands. In a low voice, he asked, Why didn't you call for me? Having discovered that the fridge, once filled with various ingredients, was now empty, Song Nuan leaned against the shoe cabinet to catch her breath. Her tone steady. Can you get up? An aunt will be coming over to cook soon. If you prefer lighter fare, please let her know. Your fever has subsided, so you should be all right now. I'll be leaving shortly. No need. Linro will come to pick me up later. After saying this, Song Nuan walked towards the wardrobe, gathering a few lighter garments as the weather had turned warm. Before she could exit the wardrobe, the man stood before her, and she tilted her head slightly to indicate he could speak freely. He suddenly bent down, fixing his gaze upon her for a considerable while before straightening up. Declaring, I shall escort you downstairs, he took the bag from Song Nuan's hand, opened the door, and proceeded ahead. The elevator descended directly to the basement level, where Linro had yet to arrive, leaving the 2 of them standing beside the parking space. Waiting, under the illumination, the man's silhouette entirely enveloped the woman, and shortly thereafter, he cleared his throat several times with a low cough, stepping away with determined strides, his hand pressed against his mouth as he coughed repeatedly. The dry sensation refusing to relent. Suddenly, something fell upon his back, slowly sliding down. He turned abruptly, and the woman's exquisite visage was alarmingly close. He chuckled through his coughs, laughter aggravating his fits, and it took him a moment to regain composure. His handsome face tinged with an uncharacteristic flush. Xie Huai gazed up at her, offering a slanted smile, his voice resonant. Song Nuan, if you desire my life, I would willingly give it to you. In that moment, the man's expression softened, imbued with a hint of satisfaction, leading one to believe he had acquired some priceless treasure. Yet it was merely Song Nuan's initiative. In an instant, Song Nuan's face flushed deeply, and she instinctively kicked at him. However, his large hand effortlessly grasped her slender calf as he leaned closer, his gaze fixated on her softly tinted lips. Her lips parted slightly, but ultimately, he restrained himself, allowing a gentle kiss to land on the tip of her nose before distancing himself slightly, murmuring, "Were it not for my illness, I would not permit you to leave." He lowered his voice further, assuring her, "I shall endure a few years of hardship, but in due course, I will orchestrate the grandest wedding to wed you." At that moment, Lin Ro's uncertain voice broke the atmosphere. "Nuan Nuan." Instantly, both turned toward the source of the sound, where a white car was parked not far off, and Lin Ro stood at the door, clearly having just alighted. Song Nuan instinctively nudged Xie Huai aside and leapt towards Lin Ro, who was approaching rapidly. Xie Huai followed closely behind, handing her belongings through the car window, addressing Lin Ro, "It's time for her to eat." Song Nuan maintained a stern expression, stating, "Ro, let us go." She would not deceive her. And upon receiving a subtle affirmation, Lin Ro glanced at her and inquired, "Are you planning to have a serious relationship with Xie Huai?" Song Nuan turned her gaze to the window, her hands clasped upon her lap, lost in contemplation, remaining silent for quite some time. Meanwhile, she softly admitted to herself, "I cannot evade my feelings for him. I have wrestled with the truth."